Hello and welcome to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest, and by the end we will have learnt something new, and hopefully you will too. I'm Buzz.
I'm Zak.
And I'm Jack.
And this week's topic we're going to be raising the dead.
Ooh.
And talking about zombies.
Zombie.
Yes, everybody's favourite subject, zombies. But first I think we should go straight over to the computer and ask the computer about zombies. So, computer, what is a zombie?
According to Wikipedia, a zombie is a mythological undead corporeal revenant created through the reanimation of a corpse. Zombies are most commonly found in horror and fantasy genre works. The term comes from Haitian folklore, in which a zombie is a dead body reanimated through various methods, most commonly magic like voodoo.
So there we go. That's the computer's take on what a zombie is.
Yes, that is the computer's definition. Obviously,
I mean, it seemed pretty spot on, to be honest.
yeah. There we go. Now we know.
Now we know. Right, that's the end of the podcast. We can all go home.
The unsung fourth member of the Now We Know show team is the computer.
It's the computer, yeah.
Gives all the information.
So maybe we should start off by... I mean, obviously we want to go right from the start when it comes to the zombies, where zombies come from, etc. But what brought this subject up as a good topic to discuss on our podcasts is that I think everybody, I mean, I'm sure you have, everybody at some point has had a conversation about zombies.
Yeah.
Or watched a zombie film.
Yeah. It could be a coffee break at work around the coffee machine. You know, it could be down the pub having a beer just after watching the latest zombie film, as you say.
Yes.
Everybody says, so what would you do in a zombie apocalypse?
Yeah. What's your plan?
What's your plan? In fact, you've just reminded me, a good friend of mine that I've known for years, completely out of the blue, one day he asked me a similar question. So what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? And as we discussed it, it suddenly occurred to me from what he was telling me, he'd got his whole plan.
Yeah.
You know, he'd already scoped out the best buildings in the local area to fortify.
Oh, crikey.
where he could get weapons from local hardware stores.
Very thorough.
He was very, very thorough. So obviously, I think people do discuss this subject quite a lot. You know, and obviously, it's a very popular subject when it comes to film and TV. You know.
There's so many different programs, films,
and it
Video
keeps,
games.
and it keeps on coming. Very popular. So let's find out, shall we? Let's find out some information, which hopefully from our research we can teach each other some things, and the listeners will.
So where should we start?
Right,
Well,
Jack.
I actually have looked into the origin of the word zombie. So we
Excellent.
should start right at the beginning.
Okay, right in the beginning.
So the word zombie, as we know it, ZOMBIE, comes from a collection of West African words, and obviously, as the computer said, they kind of the idea of a zombie kind of came from voodoo and things in West Africa. So the following words have all played a part in the creation of the word zombie. The word Nzambi, starting with an N, Nzambi meaning God, and Zumbi with a U, and Nzumbi, which means fetish come from the Congo.
Right.
Okay.
So we've headed out of Africa, across the Atlantic to Haiti.
So another word that has contributed to creating the word zombie is Umvumbi, I think is how you pronounce it, Mvumbie, which means a corpse that still keeps its soul, which is kind of what we expect from a traditional zombie, is a walking corpse.
Yeah. I mean,
So Umvumbi is where that comes from. Nvumvi, I'm sorry if I pronounce any of these wrong, is also similar in that it means a body without a soul. So it's kind of almost the opposite, but you can see where this word's kind of generating from. When these words came over from West Africa, along with voodoo traditions, elements were taken, so as language does, developed into what we now call a zombie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and from my bit of research about it, from obviously zombie, we all look at zombies as being a kind of a will-less and speechless human, as in voodoo belief and in fictional stories, and held to have died and been supernaturally reanimated. The supernatural power that, according to voodoo belief, may enter into and reanimate a body, and a person held to resemble the so-called walking dead, like an automaton.
Yeah, because it's kind of interesting because it's kind of, to a degree, from what I've found, that this kind of voodoo side of things, it's kind of like a form of hypnosis.
In some cases, there is kind of a hypnotic element to it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we've had the description now of where the word comes from, and it's obviously very deep rooted into the voodoo culture.
Mm. Well, both of our definitions so far have already kind of delved into the West African kind of voodoo side of things, which is something I didn't really know, to be honest, before looking into this subject. I always thought zombies were kind of before George A. Romero. I didn't think there was very much to do.
Again, a little reference I got was, according to the Merriam-Webber dictionary, the word comes from the Louisiana Creole and Haitian Creole word of zombie, with a Z-O-N-B-I. Did you have that one down? And is as kin is kin to the Kimbundu term Nuzumbi, which you did have.
Nuzumbi,
which means ghost. That's what this one has down.
So it's kind of so it's kind of following the same line through both, but slightly different variations of the same word.
It's interesting because the idea of a zombie nowadays has developed from this kind of idea that they're going to eat you. Kind of consume flesh.
I think it's
and
fair
you become
to
a
say.
zombie.
I think we're talking where that kind of folklore enters in, probably more into the movie genre. Whereas in the folklore side of it, it's really, you're just creating a worker, a soulless.
Because you do hear the word zombie kind of thrown about for people that are a bit kind of brain dead,
or somebody
they're a zombie,
or somebody just like follows orders without question. I think that's probably
a slave.
The root of maybe reanimating a dead body to become a zombie, so that whoever has reanimated it is using that individual as a
slave to
do what they want, rather than a rampaging
creature
that
you.
When they bite you, it transfers the zombification onto the next person. I think in the first instance it would have just been the idea of these ghost-like reanimated dead bodies.
It's interesting to see that in this case that there are a couple of films that do actually reference or use that instead of eating people.
It's interesting you talk about like the fear of them eating you. It's kind of
that's kind of came later.
They've become kind of monsters in sort of Halloween tradition. But sort of obviously that's come from somewhere. What civilization in history do you think were the first to fear zombies? Because I've been looking into it and I was quite surprised. What would you say was the first civilization to kind of be thought to have feared what we now know as a zombie?
Off the top of my head,
Egyptian civilization.
Egyptian would come to mind because of mummification, but then I always presumed that, or assumed that mummification is not solely down to the Egyptians. South Americans use loads of cultures have used mummification, but I thought that was kind of trying to preserve somebody so that they travel into the afterlife. More like in modern sci-fi terms, you're putting them into stasis,
right?
In order for them to transcend
with all their possessions.
With all their possessions and everything. Not so much as you're trying to turn them into The Walking Dead. So I don't know. Let's see. I would have thought that a lot of cultures would have had folklore regarding the dead coming back. I mean, that's quite a scary thing for people to think that I don't know. I'm just going to take
a wild punt.
I'm going to say North American Indians.
Okay, so what you said India.
I said Egypt.
Egyptians, yeah. So actually, one of the first civilizations thought to fear zombies was the ancient Greeks.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Archaeologists have found evidence in Greek graves, and they found rocks or weighty objects pin down many of the skeletons or the people that have died. And this was So it's generally believed that the ancient Greeks were some of the first to fear the actual reanimation of corpses, So basically, if someone died, they would weigh them down underwater with rocks and heavy objects to stop them from reanimating, which I thought was really interesting.
If only they had thought of tying their shoelaces together.
Yes.
Did they have shoelaces back then?
Well, they had sandals, but you know.
Tie some rope.
Yeah,
round.
tie some rope round.
Early shoelaces.
So I just thought it was interesting that the Greeks would pin down their corpses
I've
and
not
in
heard
the
of
graves.
that. I've certainly not heard that, so I've learned something.
Yes, as a thought. Well, they thought that obviously they might come back. And
yeah, that's interesting because I've heard of that, but not in reference to zombies.
Yeah, I wonder if that's got anything to do with. There's a medical condition, isn't there? And I can't think of off the top of my head what it's called, where people can go into kind of a
catatonic state.
A catatonic state, and I know that in the Victorian age, people used to be really scared of being buried alive.
Yeah,
because if they went into this catatonic state, then there were stories about people trying to claw their way out of their coffins and things, and they actually made coffins with glass windows in, and even coffins that had a string going to a bell.
To a bell, yeah.
You could ring the bell.
Yeah.
I wonder if, going back to your weighting them down, maybe there were cases where people had presumed to have died.
Yeah.
And actually had been in that medical condition and hence come back to life.
Yeah.
That absolutely terrorised people and thought, no. And of course, if you're terrorised because your family members suddenly, come back to life.
Uncle Jeff's come back to life.
And so you've taken your nearest, weapon or spear or whatever to dispatch them before they have a chance to say, well, I'm fine, I'm fine, I've just woken up.
He's a zombie, kill him.
Kill him,
That's what a zombie would say.
That's what a zombie would say. And that's it. Next time, weight them down. That's it.
Yeah, possibly. That could possibly be a good reason.
Yeah, because sometimes you do get myths which are based on some truth. Yeah, there's a little bit of truth in every myth and legend, I dare say. So, that's interesting. I didn't know about the Greeks.
Yeah.
So when it comes to zombies, have you managed to find any research about actual cases?
I haven't, but I do know of and have heard in the past of kind of stories of people thought to be dead and being reanimated and seen possibly several years after they've died. So,
Ooh.
Well, I found a little bit of research that said in 1997 there was a study paper that was published by the Lancet where they analysed the cases of 3 individuals from Haiti whose communities had identified them as zombies. One was a 30-year-old woman who had allegedly quickly died after having fallen ill. Her family recognised her walking about as a zombie 3 years after the event. Another was a young man who had died at 18 and re-emerged after another 18 years at a cockfight of all things.
A cockfight?
Yeah. The final study concerned another woman who had died at 18 but was spotted again as a zombie 13 years after this event.
Right, several years. I was surprised that
so there's a big year gaps between when these people...
Oh, you'd think it would be kind of sooner rather than later.
Also, as well, if someone's 18 years later, one of them said he was spotted, he'd look very different. But obviously they recognised him as...
You would have thought they're quite tight communities as well.
Yeah, so you'd recognise him as an 18-year-old zombie, but he'd obviously been... He was obviously into cockfighting, whatever the guy was.
Yes, it went on further to say, Dr. Duyon and Professor Littlewood examined the 3 zombies and found that they had not been the victims of evil spells. Instead, medical reasons could explain their zombification. So maybe that's going back to that catatonic state we were talking about. But still, that's a big gap in years if somebody is suddenly, certainly if they've been buried, must have been a shallow grave, managed to get themselves out and then wandered about not knowing.
Stayed hidden for that long.
Now,
I wonder if they had a canoe. That's topical, by the way.
Yes.
So, with these people, were they like in this kind of almost in this catatonic state, or were they like a rotting corpse?
I don't know. Well, it says here the first zombie had catatonic schizophrenia, a rare condition that makes the person act as though they are walking in a stupor. The second person had experienced brain damage and also had epilepsy, while the third appeared merely to have a learning disability.
So that's interesting if you take that and put it in the context that we were saying earlier of the ancient Greeks. If that same story happened to the ancient Greeks, that might be, as we say, a reason why they pinned them down in their graves, because obviously they'd come back, but obviously it was an undiagnosed illness that they had. and they just perceived it as coming back from the dead or being a zombie.
Oh, I wouldn't want to be that person.
No,
It's interesting how history kind of develops, though, because now we see zombies as what we see them as. Back in the day, they would have no idea. They
They'd
just
probably
would have...
treat them similar to like witchcraft and stuff.
Yeah, so if somebody did have a particular psychological
Disposition.
then you may well see if they were walking around or they've had an accident and because people do, they get concussion and things. If suddenly they got concussion, they're completely out cold, and you've got no medical experience.
You'd think they were dead.
You may think that they were dead. Several hours might go by, and then they come to again.
They
And not know, even maybe with a loss of memory.
Yeah.
Help,
not
I'm
know,
buried alive.
Who am I? Where am I? I don't know.
But back in the day, they would not have had the medical
No.
knowledge that they
Know-how.
have now. So,
But we are looking at it from the perspective of trying to explain it through medical terms.
yeah,
We mustn't forget that, of course, a lot of this is based, a zombie is based on that spiritual side, that
voodoo,
voodoo,
magic.
magic,
voodoo.
yeah.
Yeah.
There are cases of zombification in nature.
Yes,
Was one other area I looked at.
I didn't think of that.
Well, reason I thought about that is because obviously, if anybody's seen that film, which is called The Girl with All the Gifts, which I worked on and
So did I.
and Zak worked on.
I've seen it.
Yeah, you've
Hey.
seen it.
That counts.
And anybody that's seen that film, they wouldn't have realised it, but they've seen I was running around attacking people as so-called, I'm going to say zombies in brackets
Don't say
because
the Z word.
we weren't allowed on
We're not
set.
saying
We
the
weren't
Z word.
we weren't allowed to
You
call.
got that
We
reference.
weren't allowed, even though we were doing zombie boot camp at the time, we weren't allowed to actually call ourselves zombies because anybody that's seen that movie, they're actually referred to as hungries. That was their take on it.
It's
But
interesting. The book that film's based on is actually set around this area.
yeah,
Literally, where we, the three of us are sitting here in the studio, in the Zak Wylde Productions studio, not far from us, we have RAF Henlow. And that is the Air Force base that's featured. I mean, obviously it's in the book, but that's the one that's... No place names were given in the film.
It tends to be kind of around London, doesn't it?
Yeah, but in the book it starts at RAF Henlow, moves over to Shefford, which is a small village near us, then over to, in fact, your village
Yes.
of
Stopfold, yeah.
and then moves down to, I believe, Old Stevenage down the A1, and then down into London is the sort of...
What a weird coincidence.
Yeah, which we could do, which actually, when we worked on that for about a week, didn't we? We were on that shoot because we did the initial part at the Air Force Base.
Yes.
And also my wife Tina was involved, so we were a family group, and it was just an added bonus that not only we became known as the Hungry Family, but it's more than also the fact that we were actually a family from the exact area that would have been affected in that zombie outbreak.
Completely by coincidence.
By coincidence. It was crazy.
Like a little
But it was a
Easter
great
egg,
time. But the reason I bring that up is because that particular movie was based on the real science that where there is a fungus that does affect different insects in the Amazon jungle. I believe it's the Amazon jungle. It might be other places around the planet. But the fact is that particular fungus infects an ant, for example. The spores infect the ant and then take control of its motor functions.
Right.
It makes the ant climb up. So if you imagine on the forest floor, you've got an ant's nest, ant's hill, then this particular fungus literally forces the ant to climb up above the nest and grip onto a twig or stick that's over the top of the nest. And then these spores grow within the ant and then erupt from its back into like these mushrooms.
Wow.
God.
And then they cascade spores down onto the ant nest, and that affects the rest of the ants, which then go off and do the same thing. And that's how it spreads itself. And I'm just trying to see through my notes.
Damn nature, you're scary.
Yeah, because there's always this idea that nature's kind of presented as a nice, happy thing.
Yeah, it's a war zone.
With little bunnies running around, enjoying themselves, eating carrots.
Ophicordyceps, I'm probably not
Was it
pronouncing it.
Philornis cordyceps?
Cordyceps, yeah. It's a genus of fungus that has more than 200 species.
Jeez.
and people are finding more and more all the time. Many of these fungus can be dangerous, and they often become toxic to animals. But yeah, it's that particular type of fungus actually does create zombification within those species, and I do believe that they are specific there. Each one of the fungi strains only affect a particular insect.
And that's what is actually featured in the movie.
Yeah, in the movie, they've kind of jumped. They've said, that fungal infection has, and then it doesn't get explained in the book either, but it's jumped into the human.
It's evolved to a human level.
It's jumped species. So when that fungus affects human beings, they become infected with this fungal cordyceps, and then they themselves pass it on, obviously zombie genre, by biting people, and then they infect others, and so the fungus spreads.
And didn't they gather in kind of like tall places over
buildings? I mean, that
stuff?
was one of the things we had to do, didn't we? We had to stand there, and when there's no humans around for them to spread the fungus to, they literally stand in groups, slowly swaying, if you imagine like grass in the wind, just swaying, but they react to sound. As soon as they hear a sound,
they react to a stimuli.
The sound. They suddenly focus straight on that sound and literally hack it to wherever that sound is, until they spot what's created the sound. And
because that's interesting. Because another instance similar to that where they react to sound, but instead it's sound. Yeah, it is. That's in Train to Busan. They're completely blind. They just react to.
Yeah, so
you've the Descent as well.
So
but they're not zombies.
Yeah. Well, so what we've learnt now is so far as we learnt where the word zombie comes from, its origins. I love the information about the ancient Greeks. Yeah. So obviously it's been something that's been around for thousands of years. The whole concept of the dead returning, and the fact that in nature, although it's not been proven with humans exactly, and obviously that case file that I read out was specifically kind of explained through maybe people having psychological conditions, etc. So I've not come across any actual
scientific reasons.
Or cases of the Walking Dead, so to speak.
Right,
but we do know,
and let's hope that continues.
But we do know that in nature, it happens.
Yes,
that you can take a creature and other, in this case, fungus can take control of that creature. Yeah, and literally make it into the Walking Dead, if you like.
Ooh. So it's interesting. We've obviously covered that basis of what a zombie is and what a zombie can do. We then kind of go into the more modern side of things, which is obviously the movies and the survival side of things, which you have.
Yeah, I'm gonna if I may, I'm gonna dive to my Bible.
Yes.
Of the Ladybird book of the zombie apocalypse, because I love this. If anybody's got the Ladybird book of zombie apocalypse, it's hilarious. I'm just going to read this little bit out. It says, when it comes to zombies, it could be secret military experiments or a viral pandemic. It might be cosmic rays or reading some Latin-style words aloud from a forbidden codex. It could even be a fungal infection like athlete's foot. But one that explodes mushrooms through your face and makes you eat everybody. So there are many ways for people to turn into zombies. So we've been warned.
Yes.
We've been warned. And I think that pretty much sums up what we've spoken about already. So, and I want to take you back to this, that it's just such a fascinating subject. Zombies, people always talk about it. People, what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? So I think, we've discovered the origins. We've briefly spoken about, and anybody listening, if you've got any actual case files of people coming back from the dead, please make comments.
Or if you're a zombie out there and you want to
want to tell us more about it, I don't know if I want to have an actual zombie come into the studio.
Could we have some restraints?
Yeah, could have some restraints. And we found out that obviously zombification in nature. So let's crack on. Zombies in pop culture as we go from, because I know you guys are particularly up on your zombie movies. So when we're coming in there right at the beginning, when zombie movies start to make this genre.
So some of the early ones were...
a famous name for a start is George A. Romero. He was I think he's known as the king of zombie films. Or
Of what our modern idea of what a
Yeah.
zombie is. Yeah.
that was kind of the 60s, kind of early 70s that he was kind of prolific in making.
What's the earliest kind of zombie movie? For me, I'm thinking Hammer horror.
Really?
Yeah,
really?
was there earlier ones
That
than
was
that?
just before Night of the Living Dead, Plague of the Zombies came out.
Right, so
And that
because I'm thinking
from-
Hammer horror, which was it, Village of the it's not Village of the Damned. What's the Hammer
Plague
horror?
of the Zombies.
Plague of the Zombies. That's it.
Yeah, that was actually the first.
And they were actually using them to work in the mines,
Not eating people.
not eating people. They were being brought back from the dead to be used as slaves.
One interesting note on that is the fact that that's one of the first instances where they used decapitation to stop a zombie.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, according to a book,
Oh, more research. Excellent.
according to a book called The Undead 18th Century by Linda Troost,
Mhm.
zombies appeared in literature as far back as 1697
Blimey.
and were described as spirits or ghosts, which
Yeah, again, we've had the
Ghosts,
ghost reference again.
not cannibalistic fiends, which is what you've just
Mm.
mentioned. They arrived on the film scene around the same time as their monster peers, Frankenstein, Dracula, with the 1932 release of White Zombie.
Yeah.
So
And I think there's another one called I Walked with the Zombie.
Yeah, so about that sort of time, early 30s, we're starting to see more kind of
Right.
conventional.
interesting. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, as in Frankenstein's monster, because everybody gets that confused. They call Frankenstein's monster Frankenstein. But a friend of ours, Chaz Albrighton, if you're listening out there, you did send through a question about it, and he did say, does Frankenstein's monster classify as a zombie?
Ooh.
I think that's a good point for discussion.
Yeah, so let's kind of pull it back to our basic definition of a zombie and see if it matches Frankenstein.
Well, if you
So
talk,
my basic definition of a zombie would be a corpse said to be revived by witchcraft, especially in certain African or Caribbean religions.
Or by kind of like almost a virus or infection.
Yeah, like we've
Kind of
mentioned,
Almost rotting
with
corpse.
the
whether that
obviously
be man-made or
nature.
Are they
nature.
slow and lumbering, or more modern ones kind of
Yeah.
are fast and running, climbing on the
I
walls?
would honestly say if you're putting that question out there, is Frankenstein's monster a zombie? Because obviously technically he's
a reanimated corpse
Reanimated
of some
corpse.
sort.
It's kind of
or corpses.
artificial.
Yeah.
I'd say no, he isn't. I'd say no,
Right.
he isn't, because from my perspective, if you take Dr. Frankenstein, whatever techniques he used, he was basically salvaging body parts from dead people, but keeping them from
Preserved.
so they weren't rotting.
Yeah.
Put them all together, and then through the magic of electricity, that's
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah.
electricity, reanimates, puts life back
Yes.
into that those body parts. So the body parts haven't been allowed to go
And
necrotic
decay.
and decay.
Could you argue that he's giving an undead corpse a soul?
Well, that's a
Which
good
is what
point.
we
But
said- we said earlier.
he puts a brain. So a fresh guy's died. He puts a fresh brain into the monster, reanimates it. But the thing with Frankenstein's monster, and why I don't see that Frankenstein's monster is a zombie as such. Firstly, it's not been reanimated through, as you said, voodoo,
Supernatural instances.
instances. You're led to believe he's been brought to life, not from using science. But the creature is not dead, is it? It's pumping blood through its system. It's alive.
Yeah.
It's not like a reanimated dead.
Isn't it a
Thing.
part of dead
It's
body?
been brought
Yeah,
back
but
to life.
It's come back to from a dead state to a live state, but the monster is alive,
Mm.
breathing,
Instead of that,
making
yeah.
conscious decisions. If you chopped its arm off, it'd be spraying blood everywhere. It's not necrotic flesh that is somehow through magical means reanimated. If
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Right.
You see, so for me, I don't think that Frankenstein's monster, for me, doesn't classify as a typical zombie.
Fair enough.
Well, I don't. Yeah, what's your feedback,
Well,
guys?
it's kind of the idea that a zombie is kind of the living dead. It's a walking corpse,
Yeah, it's
not
dead.
alive.
Necrotic flesh, which is
Through somehow
has movement.
has movement.
And another point: if Frankenstein bit you, you wouldn't turn into a zombie.
I mean, technically, the monster is a living
Creature.
human creature.
Yeah.
with whatever abilities it has, strength, longevity. It seems to have.
Don't give it a supercharge of electricity.
But anyway, so we've got into our nice movie genre now, haven't
Yes.
we?
Yeah.
So around that time, we had White Zombie, 1932. But it wasn't until 1968, so several years later, that zombies acquired a cult following of their own with the release of, as we mentioned, Night of the Living Dead, directed by George A. Romero. So over the next 15 years, so into the 80s,
Barbara.
we're coming to get you, Barbara. Romero directed 2 more zombie films, Dawn of the Dead and Day of the Dead.
I love Dawn of the Dead.
So it's kind of is it kind of an unofficial trilogy-ish? It's
Kind of. They're kind of connected by name only.
I know.
Yeah.
Zach, you've really got the kind of like the storyboard of these zombie films, haven't you? If you can-
There's kind of like a multiverse of the Dead films. It's quite crazy.
So after those 3 kind of main films, obviously as special effects technology improved with each film, the zombies appeared more gruesome and realistic. Obviously, when we see the zombies in Night of the Living Dead, they're very much just people with kind of white makeup on. They're not got...
And it's black and white.
Yeah, they don't really have kind of body parts missing or like
No.
flesh
And again,
exposed or anything. It's just
they're
kind
your
of...
slow walking.
Yeah,
dead,
they're just
aren't they?
lumbering around.
Yeah. So obviously as technology and special effects improved, we got more kind of gruesome and realistic
Rotting and-
versions of zombies.
I think, well, that's movie making. You want to, in the movies, you want to keep ramping it up a little bit more, don't you?
Yeah. So from the 1980s on, dozens of, obviously nearly countless zombie films have been made. So
Yeah, because didn't we watch Dawn of the Dead the other day?
we did. We watched the extended can
Canned
cut,
cut.
which I've not
They
seen
were
before.
kind of like blue.
Yeah, but it's very much, as we said about the special effects improvement over that time, they're very different zombies to the ones in Night of the Living Dead because, for one, when they get shot, there's lots of spurts of blood and kind of body parts coming off, and it's very much more of a kind of global thing by that point.
Well, I do find that in zombie films, they kind of do have this bounce between the supernatural and the, if you want, scientific reason
like the
for
infections, the
infections
viruses.
and viruses or whatever. Because the split down the middle for me is, if you have something which is supernatural, this is when you get, say, Night of the Living Dead, where the chemicals, that was from the chemicals, wasn't Night of the Living Dead? Return of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah, Return of the Living
Dead.
Funnily enough,
Yeah.
kind of an offshoot from.
So Return of the Living, so many Living Deads. The Return of the Living Dead, when they're in the graveyard.
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got a chemical which gets into the atmosphere. It rains. The rain, then anybody that gets touched by it becomes kind of contaminated, but it also soaks into the graveyard, and that's when you're getting not only reanimated corpses, but you're getting reanimated skeletons. That's one thing I've never quite worked out, because you've got skeletons which don't actually have any muscle tissue to them that can move around, and that actually was reflected in World War Z, which is another movie I worked on. But World War Z, there's a scene in that where I think they've burnt bodies in a room.
It's also a great book as well.
I love the book, but there's a hand on the floor, some fingers, but they're still twitching, but they've got no. There's no.
So severed limbs and are still
Yeah,
alive.
so it's
No
not.
tendons or
no
muscles or
tendons. It's not connected to a brainstem, obviously. But so the whole of the flesh seems to be alive. If you see what I mean, the whole of the
whole thing. And
the
if you
whole
cut
thing.
off like an arm or a leg,
they're still
it
twitching.
still
about.
goes.
Yeah,
Still has that drive
Still have that drive.
to kind of eat something.
Whereas if
Somehow.
you're watching like the TV series Walking Dead, as soon as you destroy the brain,
Lop something off,
they're down.
it's gone.
Do you think with the rising popularity of these zombie films since the 1980s has come with the whole, as we said earlier, the conversation starter of what you would do in a zombie apocalypse? The survival side of things has obviously come with that. How do you think we got to that point? Is it just purely through the films we've kind of become obsessed with learning about how to survive zombie apocalypse?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a prepper. I prep, but that's not. Don't get that wrong. I don't have a bunker full of AK-47s and waiting for the fall down of society just so
that
I can
does
live
sound quite nice.
live in a post-apocalyptic Mad Max society. We're not going to get into prepping at the moment, but there are preppers out there that are like that, and a lot of preppers that literally you get the impression when you read some of the things in social media that they are literally prepping for the zombie apocalypse. They can't wait.
Seems a very specific scenario.
Well, that leads me into a segment I thought we could do.
Okay.
Where
I'm enjoying this. I like this.
So I've come up with 3 would you rather questions regarding
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, come on, this is getting good now.
your kind of perception of how you would survive a zombie apocalypse.
Right, well, I need to have my Ladybird book of the zombie apocalypse
use the
tucked in my
zombie
pocket.
So discuss as you will.
Okay.
So first question.
First question. Is this to everybody?
This is to both of you.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
and I'll
okay.
give my
You're the
opinion.
questions master.
Would you rather
Okay.
share supplies with someone and risk running out, or hoard your supplies and be alone for the duration of the zombie
Oh,
apocalypse?
that's an interesting question. It depends on the person, I reckon.
Yeah.
Are they a useful
Depends who
person?
you get
Can I
stuck with.
utilise their skills for my own survival?
Honestly, that's a question, Jack, that comes up so often on these preppers' Facebook pages and
Yeah.
social media, because it doesn't have to be a zombie apocalypse. It's just like if I'm going to excuse my French, but if we hit a shit hit the fan situation scenario, that's what is the usual term is used. People say, if you have somebody knocking at your door, what you going to do? And that's literally what you've just said. And it really comes down to what you just said, Zach, was do they offer
Any help, yeah.
any help? Because you could find yourself, with a dead weight.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it in a small way with the rise of obviously COVID and everything about that, and everyone hoarding supplies for other people.
Yeah.
We've kind of seen
The toilet roll fiasco.
The
Yeah.
toilet roll. I didn't quite get that.
We've seen a scary view
if you
into the
buy
future.
if you buy on one hand so much toilet roll, and on the other hand you buy so much pasta, white pasta. By the time you've eaten all that pasta, you're not going to need the toilet roll. You're going to be so bunged up. I don't know. It's a very awkward one because,
Lots of variations.
human nature sort of, again, maybe it's one of those things that it's depicted often where you open your door to people and before you know it, they've taken advantage.
Yeah, if they've had good intentions or not.
And
Did they want to trick you into
They
giving
want
your
to trick
stuff
you.
to them?
There's a video which I'm sure you can find it on YouTube, which was about an apocalyptic scenario. I think it's London based, and this man has been hoarding. I don't like saying hoarding because when you're a prepper, you're not hoarding. I mean,
Supplying.
you see, our grandparents and their grandparents and everybody was preppers. People, what is prepping? Prepping is getting your fruit in the autumn, turn it into jam and preserves, and filling your larder with it. It's pickling things to preserve it. It's human beings for the majority
Gathering.
majority of over history have always gathered food, preserved it, and collect it. Because you don't know when you're going to be on a lean time, and especially when you eat seasonally. Then when it comes to winter, a lot of the time you'd have these big like winter Christmas feasts, things like that, where you basically gorge yourself on all the stuff that's not going to last, and then you have all the prep that you've kept to keep you going over winter. So prepping isn't a mad thing, but most people these days live, coming back to your question, they live in a 24/7, I can go shopping 24/7 and get my food. So very few people stock up their food larders anymore. But they don't need to, do they? You can order online and get your food in. You can do this because so if you've got a scenario like we're talking about zombie apocalypse, so this is completely, that's what we're focusing on this. So let's talk zombie apocalypse. You probably find a lot of people would be caught out with very little when it comes to food supplies, probably medical supplies and all sorts of things like that. If you don't get caught out because you've had a mind to just have supplies, because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I lived through the 70s where we had the miners' strikes, we had blackouts. So we always made sure we had good stock of candles. We had an open fire in the lounge. We used to cook our meals on the open fire because we didn't have any electricity and we didn't have gas at the time. So having those preps meant we had food in the house that we could eat we could cook, we could do stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But a lot of people can't do that these days. The whole house runs on electricity. If the power goes out, can't cook, got no heating, can't boil water, and if you can't go on the internet to order some food, I don't know, So if you've suddenly got this position where people are desperately, that's when you have a situation, don't you? In this zombie apocalypse scenarios, usually those people that are unprepared, preying on other people to take their stuff. So it's a very difficult question to ask. You're put in a position at the time, somebody knocks on your door and says, help me, help me, help me. It's down to whether you are...
I think it would have to be, the rare exceptions, yes.
Also, the way the question's phrased as well, it's, would you rather share your supplies with someone else and risk running out, or hoard your supplies and be completely alone? So you're alone for this duration.
Right, it's alone. Okay.
Well, we're talking we're talking about in a zombie apocalypse.
Yes, yeah.
So the zombies are out there. They're roaming the streets. We don't know. We haven't specified whether they're Romero zombies or whether they're 28 days later zombies, which makes a difference because there could be strength in numbers.
Right.
If you've got other pair of hands, somebody will watch your back.
Do they have hands?
Somebody to watch your back, somebody that you can go on supply runs with, things like that. So they could be handy.
Very much depends on who it is.
On what situation you find yourself in the first place.
Fair enough.
It's a very complex question.
Okay, fair enough.
An answer.
I mean, you might be in a position where you'd be really pleased to have somebody because they are, medically trained, for example.
I think it'd have to be exceptional circumstances for me to kind of warrant helping someone if I didn't know them.
If you didn't know them.
If I knew them,
well,
then I'd be more...
specify whether it could be your family members that you can't share.
Then yes, I would.
There we go. Okay, well, that's pretty unanswerable.
Really,
what about you, Jack?
Or if you're really pushed, I would say if you're really pushed, the extra food.
Oh, cannibalism.
You get really pushed, you see.
Yeah.
If your supplies are running out, you might say,
come in, you can have some. And
let's just follow the little trail of chocolates.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Ooh,
Stand
piece
there
of
with
candy.
a
Ooh,
comically large salt and pepper and a handkerchief around your neck. Giant knife and fork.
And a large mallet.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
What about you, Jack?
What about you?
I'd be gone by that point. I think I'd be dead. Sorry. I'm not very good at surviving.
No, he'd be dead, so he couldn't be. He wouldn't let us in.
He wouldn't let us in.
Okay, question 2. Should we go on to question 2?
Question two.
Yeah.
This might be a little bit easier to answer. I don't know. Okay, so would you rather try to find the cure for the zombie virus?
Yep.
Or focus on surviving until someone else finds a cure?
I'll focus on surviving.
That could be years, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if you're going to take it as a reality zombie apocalypse, whatever type of zombie they are, you just got to last it out.
I think it'd make life a lot simpler.
What if everyone did the same and you never find the cure?
Well, if you never find the cure, I suppose you've got to again look at what type of zombie apocalypse we're in. Because if you're talking Walking Dead zombie apocalypse, then, spoilers, if you're alive, you have actually been infected anyway.
Yeah.
And if you die, you're going to become a zombie regardless. So really what you're doing in that scenario is just trying to live as long as you can, as happy as you can. But you're going to eventually become a zombie regardless.
Yeah. But in your supernatural instances, there wouldn't be a cure.
There might be a magical book or something.
I mean,
Evil Dead style.
I suppose what I was trying to point out there, in the Walking Dead scenario, you can't wait it out for the world to become zombie free, because as long as there are people alive, they will eventually become zombies. So you're going to always keep getting this.
Maybe we should have specified what zombies they were
I
before I asked these questions.
But if you're talking about a zombie apocalypse where if you could literally stop zombies from biting people and outweight them to die from basically
malnutrition.
28 days later.
Slowly, the necrotic flesh falling apart, and and that's it. They're dead.
Yeah.
They're dead. Are now dead.
Dead.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. When you kill a zombie, do you kill them because they're already dead? So I don't know. Can you kill something that's already
ending
dead?
them?
It's a bit philosophical now.
If they are the living dead, but they're dead, so they can't be living, you're not really killing them, are you? You're stopping them. Let's put it
I'm
down.
confused.
So
So
you're focusing on surviving.
I think surviving because, well, firstly, I'm not a medical practitioner. I don't have any scientific equipment to find.
You're picking
a
these
cure.
questions apart a lot more.
To find a cure. So it's really just wait it out.
I think it'd be fun.
Just wait it. Well, yeah.
If it was like not an airborne virus, otherwise it'd be less fun.
Yeah, if it was airborne virus, then you got a lot of problems.
COVID-20.
Okay, fair enough. We're pretty kind of.
Was that question too?
So that was.
Yeah.
I think our universal answer on that one was wait it out.
Wait it out. Fair enough.
Oh, we go down to the Winchester and wait for it all to blow over.
That's it.
Okay, third and final question.
Oh, another one.
Do you stay in one place for the duration of the zombie apocalypse, or travel around from place to place?
Now, what?
Right.
It's kind of we kind of had this situation when we watched Dawn of the Dead, didn't we? Because they kind of famously they hold up in a shopping mall, and then they eventually get cocky and start to venture out, and that's when everything starts to go wrong. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that.
There's a big group of people and lots of different personalities at work, didn't you? Right, okay. So interesting question. And coming from the prepper's perspective, in the world of the prepper, you have two scenarios: bugging in or bugging out. And a lot of the time, people would suggest the best thing to do is do bug in. You know where you are, you know what your resources are, you have them there. If you can fortify where you are, that's great. Bugging out can be a lot more risky. But then it depends on whether you've already... See, it depends on the country you're in as well. We live in England, so we do live in England, but let's take Great Britain as a whole, England, Scotland, Wales, Ireland. We're only a small couple of islands. You know, you've got the British mainland, you've got Ireland. You can't really bug out easily, because if you have a huge exodus of people coming out of all the major cities, the whole of the countryside, anywhere and everywhere, is just going to get flooded with people regardless. So unlike if you, say, lived in America with so much space that you can go and bug out to a place where probably nobody's going to find you or come across you, you've got a better chance to survive if you bugged out. But what you need to do is have your bug in plan, and then a lot of the people I know that they would have particular sites that they might bug out to, where they would then have already pre-planned to say, if everything kicks off, I've got a better and more secure place to go to, and I know how long it's going to take me to get there, and I'm going to bug out to that place for my security over bugging in. And again, it comes down to where you are, because if you live in the middle of London, or you live in a tower block, you can bug in, you can barricade yourself in, but then you've got all sorts of issues about water supply, food, and all the other things. If you've got in the countryside,
say you're from a farm.
In a farm, then you're more remote. You're probably most definitely to bug in, but there's nothing to say that at some point you're going to get descended upon by other humans which are trying to get out of the cities, etc., that are looking for...
Kind of almost want to feel like you want to blend into plain sight and just kind of get lost in the crowd of things happening.
Yeah. I suppose buy a bunker.
Buy a bunker. Hide underground.
Hide underground.
Day of the Dead style.
Day of the Dead. Oh yeah, that's another good movie.
Another film, I Am Legend.
Ooh, yeah.
I've just opened this book
here. I Am
Legend
studio. Based on the Amiga Man, yeah?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about the Will Smith movie.
Yeah, I Am Legend, yeah.
Yeah, which is... I mean, the Amiga Man was the same, came first as far as movies are concerned, with Charlton Heston. Did we answer your question, by the way?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I wonder, you're not falling asleep.
In a roundabout way. No, I've picked up this book that we had in the studio, and there is some information about zombies in here, specifically from the film I Am Legend.
Right.
It's interesting. I didn't really think of them kind of as zombies. They were kind of like vampires as well, because they were susceptible to sunlight.
It does actually say here, Will Smith stars in the 2007 movie I Am Legend, based on a 1954 book with the same name written by Richard Matheson. 2 other movies have been based on the novel The Last Man on Earth and The Omega Man.
Yeah, The Omega Man.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't remember. Did they eat people in that film?
I think they mentioned something about did they have some kind of cancer? They were cancerous zombies, I believe. The virus makes an infected person or dog's gums bleed.
Ooh.
Their pupils become dilated and clumps of their hair fall out almost instantly.
Nice.
There's a very, very lovely picture of a zombie roaring.
Yes.
in this.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that now? Which movie it was that? Oh, there was one where they strap a corpse to a table and ask the zombie why.
Return of the Living Dead.
Yeah, it's the Return of the Living Dead. Yeah, I thought it was. But they asked why do they want to keep eating brains?
Because they could talk in that.
Yeah, and it was because death was so painful. They almost like the zombie is in continual pain, but when they're eating brain, it takes away that pain for the time that they've got brain tissue to eat.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, that was why they were charging around all over the place trying to eat people's brains.
Yeah, and they could use like equipment and technology. They kept calling in more people to come and help.
That's it. They were getting the
paramedics.
The paramedics. Send more paramedics.
Send more cops.
It's interesting in that book it was saying about the ones from I Am Legend of vampire zombies.
Yeah,
that
they're
kind
of vampire zombies.
That kind of posed a question in my head though, with something like Dracula or Nosferatu or any vampire. If you're bitten and then turned into a vampire, is that kind of under the umbrella of zombie?
Ooh.
I don't think so, because you got to go back to your.
It's also kind of supernatural.
Yeah, but it is. It's supernatural, vampire supernatural, of course. But you've got to go back to your original definition of a zombie being just an animated, almost slave-like corpse that does the bidding of the person who's reanimated.
Well, Dracula doesn't age either, does he?
No.
Although Dracula being, you'd consider in the folklore that Dracula being the controlling vampire can control people that he's...
He can hypnotise, he can make them zombies. Before he bites them.
But when he's bitten somebody and they become a zombie, technically he's in control of them as well, isn't he? He can make them through his will do what he wants them to do.
He's got his brides and everything.
Yeah, it's always if you kill the alpha vampire, then the rest of them stop being a vampire. I can't. They're so
we're gonna have to have a vampire.
We'll have to have a vampire
now.
one, and
coming soon.
It's coming soon. A vampire and a werewolf. I insist on having a werewolf one in that case.
Okay, lycanthropes.
Yeah. So what have we learned? Oh, zombies. Great. So okay, I'm going to pose a question now. In a zombie apocalypse, what would be your go-to weapon of choice?
Cricket bat.
Cricket bat.
Cricket bat.
Let's think. Well, obviously you'd look at heavy weaponry as kind of firepower, sort of guns and machine guns, that sort of thing.
I think it depends where we are.
Yeah. Again, it comes back to the type of zombies, because they've ramped them up, haven't they? 28 days later, they were literally... That was the rage virus, wasn't it? The rage virus.
What's the chimpanzee infected with? Rage.
And it really makes people move fast and...
Rage.
Basically, rage. Opposed, shall I say, to your more slower...
I would prefer
plodding.
to have the slower zombies.
Yeah.
As an apocalypse.
I always remember the remake of Night of the Living Dead, where the lady was... Do you remember the lady that was in that? And she kept insisting in the house, because they were trapped in a house. And she says, they're really slow. We could just leave. And I'm sure we could just get by them. And nobody would listen to her. They're all boarding up the windows and trying to say, right, our last place to survive is to get into the cellar, and they have an argument.
And cellar or upstairs.
Yeah, cellar or upstairs. And but the woman's going, but they're really slow. I'm sure we can just get past them. And as you would probably just go clonk, clonk. Well, you get that in The Walking Dead, don't you, where they just keep whapping them as they get close.
On the subject of zombie films, what is your favourite zombie film?
Oh.
What's your go-to zombie film, I should say?
Well, I must say, you have already mentioned Day of the Dead, and I do... not Day of the
I know
Dawn,
mine.
Dawn,
I know
Dawn
mine.
of the Dead.
I know mine. We haven't mentioned it yet. I know mine.
Can I say it?
Hang on. Hang on. Sonny, I wasn't expecting that question, so I've got this huge flood.
Should we answer the first question first? What was the weapon?
What was your weapon of choice?
Machine gun.
Broadsword.
Very close.
Yeah.
If it's blood related, if it's transmitted via blood, you don't want to be cutting into it because you'll get blood in your mouth.
But then you're limited on your ammunition, especially
in the
UK.
I don't plan to survive very long.
What did you choose?
A machine gun.
And
What type
do
of
you have a
machine
machine gun?
No.
Do you know where to get a machine gun?
Do you know where to get
I
bullets?
wasn't expecting
Can
this
you-
question. Okay.
No.
Okay, I'll go back to my original answer of a cricket bat. There we go.
There you
Cricket
go.
man.
Short of the dead still.
And I won't last very long.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I think about two. Yeah, a sword.
Go on, you know what
Sword,
it is.
But I do like a glaive.
Hey, he said it.
A glaive
It's-
is basically a sword on a stick.
On
Yeah.
a bigger stick.
On a bigger stick. Not so good in closed quarters.
That's
I was
why.
gonna
That's
say-
why I went broadsword.
Yeah. But when you've got them at distance,
You get blood in your mouth. I won't be
Yeah, I
anywhere
mean,
near you.
I-
If you're standing on like a wall or something, you can stab them in the face.
yeah. Well, pointy stick will do that. I mean, I love my,
basically a
I love
pointy
my,
stick.
I love my English quarterstaff. But you give me a glaive, and those zombies will be going down
Left, right, and centre.
right and centre. Literally, I'll be out there having fun. I'd be like, right, go. What am I doing this afternoon? Right,
Let's go for the clear up.
let's go do some clearing. Yeah. So okay, that was the weapons bit. I'm sure everybody that's listening has got their own helps. But
Comment below
that-
your zombie weapon.
zombie weapons. But again, listeners, that's going to be where you live, because in the UK, our gun laws are such that we don't, unless you're going to shoot somebody with an
You
air
didn't
pistol.
say it was like something I had.
you know,
You just asked me what my favourite go-to weapon
yeah,
was.
I know, but I've tried to put a bit of realism. You did ask about whether we'd let people in, you know.
Yeah.
So in the
I
UK,
think we'd be all right in here, to be honest. If you,
Just in
You
the
see-
sound studio.
yeah, if you
Just
see
if it's-
pictures of the sound studio, I think we'll actually be quite okay in here.
yeah.
gets
Let me
very hot,
just say how much flesh you got on your jack. Yeah, okay. You keep this going for a couple of weeks.
Knew
How
I'd be the first to
how are
go.
we going to cook him?
Oh, well,
We're cooking enough in here already.
we'll have to go sushi style.
Yes, so my personal... Sorry, going back to my
Yep.
question. My personal favourite zombie film is probably a film by Peter Jackson.
Oh.
Damn it! You're gonna beat me to
It's
it.
because I said, wasn't it?
Yeah,
one of
but
his,
suddenly you flickered.
One of
Go
his
on.
earlier films.
We'll give it to
known
you, Jack.
as- One of his earlier films, known as Brain Dead.
Yeah, that's
Yay.
it. So we're all
Brain dead.
brain dead.
If you haven't,
literally, we're all brain dead.
Yeah. Listeners, if you haven't seen that film yet, definitely track it down and
yeah.
watch it. 'Cause
I
fantastic.
kick ass for the Lord.
Hey!
it is a really good fun film.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's probably my favourite zombie movie from the perspective of it's this over the top silly gore
Yes.
and its humour.
Very
the comedy
yeah,
through
yeah.
it and the baby. in it.
Super gory.
And the practical effects are brilliant as
Yeah,
well.
practical effect. The baby is hilarious.
Didn't it have like the world record for most amount of blood used on one set
You
or
know.
something?
But it's interesting how we've got from, as we were saying earlier, the kind of voodoo side of things
Mm.
and the ancient Greeks obviously weighing their corpses down to a film like Brain Dead. And
Brain
you think
Dead.
on the family tree somewhere that does link back.
Yeah, because
It's just-
it's the rat monkey in that one, isn't it?
It's the rat monkey,
Yeah. And they kind of, it's from a rat monkey, Sumatran rat monkey from Skull Island.
That was actually from Skull Island.
Yeah, it says at the beginning of the movie.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't seen the movie in years, but it is such a fun movie.
We know what we're doing after this then.
I just find it interesting how we've got from that kind of voodoo magical side of things where, to be honest, in places like West Africa, it probably is quite a serious thing.
I would dare say that there are cultures that still are scared.
Yeah, and we're obviously laughing at a comedy film that's based on the same thing. I just find it interesting how it's evolved over time and
Yeah.
different cultures. It's a very different
Yeah.
thing.
Okay, so I think...
What have we learned?
What have we learnt? Well, we've learnt the origins of zombie. We've learnt, how people actually did fear the Walking Dead
Yes.
and tried to stop
Yep.
them coming back. We've discovered what we would do in a zombie apocalypse.
Eat me, yeah.
Oh no.
I've learnt who my real friends are.
We've learned about what weapons we'd use.
Well, that actually answered the other question. We've let him in, haven't we? We've let him in.
Wow. We'll get a couple of more podcasts out of him first.
Yeah, although I don't think I've got room in the sound studio to swing a glaive. And he's not packing a machine gun on him, so we're all right. That's great. So,
That's what you call it.
listeners, if you want to put in the comments anything that we've missed out on, anything you would like us to come back on in a further episode or anything like that, please comment.
Yes, I'd like to hear everyone's favourite zombie film as well.
Yeah, your favourite zombie film, or even your favourite type of zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
again, the films cover so many different types.
The 28 Days Later zombies always used to scare me
They are the scary
because they are
ones.
so fast.
They were reminiscent to the Hungries, weren't they? The
Yeah,
Hungries were running around everywhere in
And they're suddenly switched on.
Yeah,
when-
suddenly switched on, so there was that danger zone. But that was because one was a man-made virus, and the other one was back to nature again,
Yeah.
a fungal infection, like athlete's foot.
What a way to end.
What a way to end it. Don't catch athlete's foot. If you get it, go see it. Go ask your GP for some cream.
Or chain yourself up.
You don't know where it's going to go.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
And that's a goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Jack.
And goodbye from Zach.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Now we know show.
Now we know.
I thought everyone was going to join in, but they didn't.
No.
Now I feel silly.
Oh well. Bye. Just say goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye.
And, we wish you well in the zombie apocalypse.
Brains.
Hello and welcome to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Buzz.
I'm Jack.
And in the gallery today... Zak. Good. He's on the intercom because he's sitting in the gallery.
Yes, I'm recording this.
You're recording this. Okay, I'm going to just shut you off now, Zak. All right, bye for now. Bye. Right, so... I've been really looking forward to this particular episode, and I think you have too, haven't you, Jack?
Definitely, yes.
And it's a special guest one.
Our first guest on the Now We Know Show.
Special guest on the Now We Know Show, and the subject that we're covering on this episode is everything about Bigfoot. But first, let's ask the computer. Computer, what's Bigfoot?
According to Wikipedia, Bigfoot, also commonly referred to as Sasquatch, is a purported ape-like creature said to inhabit the forests of North America. Many dubious articles have been offered in attempts to prove the existence of Bigfoot, including anecdotal claims of visual observations as well as alleged video and audio recordings, photographs, and casts of large footprints.
And there we have it, and that's what we're going to discuss. We have in the studio with us a truth seeker and Bigfoot enthusiast, Glenn Sharp. Welcome, Glenn.
Thank you for having me. Looking forward to this.
Absolute pleasure. We've been looking forward to you coming into the studio and to tell us and our listeners all about the subject of Bigfoot, or should I be calling it Sasquatch?
It entirely depends from where you're from. Now, Sasquatch is the original Native American name. Mm-hmm. Bigfoot was coined back in the 1970s, just after the release of the Patty.
Oh yeah, the Patterson and Gimlin film.
That's right, yes.
I remember that well from being a child.
Yes, and some interesting stuff has come to light concerning that in the last few years, which we shall get into in a little while.
So let's just start off with your own interest. Glenn, when did you start becoming interested in this?
Right, back in the early 80s, Mum and Dad, they would, on a Friday evening, go off and do their weekly shopping and leave me and my sister around at my nan and granddad's.
Okay, whereabouts was this? In Utah? In Virginia?
No, this was in Hertfordshire.
In Hertfordshire, yeah, right.
So at the time...
I'm not familiar with so many sort of Bigfoot sightings in Hertfordshire.
No, not many, although my dad, I hope he's not listening, but my dad could probably be mistaken. He's a bit of a hairy guy.
Oh, bless him. So there you were. Parents gone shopping.
Yeah, and BBC, am I allowed to mention BBC?
Yeah, that's fine.
BBC Two used to have a monster double bill on a Friday evening.
Like monster movies, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Stuff like old black and white films, usually. It came from Beneath the Sea.
Good old classics.
Gorgon, stuff like that. But the one film that really stuck out to me was a film released in 1972 called The Legend of Boggy Creek.
I think, I've heard of that.
I've heard of that, yeah.
I may well have seen it, but because of my age, I've seen so many movies and I'm starting to forget what they're like, which is great because then I get to enjoy them again.
Yeah. It's an interesting film. It's based on true stories, apparently, in a place called Folk in Arkansas. Some people refer to the monster as the Folk Monster.
Mm-hmm. Is that a town, is it?
It is a small town. I think it's about 90 miles north of a place called Texarkana.
Right.
And this film really stuck with me for probably a couple of reasons. The opening sequence, you've got a young boy running through the fields, and then there is this howl, this scream, and it's gut-wrenching. And according to the directors and producers and writers, it is actually a real recording of the creature.
I was going to ask you that because from my research, howling and screeching and screaming, and would I be correct in knocking as well?
Wood knocking, yes.
Are all features of the experience.
The term most commonly used for the howling is whooping.
Well, yes, I've come across that term.
Yes.
And do they whistle as well? Because
there are some whistles.
I've heard people saying that they whistle.
Yes,
well.
it's a whole collection of different noises.
So we're jumping a little bit. So
yeah.
we're back to, you saw this movie, it's stuck in your mind.
Yeah, it's stuck in my mind.
Were you scared by that initial scream?
I really was.
So,
I mean, I was 7, 8 years old at the time.
So yeah, definitely stuck with you. Yeah.
And the thing with this film was, I think it was probably one of the first of its type. It was half dramatisation and half documentary.
Right.
So they would cut to a dramatisation part and then it would go into documentary format. A lot of the actors in it were actually the real people from Arkansas playing themselves.
So they would have had eyewitness reports from those individuals.
And it is, I still watch it today every once in a while. I love it as a movie.
You've probably already preempted one of our questions down the line about what's your favourite Bigfoot movie.
Oh, it's that one, definitely.
It's definitely that
one. Yeah.
Okay. So you've got that. It's kind of bitten into your psyche. Where did you take it from there? Was it just an interest you've had from childhood, and then when you became an adult, sort of how has it evolved? You know, have you been to the States? Have you? I think it's called squatching, is it?
Squatching, yes.
Have you become a member of any groups, or?
I am a member of a British group, the Bigfoot UK Research Group, which is a Facebook group. They're quite a new group. The only issue I have with British Bigfoot sightings is, I think...
So these are actually sightings of Bigfoot in the UK?
Yes,
right.
Yeah. Now, there's not been that many.
I've not heard any at all.
No, it is something that I've come across in my research,
right.
And it was a question I was going to ask you, Glenn. How did you stand on the fact that people have said Cannock Chase is one place where I believe sightings were made of the British Bigfoot. How do you stand on that?
I'm open-minded. I like to think there is something out there. However, I don't think the UK is...
I mean, we're a very small island.
Exactly.
Huge population these days, and most of our... if we went back 75 million years... should I say, 75 million years, our little island was absolutely covered in forest. I mean, back when you had wild auroch and mountain lions, polar bear, they found polar bear skeletons in the caves up in Scotland, when the whole of our little island was basically termed as the Great Wild Wood. It was woodland from coast to coast, ancient woodland. You look at on a Google Maps now, and it's patchwork of farmland with tiny, in relation to anywhere like America, tiny little pockets of woodland. I mean, as a woodsman myself, I don't really feel that anywhere, not including Scotland, we don't have what I would consider forests by any means, as you get in somewhere like the States, where you can walk in a forest or a wood in England and you'll come across a road or something in no time at all, whereas in the States, you go out to the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, the Smoky Mountains, you can just get lost.
Endless
You can
forest,
just get
yeah.
lost, and it just goes on and on.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I've been out there, so I know I can see the difference, and it's just it's
Things can easily hide in those sort of
it's
forests.
very difficult for people, I think, that have never seen that kind of vastness of space to understand how vast it is.
Mm.
And I suppose that's one of the things that's always kept my mind open to the idea of Bigfoot, because of the amount of space.
Yeah.
Something could, especially if it doesn't want to be found, could possibly evade detection.
Well, the three sightings that I think most notable to me is the Cannock Chase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about UK sightings.
Yep.
And then there's a place just north of Birmingham where there's been some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the one that really sticks out to me happened in Scotland a few
Right.
years ago, and there is some photographic evidence. They're not the greatest photos in the world, but Scotland does have large open spaces, large
Certainly,
forests.
Certainly, yeah. I've spent many years
so I
going
think
down
if-
what we call Munro bagging up in Scotland, and so yeah, if you're going to find anywhere in the UK, Scotland is
I
going to be
think
the most
that's going to
remote
be the
area.
place.
Mm.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
even so, a lot of the forests up there are again managed forests for forestry.
yeah.
So they have a little bit of ancient forest still, the Caledonian forest, but not on the scale of the States.
But the one thing that does intrigue me about possible Bigfoot, or at least something, is some people believe, I don't know if you've heard of the Green Man.
Oh, as in the ancient myth of the Green Man itself. Yeah.
So
of
some
course.
people believe that is possibly some form of Bigfoot.
All right.
or
That would make sense
Sasquatch.
with like the beard and everything, wouldn't it? When you see,
I mean, normally it's
see a
presented
green
as being covered in ivy,
Yeah.
associated with woodland and oak leaves and such like.
Well, there's a belief out there by some squatchers that Bigfoot or Sasquatch, they are able to have a natural chameleon effect with the forest.
Mm-hmm.
So they are somehow managed to change their appearance to match leaves and foliage.
Well, I've not come across that, but I have come across and listened to a lot of eyewitness reports where they say that because... See, this is one of the things I wanted to bring up with Glenn when it comes to the different colours, because there are ones that are reported to be jet black, other ones grey and black, other ones even ginger. And
Ginger is actually one of the most prominent colours, and not a lot of people realise this, but... and this, I'll cover this in a little while about one of my theories of what Bigfoot could actually be, and it relates to the red hair.
well, when you consider tigers,
Yeah.
they are basically what colour would you describe as a tiger? Black stripes and
Orange.
orange, which is, you'd consider that as to be a really kind of unnatural colour within
A jungle
environment.
Yeah.
But
Yet
it works.
It works.
Yeah.
They can just disappear, and if something is standing still,
You'll walk straight past.
you're
without
walking
even-
straight past,
and you're not
without
looking for
paying
anything as
You're
well.
not
is
looking
it?
for it. And I mean, when I'm out in the woods myself, I do a lot of bushcraft. I'm out in the woods. I can have dog walkers, and they'll walk past me straight. Well, I'm sitting there having a cup of coffee, and they just don't see me. Granted, most of the time I am wearing camouflage.
Yeah.
I like my camo simply because I blend in, and that means sitting there nice and quiet. The animals get used to you. You just blend in with the background surroundings, and you get to see more of what's about. You see, but when it comes to humans, most humans are just oblivious to what's around. They'll walk straight past you, 5 feet away, won't even notice. So coming back to your fascination of the subject, have you actually travelled to the States at all?
I have travelled to the States, not really had the chance to do much.
So you weren't over there purposefully squatching then?
No, not as yet. That is the ultimate plan. I will get out there at some point.
Well, I want to talk to you about that a little bit later on then. So what about you, Jack? What are your feelings on Bigfoot?
I've obviously seen the famous Patron footage.
Gimlin film, yeah.
Yeah. I have watched a documentary on it a little while ago, and I was kind of sceptical because the documentary did seem to argue the case that it was a man in a suit, which is obviously what the common kind of thing is.
Well, that footage, unless I'm mistaken, came out in 1967. I think it was taken in
It was the 60s, yeah.
And I saw that back in the early 70s when I became aware of it. And for me, when it came to Bigfoot, I didn't really think about Bigfoot. I mean, back then we only had 2-3 channels on the TV.
Yeah.
You know, it's only when the odd thing came up. It was probably the emergence of that footage around the time of, I know this is going to sound a bit odd, but back in the 70s, our superhero was the $6 Million Man.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an episode where the $6 Million Man meets Sasquatch in the
Yes,
forest and has this
I've seen it.
epic battle. and as a kid, you're watching. Steve Austin is, it was Steve Austin, wasn't it?
Yes,
it was
yeah,
Lee
Majors.
Lee Majors playing Steve Austin, having this epic battle with Sasquatch, and it's like, wow. And
Wasn't it a robot in the end?
Turned out to be sort of cyborg or something. I think in the battle he rips its arm off, and it was like amazing. And then of course, just a bit. I suppose it's a bit like with the Loch Ness monster. Things all sort of come out at the same time. They get regurgitated.
Yes, yeah.
So that footage came out, and I've looked at that footage over the years. And yeah, there's been a chap who said he played the part of the Sasquatch.
Bob Hieronymus.
Was that his name? Was it?
Yes.
Did he know the two? Was he a friend of the two cowboys that took the footage?
They lived in the same town.
Right.
He was supposed to have been paid $1,000 to do it.
Mm-hmm.
According to him, he's not been paid.
Right. So how did that sit with the two cowboys that took the footage? Did they agree that it was him? Or
Unfortunately,
did they stick to their...
Roger Patterson died from cancer in 1972, and he went to his grave still saying that it was all legitimate.
That it was genuine.
I
think there was another... I don't know if you've got that down. There was another chap who said that he was the one who actually made the suit.
Yes, Philip Morris.
Right.
Yes.
Because my opinion, looking at...
We were saying on the way here, weren't we, about the suit?
About the suit.
If it is a suit, sorry.
The thing is, the earliest kind of movie with actors wearing costumes that I can think of is Planet of the Apes.
Yes.
That got Oscars.
Yeah, it did.
1967 as well.
But if you look at compare the suits, the gorilla suits, the makeup that they use which is great in the film.
It is.
It
won Oscars.
Yeah, I love those movies. But then you go back and look at that original Bigfoot footage, and you look at when it's been cleaned up and zoomed in on, you can literally see the muscle.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the things I was going to say. Is
for me, that's I'm open-minded. So for me, I like to be analytic about most things, and we did a previous podcast about flat Earth, and we've left that open and to see what people think and such. But I've never seen the pyramids of Giza. I said that I haven't seen the pyramids of Giza. I know they're there. If I needed or wanted to go and see them, I can see them. Yeah. And so I tend to. So I know it's something I can see. Bigfoot, I don't know I can see Bigfoot. Mm. But there is such a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence that just it's a bit, iffy. But there's some evidence that seems so compelling that it would lead me to believe that maybe there is something behind it. And looking at that footage, the muscle structure and the way the muscles moved underneath the fur when it moved.
Yeah. So I think you're talking about the 4K restoration.
Yeah, I don't think you could. I just don't feel a suit, especially in 1967.
Also, it's also implied that it's an amateur who's made it. If you know what I mean, it's not a big production company like you say.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's two guys out on their horses who say, "Hey, why don't we go and do this?" That would take a huge amount of.
I said as well, you'd want to show it off more.
Yeah.
If you had a suit that realistic, you'd want it to be seen more.
You could probably. I mean, if you had the initial interest in that footage, and then you actually exposed it as being. Yeah. Well, no, we made it up. And actually, look, we've got the suit here. You could probably do a tour.
See the suit,
make loads of money out.
Exactly. Now the suit has never appeared, never come to light. Now, some special effects artists were approached with this video and said, "What do you think of this?" And most special effects artists have turned around and said, "The suit would probably cost thousands to make." Back then, that's not the kind of money Patterson and Gimlin had. They did not have that kind of money to spend. I would imagine
even just buying a cine camera at the time. Yeah, that was...
Well, they actually hired it.
Did they?
Yes, and then a warrant was issued because they took it back late.
I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
Would they have made money off of that footage? Do you think they would have?
Well, that was they were actually out there doing a Bigfoot documentary.
Right.
that was their purpose to be out there.
That was their purpose to be out there.
Right,
yeah.
So now we're learning stuff.
Yes, I didn't
So
know.
I assumed right until this moment, Glenn, that they were out there in the woods, cine camera, should I say, doing whatever they were doing. But
No.
they were out there.
They were out there. Yeah, they had
So what
been.
previous sightings had led them to decide to go out looking for them?
There'd been a couple of sightings by people. It had got out into the press.
Whereabouts in the States
It's
exactly was this?
in California, a place called Bluff Creek.
Bluff Creek, California. Okay. So they were out there purposefully.
See,
I suppose the thing is, if you're going to say we were out there looking for it, and then we come up with this footage, a lot of people say, you see, you've obviously
You got desperate for something
you've
to see
obviously,
something. Yeah.
You've obviously, or you've pre-planned it. You don't go out
Yeah.
looking for something without, getting it all set up and
yeah. Well, like I said, the special effects people that was interviewed, they did say that the technology just wasn't around at that point to build a suit. Like you say, with the muscles moving, every step it took, you could see the shake of the muscle. Now, if you zoom in really closely on the arms and hands, those arms are very long. They're almost down to the knees. And as the creature moves and the arm swings up, you can see the hand closing
Flexing.
and opening.
which means it would be out of the length of a human arm.
You can't do that.
I mean,
Not then.
No, I mean, if you had animatronic hands,
Animatronics running around. Well,
animatronics.
Disney had some very...
Yeah, I mean, clockwork type of animatronics would be there for probably.
It just seems like so much
Yeah.
to go to, doesn't it?
But let's discuss it for a moment. But I mean, even if you did that and you had sort of like rings on your fingers halfway down the arms that you pull the rings and flex the fingers, you'd surely see that bulk in the arm. There's a human hand.
because your fist would be then up around there.
Yeah.
Just below the elbow.
It's all very interesting. So obviously we've got that footage, and subsequently over the years we've got more and more.
So some of the footage I've seen over the years, very sceptical, but there are some which are just incredible. I can't say exact places, but there is footage of what appears to be a creature walking up on a hill behind some trees. You can see from the shoulders and head up, and something else on its back. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, this thing on the creature's back jumps off up into a tree and starts swinging around in
Do you know,
a
I think I
tree.
might have seen that footage. Did they come out about 3 or 4 years ago?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
I need to see that. I haven't seen
Yeah,
that.
you haven't seen that one.
No.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. And the way I know it's again, it's difficult because I kind of on this subject, I'm living in that middle ground. Not convinced, but then I'm finding it very difficult to not think that there is something behind all this. And of course, we've moved now well into the years where we've got CGI, which obviously they didn't have back in 1967. So there's some very convincing CGI out there of things. I suppose leading on from the video footage, which never is crystal clear, it would seem. It's the same with photos. Why is it, Glenn, that people just don't seem to be able to take a photo these days when people have got top quality digital cameras? They've got literally cameras on their phones,
Zoom lenses,
and even using trail cams. Although I have heard on the trail cams that I use trail cams myself, and I do notice that some animals, foxes and things, they kind of like they know they're there.
They seem to be able to see the infrared.
I would say on a trail cam definitely, but obviously on normal cameras you don't have that infrared.
So with normal cameras, I think it comes down to a couple of things. Firstly, the average person doesn't know how to use a camera properly on a cell phone.
I suppose as well, if you're not expecting to see something, you're not going to line your camera up and get it perfectly every time. You might be scared if you've seen something.
And that's the second thing.
Yeah.
A lot of these people, they're probably scared if they don't know what it is. Even if it's a bear.
Yeah, you're not sticking around.
I mean, you're going to be scared.
It is something. I mean, what do we have to be worried about walking around in the UK? A badger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, I've been to the States. I've been, as I said before, to mountain ranges where you got the bear-proof bins. Where you're aware that there are bears. There are certain rules that you take if you're going to go out into the forest, and so you are on edge, which you would never be here.
Yeah.
You know, so
I mean, I've just walked through.
That's the gallery calling in.
Hi there. I heard somewhere that they had the kind of supernatural ability to kind of manipulate the image that's being taken by cameras.
Oh, right. Okay, so just in case you didn't hear that, listeners, Zak's posing the question that it's been put forward that Sasquatch Bigfoot can somehow manipulate images on cameras, and that's why they're never clear.
I don't think it's so much manipulating the camera, but more of manipulating its surroundings, like a chameleon.
Oh, well, actually around the Bigfoot itself.
Yeah.
Going back to the tiger thing.
So it thinks it might be being seen, so it's some kind of adaptive camouflage, a bit like a predator. That was a good question, Zak.
The thing is, with a lot of photographs and a lot of people who claim to see these things, I've seen hundreds of photos of apparent Sasquatch.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of people out there are seeing what they want to see.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you see a tree stump in the distance in shadow behind some other trees and it just happens to have a kind of a appearance of a head and shoulders.
Humanoid.
I've done it myself when I was a kid with my friends in the local woods. We were convinced there was a dog 30 yards in front of us, crouching, stalking.
Right.
And we were worried.
Yeah.
And I said to everybody, right, just slowly move back. If there's a tree you can get up, get up it. We got closer, it's a log on the ground.
The mind does play tricks.
Yeah,
it?
yeah. So, I think a lot of these pictures, and if you go on YouTube, they zoom in and they move it around. And yes, it does look like a pair of eyes, but it also looks like a couple of leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah. But is a Sasquatch intelligent in the way that it can hide from if it sees someone coming?
I think they are very intelligent.
So
right.
Would you put them on the same intelligence as a human being intelligence, or are we talking sort of primate intelligence? Or are we talking intelligence that is beyond what we know?
So if you look at the evolution of man, first off, I mean, the very early primate, as it was starting to evolve into what we know as modern name now, the prehensile. They worked on all fours, they had a tail, they had ape-like feet, so a hand, 4 hands, not 2 hands and 2 feet. That went on to the Antipithecus. Now that started to walk upright. Long arms, still had a long tail, still had the ape-type feet as well. The next step in evolution, the Gracile, I can never get this right. Gracile Australopithecine.
Right.
That was a social animal, very curious. They started grouping together to form groups for protection.
I would say safety in numbers, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Now, the next step on from that, Homo habilis, which went extinct approximately 1.9 million years ago, they started using tools. Now, I think it's somewhere in between those two, but it's possibly, just one possibility, maybe a certain strain of DNA stopped evolving there.
Right, so this is a different branch.
Yeah.
Being isolated in certain pockets.
Exactly.
So
now, if you look at
one of our cousins, but not.
Yes,
human,
if you look at the
as we would see a chimpanzee,
yeah,
what we say,
yeah,
as a cousin.
Yes, yeah,
right,
yeah.
Okay.
If you look at the park areas and the wilderness out in America, a lot of people don't conceive how big they actually are.
Yeah, I touched briefly upon that earlier.
Yeah,
it is a huge space.
There is
when you're used to living on our little island, and I would have thought, well, yeah, most people you're kind of in your zone, but it's a vast tract. Yeah,
the second largest reserve, the Yukon Delta, which is in Alaska. You can fit the entirety of the UK and Ireland in that nature reserve. And that's one of the reasons why I believe that it exists.
Okay.
Somebody could disappear into there, no problem. And they could live, if they knew how to live off the land.
Never come across another. Yeah,
exactly.
Another living,
yeah.
So that's a good point. So if we take it that Bigfoot are a creature that exists and dwells within deep forest zones, What do they eat? What do you know? Do they leave any spore? Do they leave any carcasses or anything?
The general
consensus. Are they just plant
consensus.
eaters? Are they omnivores?
The general consensus is they are now omnivores. That's how they evolved.
I mean, bears. You can see bears. Bears will do bear scratchings. Bears rub themselves up against trees and things. So you can see all the hair stuck to the trees. Are there any kind of
Sasquatch are known to do that as well.
Actually, that brings because they do. I have heard reports of, I don't know the correct term. Maybe there is a term you can tell me, maybe not. But the dwellings,
the dwellings, wood structures. Yeah. I have myself actually seen some of these in the UK. But you just can't discount them as kids.
Isn't that just for kids making?
Exactly. I used to do it when I was younger.
What the bushcraft we call that a debris shelter.
Yeah. The only difference is ones that have been found in the States, they are huge.
From what I said, well, not from what I said, but from what I read, with the some of the branches and trees that have been bent over to construct them.
A normal human can't do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The strength required.
Bark scratchings, too high to be a bear. Yes, bears can climb a tree.
Yeah, but the construction of these things would not be something a bear would do.
No.
There is a purpose behind the structure. It looks like it's being made for a reason, but out of materials that even the biggest chap would find it very difficult to bend and break these trees over to do what they've done.
Yeah, and going back to the intelligence thing as well, there has been found what they call markers, which is possibly Sasquatch marking out its territory.
That's what sort of markers are we talking about?
And
most animals,
from what
I've
no, from what I've seen so far, the evidence, it's usually a Y branch stuck into the ground, sticking up.
So like a catapult.
Yes, and people keep finding these, and it's always a Y branch.
Okay. Any reason for that? Do you know?
No idea.
No speculations.
No. What I can say is people have reported that once they pass these Y markings, they've had encounters where, and this dates back hundreds of years as well, rock throwing.
Yes, I've again, have you come across that, Jack, in your...
Well, one of my questions was, are they known to be violent?
That's a great question. And funny enough, in Vietnam, they have creatures which they call rock apes because they are well known for throwing rocks.
Are these actual... Are we talking about a similar thing to
We
Bigfoot?
are, yeah.
So again, something that's not been proven to exist as such.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're sort of jumped a bit.
Yes.
On some really great subject material here. You mentioned Vietnam. Talking about Bigfoot, is that the same as what we would consider to be a Yeti, like in Nepal?
So,
are there different ones around
yes, you've got the rock ape in Vietnam. You've got the Yeti in Nepal. You've got skunk ape, which is mostly in the southern states of North America.
I've heard of that.
Skunk ape?
Yeah,
that's not one I've come across. Yeah.
The reason it's called a skunk ape is it smells bad. It smells real bad.
A lot of the reports that I were listening to from eyewitness reports, they did... Not all of them. Some of them said there was no smell, but a lot of them said that there was an absolute chronic stench that was left behind.
So going back to the violence, is it a case that if you come across a Bigfoot, will he run or will he attack you? Have people been known to be attacked by...
Yeah, most people will say they are only attacked if you cross into their territory or if you upset them in some kind.
Okay.
Now, funny enough... I only really came across this recently, but there was an incident in Russia quite some years ago at the Dyatlov Pass. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I have heard of that, yeah.
And it's a bunch of Russian hikers went up to the mountains for a few days.
There has been a film made, I think.
I believe there has, yeah. Now, the film was made before some photos were released by the Russian Interior Ministry.
Right.
And they released the last few photos, which included some of the victims.
Oh, so these people were attacked?
I think it was a group of 7. There was no survivors.
Right.
And obviously there's the official word that the Russians
how do we
have
know
said.
This was did they have a local terminology for their Bigfoot?
In Russia, it's just known as the snowman.
Right, so the snowman...
Or the Russian...
Supposedly, in this
Russian,
instance... has attacked and killed 7 hikers.
Yes.
In the Dyatlov Pass.
Okay, so how do we know that it's just not, they've come across, off the top of my head, a bit like Deliverance?
Well,
I met some locals.
funny
out
enough, Russians being Russians at the time, first thing they did was blame the local natives, the Mansi.
Right.
I don't think it was them, but one thing they were doing, the Russian military at the time, they were testing missiles in the area. And some of these photos released was of some strange lights in the sky. Some have said it was possibly testing a 2-stage rocket, and this was the rocket coming apart.
Right, and then what did it somehow hit and collided with the group of hikers?
No, it hit and caused an avalanche.
Right.
Now that's the official Russian
And the avalanche is
word.
what killed the hikers.
That's the official Russian.
Russians don't cover
version.
anything up, though, do they?
So
They're very honest
one last
He says with a very big tongue in his cheek there.
one last photo
Mm-hmm.
was released, and it gives me chills just looking at it.
Can you describe that?
I can. So you've got 2 hikers posing for this photograph, and then further up the hill.
So this photograph is taken on the hiker's camera?
Yes.
Right, so this has been off a reel of a camera
Yep.
that the hikers have.
And all the
not,
other
not a photograph of after the event.
No,
Right,
no.
so-
Although some of those photos were released as well,
Right, okay.
and
so
they're not nice to look
Okay,
at.
so we're talking about what the hikers were photographing at the time they were still alive.
Well, they were photographing themselves.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure they saw what was in the background. And these photos were very clear for the cameras they had back then.
And what year was this? Roughly?
I don't know offhand. I believe it
Just
was the
referring to
late
notes there.
50s.
Okay, so this is quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Is it-
believe it was the late 50s.
Is it that one?
That's the
All
photo.
right, so Jack's just
Yes.
Googled this up. Let's have a little look. Right.
It appears to be some kind of humanoid.
Creature in the snow.
Very dark again.
Right,
Dark
so
fur, we'd assume.
can you just zoom out on that? So, listeners, what we've got here is it's obviously winter. The trees are very heavy with
Heavy
ice
snow,
and
yeah.
snow, deep snow, and in the background of this photograph, there is definitely best described a bipedal kind of.
It does look very much like that Patterson.
Yeah, like a Patterson.
Yeah.
You could even
traditional
say in
kind
that
of-
traditional pose.
Yes, yes. Funny thing is, going to the traditional Patterson shape, I actually think there's possibly more than one kind of Sasquatch.
Okay.
So you've got the Patterson one, which seems to be a very short-haired creature, and that one, it's not big, bushy, hairy.
No, that
Does look
didn't
quite
look
slim,
shaggy.
yeah. Yeah.
Now, if you look at the photos and the images taken of what I call the skunk ape, they are very shaggy, very hairy.
Well, you'd consider that an animal, say, as big as a grizzly bear or something like that, it gets matted. I mean, even down to small animals like foxes, they stink. They get they're oils. They have a smell, mainly probably to attract or their own kind, to let them know from that scent they're about. So I could understand if something's very matted in hair, it's going to get a lot of dirt build up, smell.
From what I've seen, I think of the skunk ape. Is it more in the facial area? It's more hairy around the mouth. There's
Yes,
like more
yeah.
bushy. It's almost like got a big
I mean, there's
mane almost.
there's
I think
yeah.
So
From what I've seen.
unlike that kind of more gorilla looking.
Yeah, like there's you can
Skin
see
face.
on the other ones they've got kind of like a defined chin and jaw. Whereas what I've seen of the skunk ape, it's got more of like kind of a moustache and a more hairy sort of
and
face.
It's a Victorian Bigfoot.
the folk monster, for descriptions of that was quite hairy as well.
So the official Russian report on these hikers was the landslide. So what are you saying about that photograph? Shows that there may have been something in the background.
The injuries reported to some of the hikers
Yep.
wouldn't happen from an avalanche.
Okay.
I was wondering if they were
Yeah,
attacked. Would an avalanche do that sort of
what-
damage? So,
What
Okay.
they think happened is
Cover your ears, listeners, if you're
if
sensitive.
you're squeamish.
If you're squeamish.
faces were crushed in, tongues and eyes were removed. Now, what they think happened possibly was the Yeti snowman was spooked by the missile testing.
Ah, right.
And went
So
on
they
a
felt under
rampage.
threat then.
Yes.
Right, okay. And that's what caused this attack to happen.
Also to note is the amount of disappearances in national forests in America. Have you ever heard of the 411?
The 411. What, the route 411?
No,
Or
it's
just,
it's a book that was released quite some years ago, and the reason it was called the 411 is because that was the amount of unexplained disappearances of people in national forests.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, that number has gone up a lot.
411. Basically.
Yes.
411, right.
The U.S. Forestry Commission, they're being very quiet about it.
But do we know how many years these disappearances on this just stick with the 411 over what time period? Do you know what time period that would have been? Are we talking at 411 people in 12 months or 411
The
people?
guy who wrote the book, I think he went back to the early 70s.
Because the only reason I ask that is because, again, going back to the vastness of the forests in America, hidden gullies. I mean, not being funny, it's very easy to go out into the woods and kill yourself.
Yeah.
Without realising. Get lost and die of starvation. And I wouldn't imagine it would take very long before scavenging animals would basically get rid of a carcass in no time at all.
That's right.
Let alone even if it was possible to come across where that person had
And that's
died.
a good point, actually. A lot of people ask the question, well, why haven't we found the remains? And you've just answered that there.
Yeah, scavenging animals would have...
they're gone within days, weeks.
Yeah, it's food. Food is food. You know? So, I'm not sure whether I can put that down to... I mean, do you think your American Bigfoot actually would take people or not?
There has been reports that it has. I don't think there's any animosity in it. I think, if anything, it's just curiosity. If you read all the reports of Bigfoot, they do seem to be a very curious creature rather than an angry creature.
Well, did you want to jump in on that, Jack?
Well, I don't know if we're going off subject a little bit.
No,
really,
go for it.
I was wondering if we go back to the Russians covering up the idea that there was a Bigfoot, and it's not come to light at all that there is any proof that there is a Bigfoot. Why do you think it is such a secretive thing? What's the benefit of keeping the Sasquatch a secret? Is it their doing, or is it are we covering it up?
Are you saying that perhaps that the government or those in the know, and so therefore make sure that nobody goes and bothers them?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you asked that question, because I'm going to tell you
a
little story.
Okay, please. We love
And
the story.
it's one of my favourites. So, back in the late 1800s, there was a gentleman who travelled around North America, listening to stories so he could write a book. And one of the stories he read was about these hunters that were stalked and attacked by a creature of some kind. Okay. So he wrote his book. It was The Wilderness Hunter, and it was released. And I think it was probably one of the first times anybody had ever written about one of these creatures. So only several years later, the guy who wrote the book, he became the president of America, Theodore Roosevelt.
Right, okay.
And one of the first things he did, and I'm just going to refer back to my notes here again.
Okay. A bit of, we like notes. It means the people have done the research. Yes.
Right. So one of the first things he did was write into an executive order 230 million acres of forest land and wilderness in America to be protected.
Right. So now we're starting to see the kind of
150 national forests were set up in 31 different states.
Right. So do you think he knew something?
I think he knew.
And they decided we need to protect these creatures.
We'd keep them a secret, yeah. Interesting.
Also, to add to that about protecting the species, 1980s, Mount St. Helens volcano in North America.
We all remember that.
Members of the Fish and Game Wildlife Service and the National Guard, quite a high-ranking member of the National Guard, Colonel
back to the notes.
Colonel Merle Gorton
Okay.
has gone on record to say that when they went in to do the cleanup, they found dead and alive Sasquatches.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So what happened to these?
I'm guessing they were put into some kind of protective...
Right, off with the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But yeah, it's just so many people have come forward now talking about that particular incident.
Is it more in the last kind of... How long would you say it is since these stories have started to... Is it been since the 60s? Was that the first big one? Or were there cases before those, like you say, in the 1870s? Or was that the first one that kind of put it in the public?
I would say on the public domain is what you're talking about, yeah. But just if I can just jump in there, I mean, I know that the Navajo Indians have a tradition talking about, I don't know what their name, well, that's their
Sasquatch.
would have been Sasquatch.
Is what I would call it, yes.
Would go back by word of mouth from generations. So,
But also on top of that...
so it's probably for modern media is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So.
Well, going back to that with the Navajos and Native Americans, cave paintings depict something resembling Sasquatch. Totem poles, carvings of what looks like Sasquatch have been around for hundreds of years.
And going back to what you said about the Green Man as well, that's
Exactly.
something that's been...
Well, they're gargoyles on
Yeah.
churches
Yeah.
of the Green Man.
Yeah.
So...
It's all got to come from somewhere, isn't it?
Aborigines, they have cave paintings as well of what they call the Yowie.
Yes, I've heard that name before. I have that written down,
I've heard
actually.
that, yeah.
I'm going to refer to my notes while we continue to talk. But that would be an interesting one because obviously Australia being completely by itself until the Westerners found Australia, it's got its own indigenous people and the Aborigines, and so therefore their culture and their mythology would have been untainted from...
Yes.
That's kind of got its own... Its own sealed in.
Yeah.
And this is one of the reasons why I believe it exists. There are so many sightings, depictions throughout the centuries of this creature from all different societies, all different
over the world.
backgrounds,
Yeah.
all matching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's a hoax, it's the best hoax in the world.
And you think back then they wouldn't have had communication with each other to
Exactly.
pass over these stories.
Well, I'm going to jump and refer to my notes now. I said, so the huge forests of the United States are home to Sasquatch. The abominable snowman roams the Himalayas. Australia has a similar beast, the Yowie. So there you go. I know I'd read that somewhere. In China, there lurks a giant bipedal creature called the Yeren. In Eurasia, stories of the Almas circulate. Then there's a highly controversial matter of Bigfoot in Britain, which we've covered a little bit of. Other names I've got are the shrug monkey.
See, I've not heard that one.
The beast of Bolam, the big grey man, the man monkey, the wild man of Orford.
There's also a wild man of Navidad.
Navidad. So there you go. So yeah. So as you just said, it is. I'm going to use the word myth, but it's a mythology that obviously goes through so many different cultures around so many different continents across the whole globe. If it's a globe and not flat, I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? It can be flat if it wants to be.
And the famous, obviously, the Patterson footage again, going back to that one, is almost kind of glossy, silky black fur. Are there different colours of Sasquatch?
Yes. Now, there's one photograph of a skunk ape from Florida, a place called Myakka, which is a nature reserve down there. And it's very shaggy. It's a very dark hair, but the tips of it you can see are more of a dark to light brown.
Auburn, sort of.
Yeah. But it's also got, I don't know if it's an age thing maybe, but around its mouth, it's white.
I noticed that the picture I've seen of a skunk ape has
sorry, I haven't seen. So was this a hand-drawn picture? Describe what
No, it's a photograph.
It is a photograph.
Yeah,
photograph.
it's got almost like a white Fu Manchu style.
Yeah.
So somebody took a photograph of it. Okay, I'll have to look into that one.
And the eyes, they're glowing.
Right.
So
that is something from the Navajo. The eyewitness reports from Navajo Indians did tend to refer to it having sort of like sort of orange to red glowing eyes.
Well, I think this was more from the flash from the camera.
Right. Okay. But they, I was mostly interested. I mean, I've been through over the past couple of weeks waiting for you to come into the studio. I've been going through quite a lot of eyewitness reports that I've quite enjoyed listening to be honest with you. But the most compelling ones I've come across have tended to be the ones from the Native American Indians.
Yeah.
And that there was one lady who said that she had visited her grandmother. When she left with the children, got in the car, drove, because again we're talking about you know, when you're living out in the woods there, to get just to the main road, you tend to go down long road dirt tracks and things before you even get to a normal road. So they're driving around this dirt track, almost to the main road, went round a bend, and the headlights caught two legs in the bushes just standing there.
Yeah.
And she saw it, and then one of her daughters in the car said, "Did you see that, Mummy? Did you see that?" And she got to the main road and thought, you know, I'm concerned for my grandmother and my grandfather. So she turned the car around, she went back, she pulled up, she could see the grandmother at the curtains, these Navajo Indians, as I say, and she was probably wondering why have you come back. It was night time, so she said, "Look, kids, stay in the car, lock the door. As soon as I get out, lock the doors. Don't, you know, whatever happens, don't unlock the doors. I'm going to just make sure your grandmother's okay." She ran over to the house. Grandmother came out and she said, "Look, I saw this thing. You're not going to believe me. I saw this thing." And the grandmother was, "Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, that's Fred.
Yes, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll put some apples out. I'll put some. They don't bother us." And it was like, what do you mean they don't bother you? No, don't worry about that. That's fine. They never bother us. So up until that point, you know, the girl had not seen anything, and then when she confronted her grandparents, she was like, "Yeah, it's not it's just the normal everyday thing that we eat around here."
Talking about the apples, giving them the apples, there's been a long tradition from researchers, and when they will go out into the woods looking for Sasquatch, they will take gifts, and they will place them on a log somewhere, go camp for the overnight, come back, and the apples are usually gone. Quite often they will put them at a height that deer and
so that would be kind of an example of somebody having to reach.
Yes. And on more than a few occasions, something has been placed there in return to say thank you. Right. Sometimes pebbles, sometimes feathers.
None of these Y sticks you mentioned.
Not the Y sticks, no.
The Y sticks. Yeah, I'm wondering about those Y sticks. Do you think they are? Do you think they're like a territory marker to
I think
tell
so,
other Sasquatch
because
that you come to the edge of my territory? Yeah, more than that.
Because I think going back to the evolution of man, when they started grouping together for protection, I think that Sasquatch does that now. I think they do not necessarily stay in large groups because they're more likely to be found if they do that. Say, but if they meet up,
if Sasquatch are a living, breathing creature, they need to breed.
Yes,
that means they need to have males, females, children, and they've got to have some kind of, you know, I mean, if you look at other animals, humans tend to bunch together in groups, and then you might have other animals like a pride of lions, lots of female lions, but one male lion. Do they have, or do you know of them having any kind of social hierarchy? Is it males, females all living together in a social group, or is it
like
one silverback gorilla with its wives?
I've not heard anything like that.
So that's yet to be discovered.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. There's plenty more to come back on that front. So, earlier on we talked about stone throwing and knocking. So what do you think?
Wood knocking.
What about wood knocking?
I think it's very strange.
You've got the calls, the screaming, the whooping.
Yeah. I think wood knocking is possibly a communication of some kind between Sasquatches.
Yeah, I think we've all seen the Sasquatch hunting TV programs. Have you seen any of them, Jack?
No, not.
Oh right, well they usually have them on D-Max or something like that.
Finding Bigfoot,
and they tend to.
It's one of them.
They'll bang on a tree and then see if they get a knocking back.
Yeah, if you go on their website, you can actually buy one of their official wood knocking baseball bats.
That again implies the intelligence, though, doesn't it? The fact that you can almost, to a certain extent, communicate.
But I think communication goes beyond that.
Yeah.
Now there is a recording. I'm hoping you'll be able to play it.
Was that one you sent through to us?
From the 1970s. The Sierra Nevadas chatter.
Right, okay. I'll see if I can punch
Some
that
people refer it to the samurai chatter.
up. Okay. Let's see if I can find that on the phone. So while I'm looking for that, what about the stone throwing?
The stone throwing, I think, most of the time it's just a warning. Stay away.
This is our territory sort of thing.
Yes, yeah. Very rarely have people been injured from that. There was one incident from the late 1800s, early 1900s, where a group of miners were trapped in a cabin overnight and they were absolutely bombarded by large rocks.
Wow, yeah.
And the place is now referred to as Ape Canyon because of that incident.
Because of that,
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Have there been any accounts of people being injured by a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch?
Well, we've obviously been to the Russian one,
but living to tell the tale and having kind of
There's been a couple of people that have said they've been dragged around.
Right, and their explanation was a Sasquatch.
Yeah, it's
okay. I've
these
got
have
it now.
mostly happened
Right,
at night.
Okay, gentlemen,
Right,
I've got
yeah.
this. Let's have a listen. Okay, it's just coming up. Okay, I believe that goes on for quite some time, so that's probably enough to get a taste of it.
There's over an hour of that recording, of the original recording.
And where was that recorded?
That was the Sierras, which is on the west coast. Large forests and mountain area. Yeah, that's all I really know about it, to be honest. I know they took some professional...
So what kind of research has gone into that? Because I've got to say, that sounds quite unbelievable, the chatter.
Right, so it's been analysed by primatologists. They have said it's not a primate. It's been analysed by other sound technicians who have said that humans cannot make that noise. I've tried.
Okay, well, that's actually leading to another question I had for you. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Okay,
But you reminded me. So you've tried and not managed to do that. So what are your thoughts on it?
My thoughts is I think that is Sasquatch communicating with other Sasquatch. Now, if you listen to the whole thing,
So
you can hear ones that are closer and ones that are further away.
I did hear, yeah, there did sound like something else replying almost in a way.
How was that recorded? Did somebody leave recording equipment?
No, it was a group of researchers that went out with specialist sound equipment. I'm not a sound engineer in any way, but I'm sure you know the guns with the big satellite type thing on it. Yeah, they had some early versions of those, and that's how they picked the audio up.
Okay, so
if you listen to the whole thing, you have actually got noises made by the researchers to try and get a rise out of the other Sasquatches.
To imitate, yeah.
Right. So that's Sasquatch chatter. Awesome. So to the stone throwing, do you think, because there's lots of reports of people having stones thrown at them, so I'm taking that's kind of, do you think that's a get off my territory?
Absolutely, yeah.
Again, going back to one of the reports that I listened to from a Navajo lady, she said that her and her husband and the two children had moved to a farmstead. I think that was in Virginia, and she kept hearing noises. Now, she didn't say what the noises were like, but she said that she kept hearing noises, and she had no previous thoughts about the fact that it could be Sasquatch or Bigfoot. So she just jokingly called the woods around the house the monkey woods, because she said she kept hearing these kind of things. And she went on to say that she felt that perhaps because they'd moved to Virginia, that maybe there was a native bird or something that made that kind of noise. And so she researched, couldn't find anything like that. And then things started to happen because she said they bought their son, there's a son and a daughter, they bought the son an air rifle for Christmas with some targets and set him up with them to shoot. And she said they didn't want him shooting at the house, so shoot away from the house. So he was shooting towards the tree line to hit the targets. And stones were getting thrown out the tree line at him.
Yeah.
And her husband, who was obviously working on the farmstead, doing this and that and other, and she described how, because obviously a man's a man, and when you're out working, you take a pee, that he would get stones thrown at him, but she didn't, neither did the daughter, and she felt that perhaps the Sasquatch were considering that he was marking their territory by having a pee, and that found that the boy was threatening, so that the males in her family group were a threat to what was living in the woods. And she went on to say how both children would have knocks at their windows in the night, but after the air gun incident, it was the boy that was getting bangs on his window, and they switched the two children to different rooms, and it was still his window that was
being
targeted. And so until they were teenagers, they moved in and lived and slept in their parents' bedroom. So whether this is true or not, I don't know exactly, but it does sound very territorial.
Yeah.
The stone thrown is get off my land. Right, going back, this is interesting. You're going to have to forgive me for this one, Glenn.
That's all right.
I'm going to jump on you in this one, but you with the Chatterings, you brought this to my mind. You've said to us before that you were thinking about going on an expedition to the States. If you were on an expedition, if you're in the woods, are there any calls or anything you could do that would attract?
I think could do a pretty good whoop.
So I know. So bear with me on this one. So bearing that in mind, have you practiced doing a Bigfoot whoop?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, he's looking embarrassed. I'll put him on the spot now, Jack. Okay, so Jack, this is where it comes to us.
Right.
Do you think that we could learn how to do a Bigfoot whoop if Glenn demonstrates?
I mean, we could try. I'm not sure.
Are you? You don't have to, but are you prepared to try your whoop out?
I am. Could I possibly just get a quick drink of water first?
Yeah, certainly. Here we go. I'm just passing over the water now. We're all going to grab some water, ready for the whooping session. It's important, you need to know how to whoop.
I'm not sure if I want to attract any Sasquatches. But...
Well, that's another thing, you see. We'll come to that again after we've whooped. Right, okay, Glenn, over to you. So, how do we do a Sasquatch whoop? I think I'll just get some air in here.
So it's you've got short whoops, you've got long whoops.
Okay.
So a short whoop, obviously, you don't need to get as much air in the lungs. It's just a whoop. A long whoop.
So that's a short whoop.
That's a short whoop.
Okay.
Long whoop. Get some more air in your lungs. Whoop! Whoop!
Okay. So
I'm not going to try that. I feel like I'll lose my voice.
Okay. So short whoop. Can you demonstrate the short whoop again?
It sounds very guttural from the.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Whoop!
Okay. Let's try this. Okay.
Whoop! It's
good.
good.
That's good. Yeah.
That's good.
Was that good?
Yeah,
yes. Okay. Okay. Now demonstrate the long whoop. Okay, I'm going to nail this.
Whoop!
That it. Right, okay. Sorry. I was waiting for a second round.
Whoop!
Don't think that was as good.
No, it's all right.
That
Well,
was
this
right,
is the
yeah.
thing.
Right,
I mean,
I'm feeling I'm gearing up now for a bit of squatching.
it's the chatter that I would really like to be able to simulate because,
I'm not going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, the scientists, they don't think it's human at all.
That's interesting.
And I'm inclined to agree. Now, I've been in a forest with wild apes, and they don't sound like that at all. I was in South America.
I thought you were going to say Stevenage.
South America with the howler monkeys.
Oh, yes.
And
they
they
really
are
do
just,
whoop, they do.
yeah, but there's still nothing like what.
Because they've got quite a big air sac on their neck, haven't they?
You see it going in and out, yeah.
Yeah.
So, have we got any other areas that we've not covered, Jack?
What are your personal Bigfoot theories? What's your go-to kind of...
My personal theory is, and it's shared within the community. Now, if you go back 300,000 years ago to Asia, they had a member of the primate family called Gigantopithecus. Now, its modern relative would be what we call the orangutan nowadays. Difference being Gigantopithecus, grew to anywhere between 12 and 15 foot tall.
That is big.
It is huge. Now, there are very few remains found of this ape. Most
Bigfoot
which,
reports say about 7 to 7.5 to 8 foot.
yes,
So
this is why I
almost
think
twice
it's
the size of that.
an evolved version of Gigantopithecus. So, yeah, it was very, very big. It was vegetarian, only ate plants, and they found a couple of partial jaw bones and a lot of teeth, mostly in China.
They would have been huge as well, wouldn't they, surely?
Exactly, and that's what they've done. They've extrapolated the size and came up with this 12 to 15 foot tall. Now, obviously found in China, these remains, but 300,000 years ago. And let me ask you this: how far away is Russia from America?
Not very far. You can drive to it in the winter because the Bering Sea freezes
Exactly. Yeah. Now,
but I will point out most people don't think of it that way.
yeah,
Because of the traditional
The
map.
traditional flat,
and you've got a
back
couple
the
of
flat Earth.
Yeah.
you've got a couple of islands in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, 300,000 years ago, the Ice Age was an annual thing. It was just a winter for them. So these creatures could quite have easily migrated from Southeast Asia up through Russia, across the Bering Straits into the Americas.
Well, didn't supposedly the mammoths do the same?
Yeah,
Because obviously out on the Russian plains you have loads of, in the permafrost, they're still finding mammoths, aren't they? And so they would have trekked across to North America, to Alaska and down.
In fact, there is a picture, I forgot to look it up actually beforehand, but they did find what looks like an ape of some kind in a block of ice back in the 40s or 50s.
Sounds like a Hammer horror movie.
It really does. It really does. I know I've got a bunch of cryptozoology books at home, and it's got this one picture in it of this ape in a block of ice that they found.
Oh, wow.
Oh, can I just stop you there?
Yeah.
You mentioned cryptozoology.
Mm-hmm.
I know what cryptozoology is. Don't know if you do, but for the listeners, that we haven't used that word so far in this podcast. Do you just want to explain to people what that means?
Okay, so krypton comes from the Latin word for hidden. So these are hidden creatures yet to be discovered.
Right.
Now, there's a lot of people going to say, Bigfoot doesn't exist. But up until 1912, nobody thought the Komodo dragon was real until it was discovered.
And now they're in zoos all across the world. Yeah.
I remember when they discovered the duck-billed platypus. Even when they had a sample of it, they still felt that they were checking it for minute stitches to see if the beak had been stitched on, because it's like, how could this thing exist?
Well, it's funny you should say that. There is a museum in, I believe it's Nepal, where they apparently have...
Oh, is that the one that's got the scalp of a yeti?
No, that's in a temple.
Right.
But this museum, they've got what they say is a stuffed yeti.
Really?
It's been tested. It's actually two animals put together to look. The first time I saw it, I was like, "It's not real. It's not real."
You've been
To Nepal?
No. I was watching a documentary about
I
it.
see,
I'd love to go to Nepal. I'll tell you who has been to Nepal.
My mother.
Brian Blessed.
Oh, bless him.
Wow.
Good old Brian.
Good old Brian, yes. No, he's a big believer of the Yeti
He
and
went up
Bigfoot.
Everest, didn't he?
Yeah, and yeah, he went to Nepal looking for the Yeti.
Yes.
I love the story of him punching a polar bear in the face. Got into his tent.
What are you doing in my tent? What? I'm Brian Blessed.
So going back to your theory.
Yeah, my theory is I think it's a descendant of Gigantopithecus.
Right.
And you feel that perhaps those in the know and are protecting it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And
Is there a danger if it does become a wider known, like as we say about the Komodo dragon?
See, this is my big dilemma.
Will we begin to kind of exhibit them? And
yeah, I mean, could it be, what would happen if somebody accidentally one across the road got hit, knocked over, like Harry and the Hendersons got killed, and they said, look, we've actually got a body of one, and then do you think it'll go?
Apparently it happened. And within hours, the military were on their doorstep.
So the Men in Black arrived.
Yes, and it was near a military base as well.
Right.
Interesting.
But yeah, I will get out there one day. And this is my dilemma. My dilemma is if, and it's a big if, I know, if I'm the person to discover and be able to prove that it exists, do I?
That was my next question, because as humans, we are known to
destroy everything.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And there are tribes around the world of humans who have never been discovered and hopefully never do.
And they're discovering new creatures, new species, new tribes every day. In fact, Jane Goodall, the primatologist, number one in her field, she's officially gone on record to say that, yes, Bigfoot could exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So talking about cryptozoology in the UK, are you au fait with many different things in the UK?
Yes.
Okay. I won't put you on the spot now, but I'm just thinking of a future podcast.
Yes.
Yeah, we could get you back in and to talk about.
Well, I'd just like to mention one.
Okay, please.
Because it is kind of related to Bigfoot, and it's the Dogman.
The Dogman. Whereabouts is the Dogman being spotted?
So, Dogman is mostly North America, Eastern Europe, and possibly one or two sightings here in the UK. One of which actually very close to here.
Ooh, interesting. Now it's getting scary.
So back in the 70s, at a US Air Force base in Alconbury,
right.
There was a couple of sightings. Now, the Air Force base is very close to a nature reserve.
Okay.
So it's late one night. As a US airman doing some work on a fighter jet there, he sees something that he describes as bipedal, muscular, with a face like a dog.
So very, as we've established, very kind of Sasquatchy.
Yes,
yeah.
But with more of a snout.
Okay.
So he climbed up onto the jet and locked himself in the canopy and didn't come out until the following morning.
Oh, wow. That must have frightened him. Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah, that's Dogman. You've also got the Black Dog of England.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's
which is
loads.
Yeah,
we've heard. We'll come back to that.
I've seen the
We'll come to
Black
the
Dog.
cryptozoology of the UK and another one. But we're going to round off. I've got a quickfire question for our quickfire question round.
Okay.
So we've started to introduce our quizzical section.
Let's get quizzical.
Let's get quizzical. But for our special guest, we'll just have a quick-fire 6-question round. I believe some of these may have already been answered. Okay. So it can be yes or no or as quick as you can, because it's a quick-fire round. Okay. Are we ready, Glenn?
No.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Question 1. What's your favourite Bigfoot movie?
Legend of Boggy Creek.
If you saw a Bigfoot, would you approach it?
Yes.
Would you spend the night in a Bigfoot den?
Yes.
Is a Bigfoot actually a visiting alien?
No.
Do you think you'll ever get to actually see one?
I hope so.
And do Bigfoots really exist?
Yes.
There we go. We've had it from our Bigfoot specialist, seeker of the truth, and Bigfoot enthusiast, Glenn Sharp. Thank you very much for coming into the studio.
That was very, very interesting.
I've enjoyed myself.
Yes, I've learned so much. Honestly, I didn't know.
I mean, there was
anything.
loads in there.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to listen to this.
I've actually got more.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. He's got listeners. He's got a huge ream of notes here.
Episode 2.
And again, listeners, if you have got any experience of Bigfoot, Yeti, or whatever, or you've got things that we haven't covered you'd like to know about, you'd like Glenn to come back in and discuss, please put them down in the comments, and we'll come back to this subject in the future. And Glenn, if you'd like to come back and talk more about cryptozoology, that would be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
I'd be up for that as well. That was really interesting,
yeah, brilliant.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
So that's a goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Jack.
And a goodbye from Glenn.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yep.
And a goodbye from Zak.
And a goodbye from Zak, who's been all this time in the gallery. Bless you.
It was so interesting. It was great to listen to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. Thank you for coming in.
Hello, and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest, and by the end, we will have learnt something new, and hopefully, you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
And in this episode, we're taking a trip into the mysterious world of British folklore.
Ooh.
If you thought dragons, vampires and werewolves are things that you only see in blockbuster movies, or that hinky punks, grindylows, hobbits and barrow wights are things that you will find in books by J.K. Rowling or J.R.R. Tolkien, then you would be mistaken. For all these mythical creatures and countless others have been part of British folklore for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Therefore, we've decided that the Now We Know show will delve into these myths and legends and tell you all about the fascinating folklore that each shire across the UK has. We will each be choosing a tale to tell you about from a specific shire, and for this episode, Jack has chosen Hertfordshire.
Yes, our local, our
Pretty
area.
much. Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, we're right on the corner
Yeah.
of both Hertfordshire.
And Bedfordshire.
Well, we are in Bedfordshire, but right on the corner of Hertfordshire and Cambridgeshire almost, aren't we?
Yeah,
So we're right in that hotspot.
Yes. Shall we ask the computer what folklore actually is?
Definitely.
That would be a very good question. So, computer, what is folklore?
According to Wikipedia, folklore is the body of culture shared by a particular group of people. It encompasses the traditions common to that culture, subculture or group. This includes oral traditions such as tales, legends, proverbs and jokes.
And there we go. So, folklore.
Yes.
It's
More
some-
specifically,
Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire folklore.
Hertfordshire folklore.
I can imagine there's quite a lot of tales out there, to be honest.
I was surprised actually, because I've never really looked into much kind of folklore around this area. Obviously, people know the famous ones of Britain and everything, but actually, Hertfordshire, I've not looked into any specific stories or anything.
Is it a hotspot?
Possibly.
Well,
I found
I'd be
quite a
interested to see
few.
what your
I
stories
found
are.
quite a few.
well, maybe we should, for those more international listeners, kind of try and explain. Every country and culture has its different folklore, and what you suggested, Jack, that we look at the different shires. But
Yeah.
some people out there might not quite understand what we're talking about when we're talking about shires.
It's not a thing from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, well, okay, well, obviously Tolkien is English and wrote the Middle-earth stories and sagas all about the missing, mythical, forgotten history of
Lord of the Rings.
England.
Oh.
Of England, basically.
Yeah.
That's what it was based around. And he took lots of different things from both English folklore and European folklore, Vikings and things. And when we're talking about the shires, so like if you're living in the States, you'd live in a particular state, Pennsylvania, Virginia, wherever, and then they're broken up into counties.
Yeah.
I don't know if they call them shires in the States.
I think so.
I don't think I've ever heard of
Obviously we're in Bedfordshire
Mm.
and then Hertfordshire, so and that's the name of our counties. And where do we get this word shire from? Well, when the Anglo-Saxons were in England, and then you had the Norman invasion, and the Normans took over, they went around separating the land,
Dividing it all up.
dividing it
Yeah.
all up into the shires that are pretty much what they are now. Each shire had a reeve that was put into place to manage that shire, and that shire, that reeve who governed over the shire is where you get the name Shire Reeve, which has become sheriff. So if you're in America and you've got your sheriff who
yeah.
obviously makes sure law and order is kept,
Well, there you go.
he's your Shire
We're
Reeve.
learning something already.
We're learning something already. So, and we've got these shires, and each shire in the UK is steeped
Yeah.
in so much rich mythical
Mm.
belief and stories that date back hundreds and thousands of years.
So, Hertfordshire.
That's where we're talking about
Folklore.
Yes, folklore.
Who's going first?
Well, Jack was the one who decided we're going to do Hertfordshire. So, what about you, Jack?
Yeah, I'll go
Kick it off.
first. So, are we all aware of the story of Robin Hood?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so. I've seen several Robin Hood
Steal from the
movies.
rich, give to the poor.
Yep,
Yeah.
famous for stealing from the rich to give to the poor. Well, what if I told you that right here in Hertfordshire, we may have had our very own Robin Hood type figure known as Jack-o'-legs.
Oh,
Jacko Legs.
Jack-o'-legs.
Jack-o'-legs.
did he have long legs, perchance?
I've never heard of Jacko Legs.
Right, well, legend has it that Jack O'Legs lived in a cave near Baldock in the village of Weston, and is said to be buried in the graveyard of the Holy Trinity Church, where 2 stones, 14 feet apart, mark the spots where his head and feet are supposed to be.
So this guy is meant to be 14 feet tall.
Allegedly, yeah.
So he's basically a giant of a man.
He's a giant of a man.
And probably where he gets the name Jack O'Legs from, because
because he's tall.
because he's tall.
He's a bit of Robin Hood type figure, which we'll get to.
Okay.
So, do you want to know the story of Jack O'Legs?
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
So, Jack lived in a cave near the town of Baldock and the village of Weston in Hertfordshire. Jack was very tall, so tall in fact that he could talk to people through their upstairs windows.
Wow.
Which I read that and I was like, well, their houses probably weren't
quite as tall as they would be these days.
Yeah, because I've been to a house that's in the Doomsday Book, and they do have really low ceilings.
Yeah, he probably had quite a lot of trouble hitting his head
on
on
it. If I go inside, I keep bumping my head on all the door frames because they're so short.
Yeah, did you need to step over to go through the doorways? Did they have a step?
A little bit.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because I've been to many old country houses, and a lot of the time in the doorways you had a step that you had to step over, as well as having the low ceilings. And it's called the threshold. That's where you go across the threshold.
I think they had a lot of work done, so I don't think I had to.
Well, each room would have that step because you'd have straw and things on the floor.
There are a couple of steps around.
And that would keep the threshings in from kicking around, so it's called the threshold. Oh. So I just wondered, I'd ask. So interesting.
Learning new things by the minute.
That's where you carry your bride across the threshold into your home.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Jack O'Legs is looking through the window upstairs.
Wrongly or rightly. All was well until one year there was a pretty bad harvest and the bakers from Baldock cornered the local market in flour and put the prices up, which is something we can all sort of relate to today.
We have a bit of a food crisis at the moment. Well, that's what we're being told anyway.
So, thinking this to be somewhat unjust, Jack O'Legs would lay in wait for the bakers on what is now called Jack's Hill, between Weston and Gravely. He caught them, got the flour off them, and gave it to his friends in Weston, which is where he gets the legend of kind of stealing from the rich to give to the poor, kind of,
yeah.
Yes. This happened a few times, and understandably, the bakers weren't too happy about it. So one night, they waited for Jack to arrive and ambushed him in a surprise attack. They beat him severely, and some versions of this story suggest that they even took his eyes out.
Ooh.
There's a couple that I read that didn't say that they did, and then other ones I read that said that his eyes got gouged out.
Did they kill him?
Well,
we'll find out.
Eventually, they took him to Baldock to execute him. But before they did, they agreed to grant him a final request. Jack said, "Point me towards Weston, and where my arrow lands, I wish to be buried." So they gave him a bow and arrow, which no one else could pull because it was so big.
Giant bow.
Yeah, and he fired off his arrow into the sky towards Weston, and it landed 3 miles further on in Weston churchyard, with some accounts saying the arrow actually struck the steeple of the church before bouncing down into the soil. So that was his last request before he was executed.
Nice.
I think that's a theme that's come up in different cultures around the world.
It's interesting.
A bow that nobody else can pull.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say about
a bow that can't be strung.
Shooting an arrow and wherever it lands, get buried.
Yeah.
I think I may have come up with a similar thing in my story.
Oh, fair enough.
So it's a weird kind of...
Yeah, I mean, listeners, we haven't confided on...
Yeah, weird coincidence.
There was always the chance that we could come into the studio and have chosen the same story.
Yeah. We pretty much only know the titles-ish of our stories. Other than that, we don't know anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, so after his execution, Jack was buried in the churchyard of the Holy Trinity Church in Weston, where you can still visit his grave today. And so I did. Recently, I took a trip to the Holy Trinity Church in Weston and saw the grave for myself. So we're going to cut to me in the churchyard of the Holy Trinity Church.
Okay,
and
listening to
my reactions to the actual grave of Jack O'Legs.
Let's have a listen.
So we are in the graveyard of Holy Trinity Church in Weston, and literally right by the entrance we have what appears to be, well, very clearly, is Jack O'Legs' grave. So literally a few steps in to the entrance of the churchyard, we have a wooden sign, probably about, 5 foot wide, with some nice engraved letters on saying Jack O'Legs' grave. And in my research for this episode and this this folk tale, I did come across the legacy of Jack O'Leg's grave. 2 stones, supposed to be 14 feet apart, mark the head and foot of Jack's grave. Well, that is very clearly what there is here. 2 stones, probably about the size of a football each. I'm not entirely sure which one is the head and which one is the feet. I would assume the head is that one because it's slightly bigger, but I don't think it has any kind of defining marks or anything on it to suggest whether it's a head or a foot. Starting to lose light now, but from here there's actually a really nice kind of moonlight coming down and it looks quite sinister. So we've taken a little bit of a walk down the pathway. It's getting quite dark now, so we can't really see much in the distance, but it's a very lovely churchyard, I must say. The church behind us, towering over us, there's what appears to be a St George's flag on top, although I can't quite see what that is. There's a square Norman tower, which is really nice. Yes, very atmospheric at the moment. Very happy to see the supposed grave of Jack O'Leg's. It's a lot more kind of prominent than I expected it to be. So yes, before we lose any more light, we're going to head back past the grave and see if we can see anything else. So it's starting to get quite dark now, so we're going to head back. We're going to walk past Jack O'Leg's grave again in just a moment. I must say, really nice graveyard, churchyard I should say. Yes, really happy I found the Jack O'Leg's grave. I'm really interested to find out more about the legend surrounding him and a bit more about the history of this area. Maybe if anyone is listening and they have any tales of Jack O'Leg's or any more information, then that would be really, really cool to listen to. We're approaching it now on the way back. It's surprisingly close to the actual gates of the church as well. I was quite surprised. I thought we'd have to search for it more, but literally within a few steps of coming into the churchyard, it's literally right there. So obviously it's quite a bit of pride for possibly the people who live around here to have it displayed so close to the gates. Walking past one of the stones now. They are very small. I was expecting them to be slightly bigger just from what I was reading. The description is perfect though. They are 14 feet apart. As I say, the stones are about the size of a football maybe. A really nice wooden sign, about 5 feet across the centre of the two stones. So yes, Jack O'Leg's grave. Let's head back. So I looked into the kind of tradition of Jack O'Leg's around the area to see if there was anything that kind of still prevails today. So a sign on the village green tells the story, and a picture of Jack O'Leg's is part of the village shield. All around the area there are references to him in titles such as Jack's Cave and Jack's Hill. And I've actually got a picture of the village sign right here, which I'll show you. Here's the Western Shield.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
So we can see the Holy Trinity Church here.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Jack
basically pointing his bow and arrow in the direction of the church.
Very simplified version, but it's an account.
It depicts it.
Yes. We also have a mural in a local school which shows Jack O'Leg's with the bread, and we can see some angry bakers.
It's the
Almost
socks.
looks like
It's the socks they're wearing.
Almost looks like a Mr. Ben cartoon, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, he looks quite like, if I may say, like the Jolly Green Giant there, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, there's a slight connection, which we'll get to. So I found a BBC article about Jack O'Leg's and the kind of story behind him. And it had an interesting interview with a man named Brendan King, who is the chairman of the local history society based at the Baldock Museum. So he said, anything connected with him has been passed down through oral traditions. The earliest known reference to the story is from a poem by John Skelton in about 1521 called Speak Parrot.
Speak Parrot.
Which is a diatribe against Cardinal Wolsey. In it, he says, he has a line saying, the gibbet of Baldock was made for Jack Leg.
Right.
Which I guess kind of...
The gibbet, which is what you hang something for a gibbet.
He expected his audience, who were the people at court, really to know about the legend, so he must assume that the legend was quite old even at the time. So it's probably...
A small reference like that, yeah.
before that. So it must have been a medieval legend, because Baldock didn't actually exist until 1148 or thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
So the story originated sometime between 1148 and 1521. So we don't quite know, but that's a good estimation. Although Brendan explained that it was more likely to be the early part of the period than the later, because of certain elements in the story. So kind of, again, it's a guess, but it's around that sort of time.
Well, you get that kind of variation, because with King Arthur you get the much older, more ancient story of King Arthur, and then you have the more modernised one with the full plate armour, which would never have happened.
Yeah.
The late medieval period, but it goes back a lot further than that.
It's when they talk about oral tradition, it's a similar thing, isn't it? It's kind of gets passed down, and changed various.
As I've mentioned before, I'm a great fan of Beowulf. And Beowulf is the oldest existing written in Anglo-Saxon poem, and that talks about, obviously, Beowulf the hero and demons, and not going into talking about Beowulf, but that was passed down with oral tradition. And the reflection on that is you've got this Anglo-Saxon, probably a priest or a monk, because they would need to have been skilled in writing to actually write it down. But prior to that, it would have been, even though it's the oldest written one, it would have gone way back beyond that and passed down by oral tradition until that particular individual decided, let's write it down. So it's fascinating. Jack O'Legs.
So the capture and execution of the giant Jack O'Legs suggests a period when it was possible for the local lord to execute people caught red-handed, which we know now in this country isn't a thing you can do.
No, you can't do that.
A rite known as Infangen thief. Yeah, that's what it's known as, but I don't know.
I've not heard of that.
I haven't heard of it either.
If you've heard of that, listeners,
please comment below.
Please comment below. Tell us about it.
Infangen thief.
That sounds rather Anglo-Saxon, even Viking, perhaps.
So this kind of explains it as the whole story of Jack O'Legs suggests that he was subject to something like illegal lynching. So it's like, I assume that's what that kind of...
Well, that reflects the gibbet.
Yeah. But nobody is really sure to this day, because obviously it's still a mythology, it's still a legend.
Well, what's really nice is that here we are in the 21st century,
and we still know.
You've still got this, and we're passing it on now.
Yeah,
you're passing it on. And
I didn't know about this at all until I started researching. So it's brought a new story to my attention that I didn't know about. That's literally right on my doorstep.
Fantastic. The story and legend of Jack O'Legs.
Yes.
A funny thing, didn't we find a beer or cider or something that was called Jack O'Legs?
Yeah, Tring Brewery, I believe, did an ale which was called Jack O'Legs, which was based on the legend of Jack O'Legs, but it's discontinued, so you can't buy it anymore.
Oh no, that would have been good for one of our podcasts.
Yeah.
Didn't we have a weird encounter when we went to go and find this place for Jack O'Legs?
Well, you guys were out there because Jack was obviously recording it, what we listened to, and you were sound man.
Well, on our way there, we were going through some dark country lanes, and it was completely dark. All we had was the car. And then, as soon as we rounded a corner, suddenly, hundreds of lights just suddenly appeared.
Yes,
do you
it was
remember?
Like a scene out of Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Really?
Yeah. And it was just such a bizarre occurrence. It was like, oh no, have we suddenly been attacked by aliens?
In the sky? Or?
No, they were on the road in front of us. They just suddenly appeared.
Oh, how strange.
They were like floating lights.
These big lights, or
like 14-foot tall lights.
We were there. It was like kind of... Well, it turned out it was cyclists.
Oh, cyclists.
It turned out it was cyclists, but it was like a weird, suddenly, moment on our adventure.
Well, there you go. That would drop into one of our future podcasts about unidentified.
Oh yes.
That'd be good.
UFOs
or UAPs as they're known now. But then you identified them. Unidentified no longer. So that's the
identified
story.
Floating objects.
Yeah. So that was the story. Any more on Jack O'Legs?
Yes. So I looked into a bit of the kind of speculation as to where this would have originated from, because obviously all these stories would have had to have come from somewhere. And I found various different explanations as to what the actual origin of the story is. The first theory is from the BBC article. It seems likely then that from all the references to him that are still in the area and from things that happened in the story, The legend of Jack-o'-legs possibly originated from the existence of a tall robber who stole from the rich to give to the poor and got caught red-handed and executed. So basically, he wasn't a giant, he was just a very tall person.
Longshanks.
Yeah.
But where did the bakers come into it? Very angry bakers.
But because he was good to the less fortunate, he became like a local hero and was talked about from generation to generation, each time becoming taller, braver, and even more heroic with a bigger bow and arrow. So that's interesting because over time we would have kind of the more the story gets passed down,
embellish it,
became more of a hero.
So it's like Robin Hood became like a superhero almost.
So prolific nowadays.
But whatever the facts of the situation might be, it's likely that Jack-o'-legs was known far and wide, and maybe one day we'll find out the truth. But at the moment, it's all just pure speculation. The second explanation and final explanation that I found was that Jack has many similarities to Jack in the Green or the Green Man.
Which goes back to that
picture.
Yes, but he's got kind of almost like leaves in his hair. It looked almost like. And he was very brown.
Very reminiscent of it, wasn't it?
When you said that, I was like, well, it's kind of one of the theories, yeah. So the Green Man is a popular figure from English folklore derived from pre-Christian fertility cults. He preferred living in caves and woodland and had a disregard for authority, which is what Jack-o'-legs was. There are also similarities to the Woses or Wildmen carved inside many English churches, but unusually, in this instance, Jack is the hero rather than a sidekick, similar to Little John. The representation of the Bakers of Baldock may be a satire on the Knights Templar who founded the town. This monastic order would have been able to dictate bread prices because they owned the banks, the surrounding farmland, the flour mills and the marketplace. They also had the power to punish thieves and outlaws.
Yeah, well, definitely when you're talking about the Knights Templar, they were a huge organisation at the time, and they would have had all the tithe barns, which would have been full with all the grain. They would have controlled everything, so you're quite right.
Yeah.
So he was fighting back against the man.
Yeah, the big they.
The big they of the time.
So yes, that's a kind of brief kind of explanation of
Jack-o'-legs. Fantastic tale.
Yes, I was very interested. Again, I'd never heard of this story at all before. Visiting the grave was amazing because obviously it kind of brought the whole mythology to life almost.
Yeah.
And listening to some of the speculation.
Interesting to say, because I mean, Jack-o'-legs from where he's buried is very much on the corner of Bedfordshire as well. So I wonder if any of that tradition kind of spilt over into Bedfordshire at all. You know, he's so close to the border.
Possibly. Yeah.
Very interesting if there were any tales from this side of the county line. But anyway, interesting. So now we've heard about Jack-o'-legs. Are we going over to Zach?
Yes, we're going to move on to what I have to say. Okay, so we've heard about Jack-o'-legs. Now it's time to hear about Sir Piers Shonks.
Sir Piers Shonks.
Shonks.
That is a name.
That's such a cool name.
Piers Shonks.
Piers Shonks.
Sounds a bit French. Piers Shonks. Piers Shonks.
Okay. Sir Piers Shonks was a legendary figure in the village of Brent Pelham in Hertfordshire, England, whose tomb is within the north wall of the village's church. According to local legend, Shonks slew a dragon that was causing havoc in the district and later cheated the devil from claiming his soul by being buried within the walls of the church.
Ooh. I don't know, we had dragons in the area.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, because of Piers.
He's done more than we could when we did our adventure game. Anyway.
He actually managed to find the dragon.
That's kind of one of the reasons I picked this one, because I wanted to bring a dragon into the Now We Know show.
Dragon content.
So this is a dragon in Hertfordshire.
Yes.
It was until
it was killed by
Mr. Shonks.
Mr. Shonks. Or Sir Shonks.
Is it Sir?
Sir Piers Shonks.
So he was a knight.
Yes.
As all good dragon slayers need to be knights, don't they?
Was St. George a Roman, wasn't he?
Yeah, that didn't even occur in England.
Well, yeah, but again, that's all about symbolism.
Yeah.
People always want to bulk against things. They'll say, "Oh, he was from Turkey," and it's like, yes, but it's the symbolism that counts, not the where he's from or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's like having St. Patrick of Ireland, and he was Welsh.
Yeah.
You know, he went across to Ireland and supposedly drove all the snakes out. He wasn't Irish.
Okay, are we ready?
Come on.
The legend. Legend has it Sir Piers Shonks was a local lord of the manor. The earthworks of his moated manor house can still be seen to the east of Brent Pelham, known locally as Shonks.
Oh, okay.
So the moated remains are just known as Shonks.
Shonks.
Not sure where they got the name from.
E-S. Shonks.
Shonks. Okay.
According to the legend, Shonks returned from a holiday to discover that a fearsome dragon had moved into Brent Pelham.
We've all been there.
And was wreaking havoc on the district. With all the local crops burnt and ruined, the dragon was said to have created its lair in the cave under the roots of a great and ancient yew tree that once stood on the boundary of two fields, known as Great Pepsils and Little Pepsils Fields. The dragon was said to be the favourite of the devil himself.
So he's like, the dragon was kind of like a devil's minion type thing.
Yes.
That's interesting because this is the second mention of a cave.
Yeah.
And they kind of don't really associate Hertfordshire.
It's like when they're coming up with the myths over time. It's like, where should they live?
Stick with
a cave. A cave could be anywhere.
A cave. Determined to rid the district of the dragon, Shonks set off to hunt the beast, dressed in full armour with a sword and spear or lance. Shonks was said to be accompanied by an attendant and 3 favourite hounds. All were said to be so swift it was thought they had wings. After a lengthy hunt, Shonks located the dragon in its lair. A ferocious struggle ensued, and eventually, whilst the hounds snapped at the dragon's legs, Shonks managed to kill the monster by thrusting his spear down its throat.
So it's kind of a local St. George and the Dragon.
Yeah,
very much.
Yeah,
because if you've seen St. George and the Dragon, a lot of the time it's depicted as him sticking his lance up into the dragon's mouth.
Because that's the thing. I never heard of this until I looked it up.
Yep.
And it just so happens it's in this area.
Yeah.
And I'd never heard of it before.
It's a similar thing with me and Jack Alex, yeah.
Yeah.
Out of interest, what sort of years, what kind of era was this?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Okay.
After slaying the dragon, Shonks was said to be puzzled by the thick smell of sulphur in the air. And turning around, he found the devil standing behind him.
Ooh, you don't want that.
Round 2.
Yeah, round 2. You've just defeated the first monster. Now we've got the level boss.
Yeah.
The devil was said to be so enraged by the killing of his creature that he vowed to take revenge upon Shonks, saying that he would claim Shonks' body and soul upon Shonks' death. And further, Shonks could not evade this fate by being buried either inside or outside the Brent Pelham church. Shonks was said to be unmoved by the devil's threats and retorted that his soul belonged to God and his body would rest wherever he chose. Most versions of the story state Shonks lived for many years after slaying the dragon. Although writing in 1700, the local historian Henry Chauncey wrote Shonks was mortally wounded whilst battling with the dragon and died soon afterwards. There's a bit of confliction there.
So do you think that was just him embellishing the story a bit?
Possibly.
So although this is the 1700s, you say?
Yeah.
But that's when it's being recounted by this writer.
Mm.
So obviously this is a tale that's much earlier than
Medieval.
Yeah.
But the point that he's meant to be wearing full armour would put him into the kind of late medieval period with the plate armour.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... But then again, you get that kind of with stories, as I already said, with King Arthur.
Yeah.
So it could be a much earlier story.
Possibly.
And then they've sort of brought it up to date with putting him in plate armour.
Yeah.
Legend has it, as Shonks lay dying, he asked for a bow and an arrow. Shooting the arrow into the air, he stated that he should be buried wherever the arrow landed. Okay. The arrow flew...
It's a multiverse.
It's a multiverse, definitely. Is this like DC and Marvel?
Yeah. The arrow flew through an open window in the Brent Pelham church and lodged in the church's north wall, and so it was decided that upon his death, Shonks would be buried within the wall of the church. As he was buried inside the wall of the church, which was neither inside nor outside the church, Shonks' soul was said to be beyond the devil's grasp, and so the devil was denied his revenge. A less commonly told version of the legend is Piers Shonks was a giant who bested a rival in Barkway.
Oh, interesting.
How interesting. You've got these little parallels.
And it's a similar, well, obviously it's the same area, so
yeah.
I wonder if it could have been like a branching...
Well, I mentioned that earlier, whether it came across county lines, but obviously they're both in Hertfordshire.
Yeah.
But you've got that same, I'm going to draw my bow.
Out the window.
Put together like an Avengers team of all of our folklore characters.
And a fun fact about...
I was going to say, is your one like, Hawkeye? And this one's like, what's the other one? The green...
Well, mine's
Green Arrow.
Green Arrow.
Like Hulk as well.
It's interesting because the only other instance I know of that this type of thing happening with an arrow being shot out of a window was actually from a Robin Hood movie.
Yes, because that's part of the Robin Hood
called
tale, isn't it?
Robin and Marion.
That's more Nottingham, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nottingham.
Yeah.
So
So
weird.
yeah, that's kind of
Well, then
bizarre.
tales.
Interesting parallels.
Yeah, tales would. I mean, you got drovers. Drover, if you don't know what a drover is somebody that basically moves animals from place to place, just like if you're in America and you got the cowboys moving herds of cattle. A drover would drove geese and sheep and goats and cattle and whatever around the place, and stories would probably be taken from town to town through people like drovers, because they're the ones travelling around. A lot of people back in the day really didn't travel outside their local areas, and probably absolutely loved to hear stories from somebody coming from another part of the countryside.
It's a whole new catalogue of stories.
Yeah. So
I wonder if it's like nowadays when you get like a reboot of a film franchise. I used to think of a reboot of Jack Alex. Just add a dragon.
No, stick a dragon in there. Yes, it.
There could be some truth to that though, because you tell a story enough times, and you think maybe I could add something.
It's like Chinese whispers, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I could add something like a dragon or something to get this a bit more exciting to tell my kids.
Dragons are a favourite in the UK. There's dragons all over the place. Wales, down in the West Country, Uffington, with the Dragon Hill down there.
What's the actual kind of origin of a dragon? Where do you reckon it came from?
Well, I mean, there's one up north, which is Lambton. The Lambton worm was a favourite. I remember hearing about finding out about the Lambton worm when I was in primary school. So that would have been way back in the early 70s. I don't know if you heard of the Lambton worm. So I'm kind of going off.
I just remember the primeval episode of the Lambton worm.
Yeah, going off tangent a little bit, but that fascinated me. And it was about this local worm, which is another word for a type of dragon. Maybe we should talk about that in a second. They kept wrapping itself around Lambton Hill and terrorising, just bumping into Zak there, terrorising the local countryside and probably eating sheep and God knows what. And then that was a local knight that came to defeat the worm, and he put his armour on. And in that particular one, in order to defeat the worm, he had all his armour had spikes put on. So it was covered in spikes. So when it wrapped around to crush him,
pierced it.
It killed itself by trying to crush him. And as a kid, I was like, wow, this is amazing. But then, but that was a worm, or I think that's pronounced sometimes worm or worm.
WYRM.
But as far as I'm aware, and
sounds a bit Welsh.
Listeners, you can put these in the comments about dragons, because we love dragons. Everybody loves dragons.
The Dragon Podcast.
Yeah, we have to do a dragon podcast. But with dragons, I think you got like a worm is a dragon that doesn't have legs.
Kind of like a snake, a large snake.
Yeah, like that. And then you've got a dragon which has 4 legs and wings. Always wings, but they can have dragons without wings.
Yeah, you can have dragons.
But it's on 4 legs. And then you've got a wyvern.
Yeah.
Which has 2 legs, but 2 wings, but it's kind of got a bit like a pterodactyl. It's got little claws in its wings.
That's the one we usually see in films.
Yeah, it's a wyvern.
That's how usually in films dragons are depicted nowadays.
Yeah, it's because it's one of those annoying things down on Holby City when it used to be Holby City. It's finished now. It's not anymore recorded. But when we
bingo card.
But when I was working down on, didn't you guys worked on Holby? Didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we all worked on Holby, and they had the Wyvern Ward.
Okay.
Do you remember that? Wyvern Ward. And they had this big glass panel over the doors of Wyvern Ward, which said Wyvern Ward, funny enough. And it had this, it was all etched. It was like engraved glass panel, which had a dragon on it.
Oh, okay.
4 legs and 2 wings.
But it's a wyvern.
It's not a wyvern. That's a dragon. Who could get that so wrong?
Would you like a fun fact about the Hobbit movies and Smaug?
Yeah, go on.
Sure.
Okay. So, if you watch the beginning of the first Hobbit movie, An Unexpected Journey, when Smaug first appears, you only see little fleeting glimpses.
Yeah, you do, when he's going into
Erebor.
Erebor, smashing in.
As he breaks in, he has front legs.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. It wouldn't make sense if it was his back legs, like reaching around the door and grabbing on to the inside of the door.
And breaking through. He wouldn't do
that
with his
and then he
back
stomps through Erebor.
Yep.
You just see his front feet walking through. But then,
I was going to say, because
after that, in the second movie and the third movie,
Smaug,
he's a wyvern.
He hasn't got any front legs.
He hasn't got any front legs. It's just a really weird thing to notice.
Well, Peter Jackson, if you're listening to this podcast, come in and explain.
Please, can you explain that one?
Because if you think of it as a 2-legged dragon, as you see that, doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, we can get
because
his wings
his
round him.
entire body would be in front of that.
Yeah.
In front of his legs.
Yeah.
He'd be like leaning backwards.
Yeah, just sort of like sitting on his tail and using his back legs to paddle.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
little side tangent on
Yeah.
there. We got a bonus story in there with the Lambton worm
Lantern worm, yes.
and a bit of facts about the Hobbit.
Yeah.
Okay, who
Right,
wants to
come
learn about where Sir Piers Shonks was buried?
We
Yes.
do!
Well, it sounds like he's buried in a wall.
Buried
He's
in
buried in a wall.
That's
Okay.
interesting.
That's a very
So-
interesting fact.
The tomb. Piers Shonks' tomb, which is believed to date from between the 11th and 13th centuries, can be seen inside St Mary's Church in Brent Pelham. It is set within a deep recess within the northern wall of the church's nave. The tomb has an elaborately carved, heavily restored marble cover that can be dated stylistically to the 13th century. It depicts 4 evangelists, an angel carrying a soul away to heaven, and a large foliated cross, the foot of which is thrust through the mouth of a 2-legged dragon.
I was
I've
going to
seen
ask if there was a dragon in there depicted.
The tomb itself bears no inscription, but above it is a tablet believed to have been added by the church's vicar in the 17th century. It is inscribed in Latin and English. The English part reads, O Piers Shonks, who died anno 1086. Nothing of Cadmus or St. George, those names of great renown, survives them but their fames. Time was so sharp set as to make no bones of theirs, nor their monumental stones. But Shonks one serpent kills, to other defies, and in this wall, as in a fortress, lies.
Ah, now that's interesting. Very interesting. Did you manage to get over to see the tomb?
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Oh, we'll have to make a
good.
trip.
That needs a trip.
Yeah.
You know.
Especially inside, have a look.
Interesting when we talk about where these characters were kind of buried. We've got Jack-o'-Legs in his supposed grave, and we've got Piers in his grave. What's actually in those graves if these characters aren't what they say they are? If you know what I mean. If this,
Yeah, I mean,
'cause obviously he's not a.
you know, what
giant as far
time
as I'm aware.
team to come and excavate?
Yeah, because obviously
Jack-o'-Legs.
someone's going to have to have written that as a story on the in Latin, in
Yeah.
English, and something's buried there. So what actually is it?
Yeah. Well,
Or
I'm not sure whether they're going to allow us to break through the wall of the church.
I'm just intrigued to know where this, because obviously that's the closest thing to evidence that we have that these things are real. So why could we assume that they aren't?
Well, unless, I mean, obviously with the legend of Jack-o'-Legs, and obviously you visited the grave. I mean, somebody at some point could put 2 rocks in a churchyard and say, "Oh,
There you go.
that must be Jack-o'-Legs' grave."
I can kind of see that one, but with that when it's
That
kind
one,
of
no,
marble and everything.
But you see, that's intriguing because did you say was it a marble cover or something you described? It would put on at a later date.
The tomb has an elaborately carved, heavily restored marble cover that can be dated stylistically to the 13th century.
That goes back to the 1200s.
But the inscription
is added later.
was added later in the
The
17th.
century. So obviously somebody was putting inside the wall.
I'm just intrigued to know where these things popped up. If there's got to be some truth if these things exist.
See, that is the thing that intrigues me. Is the idea of a dragon. Because there was something else that popped out in your story when you were recollecting it, and that is it was burning the crops.
Yeah.
So it's not just you've got a case of a beast of some sort.
It was
that's
actually
going
doing
around
some damage.
That's attacking animals or whatever. But supposedly that you've now got added in that there's fire, flames. It's a fire-breathing dragon. Yeah, it's there. It's a fire-breathing dragon. Fascinating. Absolutely. I don't know. I mean, you know, we dismiss dragons quite easily, and I said we probably should do a podcast solely on dragons, but I've always considered that the legend of dragons probably stems from the discovery of dinosaur bones, or fossils, should I say? Because people would have seen those if you got a landslide and like in the Jurassic coast down on the south coast of Britain, and you had
How
a
else
landslide,
would you explain
and
it?
you see this big what looks like a skeleton, not realizing that it's fossilized bones, and you see the teeth and everything else. You're going to think that creature, that's a skeleton of a creature that must still live. You know?
Yeah, goodness.
And we spoke a little while ago about different depictions of animals over different countries. Obviously, there wouldn't have been photographs of animals, so people would have had to draw their depictions from descriptions of
I
animals.
remember you mentioned about that.
So something like that could have maybe turned into a mythical beast of some kind, because it doesn't look like how we.
I believe the original 3 lions on the English, the King's Standard, the 3 lions.
Yeah.
The original depictions look more like kind of skinny leopards,
Yeah.
because they didn't really know what a lion looked like.
Yeah.
Described to whoever designed it. But yeah, fascinating.
Okay, would we like to learn about the rise of the legend?
Yes, even more. I think
Okay.
you guys are outdoing me on my one.
Okay. It is believed the tomb in Brent Pelham Church may have given rise to the legend of Sir Piers Shonks slaying a dragon and cheating the devil. The tomb's depiction of a dragon with a cross thrust through its mouth could have inspired the story of slaying a dragon and given the detail of how the dragon was dispatched. The inclusion of an angel carrying a soul to heaven may have inspired the story of the devil claiming Shonks' soul, whilst its unusual location within the walls of the church could have initiated the story of cheating the devil. The 4 evangelists depicted on the tomb as 1 winged man and 3 winged beasts may have given rise to the tradition of a winged attendant and winged hounds.
That we said earlier about him having his
hounds were so fast they were set to fly.
I wonder if he was actually just like a very rich, eccentric guy who had he made up his own kind of legend, and then because do you know what I mean by if it's a tomb, there's clearly someone in there.
Yeah, somebody has been, for some reason, and I would say this is unusual, has been entombed in a wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That in itself is kind of
very unique.
If you say to me that you're putting somebody into a wall, normally that would it would make me think they're being entombed alive. I think you get those tales where people have been bricked up into walls alive. To put somebody, I mean, what do you do? Just stand the body to wrap it up, stand it up.
Someone has to hold
it
hold
up while they I mean, wherever it comes from, if it is this Piers Shonks that's in the wall of the church, it's just really unusual. What made the people there that actually put that deceased person in the wall?
Yeah.
We're going to put him in the wall.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Somebody's there. There is a tomb. There obviously is a tomb there. Absolutely fascinating to think about what happened on the day that was done.
That's what I mean by someone's in there who's got a story. Whether or not it's this story is a different
but what was the story to take an individual and say, well, we're not going to put them in the graveyard and we're not going to put them in the church. A lot of people are laid to rest if they're very important within the church, but this is going to be in the wall.
Yeah.
How fascinating.
It is recorded that a family named Shank did possess property in the Brent Pelham parish in the 14th century, including the manor house Shonks, and that one member of the family, Peter Shank, was granted another manor house in the Barkway parish by the Earl of Arundel. It has been speculated that this Peter Shank may have been the Piers Shonks of the legend. It is unknown where the tradition of Shonks' death inscribed on the tomb as the year 1086 came from, potentially from an earlier lost account.
Again, it could just be an oral tradition, or somebody, a local vicar or whomever had the money to even make that inscription and to put it there, embellishing the story again, making it earlier in this scene.
He must have been, whoever's in that tomb must have been a very rich, well-respected person to get that sort of burial, because they couldn't have just been like a peasant.
Yeah, but like you said, Jack, you said eccentric. It's an eccentric thing to put somebody in the wall. You think if they were well-respected and influential and rich person, that they'd want a lavish tomb in the normal way. So there's kind of a weird twist to it, that whoever it was...
We're definitely going to have to go and figure it out.
We're going to have to take a visit over there.
The yew tree that was said to be the dragon's lair was mentioned in a tithe audit compiled between 1895 and 1900.
Oh, now that's interesting.
Which stated the tree was felled around 1820 and the root hole beneath the tree had been used as a stile on a footpath between Great Pepsall and Little Pepsall Fields. It has been speculated from the depictions of the tree that it may have been as much as 1,000 years old at the time it was cut down. and from its location it may have been an Anglo-Saxon boundary tree or possibly have been used to mark an early cemetery.
Well, yew trees are renowned for being put into cemeteries. If you go to most churchyards, most churches have yew trees associated with the churchyard. Other things, yew trees, that's what they used to make bows out of. Best type of longbow would be made out of yew. Interesting you mentioned, what did you call it, the root cavity or something you call it?
Let me just have a look. The root hole.
The root hole. So in the legend it was referred to as a cave, but now it's being described as a root hole.
And it's now been turned into a style for a footpath.
That would be what where the tree stump is to be a style. All right.
We'll have to go take a visit to that.
Yeah, if it's still around. Yeah, but it's just interesting because you say the root hole and it's referred to as that's where the dragon's cave, the cave, we lived in a cave below a tree. And then Jack O'Legs lived in a cave.
Jack's Hill, yeah.
Would the term, immediately your mind goes to a cave, or is just the term cave
just a shelter?
Just a shelter that's dug into the ground or
natural
something.
Shelter.
Yeah, natural shelter, a divot in the ground or something. Yeah, absolutely fascinating.
There you go. That's all I have on Piers Shonks.
That raised a lot. That raised
the
a lot
Dragon
of
Slayer.
We're putting together our Avengers team of legendary characters now.
Well, I don't know if my tale is going to come up to scratch on this one.
Well, let's have a look.
Right, so that just leaves it to me. Now, obviously, we wanted to have myths and legends and folklore of Hertfordshire. And you guys, unbeknownst to me, seem to have gone for two heroes which you've found the graves. You know where the grave is. You've actually been to a grave. Yep. So these people or characters were flesh and blood.
Yes, allegedly.
Allegedly. Whereas mine, I decided I'd go for a bit more of a supernatural route on it. I wanted to go for a supernatural hint. So what I did was I thought I would look up what come to around the area of Hertfordshire. You've got places like the Wicked Lady pub, which is named after a female highway lady that was there, if you want to call her highwayman, but she dressed as a man and used to rob people. And down at
bonus story.
Bonus story. Hemel Hempstead, you had Snooks, who was a highwayman, who I have visited his grave because they weren't allowed to bury them on church. What's it called? Consecrated ground. So he's buried out near a place called Boxmoor. Okay, and there's a little gravestone there for Snooks, who's a highwayman. So I was thinking, highwayman, what do we associate with highwayman when it comes to supernatural? Headless horseman.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought, right, well, okay, let's see if Hertfordshire has got any headless horsemen. So I was having a good look for headless horsemen.
Yeah. And
then one story popped out right at me, and it's all about a headless horse.
Okay, so the actual horse itself is headless.
The horse is headless, which is absolutely fantastic.
Does the Italian mafia have anything to do with it?
I have no idea. Although that was a brown one, I think, that was in his bed. And this one's a white one, okay? Ooh. And so it's the legend of the headless horse. So White Horse Lane, it takes its name from the fact of the sightings of this headless horse. White Horse Lane is said to be haunted by the ghost of a headless horse. White Horse Lane sits more or less on the boundary between the Danelaw and the Saxons. And one story is that the haunting dates back to the battle which took place between the Saxons and the Vikings around 1002, when a white horse was beheaded in battle and haunts the lane to this day.
Ooh.
So we've got another one that, through oral tradition, there's a possibility it goes back to the time of the Danelaw, where the Vikings, if you don't know where the Danelaw is, the Danelaw sort of cut England in half at a jaunty angle.
Right.
So you had your Anglo-Saxons down at the bottom, Wessex, etc., and then the Danelaw, and the centre of rule up there was York, with the Vikings. So they're always having a go at each other.
Yeah. It's interesting there's some actual historical context to this one as well, being the battle is where the horse was thought to have originated from.
Originally. So that's where the earliest reference that I've had is that it's actually a horse which was beheaded in that battle. There have been many claimed sightings of the headless horse in White Horse Lane, and many people found it to be intimidating and frightening to go down the road, and especially to navigate the lane at night.
I can imagine.
And when the horse was the main form of transport, it was said that horses would not walk the lane at night, although it's fair to say cars don't seem to have the same problem nowadays. And I know that because I decided to take a trip down there just to see if I could find any more about this headless white horse.
Or perhaps see the headless horse.
Perhaps see it. So I took a trip down to Burnham Green, where it is, and let's listen to my little trip out. So it's Buzz here. I've come to the location of White Horse Lane. This is the notorious lane where our headless horse is meant to gallop through this lane, and its decapitated body scares off the locals to such a point that legend has it that local animals, etc., won't go down the lane at all. It's quite spooky, to be fair. I mean, I'm standing here. It's quite a covered lane. It gets quite small and tight. I'll probably take a walk down and see how far it goes round, but it gets quite, it's overgrown. The trees come over the top of the lane. It is a spooky little lane. What we're going to do now is I'm going to go off to the pub, and we're going to take a look at the pub sign, which is interesting. So follow me, and we'll go there now. Right, we've now arrived right outside the White Horse of Burnham Green. It's a very old pub. I believe it opened at the beginning of the 1800s, and I looked for pictures of the White Horse pub online prior to coming to the actual location, and I found a picture of the pub probably dated about 2006, which had a really intriguing pub sign outside, and the pub sign showed a white horse with a rider, but the horse had been decapitated, and this is going to sound gruesome, but there was blood spurting out of the neck of the horse, and it kind of reminded me of the slaughtered lamb from American Werewolf in London. So I mean, it's a really cool pub sign, and I was really looking forward to seeing this, and we've come down, and it would seem that over the years since 2006 the sign has changed. It's now a white horse's head, and that's it. So the white horse now actually has a head when it comes to the pub itself. So now we're going to go into the pub, and I'm going to see if anybody has any tales to tell of the headless spectral horse of Burnham Green. Hiya. Strange request maybe. I sent a message but didn't get a reply. I'm one of the presenters on the Now We Know Show podcast, which goes across Spotify, iPlayer and everything, and we're doing a podcast on Hertfordshire folklore, and this pub came up because of the pub's named after what was a spectral decapitated horse
down the lane, yeah.
And so we've dropped in this evening completely off chance. I wondered if you or anybody, if you've got any locals in, have got any tales of actually seeing this spectral horse.
I haven't. I've only been.
But you've heard about it.
I've heard about it. Some of the regulars have come in, or people that live nearby.
Do you think there's anybody in the pub at the moment that might have anything to say on the subject?
Not at the minute, no. I don't think so. I know one of our regulars does have a story about it.
Have you never been told anything about it?
He made me Google it. But
I know. Well, there was one other thing I noticed. While doing the research on the White Horse pub, I found a photograph that I think was dated around 2006, which showed the pub sign outside had a decapitated horse on it with blood spurting out of his neck, which obviously the pub sign doesn't match that anymore. It was quite a gruesome pub sign, to be honest. So I was going to ask, well, obviously you say you don't know anything about it. I wondered what happened to that old pub sign.
I don't know. When did you send the email?
It was Messenger. I found you on Facebook and messaged.
Yeah, I
So it was a couple of days ago, because I knew I was going to be passing, see. So you don't reckon recognise any locals in the pub?
They're not. They're new people, I think.
No problem at all. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Very welcome.
And
maybe if you pop in another day when it's busier, like a Friday evening.
Okay.
Someone might have something.
Somebody might be able to tell us a story. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
So I'm sitting back in my car. I've been into the pub, spoke to a very lovely barmaid who had heard of tales of the spectral headless horse of White Horse Lane, but she hadn't actually heard any tales herself that she could tell us about, although she was aware of the story. It's a very quiet night in the pub, so there was no locals in. I asked if there were locals, and at the moment we've got no eyewitness reports on the headless spectral horse of Burnham Green. So next I'm going to take a drive down the dreaded lane and see if we see or sense anything. Okay, so now I'm just leaving the car park of the White Horse pub, which is right on the corner of the famous White Horse Lane. The sun's going down, it's getting a little bit darker now anyway. I'm just turning into the lane, and as well, I can see, I've taken a photograph of the lane. The lane itself is now starting to really become enclosed. It's about the width of the car itself, and all the bushes and trees are overhanging the lane. So yeah, I can see at night this is going to be quite an isolated spot coming down here. Slowly tracking down the lane now. It's very tight. No signs of a spectral headless horse yet. So what have we got? It's difficult to, there's a couple of bays to allow for other cars, or perhaps the headless horse, so you can pass in case you meet them on the way opposite direction coming down the lane. Open fields now, but still we have a very tight lane coming down here. So perhaps the headless horse comes charging down the lane and into the fields, maybe on a dark night. Still very tight. So it's a lovely little English country lane. It's twists and turns, just slowly coming down here, nice and gently. I'll say it's getting dark now. There's a footpath across to the left, and still the lane twists and turns onwards with some very heavy woodland. I could see why somebody, if they had to walk down this lane in the dead of night, there'll be no lights. It could be quite a scary experience, I would imagine. There is something coming in the opposite direction, but it's just another car. No spectral headless horses yet. Right, now we're going into a really dark part of the lane. Everything is shrouded by the overhead trees, the big oak trees with their gnarled boughs are quite oppressive, the way they're pressing in. And now almost as if we're driving down a little tunnel. So if you can imagine, it's almost a car width lane with all the vegetation and foliage making an actual physical natural tunnel in the lane. Yeah, this would be quite scary in the dead of night. It has got a very eerie feeling to it. And I think we're just about, oh no, it keeps going on. We've just got onto a little bend and the lane goes on. So actually White Horse Lane does seem to be actually quite a long lane. So I don't know whether or not the headless horse actually gallops along the whole of the lane, or whether it's a particular spot on the lane where it is seen. It's a shame we didn't get to speak to any of the locals about it, but it's a fascinating tale and part of, obviously, Hertfordshire's myths, legends and folklore, and one I hope you've enjoyed hearing about. So I'm going to finish recording now and catch back up in the studio. So that was my trip to White Horse Lane to see if we could see the supernatural headless spectral horse. And obviously, as we found out, the pub itself, it used to have a sign which, when I looked up on the internet, and the earliest sign I could find was, I'm guessing from the data on the picture, was around 2006.
Yeah.
That sign, I've got a picture of it here because although I referred to it from when I went to make the visit, you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see this.
Oh, wow.
But we've got a white horse here. It looks like there's a figure riding in the back. Looks like a figure. Do you think he's in armour? I don't know.
Yeah, looks like he's charging into battle.
Yeah. Is he holding a flag? Is that a flag?
It's difficult because the picture is as expanded as it can be.
Okay.
But can you see where the horse's head is?
Yeah.
Do you want to describe that for me?
A fountain of blood.
It's quite dramatic.
Yeah. So you've got this fountain of blood gushing out.
Looks like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
shot.
Yeah. When I saw this picture, I was thinking of the slaughtered lamb from American Werewolf in London.
Yeah.
It's not the most welcoming sign.
No, but at the same time, it's
awesome.
Isn't that
It's
cool?
fantastic.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
cool.
the best
So
sign.
unique.
And it's exactly how you described that kind of battle as well, having the horse have his head cut off. And everything.
Obviously, that depiction on that sign, I don't know when it was painted, and if that is an armoured figure on the back, that would have nothing to do with the Saxons and the Vikings and Danelaw, because it's much later. But unfortunately, as in my visit there, that sign has long since departed, and it's a nice, pleasant horse's head, which is unusual
We
because
found the horse's head.
they show a picture on the side of the horse's head, but the actual whole legend and the fact that the pub takes its name from the legend, it's called the White Horse Pub.
Maybe a horse's backside wouldn't have been as welcoming.
Well, it could. I mean, not being funny, I don't think it would have been particularly offensive to have a horse's torso on a sign without the head.
Just have it cut off where the sign ends. Just have, like, the horse.
Something like that. So that it would be, well, that's unusual. You got a picture there of a pub sign, and it's a why have they not got the where's their head gone?
Yeah, I wonder what happened to that sign.
Yeah, well, as I say, I went into the pub and I asked the barmaid. She had no idea about it, and unfortunately, again, as from my visit, there were no locals in there to ask about the sightings. But anyway, so I'm going to refer back to my research on it. So at the top of the lane, now we know that we have the White Horse Public House, which was opened in 1806. So compare that to the legend of the story. It's quite a reasonably recent pub, to be honest with you, 1806. But the pub was named after the legend of the spectral headless horse. So let's have a look. There are more details on the headless horse, which are newer. I say newer. They don't date back as far as the Danelaw. So there is a completely different version of where the legend of the White Horse comes from. And it says that during the English Civil War, a farmer by the name of Pennyfather, not Pennywise,
Pennyworth.
Not Pennyworth. No, a farmer called Pennyfather lived at Welsh's farm and was a staunch royalist, and it is said that the Roundheads attacked his farm and decapitated the farmer, placing his head on a spike in the stable yard as a warning to all.
Blimey.
It's a bit rough.
Presumably not the farm.
It's also been said that the spike still existed in the farmyard to 1981.
Blimey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
Presumably without the head.
without the head, I assume.
Probably decayed us.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like really annoying because I would love to have seen that spike. If that was a fabled spike, it may not have ever had anything to do with it. It could have just been a piece of...
It's part of the story, isn't it?
A piece of iron or something sticking out the ground that might have been a piece of old farm machinery
Yeah,
or something. Yeah. But it was there till 1981. But then there's no reference to what happened to it or why.
You do wonder where all these things go, like the sign and everything. Like,
I mean,
it's got to go somewhere.
if you get
Room of requirement all of a sudden.
Yeah, the pub is over 200 years old, and you think if that got that, I mean, it is a cool sign.
Yeah,
super cool.
You'd want to take that down if you felt that it was maybe not so PC these
Nowadays.
days, which is a shame.
Replace the sign, remove the blood, and
I
put
was-
the original sign in the pub.
That's what I was hoping. I was hoping that we'd go in the pub and they'd have the sign there
on display.
Like with a little plaque underneath.
Little plaque telling people, because let's face it, generally in a pub, it's not a place where in England where you have loads of children going into the pub. Generally,
Yeah.
I mean, you have family pubs, yeah.
Because it was quite out of the way, wasn't it?
Yeah, you'd think that you could even have it in a, in the lounge bar or somewhere tucked away, or even put down in the cellar.
Like for instance, going back to American Werewolf in London, don't they have the pentagram?
Yeah,
like,
on the wall. Yeah.
Just in that they don't really address it.
They don't address it.
The fact that it is so steeped in that is why the pub is called the way it is.
The lane is there. First story dates back to the Danelaw, and then we move forward to the English Civil War, and then the pub is built, and it takes its name from the White Horse Lane.
Yeah.
So this spike that the farmer's head was on was there until 1981. So, I would love to know what happened to it, or why it was removed, who removed it. Or how do they know that it was removed in 1981?
Yeah. What was it before that?
Did somebody actually say, "Oh, by the way, we're removing the spike. Please make a note of the date"?
Can we take the skull off the top of it?
Anyway, Pennyfather's favourite white horse would not be led away quietly, and so it was also decapitated by the Roundheads. And now it's that spectral horse, which is believed to be Pennyfather's, which haunts White Horse Lane. It has been seen on several occasions and was described. And this was the thing. I was really hoping when I went to do that outside broadcast that I'd find somebody. Yeah, because a lot of the time, I've got to say, it was midweek that I dropped in at the pub, and it's usually midweek that you find your locals.
Yeah.
Drop in and have a pint, and you'll find that one old man propping up the bar who knows all the tales of the village. Oh yeah, my grandfather, he rode that horse. But unfortunately, no, nothing. So I didn't actually get any actual eyewitness accounts. But the barmaid did refer to people telling the stories, and that people in the local area have seen it.
It's still around. That's good.
But I have managed to find one report. And as I say, it's been seen on several occasions and was described by one witness from Tewin Orchard as being pure white and standing 15 hands high. This witness believes that she saw the horse early one evening in 1960.
Oh, wow.
At first she thought it was a living horse grazing in the orchard behind her cottage, but it later disappeared, but there was no other way it could have gotten out of the orchard if it was a living horse. And many locals have seen the headless horse, and people say that you cannot make any animal walk along the lane at night.
That'd be interesting to test.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I've also
hopefully that's not your dog walk.
I've also had references that it's not just sightings of the spectral horse galloping up the lane, but it's also you can hear the hoof.
Ooh.
So you can hear its hoofs galloping. So you might not see the horse, but you can hear its hoofs galloping up the lane, and on the local byways as well. Sort of the walks that run along with the lane. So that's it. So we got this headless horse. I didn't get a headless horseman, but I got a headless horse. And while we were out, because you were with me, Zach.
I was.
Like you went off with Jack, you were being sound man, and we drove down the lane nice and slowly. And I've got to tell you, this lane is really quite oppressive. It's one car width. It did have some passing bays on it, but if you can imagine, listeners, if you can imagine in your mind's eye something out of Lord of the Rings, the trees in areas on this lane have grown up, and then they've sort of circled over the top and intertwined over.
Kind of like
the
that bit where Frodo and all the hobbits would jump off the road and hide under the roots of a tree.
And you get what's that? Is it called the vertigo?
Vertigo effect,
yeah, with the lens, and you got that kind of feeling from the lane that it was pressing in,
continuous. You can't see an end to it.
And I was going down there, and we weren't seeing anything like this. But now I kid you not, as Zach, you're my witness.
Yep.
Halfway down that lane, the windscreen on the inside started to steam up.
Ooh.
Started to steam up, and then, I don't know, quarter of a mile further on, completely cleared again. And I didn't put the fan on or anything like that.
Because it was quite a long road.
It's a long lane. If you ever go to White Horse Lane, it's a long lane, very bendy. But we were driving down there, and it's like the windscreen's steaming up, and then
maybe you ran over the line.
But normally you'd expect it to steam up, and then you got to turn
open the window or something.
Because we recorded that, didn't we?
Yeah, and so I don't know. Probably nothing, but
it's something. Yeah.
it embellishes the story. Halfway down
adds to
that
the
lane,
atmosphere.
It's something because we can't really explain that as opposed to the lights with
Cyclists.
with the cyclists.
Close
the
encounters.
sudden mystery steaming up and then unsteaming without opening a window and without turning the fans on in the car.
Ooh. Did you hear any galloping?
No. I
Oh,
didn't
we
hear
were in
them.
the car,
We're
weren't
in the
we?
car.
Or just being around the area? Did you?
And I say we did have a walk around at the top of the lane and took a couple of photographs around the new pub sign. But yeah, no, absolutely fascinating. Again, I'd like to go back there. But as all tradition, was it?
Yeah, it's interesting that one.
Was it from a battle?
Yeah.
Or was it Pennyfather's
Yeah.
favourite white stallion?
That's interesting that me and Zak's stories kind of have similar origins, that they kind of vary slightly, whereas that one has two very different.
Two very different.
Explanation.
One is a white horse in a battle.
Yeah.
That can be heard or be seen. And obviously, whoever painted that pub sign,
However old it is.
yeah, I mean, the details on the photo suggested that it was 2006 when the photograph was taken. But however long that sign had been there, I don't know. But obviously, the person who'd painted that sign must have been told all about this horse.
Yeah.
Whoever it was that commissioned them to do that and I mean, not being funny, that was a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Yeah,
lot of red paint.
that was worthy of a Japanese samurai movie.
Yeah. Kill Bill.
You know, that was
Shogun
just
Assassin.
absolutely spurting out there. So to paint that, obviously perfectly acceptable at the time, and unfortunately, shame it should still be perfectly acceptable today to have a sign like that.
If you're listening and you have any information about where this sign could
Yeah,
possibly
please.
be.
I'd love to know. Two things though. I'd love to know where the sign is.
Yeah.
Love to know if anybody listens to this podcast and they've actually witnessed seeing the headless white horse of White Horse Lane. I'd love to know about. We'd all love to know about that.
Yeah.
And I want to know about this spike.
Yeah, this mysterious spike.
Yeah, because that was the thing in the later story with the English Civil War, Roundheads and Cavaliers, and farmer Pennyfather getting his head chopped off, stuck on a spike. I mean, yeah, obviously there was the myth and legend around that metal spike for all those years. Since the English Civil War, this spike was meant to be there until 1981.
Yeah.
Why did it get taken away? And who did it?
Well, if you wouldn't have mentioned the dates and when it was removed, I wouldn't have thought much of it. But the fact that it was there for that long, until 1981, it's got to have been preserved or whatever for a while.
Yeah, you'd think that it'd end up in a local museum. Or,
How tall was it?
Well, exactly. You don't know.
This is all information we'd love to know.
If it was used as a kind of deterrent from locals, then obviously it's got to be quite.
But
profound.
also, it's interesting when you think about it. Although it's myths and legend, because this is supernatural, opposed to more maybe of a actual historical character. It's this white horse that is either seen or heard. But if it is the later story where the farmer gets his head chopped off, why do we not see the farmer in it? Why is it not like the headless farmer
Could it be the
on the
person who
headless
was
horse?
riding the horse?
Yeah.
Interesting point.
Could we make out a head on the person on the back?
Oh, I don't know. I can punch that up again, but that's an interesting.
CSI.
Could it be the farmer?
Enhanced photo.
I didn't come across any reference to the farmer himself. Let's see if we can zoom in. It's very difficult, listeners, to see this.
Yeah, it's not the clearest of images.
We can see a flag, but there's not much other than.
Do you think that is depicting two arms outstretched?
What's at the bottom right there?
Is that the horse's head?
Yeah, it could be the horse head lying on the floor.
Oh, well, there's something behind him as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
But do you think that whoever's
Hang on,
top of the horse...
Is that red
looks like
there?
there's a bit
Does
of
that look
red.
like it's
That looks like someone's head.
someone's
Could it be
head?
two heads? The farmer's head coming off and the horse's head coming off?
That could be. That could be.
That could. That's such a shame we haven't got that. It could well be.
Is that the only picture that exists?
That is the only picture I have come across of that sign. But if that's the case, then that would depict the English Civil War story of the decapitated farmer actually riding
a decapitated horse.
Yeah. From what I can see, it looks like he's wearing some kind of silver. He looks silver, doesn't it? It doesn't look like
it looks to me like it's armour. But this definitely could be two arms outstretched and a head
the way I see it,
behind.
that's a head and that's a head.
Yeah, I think you're right. With gushing blood.
Yeah.
Lots of gushing blood. That is such an awesome sign.
There you go, the mystery deepens.
We have to find out what happened to this sign
what happened.
And where it is now.
Yeah, what it actually depicts.
But that may be an interesting thing. I'd love to find somebody that could tell us about why the farmer is not. I mean, obviously that sign, I think you're quite right, guys, that it depicts the farmer on the horse.
Yeah.
But all the tails of the horse just seem to be the horses.
Yeah.
But no, I haven't had any references to see anybody actually seeing the farmer on the horse.
Or even the battle way back.
Yeah.
They didn't mention anything about who was riding it or
No.
what happened to them.
I mean,
or anything.
normally I would imagine that if it was something that far back, that the white horse would probably be associated with a chieftain or something like that. Yeah, that may be because you could imagine a white horse being exactly that. Yeah, a chieftain riding this white horse into battle, and then if he gets killed, or the horse gets decapitated and the chieftain gets killed and the horse gallops away.
Maybe there's some unfinished business with the horse.
Interesting. But anyway, so that's my
Yes.
slightly more supernatural tale
Yes.
of the
It's a bit
the headless horse of Burnham Green. It's been a fascinating episode.
Yes.
Jack, you did
Jack-o'-legs, the kind of
Robin Hood
giant man.
You did
Sir Piers Shonks, the legendary Dragon Slayer.
and I did the Phantom White Horse
Yes.
of White Horse Lane.
Ooh.
I think the amount we actually found during the research for this podcast, we could probably do another part 2 on just Hertfordshire.
Yes.
The crazy thing is that's just three.
Three.
Exactly.
stories,
Yeah, I found a lot more.
and there are just so many more.
Yeah.
I mean, hundreds, if not thousands, of stories. Brilliant, absolutely fascinating story. We're going to have to come back. So, what are we doing, Jack? Are we going to be basically the three of us looking at further episodes down the line where we visit other shires?
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, we could also revisit Hertfordshire down the line.
Yeah. We could do all sorts. Okay, listeners, if you're out there and you're sitting there and you've got a fantastic story, maybe even a personal, eyewitness account of seeing a mythical creature or an apparition,
Some kind of bits
or
of folklore around the
of
country.
some English hero that was out there.
a mystery grave or something.
That's it.
Yeah.
Then get in touch, put the comments down. Maybe we can come out and do an interview, do a broadcast, and that'd be absolutely brilliant.
Do an episode on it.
Yeah, do an episode on it. Yeah, we'd be well up for that.
Yes.
And that leaves us with one thing to round the show off, doesn't it?
Yes. Do you know what time it is?
What time is it?
What time is it, Jack?
It's time for Let's Get Quizzical.
Let's get quizzical. Quizzical with folklore.
Let's get quizzical. Don't lose your head.
Let me hear your
quizzical.
decapitated horse talk.
Let me see your jacko-legs.
Shonk. that's all I can say.
Okay. Right, it's quizzical time.
5 questions.
Get your thinking head on.
5 questions. Do you want
Is it still
to
attached?
work as a team or do you want to...
Oh, we work as a team.
We work as a
Work
team.
as a team.
You're the questions master.
Well, I don't mind. Okay, 5 questions.
After my complete fail the other week of planting my flag on Mars.
Go listen to that episode if you haven't.
I need to pull it back. Come on.
So 5 questions. I'd
5.
say if you get 4 of them right, you win a prize of... I don't have
what's
one.
the prize?
You don't have a prize.
Oh, no.
It's pride.
Okay.
Okay, question 1.
Question 1.
The Banshee comes from Irish mythology. Her shriek foretells which of these events in a family?
Okay.
A birth, B, a death, or C, a wedding?
Banshee. Death.
Death.
Correct.
Yay!
Yes.
The Banshee comes from Celtic myth, and there are similar stories of spirits who foretell death in both Scottish and Welsh mythology, which share Ireland's Celtic history. The wail of a Banshee would be a frightening thing to hear, as it meant someone close to you was going to reach the end of their life. Question 2. In English legend, Lady Godiva is connected to which city in England? A, Coventry, B, London, C, Liverpool, or D, Bristol?
Coventry.
I don't know. I don't know this one at all.
Correct.
Yes.
Coventry.
Interesting fact. Little factoid.
Ooh.
My wife, Tina,
Yep.
her great grandmother was a hair model for a company back in the late 1800s, and she had hair that was so long. It's got a picture, a black and white picture of her hair being held out along the double wing biplanes. Her hair was as long as a wing of a plane.
Wow.
And we have, we don't know who the artist was, but we have a painting in our lounge of her on a white horse as Lady Godiva, but her hair obviously covers up all the covers her modesty.
Yes.
and I believe that the company that she was a hair model for, which was a company that did Hair Restorer, hence the long hair, their motif, their logo was a white horse. Oh. So you got this.
Did it have a head?
Yes, it actually did have a head. But she's there, and she's Lady Godiva.
Oh, okay.
There you go, family connection to Lady Godiva.
So for those who don't know, the legend of Lady Godiva tells the story of a noblewoman who rode naked through the streets of Coventry to protest about the high taxes imposed by her husband. He had agreed to reduce them if she carried out the plan. Before she did so, all the people of Coventry were ordered to stay indoors and not look. One man disobeyed the order, and his name has passed into folklore as Peeping Tom, meaning someone who spies on people without their knowledge.
That's where we get the term in England of you're a peeping Tom.
This episode's really full of
learning
facts.
so much.
Yeah, awesome.
Question 3. Jacko Kent is remembered for outwitting the devil. Which crop did he hand over to keep his part of the bargain? A. Swede, B. Turnips, C. Radishes, or D. Carrots?
Ooh.
Can we have the vegetable list again?
A. Swede, B. Turnips, C. Radishes, or D. Carrots?
I'm going to go with radish.
You're going for radish. All right. Do you know?
I'm not really sure about
I can't
this
see.
one.
I don't know. I just don't think radishes would be a crop. Radish crop? I don't know. Radishes are only. I would have said turnips as a crop. I'm going turnips.
Turnip smugglers.
Turnip smugglers. I've had a lot of trouble over the years with turnip smugglers.
Are you locking that in?
Yep.
Correct.
Yay! Sorry.
Surprisingly, Jacko Kent is not a myth associated with Kent at all, but with Herefordshire and the Welsh marshes. He is adept at making deals with the devil and managing to win the better side of the bargain. The story of the turnip crop arises as the devil chose the top half of the crop, expecting a harvest of wheat, but receiving only the leaves of the turnips, while Jack retained the edible roots. Various geographical locations, such as Trellick and the Skirrid, are associated with Jacko Kent, and so is the village of Kentchurch in Herefordshire, which is the likely source of the name.
Out of interest, since you had, obviously, Jacko Legs, and this is...
Jacko Kent.
Right, so it's Jack of. So it would be Jack of Legs and Jack of
Wait
Kent.
a second. Wait, your name's Jack as well.
And he outwitted the devil, which is what happens in your story.
it happens in my story.
Well, there's a lot going on here.
So many connections,
The white
crossovers.
White horse with the previous answer.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's getting
So
spooky.
we got 3 for 3 at the minute, haven't we?
Yeah, this is getting spooky now, guys.
Oh. Okay. We haven't got a farmer. Well, that was a farmer.
I know a farmer.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
Ah!
Right.
Question 4. The creatures of myth which can transform from seals to humans are known by which name?
Seals to
A. A Shedim, B. A Siddi, C. A Sylvan, or D. A Selkie?
Selkie.
I thought I was going to say like a siren or something. But,
Selkie.
Selkie, you seem pretty confident on
I'm
that.
pretty confident on that one.
Correct, Selkie.
Oh,
Yes.
blimey.
The Selkie legend originates in the islands of Orkney and Shetland, where the local name for a seal is Selkie. The creatures can change from seal to human and then back to their original form by casting off their skins and then replacing them. In human form, the Selkies are particularly beautiful and are known for seducing the real men and women with whom they come into contact, although the Selkie will always return to the sea.
Oh, yeah, see. 4 for 4.
Question 5. Can you make it?
See, it's
100%.
good having the old man in there.
Yeah.
Final question. In Scottish folklore,
Oh,
the Wolver is equivalent to which mythical creature?
the Wolver.
I've never heard of the Wolver.
Griffin, B. Werewolf, C. Vampire, or D. Phoenix?
Wolver.
Wolver.
Wolf.
Yeah, but that might be too obvious. Can we have the list again?
A. Griffin, B. Werewolf, C. Vampire, or D. Phoenix? So spelt W-U-L-V-E-R.
Wolf.
It's got to be werewolf.
Wolf.
It's got to be werewolf.
Yeah, I'm thinking by how
It sounds.
spelled.
It sounds
Wolf.
the way it's
Wolf.
spelt. It sounds almost
Beowulf. Wolf.
Scandinavian.
Yeah.
And then he's going to say something else.
Okay, we're going to go for werewolf.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
Yay! 5 for 5.
blimey. Thank you.
I thought it was going to be one of them ones where he gone
Trick
for the
question.
obvious. For the obvious.
The legend of the Volva?
Wolver.
Wolver.
Taking a dark turn now.
Legend of the Wolver
Wolver.
or Gallytrot is associated with the Shetland Isles. The wolver is described as having the head of a wolf with sharp teeth and a body covered with hair. I have to read it again. The wolver is aggressive unless attacked. And is even known to leave. Oh, no.
It's all gone wrong.
Has even been known to leave fish that he has caught.
Oh, guys, put it together.
And has even been known to leave fish that he caught for families who would otherwise not have them.
So he's kind of like a Robin Hood
of werewolves.
Yeah,
That's
that's the end of the quiz. You got 100%.
Yay! Well, that was a fantastic, fascinating trip into local folklore.
Yeah, so we learned a bit more as well towards the end there about.
Yeah. Are we going to revisit this then?
Yeah,
Yes,
I think so.
definitely.
Again, ladies and gentlemen out there, please comments. If you've got a story that we could actually go and do an outside broadcast on, it'd be fantastic. Pop it in the comments.
Give us a chance to visit the Tomb of Peers as well.
Yes, that would.
And maybe see if we can catch the headless horse as well. Shonk.
And to round off this episode, we're going to revisit a segment known as the Now We Know Flashback.
Yay.
So with this, we're going to be revisiting a previous podcast that we got some replies to, and that is the tasting beer episode.
Ooh, one of my favourites.
That was a good.
From what I can remember, it's one of my favourites.
That will go down in history. That
I
one.
can't remember that episode. So a comment was made by Chaz Albrighton, and he said, "This made me sad, as unless it is gluten-free, I can't drink beer anymore."
Oh right, so he's gluten intolerant.
Yes. And we replied, "Well, if we can find some, perhaps you would like to come into the studio for a recording session." He then replied, "Of course, or cider, or whiskey, or rum, lol."
He's enthusiastic.
"It would be a pleasure." We then replied, "Chaz Brighton, fantastic, we'll get in contact and set it up." And then Chaz said, "Look forward to it."
Right,
So there we are.
There we go.
Chaz Brighton has been invited into the studio for a cider, whiskey, or rum episode.
I do believe cider is gluten free.
There you are then.
I do like whiskey.
So,
Rum,
Chaz,
rum's cool.
Not
I
a
like
lot
rum.
of rum, but
Chaz, if you're out there, I think we're going to be getting you in for a cider tasting session.
and we know someone that actually makes their own cider as well, don't
Yes, well, I used to. But
we? You can make your own.
we can make our own.
There you go.
Oh, all right there, boy. You want to have some of my cider?
That's Chris Austin Wall, isn't
Yeah,
it?
Chris
Yeah.
Austin will.
Oh,
I don't think we'll all be able to fit in here, my lovely.
We could bottle our own Now We Know show.
Well, that's
cider.
going to have to be multiple episodes.
Yes.
Okay.
The Now We Know show cider.
Tasting sessions.
God save our livers.
We could have a headless horse as the motif.
Yeah. We'll
Don't lose your head.
have Jack O'Legs riding it. With
Or shooting his
Fighting a
bow.
dragon.
As a dragon. As a dragon.
That's it. I'll swig in a bottle of our very special Now We Know show cider. Cider.
he's just snacking on some Japanese snacks. while he's-
Snacks.
Blimey, let's not get too overcomplicated.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the Now We Know Show flashback.
He's got
Brilliant.
tinfoil hat on.
Oh, yeah. While riding on a flat earth. Anyway,
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
that's a big goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Jack.
And goodbye from Zach.
Bye.
Bye.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Now we know show.
With dragons, giants, and headless horses.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Jack.
I'm Buzz.
I'm Zach.
And as you can hear, listeners, Zach is in the gallery this evening.
I am. I'm recording this episode.
So, anyway, we'll speak to you later, Zach.
See ya.
So, in this episode, we are posing the question of what is a ghost?
Ooh.
So, with great pleasure, we're introducing our special guest in the studio, Mickey Bolden, spiritualist medium and paranormal investigator. Welcome, Mickey.
Hello, good evening.
And you're going to help us and the listeners to discover, hopefully by the end of this episode, what is a ghost.
Yes, hopefully.
Hopefully. So let's start off with asking you exactly what is a spiritualist medium and paranormal investigator.
Right, I started out with I've always got a huge thirst for knowledge and information, and if there's something unexplained, I want to know the answer to it. I don't believe in magic. I believe there's a science behind everything. So I've been trying to prove to myself, there's so much talk about ghosts and spirits and things throughout time for hundreds and hundreds of years, going back thousands, when we hear different stories and in poetry and all sorts of things about monsters and that kind of thing. But where does all this come from? There are too many coincidences where people have experienced a ghost or something unexplained, but what's it all about? That led me to the world of spiritualism, because I wanted an answer. I need an answer to everything. And I thought, okay, let's go with an open mind here. After listening to several spiritualist mediums bring through information to people that they couldn't possibly know, and information to me that they couldn't possibly know, with me as a total stranger, that was so precise, it got me thinking, what's this all about? Is it a psychic link, or is there something more?
Interesting. Well, I kind of looked at your job title, if you like, where we invited you in, and it kind of separates itself up into those two different categories, because if I had a great interest in the paranormal, then I could choose to follow that, to go on ghost hunts, shall I say, become a paranormal investigator, or if I was an individual who's very much based in science from a university, I might want to do paranormal investigations to see the scientific side of things. But then when we look at the spiritualist medium side, that's kind of, I saw that as something completely different. You know, like anybody can be a paranormal investigator, but to be a spiritualist medium, can anybody be one of those? Or is that something you kind of have to be born with an ability, or gain an ability to be able to, well, for want of a better word or way of putting it, to be able to communicate with...
Can you train to become a medium?
Yeah, can you train, or do you have to have an ability to be able to communicate from the other side of the veil, so to speak?
They say everybody can. It's about how open your mind is to these things.
Right.
So what intrigued me was coincidences in my life and things that couldn't be explained, little hints and things that made me think there's something going on I don't understand. So one of my early experiences was in my early teens. I used to get, if I'd had an argument and was really angry, like lots of teenagers are when they're about 12 or 13 or 14, I'd go to my room and slamming the door, and my room would smell of cigarette smoke. No one in our house smoked. The neighbours didn't smoke. Windows shut. Stank of smoke. Real proper tobacco smoke. I thought, oh, that's odd. Didn't really think anything of it. And then I started, after a while of having strops every week at various times, but the smoke was there again. So I started to think, well, there's a pattern here. Is it to do with me being angry that's causing this? What is it? And in the end, one day, I spoke to... And then it was also if you'd had, like, if something upsetting had happened in the family or outside the family or something, or if I felt insecure about something, this smell would appear. To the point, my mum smelt it outside my bedroom door, and she said, I can smell it. I told her about it.
She didn't think you were having a quick fade on the
No, she didn't. No.
It wasn't an elaborate hoax, mate.
No, it wasn't.
No, Mum, I'm not smoking, really.
No, and I did have to do things like take into account, because back then, it was when... towards the end, when I was still smelling this smoke in my late teens, that's when obviously the smoking ban hadn't come into place. So you go out clubbing and come back in your house and stink of
I was going to say, I used to have the same experience when I got back from the pub, and on the Sunday morning, you'd wake up and go,
God, you don't know to when you get home. So I ruled all these things out, and then one day my mum could actually smell it. And I thought, what is this?
I need to ask, this is the same house, you haven't
Oh,
moved?
yeah, no.
So
This
it's
is the same house. The same house. And so I said, in the end, I just said, right, what's this? I thought maybe it's someone visiting.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they be visiting me?
A physical person? Or are you thinking, or are you talking spirits?
I thought, well, there's something, this smell is coming from somewhere. And obviously there's links to smells and spirits.
What age were you about this?
Early teens, and it went
Early
right
teens.
through
So
my teens.
You already must have had a kind of an interest in this at that time
Yeah,
for your mind to leap to that.
Well, I started to figure it out over time. It took a while. And then in the end, I thought, well, if it's coming here to help or coming here because it's concerned, or there's a link
between your anger,
or my concern or feeling insecure about something,
right.
Is it someone coming to comfort me?
So it wasn't just because you got angry. It happened
it was
on other
various
occasions.
things. If I was upset, all sorts of things. So then I said, not that I cried all the time, but let me just understand, I wasn't some emotional wreck. But then I just said to him, I'm okay. I am okay. Don't worry, I'm fine. Within 20 seconds, the smell had gone.
Wow.
And then you think, what?
There's definitely a correlation.
Did you have any?
It happened on other occasions, and then the smoke smell. Then I stopped smoking. No, then the smoking smell stopped completely after the acknowledgement.
So did you have any? I mean, when you listen to any documentaries on this subject or see any films, you get those kind of tropes that come up like a cold patch, and things like that. Did that
feel a chill or something?
We didn't have any heating; it was always freezing anyway. So it really was an old Victorian terrace house with no heating at all.
I'm standing in a warm patch.
It was
this is very odd.
That was a miracle. If there was a warm patch, I tell you, I wouldn't have left it. But no, so there wasn't really anything else, and I didn't really know what I was looking for. Anyway, this carried on, and then it kind of slipped from my memory to a point because then you buy a house, get a job. Live a bit, get broke, buy a Dalek, all that kind of thing. And then
we've all done that.
and then then it was literally, it was about 10 years ago, and I thought, no, actually longer ago than that, I went on a ghost hunt.
Right.
So I thought, right, let's see what's going on here. So I went on this ghost hunt, arranged one in Northampton at Northampton Guildhall, which is a wonderful old Gothic Victorian building, really worth going to visit people, and. They used to have old cells downstairs and all this kind of thing. It was all prearranged. And so we did the whole, is there anyone in the room? It's all very Most Haunted, you know. And I'd been watching Most Haunted and thinking, that had kind of drawn me into it, thinking, what is real here? Yeah. That can be explained.
I mean, you can watch a lot of those programmes and they can have a bit of a fake feel to them.
Yeah. Yes, and certain bits and you go, no, you're talking rubbish there.
I don't necessarily feel they do your a service to...
No, but it got me interested. It kind of drew in the imagination side of it that you have to separate from. So I went on this ghost hunt thinking, right, oh yeah, they're doing all the things to do on Most Haunted. And the most that happened was we sat in this cell in pitch black at 1 a.m. and it went stone cold, and suddenly where we could, usually when you adjust to being in the dark, you start to see things. You can see the outlines of windows, things like that. When you first turn the light out, it's pitch black. Yeah. Well, when we turned the light out, you could just see the opening of the door because the cell door was open, very faintly. But then suddenly it went cold and we couldn't see anything. Oh, wow. So the opposite...
How many were you?
There were three of us. Right. And it did the opposite to what's normal.
Okay.
That was the only thing in this thing that happened. And I thought, well, that's odd.
You're seeing this. How did you communicate with the other two? Did you all say...
One of them said...
Where's the door gone?
The door's gone.
It's gone really, really cold. And look how dark it's gone. And I was like, yeah, that's happened to me as well. It's not just me. Right. So that was about all. So we couldn't really get anything. Then we went back up, and this is where the spiritual...
So how long did that last?
Probably about 5-10 minutes. Right. And then we were just, we could see the door again. So then we went back upstairs and we said, it was now like 2 a.m. and it was Halloween as well, something like that. We were absolutely exhausted. And they said, right, we can do a seance now. There are probably about 30 people together on this ghost hunt. So we're going to do a seance now. Would you have any volunteers? So I will. Absolutely crazy. Why did I say this? So they got a group of, there were 4 of us around this table in the middle of the room.
Is it like depicted when people listening to this, they've probably all got that idea of what a seance looks like.
Oh, right. So there were 4 of us around a small table, standing around a small table in the middle.
So we're standing up, right?
Standing up. And then there was a square of tables, just rectangular tables making up a square around the outside, and everyone else was sitting around there. So we were like a circle within a circle. And they all had to link pinkies, so to speak.
They were touching fingers.
They were touching fingers, so to speak. And, well, I did know, it was very dark. And then the four of us around this table, we had one card. There were two cards on the table. One said yes and one said no. We had glass on the table, and I was like, right, what do I think you're always told? Don't play with all this kind of thing. You know, the Victorians did it.
Yeah.
Oh, what? And I thought, right, there's lots of people here. Let's give it a go. It's not my house, whatever. And I said we should, if we're going to make this glass move, I want to do it by putting the back of my finger on the top of it. So it's my fingernail, the flat of my fingernail is touching the top of this. You can't get a grip with that, can you?
No one can push it around.
No, you can't. And we tried first. And went, we can't. So then they said, right, what you need to do is build energy. So I've never done anything like this before. So we had to put the main part of our finger down to move it round and round around in circles, get really, really fast. And they said, right, everyone focus, imagine you're pulling energy in from all around you and all this. So you have to imagine, just go with it, and let's see what happens. And so we're doing this, round and round and round, and they said, right, now stop. And we stopped moving the glass, turned our fingers over, put our nail on the top. Is there anyone there who would like to communicate with us? And I cannot tell you how quickly that glass moved to yes. We'd all picked the glass up before. We looked under the table, looked at the cards, all being sceptical. Are you a believer? Yes, we all are. Pretending, but in your mind, I've not done this before. There must be a trick to this. And
did you know the other three people? Okay,
no.
Yeah.
So they weren't friends of yours?
No
connection at all?
No. So it just literally shot to yes. And it kept going, and it was sort of vague questions. I'm trying to remember what the questions were, because I've had other experiences since now, but this was the one that made me think, okay, this is a spiritualist side of it, that these they're a link. And then it said, could you move the glass to the person that you are connected to? And where did the glass move? Straight over to me. And I stood there absolutely terrified, going, why me? There's like 30, nearly 40 people in this room, and it's come to me. I was a little bit nervous. So then they said, ask questions, who are you, blah, blah, blah. And through the questioning, from what I could make out, it was my granny, so my dad's mother.
Yep.
Was the only way, are you female? It's process like Guess Who, isn't it, really? But we don't do you wear glasses or and all this. And then it kept moving to me, like the glass was getting agitated, and said, she wants to tell you something. And it was like literally just kept moving to me.
Who's telling you this?
Oh, this is the person leading it. So I'm like, do you want to tell? And you try and trick it and all this kind of thing. And then it would answer correctly. It just kept answering everything. And I said, oh, I know. I said, what was, I asked it a question about 3 possible films that we'd watched one Easter.
Right, so you had a close relationship with your grandmother.
Yeah, I remembered
so you
a particular film. I said, the day that my dad, you had an argument with my dad, I said to her...
So if someone was to be moving it manually, then they wouldn't have any idea.
They wouldn't know which it was, so I was constantly going, okay, I'm not... I want the truth of this. Is there something in it?
I want to know. I'm intrigued which movie it is.
And I kept thinking, it was The Wizard of Oz. It was a film she hadn't seen for years and years. It was on television. And she said, I'd love to see The Wizard of Oz. And she had an argument with my dad. He went upstairs for a strop. And I said, which film was it? I can't remember what Gone with the Wind or something. I would just make off the top of my head, slap that one in the middle. And it went, no, yes, no. And it said yes. I'm like, right, okay, one of 3, who knows? So that got me really intrigued. But it still kept. And then... the glass would then move right up to the table to me. We moved back to me. It kept moving to me, and it was like,
what are you trying to?
It's like there's something more, and it can only say yes or no. And I said, are you okay? Yes. I didn't know what do you say to a dead person who suddenly appears? If they're trying to communicate. What do you say? I didn't know what to say. Yeah. And it was really difficult. And I said, oh, I love you. And it went to yes. And I was like, all emotional like you do. But I didn't really know what else to say. And I kept trying to figure out what it was. Anyway, and then it kind of all settled down. So I thought, well, maybe that's what she was trying to say. I don't know.
Do you get to a point where you break the communication?
Then you go. They said to me, is there anything else? I said, well, I don't really know what to say. And I said, that's what I said, I love you kind of thing. And then it went to yes. And then nothing came through for anyone else. And it just completely went flat then. So I thought, okay, so what do I know? So I summed up everything. I've had experiences of smoke, so someone come for comfort, and that was before my granny passed away, because she passed away when I was 19. So it was before then, but then carried on after. Also, this strange experience. So I thought, right, there's something. Then it kind of went on the back burner a bit for a couple of years. Then, about 10 years ago, a friend of mine was going, you've got to come to the spiritualist church. You've got to come. I'm going to go and see a demonstration of mediumship. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. I'll go and see. I want to see how they pick out the information from everyone, because I was a bit of a skeptic, and I thought I didn't want to go to one of these shows that people pay a fortune for. I thought I'm going to go to the local spiritualist church where people actually, it's a religion. It's a recognised religion. People actually believe in this. I want to know the science behind this, see where all this has come from. A really lovely place, really welcoming, really calm, like churches are, whether you're religious or not. It's always a very nice, calm, cool, relaxed place. And so they had this guest medium up, and she was she spoke to, I can't remember which medium it was, but she'd go around. There were probably about 40, 50 people in the congregation. They have to sing a hymn at the start to boost the energy in the room. So I'm like, yeah, go along with this. Fantastic. My first time, very sceptical. And then the medium comes up and she starts looking around the room. She goes, over here on the right, so it's the right-hand side of the room in front of us, the other side of the aisle from where I was sitting. She's going, I've got this lady come through. She's an older lady. I believe she's connected to you over there, and pointed to this woman about 5 or 6 rows back. Okay, I could do that. Make some money. And then she said, grandmother figure. I'm like, yeah, it could be. Most people she was probably in her 40s. I thought, yeah, most people have probably lost a grandmother by that age, Trying not to be sceptical, but trying to keep an open mind. And then she said, you got married, didn't you? Not long after this person passed away. She said probably a couple of years after. And she said, does that make sense? I said, yeah. And she said, she didn't meet your partner, did she? No. And then she said, she likes him. She's a really good looking man. I think, yeah, butter her up. I'm thinking in my head. She said, she's really nice. He's really nice. Quite a big guy, like a big bear. You could cuddle him. She said, she likes a big man to cuddle. Does your grandma? And she was like, yeah. And she did call it. And what did you? Because she said, I did call her grandma. Yeah, it was grandma. And then she said, I don't know if you can take this, she said, but she said she was very close to your wedding cake. Very, very close. Right. And she went, yes, I can take that. She's very close, right next to her. Yeah. And then she said, but there was something not traditional about the cake. She said, there wasn't a bride and groom on top, was there? And the woman goes, no, there wasn't. And then the woman, because they always say, you don't need to tell us things, just say if you can take it, because the message is for that person, it's not for the medium. Okay. And then she says, yeah, and I just want to say, her photo was next to the wedding cake.
Wow.
So I'm there going, right, okay. So if I'm going 50-50 with my little brain scales here about whether it's true or not, things are tipping slightly that there's something going on here that isn't quite explained.
It's very specific information.
It was the specific, and they say, they draw it out.
Can I ask? Did you have any friends or family with you at this meeting, this church?
I'm trying to remember. I think I had a friend of mine there. Yeah, I had a friend of mine.
Would they have been at your wedding?
No, it wasn't my wedding.
No, it was at the wedding you're talking about. So you were the only person who would have known these facts, that's all.
No, I didn't know. So, sorry, I see what you mean. No, I didn't know these people. So It could have been. So I'm like, okay, but the reaction from this woman and the tears, they were happy tears, and her mum was with her, and the tears and everything, the reaction, I thought, well, they're, are they, you kind of go, are they acting? Do they know them? Right. The medium was from elsewhere, and people just come in randomly. It's a drop-in. So I thought, well, who knows? I took a friend of mine along another time, and she had something very specific come through about her mother and something that she'd been left, including her mother's name was mentioned. And she was too frightened initially to speak up because she was really nervous. Something that was under her bed every night that her mum had left her. It was either she said something very close to you every night. It's either a watch, gold watch or a bracelet. Yeah, it was in a box under a bed. And there were things like this.
So this really led...
Right down to a song that she didn't want to listen to because it reminded her, without going into detail because I haven't spoken to her about this, but there was a song, an easy listening song that the woman said, it's a song like, and we both knew what that was. I looked at her and she looked at me. I knew exactly what it was because I knew really well. And it was personal stuff that this woman couldn't possibly...
And you didn't know about this?
I did. I knew some of the bits.
Okay.
So I knew some of the details. I knew the bit about the song and I knew her mother's name. Yep. Didn't know the bit about the bracelet. And so we try and keep a straight face, not laugh. No, we try not to give anything away that you're going, oh my God, this is real. And all this. And I'm going, right. So now I've seen it done to someone else. Yes, they could be acted. Now I've seen it done to a friend of mine who was very sceptical.
So this is starting to solidify your...
Yeah, there's something else.
And she couldn't have possibly been one of the actors of... You wouldn't...
No,
exactly.
God, no. Yeah. She couldn't act for Toffee. Bless her. Bless her. So I went regularly. It's about once a month they do an open mediumship thing. And then I went along on my own. And I can't remember who I went with. I went with someone. And this medium looks at me and she goes, I've got a message for you. And I'm, oh, God, what is it? And she said, and this is really odd because what was coming through, I didn't know this person. But there were elements of what she told me that were spot on. So it was really odd. She came through, she said, I've got this person who's come to speak to you. He really wants to speak to you. She said, I'd say when he passed into the world of spirit, he would have been about 25 years old. Generally wears a T-shirt and like a suit jacket kind of thing, quite trendy with jeans. She said, I get the impression that he was a hairdresser when he was alive, blah, blah, blah. Do you know anyone? No. I literally know a handful of
Nothing was
people.
coming to mind.
No, and people younger than me, or and all this. I said no, and then she said, I feel that there was a chest. I could feel the chest tightening. Possibly, she said, steering wheel potentially from impact. Right, she said, I'm not going to go into any more details, but can you take this? And no,
nothing.
You couldn't think of any car accident that you knew anybody.
Well, I knew someone who'd been in a car accident, but he didn't fit with anything else. It was completely wrong. She'd got black hair, blah, blah, blah. Nothing fitted at all. Age was wrong for the person. I didn't fit at all. I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know anything. And then she said, right. She said, he's desperate to talk to you, but we'll go to someone else and we can come back if you're still there. And then she looked at me and she said, he's just shouted out Michael. Of course, that's my name, Nicky, Michael. And I said, that's my name. And she goes, no. This is his name. Right. And I thought, if she was trying to pull a fast one here, she could have gone, yes, I know he's calling your name. Yeah. Because I'd confirmed that was my name. I said, that's my name. Yeah. And she said, no, this is his name. Okay. I was like, right.
So you're scanning everything in your mind.
And I'm going, so she goes off to talk to someone else. I'm thinking, what on earth is this? It doesn't make any sense at all. She comes back and she said, the name Michael is very prevalent within your life. And certain things that have come into your life recently are all linked. So Michael thought, don't really shop at Marks and Spencer's St Michael's. Like St Michael's biscuits.
You've not been down to St Michael's Mount or anything like that?
No, well, then I realised we're in St Michael's Road,
right,
in Northampton. I parked my car in St Michael's car park. Me and my friend, a friend of mine who we'd been doing like card readings, practicing a bit, which I'll come on to in a minute. But we tried. He put some spiritualist music on just to see randomly. Did a random search. Put someone in the background at home.
Is there special spiritualist music?
Oh, there's all sorts of spiritual. It's just all this chill out. So it's really nice. There's all sorts of different ones, and they're all linked to different. And I'd been to buy so. He put this music on. I'd also been and bought these spiritualist cards because they said sometimes if you want to do readings, things like that, a prop can kind of give people confidence rather than before they just speak. So I was like, yeah, give it a go. And it was all very vague and everything. But the cards I picked were Archangel Michael cards. And I picked these long before.
So we've got a theme coming here.
So I just went to the shelf and saw the boxes and just thought, they look all right. I didn't even read it and thought, they'll do. I'm starting out. Go home, Archangel Michael. Then the music he'd put on was Archangel Michael.
I was going to say, you put George Michael on.
No, George Michael. But it was like, so, right, there's lots of connections. This person saying his name's Michael. What is this? What is going on? And then this is where the connection started to come. And has left open many unanswered questions, which we still don't have answers to. She said, he really wants to talk to you. She comes back to me. I said, but I don't know who he is. Who is this person? I was laughing. I couldn't say as I do. I said, I just don't know who this person is. She goes, he knows you. He's with you all the time. She said, I feel like he travels with you. She said, I feel he's a spirit guide and he watches over you. I don't know. Okay, I've heard of this kind of thing, but how much do I believe? I was a bit sceptical. And then she said, he travels with you. So right, she said recently, at the time, I'd been travelling a long way for work and it had got too much. I'm quite happy in the job I'm in now. It's a very different type of travel. But going to one place every day and it was a long drive and I couldn't be doing with it anymore. And then, so I packed that job and got a job on my doorstep. It was about 5 minutes away in the car. And I was I was knackered by the time I came back. And she said, he says he's been following you in the car, supporting you, travelling with you. She said you've been driving an awful long way to work. He feels your tiredness, he feels your stress, he feels your strain. She said, but recently he's much happier because you've now returned to a local employment.
So I'm still intrigued. We want to know who this Michael is, or don't you? Is it just a spirit guide?
Has anything come up recently or since then?
Well, she said to me, so I said, right, and she said, sometimes he makes you jump. I'm like, what? She said, he makes you jump. She said, do you ever get to, like, a junction? Do you ever feel the presence of someone next to you sitting in the passenger seat? And I said, no. It wasn't until after this event when I'd gone home thinking about it. And the number of times I'd get to a T-junction, just before I got home, I'd turn to look left to see if anything coming, jump out of my skin, nothing. You know when someone makes you jump and there's someone sitting next to you and you react, you go, whoa! I was reacting like that, but there was no one there and I didn't register there was anyone there, but my body reacted as if there had been someone
Did
there.
you do this before she mentioned this to you?
Or? Oh, yeah, yes. So it related when I left.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, when I left,
she hadn't put
I
a
thought,
subconscious kind of message in your mind and then it started
No,
to
it wasn't.
go.
No, so it wasn't until I left. I'm going down the street. I said, what does she mean travel with me? And then I was like, yeah, did you sense him in the car? She said, I said, well, no. And it wasn't until a bit later I thought, I have, but I didn't know what I was sensing.
Didn't think anything.
If that's what it was. But the reaction, I've never had anything else like it. You know when you jump out of your skin when someone really jumps you. But my brain did not register there was someone there because I couldn't see anyone there. So I thought, okay, I've had an interesting reaction. She said, he comes to you, has done for many years. And he passed away when he was about 25. He's come to you. She said, usually comes with a scent of cigarettes.
Oh, no. Oh, we've gone right back
so
to the beginning.
Right, okay.
We've gone right back to the beginning here.
So by this time, I'm completely perplexed, going, what is this? What's going on? And so then I joined a local, at the Spiritualist Club, they have an open circle so you can go and try doing readings for people. It's all completely relaxed. And lady who ran it said, just open your mind and talk if you feel you need to talk. And it's a drop-in, there'd be like 10 people there. It's great. Really chilled, everyone a bit nervous. And we did things like we had Christmas. It was near Christmas. We had these Christmas cards in envelopes. And she said, right, I want you to pick one of these envelopes up, hold it, and talk to the person opposite you about what you feel about this card. Not the picture that's on it, but what the picture gives you.
Right, so rather than being like one of those ESP tests where you've got to guess the card, what's the picture?
Yeah, it was what sensation, what feeling. So the first one I got, it's like really, really red, like radiating out from the centre of the card. I said, but it's also got really like cold and prickly sensation. I don't know what this is.
I'm feeling holly with snow on now.
It was a robin sitting on a holly bush.
Right, with snow on it.
And there was snow on it.
There you go.
So, yeah, very well. It's a Christmas card. What made it about this was it felt really artificial and odd.
Right,
I kept saying when we were talking about, so it's radiating, it feels really artificial. There's something not right about it. And when we actually looked at it, it was a really rubbish picture. Really rubbish. Clearly being photoshopped on and looked artificial and plastic, how it was, the picture was done. It was rubbish. That's what I picked up on, not knowing what the picture was. So it was all to do with picking up these vibes to help you like extend with that. Right, I can do that. Other times when I went, we get into...
And this is you discovering your skills, if you like.
Yes.
For want of a better word.
Yes, and they said it's about just opening your mind.
So these are the skills you've developed? Or
possibly. That was the first time I'd done that.
Going back to your smoke, back in your bedroom,
yes.
Is it possible that you were already attuned?
Yes, but I don't think I knew how to use it, and I still don't fully.
This is kind of leading on to me asking, again, touching upon, is it something that certain people are attuned to? And what you're describing to us is you developing your skills?
Yes.
Your sensitivity maybe would be...
I think it is about tuning in, and
or
I think
the
the trouble is...
some people completely aren't, therefore it's much easier for them to go,
I think there's a mix. Spectrum. I think some people go, no, it's absolute rubbish because they're frightened to believe.
Okay. So, I can see that.
Because it's easy to run it. Oh, no, because it's something they don't want to address. Maybe they've had experiences themselves.
Could be, or it could even be from a religious perspective.
Yes.
That is all to do with maybe more to do with the dark side, the devil and things like that. Yeah,
possibly.
So if they're very religious,
and how they're brought up, their background, what they've been told. And then I think there's other people who are just like, oh, it's a load of rubbish. They're just not interested. If you've got it's a load of rubbish or you're terrified, you're not going to open up your mind, are you? So it's blocked off. So we don't know if they're capable. It's the person's attitude.
Well, you're going to get that in an awful lot of subjects.
Oh, yeah. Flat earthers.
Don't mention the flat earthers.
Oh, no.
That's a good question. Are there ghosts within the flat? A question for another day.
Maybe they're brainwashed. I don't know. Sorry. Open mind. Who knows? So, so the whole spirit thing, looking back on it as well, there's lots of things that we don't know. And years ago, there's loads of stuff we didn't know that over time that humanity has discovered. Mm-hmm. I bet in about another 300 years, they'll be saying, oh, look at that lot back there. They didn't know anything. Do you think?
I mean, if you talk pseudosciences, which and then they become sciences, an example of that would be, for example, alchemy.
Yes.
Trying to turn lead into gold, etc., where people didn't have the knowledge of chemistry.
Yeah.
But that's what we have now is chemistry. So you can say that back in the time where people were using alchemy and you were an alchemist, whatever that alchemist was doing would have been the recognised and accepted, if you like, science at the time.
Yeah.
Yes.
But now we've come down the ages that alchemy has become understood chemistry.
Yes.
And when we look back at alchemy and go, well, obviously a lot of that was complete,
crazy.
Crazy. They were just trying to sort of say, well, if I mix this with that and then whatever, and it'll make you better. And no, it didn't really do anything for you at all. So, progression opens doors and a wider and more grounded understanding of things.
I think so.
But certainly within this area that we're discussing, there is a lot of...
There's a lot going on that I can't get a direct answer to, and there's things that only I would have known that have come through. So, I did a reading for someone a while ago, or a few years ago. It was around about this time, because I was just like, really hyped up. I haven't done as much recently, but I did a reading, and it was like, go and do it. I'm like, it's not a freak show, I'm not going to...
Not performing.
I'm not performing. I can't just do it.
Get your Luigi board out.
Speaking of that, we can talk about that.
I was going to mention that in a bit, but it's my telephone just decided to retype Ouija to Luigi. It was rather comical at the time.
So, I did a reading and said, look, he said, tell me something. I said, okay. I said, I see an old man. I was really quick. You have to, and the lady at the church had said, open your mind, speak the words that come out and don't think about them. Just say it, because the message isn't for you. It's for someone else.
You're acting as kind of like a
translator.
A translator, from
kind
another
of thing.
Yeah.
So I said, right, I'm seeing this old man. I said, he's abroad somewhere warm, possibly Spain, somewhere like that. And Spain or somewhere like that. And I said, he's standing on a runway in front of a plane. And I can hear that song, should I stay or should I go?
No. Yeah, from The Clash.
And he went white as a sheet. And I said, right. I said, okay. He said, can I tell you? I said, you don't have to tell me. Message is for you. It's not for me. I don't want to, because I want to tell you. I said, okay. His granddad had recently passed away. He lived in Spain. The family couldn't decide whether to bring the body back to England or to fly him home or not.
Oh, wow.
So I sat there going, I didn't even know his granddad had died. didn't I? And there have been a few bits like that. Have I got like strong messages? No, just like a little snippet so that they're okay.
So is when you're like, as we say, translating a message and you say it's just instant, you just is it like an image you get in your head, or is it kind of like
I've seen images of things.
Is it just? Did you have the image of a runway or
vague? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Vague. I saw a plane on a runway, and I kind of sensed an old man.
Okay.
But it wasn't like, was he wearing a hat or
it was just,
you need to go. Yeah. But as I started to do it, I could see it meant something to him, and I could have gone into more detail if I really thought about it. But then there's other things, and you see symbols of things that don't mean something. So it might be like, I saw one, I was talking to someone once, and all I could visualise was like an egg timer, and just as the sand almost ran out, the egg timer would swivel over again and start running. When it had almost run out, it turned out family bailing them out financially.
Right.
This person that they were worried about.
Okay. So you've got a connection to the spirit world. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
You think so?
Well, I'm pretty sure I have.
Pretty sure you have.
Exactly how or what this is.
So we've obviously got a spirit world, but coming back to what is a ghost, is a spirit that you're talking to, communicating with, because what you've described so far is you've not actually said that you've seen a corporeal, could you call it corporeal?
Apparition.
An apparition.
Yeah.
So are the spirits you're communicating with, in your field, do you classify those spirits as ghosts, or is a ghost when we think traditionally about what you imagine?
The sheet with two holes cut in.
Or the white lady in the window, or the monk that's walking through a wall of an abbey. What is there a difference there?
Right. Well, I think the smoke, that smoke smell. There's certain things they say.
So do you think that smell was an actual smell, or do you think that in itself was kind of
I could almost see the haze in my room.
You said your mother smelt it as well?
She smelt it too, and she said, because I told her about this, and she went upstairs and she knocked on my door, she said, I can smell it. And I was like, yeah, it is now. She didn't know it was that day at that time.
Can I ask, have you discovered that your mother has also got some kind of connection, or would she be a person who is completely...
Oh, no, she's open to this. I took her to the spiritualist church, and we actually did, which is another long story, we did some spiritualist healing at the church, and she was actually very in tune with spiritual healing, which is a recognised form of alternative medicine. She tried it the once, and that was fine. That's not really her thing, but she was interested.
So you've got two people that have got a similar
open to something,
and you both smell that smell. So but it wasn't. Was it necessarily? And you say you maybe saw the haze, but would somebody else have seen that, or were you sensing something?
I think it was meant. If someone's trying to communicate with me that everything was okay, that they're there or it appeared to be there, if that's what it was, I could, that you did the job. So does anyone else need to see that? Okay. And also, is that amount of energy. Now, the theory with ghosts, I heard it was actually Bill Roach from Coronation Street, William Roach, the actor. He is a spiritualist medium, and he was a guest speaker a while ago, and a friend of mine heard him speak, and he said, just because you're listening to Radio 2 doesn't mean Radio 1 doesn't exist. You're just not tuned into it. And I thought, that's really powerful kind of theory. There's lots of stuff going on that we could receive here if we were tuned into it, including television, telephone signal, all sorts of signals.
All the time I've been thinking, I've been watching one side and hoping Love Island doesn't exist, and now you're telling me
so there's all these signals whizzing around, and there's more and more than ever.
Because I've heard of when people go on ghost hunts, them using a radio to tune into the white noise.
Yes, there's white noise,
and to listen to voices coming out of that static. Is that correct?
I've heard.
Have you used that at all?
I haven't. I've seen the where they look at the change in electromagnetic field and temperatures, and I've seen them drop an electromagnetic field, drop or whiz up, but then nothing. Because I've only been on a couple of ghost hunts. Because I'm a little sceptical, because I think there's an awful lot of hype, and when people actually have had an experience, 9 times out of 10 is when they've not been looking.
So again, coming back to what is a ghost? Going on a ghost hunt, would you classify a cold patch
It's also
a smell. Or is that part of a ghost, or is a ghost just if you physically see an apparition?
Well,
is a ghost a many-layered thing?
I think it's energy. So it takes a lot of energy to animate a human body. Right?
Oh yes, we've all got an energy body.
Yeah, it's an energy. If you think about switching off a light, the energy's still there. It's just not animating the light. So when we die, where does that energy go?
Energy can't be destroyed, as they say.
So the energy
dissipates
into
the ether.
Yeah.
Well, it is a fair point, and there are cultures that don't bury people for exactly that reason. They wait for several days until that energy or their spirit, if you like, has passed out of the body, and then you're just left with the husk of the body, so that can be buried or entombed or whatever. But that energy body is that important part of the spirit of the person.
And anyone rolling their eyes listening to this as well, for me, this is my theory. Okay, this is a theory that I think could be scientifically right. We need an explanation to this.
It's more of a hypothesis.
A hypothesis, yes, I like that, and a rationale behind it.
Very highbrow podcast.
Sorry?
Very highbrow
podcast. So, energy in the atmosphere. Now that would answer a lot of questions. People, when they see spirit lights or orbs, the whole thing where people
orbs,
well, people take photos with digital cameras, and ever since had digital cameras, all of a sudden you look at all these orbs. It's actually an effect from the digital camera, and very, very rarely is it an actual orb, and people get very, very excited. I was desperate to believe it was an orb. Well, my house is full of orbs. No,
it's dust.
And dust. Have you done the video thing? We try and video something in the dark, and you get things. The things that are different. I've tried that a few times. And I actually had a strange long line that floated around, moved, turned, and went in the opposite direction of the dust, back across. When I said, "Can you show me something in front of the door?" and it was a bit difficult to see, but I was kind of like, "Is there something there?" So there's energy and stuff in the atmosphere. It must take an awful lot of energy to appear. I think atmospherics could potentially be something to do with it.
When we're talking about to appear, you're talking about a physical manifestation.
A manifestation. They say an orb. Scientists and
back on there you go. They come up a lot in our
investigations. People who investigate that kind of thing, and researchers, they believe that it's the beginning of a manifestation. That sort of energy combining, coming together, which I think is quite an interesting concept. Other people, when they've been in those situations, have felt completely drained of energy afterwards, which would...
Well, we all do that. I mean, working from just the perspective of sports science, and we all have a physical body, and as I mentioned before, we all have an energy body. And you can have days where you feel exhausted and drained, but you haven't done any heavy physical activity, which has caused you to be worn out and tired because of that.
Been useful?
So, and that's what they talk about. You need to have a bit of rest, recharge. Our energy bodies, if you like, go up and down as much as, or get worn out as much as our physical bodies. And we are creatures that have a positive charge of electricity through us, else we wouldn't work. Our brains are firing off all the time with electrons, and everything, muscle twitches, everything are all electrical responses, you see. So you can't deny the fact that we work.
No, so if you punch people in the face, I can't help it. No, I don't.
if there was some way of literally, like a battery, draining the energy out of a person, so if a human being had no electrical energy in them, they physically wouldn't work. They would stop. They would be dead. We all have that energy.
If anyone has seen someone when they
that is for those people listening, that's an undeniable fact that we all have electricity within our bodies and energy within our bodies.
If you've seen someone who's died just after, literally the second they pass away, they're not there. Their body is there, but they've gone. And I've seen several in my family now, and their whole character, everything is gone.
I was there when my father passed away.
And it's literally just like that. Click of a finger, it's a husk. It's their body. It looks like them, but they're not there. They've left the room. So where has that energy gone? Then, so there's been reported cases of, you hear these stories about, I was lying in bed and this woman walked through the wall at her waist and then vanished.
Yeah, that's kind of more your typical
yes,
traditional
So if we're
ghost.
looking at so then there's a couple of theories here. Sometimes when they're like halfway up or they walk through a wall,
yeah, I've
there
heard
used to be a door there.
Well,
when they look at history,
I've heard of Roman soldiers that somebody's in a pub cellar, reconnecting the next barrel of beer, and suddenly a centurion or two centurions walk from one side to the other, and then it's supposedly later on they've discovered after a bit of research that a Roman road used to run through there before, obviously hundreds, thousands of years before the pub was built.
And sometimes it's like from the waist up. They'll see something from the waist up. And actually, the ground level is higher than it used to be.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The ground level changed.
So that was all. So what is this? But people recall seeing the same things again, and you get these haunted hotel rooms where people have seen or heard the same things that people are completely unconnected. Where you've like the bar staff have found this quivering businessman in his white fronts hiding in the bar in the morning. I'm not going back in that room. Absolutely terrified because he's seen something. And someone who is not. Who's completely sceptical to
probably
this,
didn't even know that there was a ghost there.
And had no, because they're not interested in it.
Exactly.
Stayed there, terrified, petrified, tapping noise, things like that. So, with this, going back to centurions, is there also a type of spirit, not one that communicates, but something that we see, that we visualise, that is recorded in the very fabric of the building?
Are you talking about stone tape theory?
Yes, I am.
Stone tape theory, which
is
I've
heard this,
quite controversial. Would you like to explain to the listeners?
Right. Well, there's a theory. There's a theory. This is quite interesting, and this always gets me. But then I'll end it with a bit where you go, "Oh yeah, but that wouldn't work."
Well, I have got questions on this one.
So I don't know an awful lot about it, but it's a theory that I'm really interested in. So it's like when people have heard like a piano playing in a room, and they open the door and the piano's sitting there and it's not being played, but they've heard a tune, or they've heard piano playing, open the door, there's no one in there, no piano, footsteps, things like that. And you go, what?
Strange knocks at night and things.
Yeah, but not in response to anything, just that people have heard these things. You have to take out the fact that, buildings retract at night or expand depending on temperature, all that kind of thing. But these things, and where you see an apparition go through the room. Now, those scientists again, and stone analysts, there are links connected to some fabrics of these buildings from stone samples, things within the room that are have the same mineral compositions as recording tape, videotape, and vinyl records as well, potentially.
I saw a thing where they've got like a wet pottery, and they play a really loud sound into it, and that's how you make a vinyl. Is you
the vibrations.
The vinyl is
vibrations,
exactly So is it kind of a similar thing with the stone?
It's a reaction.
So it's
more some kind of reaction, potentially.
Well, I read up on this, that the idea being that the stone in itself has a certain content of magnetism to stonework, and the idea of stone tape theory is that if there is extreme emotion, maybe somebody dying or an event or something, that and take this how you will, but
psychic energy,
if there is a burst of psychic energy, if that is such a thing, can imprint upon that stonework, as Mickey just mentioned about, as you would on a audio tape or a video cassette tape, which are basically charged electric particles on a tape, and then when you record, like not now because we're obviously using digital, but if you record it onto a magnetic tape, then what the device will be doing is recording your voice or your voice and image electronically. Then the electronic version gets turned into a magnetic version, which then, as the tape comes through, it alters the position of the charged particles on the tape, and then you reverse the process in order to listen or visualize what you're seeing. The only thing I find is that encompasses a linear time. So, for example, if you spoke for a minute or you videoed for a minute's worth of tape has passed through the recording head. and so you get to listen to or watch that video played back. Whereas if you're talking about a sudden burst of energy which gets into the physical stonework of a building, for example, there's no linear way of playing it back. If you saw it, you would only see it in one big.
Yeah.
Because you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you're seeing a disembodied person walking from one side of the room to the other side of the room, would you see them from the opposite side of the room? I mean, what kind of device? What kind of device, or how is this linearly playing this scene if there is actually no way? You know,
there's a gap in our knowledge.
It's just
in the science. It would explain, if it was possible, the half centurions or the half lady or someone walking through a door where there used to be a door. If it was a recording in time, it would. There's a kind of a logic there.
Yeah. But it goes further than that though, Mickey, because I've read that this keeps going on, but I've read that people also associate this with, for example, if you see an apparition in a forest.
Okay.
How they say it can imprint onto
trees,
theory. But trees aren't always there. You see, and people have said, it can be imprint on water. Yeah, if you see a lady of the lake, such apparition, but water doesn't stay there. It evaporates. It goes off. So the water, whenever an incident occurred, would not be the same water as you would see the image. So
and there's also the other peculiar thing where people saw there've been a few cases in time over the years. Someone saw, it was in the early, I think it was back in World War One. They saw their son walk across the lawn towards them, and walk past them, and he vanished. And they were like, "Oh my God, he's dead." No, he didn't die at war for another 24 hours.
Right.
And they saw him the day before.
And they saw him in his uniform?
In his uniform. Walk towards them and go by. Now, there have been two or three cases that I've read about this kind of phenomenon as well. Didn't communicate with them, but walked as if going towards it and then just vanished, disappeared. So they were, they passed away. No, they hadn't. And then you think, now, is this power of the mind? Is this a vision? Is it a psychic link? Or it's all just, this is where it all gets foggy.
Okay, yeah. So
I've heard of a crisis apparition, which is when the person who's passed away visits you almost instantly
that's what we're kind of talking about, stone tape theory, that because something has suddenly happened, like you said, a crisis apparition suddenly happened, somehow that gets locked into the surroundings of where that is. But I'm kind of skeptical over how that's meant to work. Also, you see, the other aspects are that you have things. Just the other week we did an episode on folklore of Hertfordshire,
right? Okay.
And it's one of the series that we're doing, folklore from across the shires of the UK. And one of the incidents of folklore that we looked up was a headless white horse, which has been seen to gallop down a lane.
Random.
That's down in Burnham Green. So that's an animal, a headless animal, funny enough. So when we're talking about ghosts, when I want to take us slightly away from human apparitions, because people do see ghost dogs, ghost horses, and even ghost trains.
Ghost trains.
So we're having an object which isn't even a corporeal being.
Do you know what? If you had, think of the amount of energy that a train uses when it's moving. If say we went back to the stone tape theory, if it's recorded, if it's not in the stone, maybe it's in the atmosphere of that bubble. If it's the same place it's seen, the amount of energy, is it atmospheric that causes this repetition?
Are you suggesting, for example, with the train or the Romans, that there is some kind of weak point in the fabric of time, maybe, that you're seeing a projection?
It's like the thing.
Could a spirit? we have to ask these questions, and that's why we've got you in.
Because all these theories come from somewhere. Don't
if you're talking about somebody who is lying in bed and they see this apparition of half a woman, Victorian woman, walking across the room, could it be possible that that woman in the Victorian times is seeing half a woman lying in a bed?
Well, I think Jack's half a woman.
No, I'm pointing at Jack. So
maybe there.
Yeah. Could it be working both directions?
It's interesting you've got those stories of people who have visited like pubs and things, and then tried to revisit them, and people have said that the pub's not been there for 300 years or whatever.
Oh, right, they visited a pub and it's been...
Yeah.
I've heard of... I can't think of any... I have heard of something like
Or
that.
people have seen old clothes in shop windows and then walk back past and
What
they're
was the
saying...
name of that book, and then it was a film? The village that appears every several hundred years, and I can't think of the name of it. Oh, listeners, put it in the comment. Oh, it's going to come back to me in a minute. It's a very famous film about it. But
is it
I
all
think
part
it's a
of this
Scottish village?
Same kind of
Yeah,
thing?
is there something a bit wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey
So
going on
I'm
here?
just
We
wondering.
ask
I'm just
ourselves.
wondering if perhaps there's other explanations and avenues
Mm.
rather than just thinking perhaps psychic energy.
I had, going back to the animals, we had a cat, and he was a year older than me. I was 16 when he was put down. He was 17, so I had not ever not known him. And he always used to sit on our top but one step in our Victorian house in the hall. Stairs up, top but one step. He always used to sit there. After he died, a number of times looked up and for a split second convinced we'd seen the cat. After he died, my mum woke up one morning, heard the purring.
So again, there's a connection
on her bed.
There's a connection between you and your mother here again.
I've also had, I had a cat pass away.
Right.
Same scenario. I was woken in the middle of the night to this really loud purring, and I was looking around my room. I was wide awake, and I could hear it. And I put the light on, and it just started to go fainter, and then it had gone. And I was still going. I could still hear it. It's gone. It was really.
Maybe that's
really
a
odd.
similar kind of. I don't know if I'm going to explain this very well, but maybe that's a kind of stone tape theory, but within our brains.
The audio, which would explain like when you hear people hear pianos and music and singing, and they get voices.
You're subconsciously so used to hearing the purring that maybe your brain just plays that.
I was going to say, especially if you've just snapped out of EM sleep, where you are in your dream state.
Your brain's not fully active.
Perhaps you've even been, because a lot of the time we have very heavy dreams. You've probably all experienced where you're having a very heavy dream. You wake up and within a moment geez, that was a really vivid dream, and now I've forgotten what the hell it was about.
Yes, you can sense the feeling, whether it was positive or negative, but you don't know what it was.
Could it be that that moment between sleep and awake? That maybe you're dreaming of the cat, you're hearing it purring in your dream, you wake up and it's still there in your head.
Yeah, because my mind's still thinking.
Cooking it,
right.
still. It's just thrown at you. But it does lead me on to a thing. So we've spoken about
there's lots of
human beings being represented as spirits that you can't see, you're communicating with, ghosts, apparitions that people have seen. Now we're talking about animals. Okay, I've got to ask this. Why not dinosaurs? Why don't we see dinosaur ghosts? Because they were on the planet for 65 million years.
I have a theory about this.
This is why I'm asking the question.
Just what I've learned.
We want to know.
This is a very
I'm thinking with the Centurions, you said, are lower down because of the
2,000 years.
Yeah, and that's only that far back, and they're so low down. The Victorian lady's halfway into the ground.
Oh right, so
a dinosaur's just underground.
So we're not seeing.
We're not seeing because they're too low down, and also
have any been spotted on the underground in London? Have you spotted any T-Rex coming through on the Euston State?
All the volcanic changes that happened in that time, and the landscape changed and everything. Who knows?
So if a ghost, working on the principle of, I prefer to call it stone tape.
Yeah, a recording in time, maybe.
Hypothesis that if that building is then knocked down and rebuilt, that the ghost therefore disappears because the recording is lost. Or you hear of things where something has been built on the site of somewhere else,
and it's still there. I've heard of that before as well.
Maybe it's in the actual ground.
Would that eradicate?
And sometimes on more than one floor, and that's where you get you halfway through the floor, where there used to be a floor and the floors have been moved.
But there is also the fact that there are reports of apparitions in buildings which are basically made of brickwork, which bricks are made of clay, not stonework. So. Yeah.
Maybe it's not necessarily stone tape. Maybe it's like.
I'm just wondering if
there's a record. So there's a suggestion of a recording somehow, whether it's atmospheric.
Could you be seeing, going back to that my hypothesis is, could you just be seeing some kind of glitch in time?
Yeah,
for a moment.
It's the thing that we can't explain is the fact that people see the same things who are completely unrelated and haven't known anything about where they're going.
The headless white horse that we did a section on. Many people have seen it, and interestingly enough, many people who haven't seen it have heard it. Hear the hooves.
Yeah,
you see. So and so these are completely different people, aren't connected.
Yeah.
So
a glitch in time.
Ghosts, time travellers.
You know, you were saying about can they see us? Why can't we see spirits from the future?
Well, I was just about to lead into that. Could it be?
Look, I'm asking the questions now. Sorry,
but therefore, technically, you might not be seeing somebody who's passed away. Well, if you're seeing a Victorian person, they've obviously passed away, but in their time,
they're still
going about their daily business.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if they could see you, maybe they're thinking, "Ooh, who's that strange
what
apparition
about,
I've just
and
seen?"
what about the spirits that turn and look at somebody?
Or do you think they're looking at you just because you
I haven't seen any that turn to look to me. I think I'd be
have
slightly
you,
freaked out.
have you, Mickey? Have you seen a fully animated apparition
I have
that you
seen.
would classify as your atypical?
You need to say about
ghost?
me and my mum and our link. I saw something.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being linked.
And she saw something too, but at different times.
Is this back at your house? Is it the same place?
Old
I take
house.
it?
This is back, when we lived in Wellingborough when I was growing up. And my mum had said about that she'd seen something once on the other side of the road, out the corner of her eye, like the image of a woman in a flowing dress, but it was all kind of like a beigey colour, and it was the whole thing was the same colour, even the head, everything was just all the same colour, but it was just like an impression of. And when she turned to look fully, there was nothing there. Years went by, and I walked through into the front room and stopped dead, excuse the pun, I saw out the corner of my eye, and I looked straight at it, and there was nothing there, but I saw, walking down the other side of the road on the path of Victoria Street, it was a woman's image, Victorian type clothes. It was more of the silhouette in this beigey, creamy colour.
See-through or opaque?
Opaque.
It's interesting how through human history that people do refer to glimpsing things from the corner of your eye.
It's like another sense, isn't it? Your peripheral vision.
Just on the outside of your peripheral vision, you're not focusing on it.
Well, they do say your brain does make up a lot of what you see in your peripheral vision. It's not actually there; it's your brain making up the rest.
Yeah, filling in the.
Yeah.
So we've seen the
maybe your brain can see things that we can't.
So we've seen the images of what would seem to be physical manifestations. I say physical in not necessarily. I presume you could put your arm through it, type of thing. But and we've spoken about communicating with the spirit world. So these are we classifying those as ghosts again, or is this or is that a different thing?
For me?
But where I'm where I'm leading it is, you have reports of poltergeist, which are I presume a malevolent spirit. So here we have something which is not. I don't know if you can see poltergeist at all, or how they manifest themselves. But you hear tales of things being thrown around, etc. So this was leading me on to the question of, can ghosts be dangerous? And if we were working on what we were just discussing about, that it could be images that we're seeing through time, I'm assuming that that's a definite no-no. Even with the stone tape hypothesis, that is, you're seeing a recording, for want of a better word. Therefore, that isn't going to be dangerous to you because it's just a recording, isn't it? But where do we come when it's meant to be a malevolent
something that can affect the actual?
And then we can almost get on to demons and things like that.
I think I'm going to shy away from it a little bit. I just want to.
We don't want to open up anything.
I want to scratch the surface on this one simply because it'd be great if you came back on a later podcast to talk about those sorts of things because it's such a huge subject.
I don't know a lot about them, but yes, I can do.
But how does that sit with the what is a ghost? If we talk about those kind of interactions with people, where people have said that they've had some spirit within their home that has thrown things around, pushed them. I mean, I've seen things where stories, and there are stories. I can't say that they're not, where people have actually had physical bites on them and things.
Yeah, and scratches things like that. Scratches. So, well, the one thing that does seem to, there's a running theme with whether it's through the atmosphere where we're picking up things that are being sent messages, or whether we're seeing stuff. Is there something going on with energy,
or is it just people that are actually
self-harming?
self-harming.
Oh, you mean the injuries?
Yeah. Or somebody is being abused and they're covering it up by saying it's a malevolent spirit. You know,
I had knocking and whistling in my current house, which is
How long have you lived there?
my house is 14 years old, and I've been
so
there
it's a
14
new
years.
house.
New house.
Oh, so you bought it new?
My mum moved about 6 years over the next street.
I was going to say, it's not your mum banging on the wall.
No, my mum's
Mickey,
a couple of
Mickey!
streets away. Yes, your dinner's ready. If only. It saved me a lot of time. So she's a couple of streets away. Her house is, I think, hers is about 15 years old, but she's been there nearly 7 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And the grounds that we are on is the site of an old mental hospital. It was the Northamptonshire County Lunatic Asylum, the Berrywood County Lunatic Asylum, which was then called St Crispin's Hospital.
So this is where your estate is.
Yes, it was the field that our houses are built on the fields, and the field it was self-sufficient community. So there was a farm there. The farmhouse is still there.
Sounds very similar to where we live, because we've got Fairfield, which is just up the road from us. Fairfield used to be an asylum.
Oh, okay.
And now it's a huge, rather swanky
Housing estate.
Oh, okay. Yes.
And,
we're literally in a. But there's still parts of it that still haven't been restored. They've been there for like 25 years. There's an old
before
Victorian clock tower.
Before it was built, I used to walk over there with the dogs.
Incredible, the history in the place. But I've had tapping. I had a whistle sound from the corner of my front room.
Oh wow! For actually inside.
Yes.
Not somebody outside the front
No, it
window.
was wolf whistling at.
No. You weren't wearing
Someone
a towel.
peering through the
Then I heard someone vomiting. No, into a bag. No, my mum, when she moved into her house, so I'd heard these things, and I'd see out the corner of my eye, I was in the bathroom, like something go past the bathroom door, like a shadow, and I turned.
Sorry, I've got to ask at this point, are you in the house by yourself?
Yes.
Right, so you don't share the house?
No.
Are you aware? Do you have a stalker?
Yes, stalker. Best thing to do with a stalker, listeners, is cut off their stalk. So,
good bit of advice.
Yeah. So my mum lives in her house, and it lives in her house. That's funny. Yeah, she lives in a house. No, in her house, she moved in, and she kept getting. She spoke to me. I've got these tapping noises. It's really upsetting me. It was upsetting. I could see. Well, not. She wasn't terrified. She didn't like it.
Mm-hmm. She found it unsettling.
Yeah, and she'd be in bed, and you'd hear this scratching and tapping in her bedroom. And I said to her,
"You didn't get pest control around."
No. I said to her, well, tell it to go away, because I'd heard that quite often. Probably a scientist, that sometimes when they're trying to build their energy, they want acknowledgement, that they're desperate for you to know they're there, acknowledge them, and then they stop.
So this is kind of Patrick Swayze moment, is it?
Oh yeah, a bit like yeah. She got a potter's wheel out, but nothing happened. No. So I said, say, look, I know you're there. A bit like I did with the smoke smell. I said, just say I'm okay. I know you're there. She did, and it kind of eased off a bit, but she's still getting these tappings right next to her bed, outside wall as well. So it's detached on that side by her bed. So there isn't anywhere that could be birds or anything, or a loft space or anything. It's literally scratchy. And in the end, she said, "Please stop. You're frightening me. I don't like this." And it stopped.
Right.
She still gets, when she's in the front room, she'll hear tapping from the hallway. And she's now got a dog, any little dog, and quite often he will sit down and look along.
He sits. That animals can be very sensitive.
He sits and he looks along the hall. Blind is shut to the front door, so it's not like you can see things going by. There's no outside lights because there's not a road along the front. And he will sit, and I've seen him stare, and he reacts as if someone's there, and he'll put his head on one side, as if he's looking at something but not quite sure what he's looking at.
Right.
There's like something.
It's interesting we talk about having our mind open and closed and how sensitive we are to these things. You always hear stories of children and animals can sense spirits. Is that because their brains are still
developing, or just more open?
Not
so
they've got stuff like mortgages in their heads.
Not so blinkered.
There's no reason for a dog to be sceptical of a ghost.
No, because they just see.
Yeah,
and children take everything as they do.
Children often will make up an imaginary friend, won't they? They use I look back to my own childhood and think that I could sit there for hours playing games with toys in this whole world of fantasy, and you try to do that as an adult. It's very difficult to do.
Imagination.
He's kind of like, I'm going to sit on the carpet, I'm going to get these figures out and play with these figures. You go,
well, you know what he does at the weekend.
It doesn't kind of. What I'm trying to say is, you can't work in that same kind of furtive imagination.
Yeah.
as you do without thinking about it when you're a child.
Yeah.
So therefore, you're probably more open to.
Going back to from the education point of view, because I worked in education field for 25 years now, 27 years now. God,
and don't look at me.
But
I'll be polite.
looking at that, going back to the children's minds, their brains in those first few years of their life, by the age of they're about 3 times as active as an adult brain in those first 3 years of life, because they're making all these connections and their brain is growing.
Everything's new.
Everything's new, and everything they see is going, click, connection.
Yeah, neural
click, connection. We'll repeat it, click, another connection. More and more and more, and their brain goes from being completely smooth to being all lumpy and bumpy like a walnut, like a brain that we notice. So they're open to absorb everything around them, because that's how they're programmed at that age to survive and grow and develop. So are they absorbing things that we can't see, that our minds are close to, because of how we've been brought up, from peer pressure, how society has shaped us, what would be being silly if we talked about that.
Well, just the sheer amount of information as well, isn't it? It's hard to turn that off sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so perhaps they are just more attuned to the phenomenon.
Maybe I'm just a child, and that's why sometimes I connect with things. The worst thing you can do is if you try to look for something, it's never there.
Yeah, you can't see the wood for the trees.
I think that as well with when I've always wanted to do a ghost hunt, because I've never done that sort of thing before.
I think should we drop that one in now? Shall we? We were thinking about possibly doing a recording an outside broadcast podcast, doing a ghost hunt.
I think.
Would you be up for that?
Yes, I would. And what I would really like to do is, something like that. Because what I don't want to do, several people have said, "Come on, let's go on a ghost hunt." And apart from that cell where everything went a bit darker, I went on another one. Nothing happened. And a beautiful place where things have supposedly happened in the past. Nothing happened. And I've got this thing that when there's a big event, they don't show up. But a smaller something. I've always had this thing where you hear about these haunted hotels. I want to go and stay in one of those rooms. Just with, a couple of people, like 3 of us, sit in a room for the night.
He's preempting some of my questions, listeners.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Okay,
so that it's not arranged. Can we stay in that? Which rooms do we know? As Google, right, that hotel, room 14. No one will ever stay there.
Spending a night in a room with me.
We just sit and see what happens.
With our Zoom recorder, yeah.
Our Zoom recorder, with our
just be so cool.
white noise radio and our electro.
Just see if anything happens that is.
Oh, that's the gallery, listeners. Hang on a second.
Hello,
hi, Zak.
Hello, yeah, I'd be up for that.
Hey, was that it?
Zak wants to.
You weren't invited.
Zak wants to join in the sleepover.
Great.
Right, we need someone who's got 2 bunk beds.
Thanks for that, Zak.
Okay.
So,
my point was with when you say when you look for something to happen, it never happens.
Well, that's another theory.
But I feel like people who pay money to go on ghost hunts are kind of already preempted. They're already expecting something to happen.
They want to see something.
They want to see something. So the smallest thing that could potentially happen, whether it's a bit of dust or whatever, they will go, "Oh, I saw an orc."
I saw there when I did the one at the town hall in Northampton. The Guildhall, there were a few people said, "Oh, yes," and did you not notice that? And did you not notice this? And I'm going,
yeah, I mean, can't things like that suffer from sort of like group, sort of suggestion, where if somebody says, "Hey, did you just see that?" and somebody else says, "Well, yeah, maybe I did. They start questioning themselves.
Yeah, we're talking like 11 at midnight, 1 a.m. You've been walking around for hours in the dark.
Yeah,
you're going to be tired. We're talking about, signals going through the brain, muscle twitches, that kind of thing. You might go, "Oh, God, someone just touched me." There's no one there. Well, it must be a ghost because we're on a ghost hunt.
Yeah. So you're automatically.
I'm not saying that isn't. I'm not saying that is the case, but I'm saying that is also a possibility. I try and see both sides, but it's real concrete. If there's facts, like going back to me doing the medium side of it, there were things there that could not be explained that only I would know, which makes me think there is a science in here somewhere. In all of this, there's a lot we don't know.
There's an interesting connection I made when you were telling that story about, is it Michael? They said Michael was the person watching over you. Yeah. When you said in your bedroom.
As long as it's not Michael Myers, you're right.
Oh, goodness me.
When you said
Michael Jackson. Yeah, sorry.
When
All
you
the
said,
Michaels are going to come out now.
when you said
Michael Douglas.
Barrymore.
No, Michael Douglas, he's still alive, though.
Oh, yes, there's Michael Barrymore.
Oh, no. Anyway, carry on, Jack. We're interrupting.
when you said that you had the smoke smell and you told it that you were fine
Yeah.
and it went away,
Yeah.
could that have been Michael saying, like, oh, you're fine now, so I can leave?
Or was it acknowledgement? Possibly, but I didn't know about Michael at the time.
But exactly that, which feeds into that even more.
Yeah.
Because if it was like a guardian spirit thing, every time you were upset,
Mm.
that feeds into the fact that it would have.
And when I was doing all the travelling for work, it was a really, really stressful time at that point
Yeah.
in my life when he was supposedly travelling with me. Since that acknowledgement,
But maybe it was just a case of if he was a spirit guide, like you said, all he wanted to know was that you were okay.
So that, like in visitation.
I mean, does that kind of creep you out a little bit?
No, not at all.
Somebody might be
No,
in
not
the
when I look.
bathroom when you're taking a shower.
No, well, I asked the spirit. Oh no,
I've
they'd
been
never
polite
come
there.
back. He probably did once. Then ran.
I could have phrased that completely.
Because he'd feel completely insignificant for the rest of his life. No, because he wouldn't be alive. No, so sorry. I asked this at the church, and I said, at Spiritual Church, I said, what if they look at us? And people are going, what if they watch me when I'm in bed with my husband? I said, like she was on about her grandmother had passed. She comes back, she goes on visitation. I said, would you want to watch your grandchildren in bed? No. There you go then.
But you don't know who Michael is.
No, I don't. But I can't. I don't know that whether when they're there or when they're not, and if they're there as a,
Have you perhaps looked back in your family tree to see if anyone
There's no
matches
Michaels
the
there.
description?
Yeah, there's
'Cause
no,
the steering
we were a
wheel-
very small family, and there aren't. No, there aren't. There wouldn't. There's none in that.
So the
that
way you
era.
described
I'm
it-
the only
Interesting.
Michael for.
You described it about
God.
pressing on a steering wheel and things.
That's an interesting detail.
Did you own the car, for example, or was it a second-hand car that you'd purchased?
Who, me?
Mind you, no. If you're
Like Christine.
if you're associating the smoke, then obviously that would have been way before you drove. I was just sort of thinking for a moment, if
Well-
you purchased a car, that somebody had been.
No,
in an
no,
accident.
I don't. They'd all been you.
He should have paid, paid
Could have been
towards the
you.
insurance.
We knew.
Posh bitch.
I was going to say.
No, they'd all been you. I've
He's
always
getting
had my
lot-
cars on finance, so I've never had. But,
He's getting lots of lifts from you as well.
It's
what I
getting a lot of free lifts. Yes.
One thing that she did say, this spiritualist medium at the time, was that sometimes they're not in a particular time zone. They just exist
Right.
anywhere.
Out of time.
So in theory, they come in and out of your. He might be the same age. He could have died, passed into the world of spirit. Sorry, I say it correctly. Passed into the world of spirit after that smoke event,
Okay. Well, this leads me on to.
because they're in a different. This is
Yeah.
what
So
the
is
theory
this a different plane of existence?
Yes, the
Different
astral plane.
The astral plane. We've heard of that.
I've
many,
heard
many
this
times.
phrase.
Okay. These are good points for a further discussion on these things. So we've got to try not to go too far offline with our original question of what is a ghost. Obviously,
It's a ghost. I don't know.
cultures from across the whole of the planet, whether it be a sphere or flat, all have spirits and ghosts in them. So
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Look at the Easter story.
So we are talking
That's right.
something which is a global phenomenon.
Similar thing that
Obviously,
we
it's
had
not
with
a culture that has never met
Yes.
another culture. For example, say
Potentially.
tribes in the South American jungles that have been away from other humanity. Then they have spirit beings and spirit creatures and things. So they develop that idea completely separate, but on their own. So
It's a similar thing we had with zombies, isn't it? A lot of zombies come from different
cultures.
Greeks and
Yeah.
African accounts.
Well, I do have one question which might seem a bit peculiar, but it does seem a global phenomenon. Why is it that it doesn't matter? It seems that it doesn't matter what country you're from, but when anybody enacts being a ghost, they always go, ooh,
it's gonna be
like it's a
disgusting.
universal.
Do you know what is really interesting though? You were saying it's global. England, well, the United Kingdom, has is far more spiritually active with sightings and experiences and experiences than a lot of the rest of the world.
Is that anything to do with being on certain ley lines or anything?
Potentially.
You know,
Well, we are out in the middle of the sea, aren't we?
we are an island. Yep.
Who knows?
dinosaurs roaming around underneath Stonehenge.
Yes, they're moving us around.
Actually,
yes.
they're putting a tunnel under Stonehenge, so maybe we'll get some ghost dinosaurs coming through.
No, they're not. Are they?
Right, and they are.
Well, that's clever, isn't it?
They're bypassing the road that bypasses.
It's the last thing we need to do.
The bypasses, so you can usually
Digging up the underhenge.
You used to be able to.
Not good.
There was a lot of complaints about it, but you used to be able to drive past and look out the car window. Say, "Oh, there's Stonehenge over there." I remember going past with some American friends who went, "Oh,
Now we won't.
it's not as big as I was hoping it would be." Looking at it, it's like, "Oh, that's Stonehenge. Stop being mean." But they now they wanted to go. They're going underground, so that you won't be able to see it unless you go and pay.
You can't go over it. You can't go and just that bear hunt again.
So anyway, more questions. Where are we now at the point of trying to understand for ourselves as well as the listeners what is a ghost?
I think that I think we've come to the conclusion by discussing this. We don't know for certain what it is. However, there are a lot of unexplained questions. There's an awful lot more that we need to know.
Right.
I think there's an awful lot more that we're not necessarily going to know straight away. We might not know. It might not be discovered in our lifetimes.
So what we've discovered just in this one podcast is that your atypical image of a ghostly white apparition, actually ghosts. The term ghost can be
It's a blanket term.
A blanket term
Yes.
for spirit.
Paranormal.
So, question: have you ever used a Ouija board? Because we hear.
Oh yes,
this
I
is
have.
not
Yes, I have.
a good thing
Oh
to do.
yes, I have. Oh yeah, I know. And I was terrified of the whole concept of them.
Next podcast.
And I spoke to someone. So I spoke to someone who's a spiritualist who's been doing it all their life. Her family before her. She was brought up. I was going to say brought up in the world of spirit, but brought up in the world of spiritualism. And she said, I said, what? I said, I've only ever heard horror stories about it. She said, I've been using them all my life. I used them as a child. I said, what? Absolutely gobsmacked, thinking, are you mad? We've all seen The
But you
Exorcist.
always hear that people, obviously you can
Yes.
watch the movie tropes, but you do hear stories where people have summoned up evil demons.
So-
good question. I'm going to step in there. So
Go on then.
spirits of people that have passed,
Yeah.
can they be evil as well as just good? And you've spoken a lot this
Don't
team,
know, I
a
know
lot,
some
a lot during this session about people communicating because family members or people want to give messages to other family members. But are there such things as the malevolent?
I have not experienced any.
And is that something that using a Ouija board is more likely to happen?
Right. I asked the question, are they dangerous? And she said, if you disrespect people, they tend to get a bit annoyed. Sorry, I'd usually swear there, but they get really, knocked off, should we say. And you might end up, depending on what you said and how much you wound them up, getting a punch or a slap around the face. So we treat it with complete respect, first of all. She said to me, where have these horror stories come from? Who tells you this? Apart from the film The Exorcist, where are these Ouija board horror stories come from? Who uses them? Who's had these experiences? 9 times out of 10, they're teenagers whose parents are away.
Right.
And everyone goes, let's do a Ouija board. Are you the devil?
Oh, God.
That's what they ask. Come forward, and they say horrible things and try and deliberately try and stir things up and summon things up to get frightened.
Right. So it's trying to get a buzz out of it.
Why would you ask those questions? Is my question.
But if we talk about the energy thing again, it's like you're always going to invite that sort of malevolent.
Could anything come
Yeah,
through?
exactly. If you're wanting something evil to come through,
Then the theory is that you protect yourself first. Spirit guides, or you ask anyone positive to come forward, circle me in, you just say some nice words, and so that you say, and when I did it, I've done it a few times, sometimes nothing's happened at the time, and I'm very respectful. And when I finished, I close it and say, thank you, can you please step back? Thank you for your time. And constantly, praising, being kind, being polite. Thank you for your hard work, the amount of energy you've used, all this kind of thing. I had once where something was messing around and it spelt dead.
Oh, right.
I slid the glass with my fingers deliberately onto goodbye. And I said, please step back and let someone else come forward. Thank you. And I was strong, and I was on the borderline going, oh my word, my head will be swivelling around by 11 p.m. And I thought, no, I'm not having any of this. And I'd never had it before.
We don't want any projectile vomit in the sound studio.
Please move back. And never had anything before or since.
So can spirits be trapped in our plane of existence?
I don't know.
You don't know.
You mentioned about You mentioned about.
It's the gallery. The gallery.
Hello.
Hello, gallery.
I have a question.
Oh.
Can ghosts affect lights? Because in here, the light's been flickering for the last 5 minutes.
It flickered in here as well.
Well, ask. I didn't notice. That's because I just blink very slowly.
Is it your presence?
Ask it. Just ask. Be polite and just say, is there someone there who wants to talk to us?
Is there somebody there that wants to talk to us?
Can you flicker the lights if there is someone there who wants to talk to us? They don't want to talk to us. No. Doesn't mean there's not someone there, but they don't want to talk to us.
Yeah, because that's never happened before.
I did notice it a couple of times.
But if it had happened when you were talking about anything else, you probably wouldn't be freaked by it. It's the association, potentially.
Which is kind of what I was going back to.
It's desperate for it to be a ghost.
That's what I was talking about.
If you are there, throw something at Zak.
Okay.
Yeah, lights and things like that. Oh, I had... When I was having the whistling and the things going on in my house at one point, my light dimmed. I got a lamp that had just a dimmable bit, and sometimes it would go down really low and then get really bright again and then just go down really dim. And it did that quite a few times, and I said, please stop. I'm trying to watch the telly and I can't see. And it stopped. And it did it 3 or 4 times over the period, probably about a month. And I said, stop. I checked the socket, everything seemed to not any sense. No dodgy, but no bulbs then blew or anything like that. It wasn't like a loose connection that I could see. But and candles sometimes as well, and there's no breeze. Candles are difficult because a slight breeze or anything in the room can do it. But you've got your doors shut in a modern house, and suddenly one's really goes, or the candle gets really, really tall, the flame suggesting maybe there's more oxygen there, or carbon dioxide could diminish it. Who knows?
Okay, did that answer your question, gallery? Oh, he's nodding.
Yes, he's nodding and sticking his thumb up.
Right, well, this brings us now...
You mentioned the Ouija board thing.
Oh, yes.
You said about closing it. Is there... What's the specific way of closing a Ouija board?
And I'm saying to people at home, don't all go running out and buying Ouija boards, please.
Don't do this at home, kids.
I spoke to a spiritualist who had lots of experience with it. She talked me through it. I joined a group who were doing them. We deliberately made sure that we were consciously focusing on positive things like that. It's not something that you would do if you were emotionally vulnerable, when you're desperate for a message from someone from the other side. You don't know how you will decipher or translate something like a flickering light. If it's in the wrong, you're in the wrong sense of mind. So don't play about with things that you don't understand. Do I understand it fully? No, I don't. But I made that decision that I got enough experience to know when to go. This is where you cut it off.
It sounds like you take it in very small steps.
Yes, and
that's probably the best way to go about.
Yeah. The best way as well is through laughter. And a drink, but not loads. They say because you need to be relaxed, your mind is more open. Not trolleyed, where you're like, where's the glass? I've used them all.
You're breaking out the spirits before you contact the spirits.
Yes, spirits for spirits.
I've seen people, like, when they finish, they turn over the piece on the board. Is that a thing?
I use a glass. I did have the planchette, the thing that you moved around. I can't find it. Vanished. Very strange.
It reminded me. I'm sure when I was in the 70s, my parents had a board game, which was like a weird... It was,
they come in a box.
Called Madame Planchette.
It probably was. Yeah, the planchette is the thing that you slide around.
But the game was called Madame Planchette, and it had a woman on the front that was dressed very much like a gypsy with a scarf around her head.
Yeah.
And that was a family game.
But it was Victorian. You see, you can buy them on Amazon and sell them, for goodness sake. Sorry.
I'm going to have to look
Product
this up.
placement there.
Websites are available.
Yes, websites are available. I did a few Ouija boards and had some really interesting results. Had Again, my mum came over because she was aware, you can't ever use one of those. She did actually use one with me, and a friend of mine, 3 of us sat round, and I'd said about things she'd been to spiritualist church, so she said, as long as you know what you're doing, she said, I'll trust you. I'm like, okay. And we tried it. And people are going to be going, oh, and that's when all the noises in your house started. No, they were doing it before then and actually stopped since. So when I asked them to stop...
actually leads me on to another question. Can you harm a ghost by dispelling it? You hear about people doing exorcisms and things. Is it?
Oh, I think some are trapped.
Is it that you hear of people saying trapped spirits? Getting back to you, what did you call it? A trauma,
a crisis
apparition.
Yeah.
Is that it? Can somebody's spirit be trapped, and then is it a good thing to help them towards the light, to the astral plane? Or
I think so, because my dad died about 18 months ago, and my mum knows this story, but other people don't. Not many people do.
Are you happy to share this?
I'm happy to share it because it was
you
my
really
personal experience.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm fine to share it because it was really interesting. I was like, well, that's interesting. So my dad died it was about 18 months ago. It was on a Tuesday he died. I started to feel ill afterwards. Next few days, thought it was exhaustion. It was the lovely COVID.
All right.
By the Saturday, I was in full fever. And I hadn't eaten since the Thursday. Was virtually stopping drinking water. I was trying to get very, very ill in bed, live alone. Woke up in the middle of the night because it was one of those things where you wake up, sometimes it's light, sometimes it's dark. You don't really know where you are, so it could be a hallucination. My bedroom door was wide open. I looked, there was my dad he used to play bowls, like green bowls, so with his shirt sleeves rolled up, in his grey trousers, and he said, are you coming then? And I said, no. And then he vanished. Now, was that hallucination? We had not spoken for years and cleared the air on his deathbed. And he said, oh, we wasted so much time. We could have spent all this time together. And I would kind of like, when I fell ill, I know he'd just passed away, but we hadn't had a particularly good relationship, but I wasn't feeling emotional at that point because I felt so ill about having COVID. I felt so ill. That was kind of in the sort of the to the side. I was dealing with all that. But I'm absolutely adamant that happened.
What do you think his message was? Was it that you were so ill that he thought you were going to follow him?
Will I come with him because his time was up? Possibly. That's why I said, no, I'm not. I don't know. But also, he didn't have the greatest of the people who were waiting. He had, didn't get on great with his mum. And I think he would have been nervous about carrying on. And I said, everyone's fine now. Should be fine. Go. You'll be fine.
Interesting.
And nothing. Oh, I had some tapping noises, things like that. Then carried on for a bit again. All out after about 4 years. So once I saw him, then there were a few other bits around the house. I'm going, oh, this is odd. I said, no, it's fine. I said, you're fine. You can go. It's fine. I'm all right. Nothing. Then all stopped.
That's very interesting, and it has thrown another question into my mind, and that is, obviously, when we talk about a person's energy body and leaving their physical body behind, and that energy body perhaps being their spirit, whatever way you want to look at it, why is it that then maybe we see these apparitions wearing clothes rather than seeing them as a sort of a spirit?
Not see my dad in his scanties.
Not suggesting to be in.
That was my mum's worst thing. He used to run from the bathroom to the bedroom after having a bath, and she'd be like, "For goodness' sake, put something on." That would be horrific. Good job we moved.
That's not what I was suggesting. But can you imagine kind of more a spirit being that it now doesn't have that corporeal image of clothing type of thing,
Do they translate to how you remember them?
I mean, for example,
does the energy?
Because, for example, you described your father in his bowling outfit, and you
that's
said
where he was most happy.
You hadn't spoken to him or seen him for a period of time. But obviously he wasn't buried like that or cremated with his bowling clothes on. You don't know, okay? May have been, I suppose. But that's how you saw the image, or he presented himself to you. I've just wondered where the clothes bit comes in.
I wonder if they translate as something from your mind, something that you will recognise.
Okay.
So potentially.
It's another one of those questions.
Another theory, isn't it?
This visit from your dad wasn't in a house that he would have lived in.
No,
So
it was where I was.
So it's obviously your stone tape energy, if you know what I mean.
Is it stone tape when they're communicating with you?
Yeah.
Or is it the next step from the mediumship where you get a message come through and sometimes you can visualise things in your mind? Is it a proper manifestation of the energy?
Visitation
is it a
from the
visitation rather than
a recording?
A recording.
Yeah.
So there is a good point, because going right back to our fundamental question this evening, what is a ghost? What that would suggest that a ghost, a visitation, a spirit is something that is actually different from maybe observing a recording that is trapped in
maybe there's
time.
two types of things. Maybe they use the same field of energy. There's something that triggers them.
You communicated with your father in that instant.
Yes.
But if you saw a white lady walking a staircase, would it be that you couldn't communicate with that image because that's what it is?
But it was Fotheringhay Castle in Northamptonshire that was demolished, but that was the site of where Mary Queen of Scots was beheaded. And there were rumours, I think this is correct, the staircase, when they demolished the castle, they built as a hotel, I think it's the Talbot in Oundle, nearby town, and the staircase, I'm sure the staircase went from there to the hotel. And people have seen, I'm sure it's there's another staircase from somewhere at the Hind Hotel in Wellingborough. Now, one of these two staircases has either Mary Queen of Scots on her way to her beheading, and I think, but I don't know if it's where there's some confusion coming in, Elizabeth I.
Right.
But but it's possibly the Mary Queen of Scots, similar kind of clothing. She came down the stairs apparently on her way to her beheading, and that is recorded. Which, when you were saying about psychological, emotional trauma, that kind of thing, at that moment, was that something that was recorded? But again, that was wood.
Yeah, it was. I was going to ask you, was it a stone staircase or a wooden staircase?
Yeah, but the stone from that castle was used to build the Talbot Hotel in Oundle, a few miles down the road, and staircase went with it.
Yeah, but we're still seeing a linear projection as if you're watching a tape. Whereas I can't.
In a different place. It's gone with the stone rather than, like we were saying, something stay where they are.
Absolutely fascinating. I will honestly say I'm a skeptic, but I am also respectful.
Yeah. Maybe.
But I would love to see an apparition. I would love to see something so I could say, hey, there is something here. I have never had any kind of experience like that. But it's not from, I'd like to think it's not from having a closed mind on the subject.
Yeah.
Because I am very open-minded on the subject. I like to be open-minded on all subjects.
Yeah.
So I would gladly leave my mind open to hearing, seeing, feeling something, but I have never had that experience.
Yeah. Maybe from what we've said today, this isn't thought out. Anything, it's just a thought I'm having. If you're a ghost from, like we said, the Centurions or Victorian era, there's no one living at the moment who they can visit, living person that they can visit who they would have known in their life. But whereas your father would have known people who are still...
If they can travel through the astral plane at any point in time, say that was a theory, they could visit people if they could go at any point, potentially. So, like, my dad, in theory, could go and visit me when I was younger, or even himself, and watch. Could we, maybe? Well, we won't know till we're there, will we? Should we do it? Let's do one of us now. Do you know what? When my granny passed away, my other granny, about 8 years ago, is it 9 years next year? She was 92. And she was on her own for about 6, she died 6 years after my granddad had. And me and my mum took her lots of places, introduced her to lots of things. And she'd never had a Chinese takeaway before, and all this kind of took her to an Indian restaurant, all these things that she hadn't because it wasn't British. Went to an Italian restaurant, you had steak, well done steak. She was desperate to experience all this, but my granddad's, it wasn't his. He was very old-fashioned Edwardian man. He was a captain in the army. This is how my household's run. So she was the wife in the kitchen, but she had a very inquiring mind, open mind to things. Before I had my own place, she was my mum we had a party one Christmas, and I said to Mum, so let's just have a party, invite friends, she can have some of her friends, some of my friends, filled the house with party and drinks. We invited my granny, she was about 88, 89 at the time. She loved it. She said, I've never been to anywhere like that. She'd never been really in a pub before, because she'd heard there were horrible places, and we took her to a few pubs, and she was like, oh, this is lovely. So she came to the party and loved it. She'd all these people, and they're all so drunk and laughing, and seeing people having a laugh, singing on karaoke, all sorts of things. And she nodded off in her armchair, and it was all lovely. And she kept saying, oh, when are you going to have another one of your parties? That's all she used to say every time. She said, when are you going to have another parties? Then, about a couple of weeks after she died, I went to the Spiritualist Church. So this is because I was going there for a few years, to the open circle. And the lady who ran the group came to me and she said, I've got a message for you. She said, it's a small lady with white hair. You know who it is. She knew my granny passed, but I didn't know any details about her. No photo, had nothing to go on. She said, you know she is. She's got one thing to say to you. Mm-hmm. When are you having another one of your parties?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And that, I just filled up. I was like, wow. She said, there's nothing else. There's nothing else I need to say. You know exactly what that means.
But again, that's such a specific thing that no one...
Yeah, no, and it wasn't even in mind. But when she came, I thought that didn't even come into my mind, because she hadn't said for a long time since, before she passed away. But it was something that she had said regularly. And it was that, this is me.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I can't. That was probably the strongest thing that's ever come through. That's the most definite.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, we've covered an awful lot this evening.
Yes.
And I think we might not have answered the question.
No.
I don't think if we can ever truly answer the question, but I hope we've taken some steps down the path to enlightening ourselves and
we
the
have
listeners.
We have arranged an out and about
ghost hunt at some
Fantastic.
point.
And obviously a lot of this is theory, and I'm still trying to get to the bottom of it. But I know that I can definitely make links with spirit at times, not necessarily very strong, but little bits and little pathways. So that's, spiritualist medium, it's something that you practice over a long period of time. Some people get there eventually and are incredibly good at it. Other people just skim the edges. So who knows?
But this brings us, Mickey, to a little section we have in our podcast when we have a special guest in, and it's called our yes, you're a special guest. It's called our 6-shooter quick-fire questions. Okay,
about what?
Well, this is generally about the subject that we've been discussing.
Oh, that's good.
It's bespoke. It's bespoke. So this is 6 questions. Okay, just going to shoot from the hip. Answer as you will. Okay.
Go on then.
Are you ready for this? Are you happy to do this?
Yes, I'm happy to do this, but I probably won't know the answer. And you know how long is it quick fire questions? You know how long I waffle on.
Right, okay.
Go on then.
Timer starts now.
Timer starts now. Okay, question 1.
Yep.
If you could meet any individual's ghost from across history, whose would it be?
Oh, from across history, I do not know. Oh, Kenneth Williams.
Kenneth Williams. Okay, would you like to come back as a ghost yourself?
Yes, I would.
Would you spend the night by yourself in a haunted house?
Yes, I would.
That was the one I think he'd already answered.
Yes. Would I be there all night? I'd attempt it. Would I stay there? I don't know.
Question 4. What's your favourite ghost movie?
I was going to say Ghost, but I've never actually seen it. Do you know what? I do like a bit of The Exorcist.
I love The Exorcist. The Exorcist is my favourite horror film of all time.
Although, and Halloween, the original.
Okay. What's the best book you would recommend on the subject of ghosts?
I've got a type of book, but not a specific
timer's
book.
on,
and I think it's one of these, and you can Google these things as well, and it's local kind of ghost stories where things have happened in time. And you have them for your own county and towns and things like that.
Ghost history of your local
history of your local area, because you can connect to these.
Last question, question 6. Patrick Swayze or Bruce Willis?
Bruce Willis, because I didn't see that coming.
Gotcha. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. We just wanted to know whether it was going to be Bruce Willis with the twist, or whether it was going to be Patrick Swayze
it was definitely that twist, because you weren't expecting it. And
listeners, we're not going to say anything more, just in case you haven't seen the particular movie.
Well, if they haven't.
If you haven't, well, we still don't.
It's a ghost.
There we are. Brilliant. It's been an absolutely fantastic podcast. Thank you for coming in and sharing time with us.
Thank you for having me and putting up with me not actually answering your question that you invited me to answer.
Well, we've taken a step forward towards that.
Look out for part 2.
Part 2. Would you be able to come in for part 2?
Yes.
Awesome. Right, so we've learnt lots today.
Yes, absolutely. That's
thank
one of
you.
my favourite podcasts
So
we've ever
far,
done.
we've done great. I mean, we've had some really good, interesting guests in, and thank you very much for being one of those, Mickey.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
And that's a big spiritual goodbye from Buzz.
It's a spooky goodbye from Jack.
And a very creepy goodbye from Mickey Bolden. Do sleep well, listeners.
Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, we've got a call from the other side.
It's on the other side coming in.
Hello, come through.
And on that spooky note, goodbye from
Zak.
Zak in the haunted gallery.
With his flashing lights.
With his flashing lights. Okay, now we know show.
Now we know.
We know. Now
Now
we
we
know.
Oh,
We
know.
Whoa. Thank you, listeners.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zak.
And I'm Buzz. And it's October.
Yay!
Yay!
Or should we say Shocktober?
Shocktober. That's a good one, Zak. So what we are looking at is everything to do with Halloween, or All Hallows Eve. And we're doing a consecutive set of 4 podcasts this month, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Leading up to Halloween itself.
All things scary.
Scary. Everything from the other side, or whatever. So anyway, what we're doing in this particular podcast is we've already in a previous podcast covered the mythology of zombies.
We have.
So in October, we're looking at 2 other most popular creepy creatures of mythology that everybody loves.
What could they be?
Well, this week, in this episode, we're looking and talking and discussing about the mythology of vampires.
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more.
So to help us discover everything about the mythology of vampires, what are vampires, where do they come from, everything we need to know about vampires that hopefully we can think of.
We've brought in an expert.
We have, and our expert with us today is, put your hands together for Sarah Downing, vampire expert extraordinaire.
Yeah.
Hello, Sarah.
Hi, how are you guys?
Oh, we're fine. We're rocking.
I'm pretty good. I'm quite sure that we've had Sarah on the podcast before.
Actually, I think you're right.
Really?
Yes. I think Sarah is our first
Returning
guests. Yeah. So you are a returning guest.
How does it feel?
Awesome.
Back in the dungeon studio, which is quite apt since it's Halloween month.
Wah.
Wahahaha. Do you want to go do a mwahahaha?
I'm no good at wahaha.
So anyway, Sarah, you've studied and researched vampires for a long time. In fact, you're, as people may recall, you're an author, and actually, I think you're actually writing a story about vampires at the moment.
am.
So you are well schooled in the mythology of vampirism.
Now, I'm really intrigued about this.
What, actually being a vampire?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Why not? So where should we start? I suppose we need to start where everything starts, and that's at the very beginning. So, Sarah, where do we get vampirism and vampires from? Yeah, where is the earliest kind of beginnings of this mythology?
A lot of the folklore is unsurprisingly sort of Eastern European. Not necessarily Transylvania, but sort of Croatia and Poland. When England had witch trials, there were vampire trials going on in Europe.
Oh yes.
Ooh.
There was a village, can't remember the date off the top of my head, but 17 villagers had died in 3 months.
17 villagers.
Yeah.
This is in France, do you say? Or just
it's sort of more to the east, I think. Anyway, someone from Austria went over to check. He was an army surgeon and couldn't find any disease or anything that would explain why these people died. The locals thought it was the dead previously that were killing off the other villagers.
So we got the
vampires.
The living dead, not zombies, but actual vampires.
Yeah, and
is this vampirism? Are we talking about what we would assume the modern day idea of vampire is, with these living dead creatures coming back and literally draining? Because you get, am I right or wrong? You get some vampires which you think of drinking blood, and you get vampires that drink people's energy. Yeah,
the energy drinking vampires come more from sort of succubus mythology.
We just wanted you to say succubus, didn't we?
That's a weird word.
Say it again.
Succubus.
Well, succubus. Wait, say it, Zach.
I don't want to.
Okay, so we got all these villagers and they're all mysteriously dying.
Yeah, and local villagers are blaming people that have died previously. They convinced the guy to exhume some bodies and examine them, and I don't know what he saw, but his report back to the Austrian government was to let the villagers continue staking the dead.
Right, okay.
It obviously freaked him out.
Okay. Ooh. So from a modern perspective, has anybody looked back at that incident and sort of seen that perhaps it was some other reason for this? But because they didn't have the medical understanding, that's why they put it down.
I'm not sure they'd still be able to test for any sort of the diseases that might still be, that would have killed them, I suppose.
But sometimes you get written reports of things that might have certain telltale descriptions in that might lead you to think that maybe somebody was high on some kind of something or other, because you get
mushrooms.
You get mushrooms. You get what's the thing you have on wheat?
Ergot poisoning.
Things
which
like
is
that.
behind the Salem witch trials.
Maybe we should have done witches as well.
Maybe next time.
Next time.
It would tie in very nicely with werewolves and vampires.
Right. Okay.
But I will get to that.
You're trying to come back in, aren't you?
She was third time in the studio. Can't keep her away.
Because the other name for vampire, Nosferatu, actually means plague carrier.
Plague carrier, right.
So at the time you had the vampire trials going on in Europe. In France and that you had werewolf trials going on.
Okay.
And in England you had witch trials.
So many trials.
So many trials.
But and around that time there's also...
In Badminton they had the horse trials.
What?
There wasn't. That's an equestrian joke.
On to vampires.
Yeah, back to vampires.
So around the time that all this was going on, there were outbreaks of typhoid, plague, smallpox.
When you say plague, you're talking about the Black Death.
Yeah, which was thought to be behind sort of.
Oh, right, being spread by vampires.
Yes, but in the folklore, it's very, very easy to become a vampire.
I was going to say I don't want to be all covered in pustules because I've been vamped.
Actually, the studio could probably do with being a bit bigger because one of the signs of a vampire was red hair and blue eyes.
Wait, oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yes, and I'm trapped in the studio with two of you.
I was thinking that light was a bit bright.
Yes, I mean that's why we always hide from the day star, isn't it, Zach? Now we've invited our lunch, or is it look at the top, dinner into the studio.
Yeah, we don't really tan, we just burn.
Yes. Actually, that's a Hollywood creation. The vampires bursting into dust in sunlight.
We'll return to that later on in the podcast, I think. So anyway, so we've got all these villagers, and they're all dying from what they believe is some kind of supernatural thing from their dead relatives coming back and having at them. So we've got all these trials going on. Yeah.
Yep. They were exhuming bodies, staking them, stuffing their mouths full of garlic, and chopping their heads off. Or burning the bodies as well and sort of scattering the ashes over running water.
Why would they initially go for garlic? Because I mean, obviously you mentioned briefly about sunlight, but obviously you're talking about an actual historic period in time. So, what did they see that garlic did, or what was the specific?
It was more because it was really strong smelling. like during the Black
Hang
Death.
on a second. Are we talking about? We're back in. Was it France that was having the?
France had some werewolf trials as well.
All right, I was going to say 'cause
Poland
we know
is
that the
the-
French like the garlic. You see, 'cause it's pretty handy. Stuff their mouth full of garlic. You know.
Yeah, you know the plague doctors, the masks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Well,
that
you had
gar-
for those people that maybe for the listeners, you get the plague doctor masks. They kind of look like a crow, don't they?
Yeah.
Sort of a corvid kind of mask with the two eyes. But that was actually designed for stuffing scented things in the front of it,
Yes.
wasn't it? So
Yeah, because it was thought that sort of bad air caused disease. So
Caused
because
disease.
garlic was quite strong smelling.
So, oh, goodness me, you could walk around with a beak full of garlic. A beak full of garlic and lavender. Wonder if they did that, lavender and garlic. So anyway, they stuffed all these people's mouths full of garlic and then staked them.
Staked them, and some of the other ones would chop the head off, burn the body, scatter the ashes over running water. Cause
The running water. We're going to go to the running water later on. Yeah, it tweaked your interest. That did the running water.
I love how many different ways you can kill vampires.
Yeah, we'll revise this as we go along.
Yeah, but back in the folklore, like I say, it was considered very easy to become a vampire. People with red hair, blue eyes, which I mentioned, things like an animal like a dog jumping over the grave after burial was thought to bring that person back as a vampire.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Not having proper burial rites. Yeah, anything that sort of would result in sort of excommunication, being buried on unhallowed ground, and dying in childbirth.
Oh, would make you a vampire.
Yes.
Dear.
It was thought they'd come back and either feed on the babies, or sort of try and rear the child and sort of kill it. But
that's quite dark.
That is quite dark. So,
what about being bitten by a vampire?
That's another Hollywood.
Okay. Again, we'll return to that later on. We're going to start, before we get into that kind of Hollywood zone of vampires, I want to focus really on that ancient mythology. So, talking about obviously it being a European thing in general, is there anywhere else in the world that vampires are found? Because I again, you're the expert, but I believe that they have vampirism in Japan, maybe in China, that there's things.
All I can say is I've seen a lot of films.
But you are the movie buff. But I just wondered if in other cultures around the world, whether they have their own kind of... Because we discovered in the zombie one that really the mythology of zombies and the living dead from the zombie perspective, it is very much a worldwide belief, in lots of different cultures. I just wondered if you'd heard or found any research to do with vampirism.
The only other one I've come across is, I can't remember the name of the god, he's an Aztec god, which they used to do blood sacrifices to. It looked a bit like a vampire bat,
right?
But there wasn't really any sort of actual vampires in their mythology.
Okay, because the Aztecs used to do ridiculous things like literally cut the hearts out of 4,000 people just when
it rains.
So it rained,
Yes, well, the whole point of the Aztecs of them slaughtering people was that they thought that the dead person, by sort of with the blood and sort of burning of the body, that person would then act as a messenger to the gods to say, "Hey, we need rain."
Oh, that's nice. Send another one. No, it's still not raining. Send another one. Oh, my goodness me. So with all this kind of folklore in Europe, so let's focus on European vampirism. Is there any particular kind of definition of what is a vampire?
Well, it was sort of someone that come back from the dead. They would feed on the blood of their victims. The earliest vampires used to have pointed tongues, which they used to use to pierce the body of the person they were feeding from rather than teeth.
Ooh,
all right, that's an interesting. I've never heard of that. So would that be kind of almost like a reptilian tongue type of thing, or just literally like a
It reminds me of something from Doctor Who, actually.
Oh, yes. What was that one then?
That's from Time and the Rani with the tetraps.
All right.
Do you remember those? The big bat people?
Oh, yeah, I do. 3-eyed.
No, 4 eyes.
4
One
eyes.
on each side.
Oh, right. And one on the back?
Yep.
Okay, 4.
Anyway.
4 eyes.
They've got the
Giant
tongues.
bat.
They've got the tongues.
Yeah, they come out and zap you, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Okay, fair enough. I think that's not really mythology, though. But it's a good
Looks
point.
cool.
It might have been based on
Yeah, could have
mythology.
done.
There were other vampires that were thought to start out like poltergeist, so you'd sort of hear all the knocking, and that would go on for
more
40
of a
days.
spirit being.
Yeah.
Okay.
So rather than rising as sort of zombie-like body, it was the spirit body. Like I said, it'd be poltergeist.
Right. So instead
knocking
of the physical body climbing out of the grave,
Yes.
this is their spirit being has risen from the grave.
Yeah, and it would start with like poltergeist knocking, that would go on for 40 days. Then the spirit would have got enough energy to start drinking blood. The more blood it drank, the stronger it became.
Okay.
Eventually got a physical body,
Right.
and then it would return to its normal life, go back to its family. And
So when they are feeding on people, how would people, surely they'd be thinking that they're being fed upon because there is a mark or something left by the vampires? I mean, obviously our traditional view is the two teeth punctures.
yeah, well, I don't know if there were physical marks, but sort of they certainly feel weaker and
Right, so
sort
if
of more tired.
somebody's feeling lethargic
Yeah.
for some reason, then
Yeah, they've probably
that would be
been
a
fed on
case
by a
of
vampire.
which could be any kind of medical condition really that might suddenly be hitting somebody, even like a really bad case of influenza,
Yeah.
where they're feeling completely drained or they've gone white, food poisoning, something like that.
Yeah,
So-
in fact, one of the thoughts on one of the things that would turn somebody into a vampire was eating meat from a sheep that had been attacked by a wolf.
Right, so
It's
he's got-
very specific.
That is very specific. To be honest, I would have thought that would have been more like, oh, if you're doing that, it's more going to go down the lines of the werewolf rather than the vampire. But the vampire,
The other one is if someone was a werewolf and they died, there was thought there would be a higher chance of them coming back as a vampire as well. So there's a lot of
I think
overlap
I've read
between
that. I think I've read that
werewolves and
somewhere.
vampires.
Right, we're going to have to cover that one in the werewolf
Oh yeah.
podcast.
Oh yeah.
So werewolves becoming vampires, and in this case, vampires because of wolves biting sheep.
Yeah. Well, in some movies, I'm going back to movies again. You do see vampires turn into wolves.
Well, that is one of the questions I've got down here. Was that vampires in the mythology of vampires, and we see it in the movies quite a lot, and probably read it in books as well. But in the mythology of vampires, are they shapeshifters? Can they?
They
change
are.
into
They
different things?
usually take the shape of wolves in the original folk mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Them turning into bats was invented by Bram Stoker in Dracula, of course picked up by Hollywood when it was made into a film. In fact, the earliest film was in 1922.
Which was?
I think it was called Nosferatu.
Oh, that was the Nosferatu one. Yeah, I think we're all familiar
and
with Nosferatu.
that's the first one where vampires sort of crumbled into dust when they were exposed to sunlight as well.
Yeah, so there's that iconic black and white picture of Nosferatu being struck by the sunbeam. In fact, they are thinking about doing
doing another one.
a remake of Nosferatu.
By Jack's favourite director.
Yeah, and actor as well, isn't it? Who is meant to be William Defoe, isn't it, being Nosferatu?
Yeah, well, I think Bill Skarsgård's now kind of signed on to be involved in it somehow.
Right, okay.
The guy who played It.
Oh,
the new one.
That one, right, okay. So that'd be interesting if they reboot Nosferatu.
I'd watch it. I really like The Northman.
So, The Northman. Have you seen that yet?
No,
You've
not
got to
yet.
watch anybody listening, watch The Northman. Really good. Anyway, back to the vampires. So in the mythology, they could change into wolves, but in Hollywood mythology, because that's what I'm going to pull upon, the good old Dracula movies with Bela Lugosi, etc. You used to get the creeping mist that would come under the door and then grow and grow and grow, and suddenly the mist would descend.
Yeah, or like a shadow. On
Descend away, and suddenly they would. Yes, true. They'd either come out of the mist or step forward out of a shadow that has been produced on the wall. But so is that something they could do? And obviously there is the very much the movie trope of a vampire turning into a bat. So, how do they relate to the mythology compared to the kind of movies and books?
Certainly, Dracula turning into mist was in the Bram Stoker books.
Yep. And he was based on Vlad the Impaler.
Yes.
He wasn't an actual vampire, I take it.
No, he just had a fondness for staking people.
Staking people. So actually, that's quite kind of twist, because you think about how to kill a vampire, stake them, and then you've got a person that the most iconic vampire character is based on Dracula is actually somebody who just loved to go around staking people.
Yeah. There was a Hungarian countess as well, Elizabeth Bathory. She used to kill her servants and bathe in their blood to stay looking younger.
Ah, was that what Countess Dracula, the movie,
Yes,
was based on?
yes. that was-
Is it something to do with the name Carmilla or something? That's what I've
But I do
heard.
remember that because she used to always get these. I think in the movie it might have been virgins or I don't know, but she would always fill the bath with
I
blood
haven't
and
seen
bathe in
that
the blood.
particular film.
No?
No.
Countess Dracula. Oh, we're spoiling it for you now, aren't we?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, should have put a spoiler alert. Okay, so The Mist is from the book.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did come across a mention of vampires turning into mist in the folklore, but I think again it's the more sort of vampires that are in spirit form rather than
Right, so you got this kind
physical.
of ethereal spirit mist creeping around. I mean, you can imagine. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if you throw yourself back, if you're somebody who lives in the city, I mean, you'd be lucky if you can see the stars at night. If you live in a city, and you probably very rarely get mist unless you get in a smog or sometimes a fog. But if you live in the countryside, then you're far more familiar with the fact that we get these early morning mists that come rolling across the field. Usually, especially if you're around any kind of water body, if you've got a river or a lake near, you get those low-lying mists, which are so iconic on the old black and white type of horror movies where they're coming through the graveyard and the mist is swirling. And it kind of seems weird because you kind of think that wouldn't be the case. But if you get up early enough in the morning, you do get those mists. And so if you are a villager that is not, as we do, living life literally by the clock, because people didn't have clocks probably at the time that we're talking about these types of myths, Sarah. At some point every village ended up having like a town clock that people worked to, but before that people just used to get up when the cock crowed and when the daylight broke in the morning, so it's more likely you're going to see these eerie mists and things, and they can be they probably do. So, this is a bit creepy, this is...
imagine the houses weren't sort of very well sealed either, so you'd probably get the mist sort of creeping into the
in,
house.
and if you combine that with somebody who almost falls ill overnight for some reason,
that could really freak you out.
Yeah, you could think that they have had a visitation from some kind of vampire because of this mist, especially if you combined perhaps a recent death from somebody in the village or whatever, and then you happen to have a mist come down, and then somebody else falls ill in the house, and you're going to put all these perfectly innocent things together, and you could start seeing where this kind of mythology would spring from, It's fascinating. So we've got mist. What about the bats? Vampires turning into bats and vampire bats.
Vampire bats are
Because
solely...
You're our bat specialist as well.
Yes, vampire bats are solely found in South America.
Mm-hmm. That's the vampire bat.
That's
the physical, real vampire bat is South America.
Yes.
If I recall, didn't you tell us that there are different types?
There are 3 different species of vampire bat.
And that if they feed off the wrong bat, they themselves can die?
If they feed on blood that they're not designed to eat, and they think it lacks certain nutrients, and they do become sick and die.
Okay. But now we're going to sling ourselves from South America to Europe. Would these old Europeans, whether it be in mainland Europe or the UK, would they associate vampirism with bats?
Not in the folklore.
Not in the folklore.
Yeah, like I say, it was something that was completely created by Bram Stoker.
Right. Okay. So there's no records that you've come across where vampires just basically, what would the word be? Transmogrifying into
shapeshift.
There you go.
That's a better shapeshift into a bat, but they would shapeshift into a wolf.
Wolf, dogs, rats.
Rats
as well, but no bats.
No bats.
No bats.
Bats off the menu, boys. That's it. There's no bats in.
That's totally unrealistic.
Totally unrealistic. Wolves, yes. Rats, definitely. Well, I suppose that's the thing, because obviously we have in the UK and in Europe we have bat species around. Of course we do, but you think that rats would be more invasive into homes, running around. Maybe people would consider rats in the medieval period as being a pest, something to shun away from, etc., etc. Wild dogs, you don't want to be bitten by a wild dog that's rabid, or definitely you don't want to have an encounter with a wolf or wolf pack. So yeah, those things would be.
Although no healthy wolf will actually go after a human being. It's only if they got rabies that they're dangerous or they've been habitualised to humans.
So should we test this out? We need to go somewhere with loads of timber wolves and
now we know show on the road.
Now we know show on the road with Sarah. Okay, Sarah, we're going to just leave you out here overnight with a few steaks. I mean, this is meat steaks.
Meat steaks,
not wooden steaks.
Yeah, I mean, people study wolves all the time and don't get attacked. Like I say, as long as they're not used to being around humans, so they see humans as a threat. No risk to
put somebody who obviously studies nature, I would have thought that, again, surely that's down to, again, the period of the year. If you've got, it's winter or even late winter coming into spring, but you've got a very, it's that point in the year where food is very scarce, because you get that with bears as well. They've just come out of hibernation, they're skinny, they need food, but that's when they're most dangerous because they are so hungry, and everything, even human beings, get really dangerous when they're hungry,
Very much so.
And so it would be more likely to be attacked by a wolf, surely, if that wolf or wolf pack are just literally really starving. They need food.
They will go after livestock before they go after humans. There's nothing in any historical records of a healthy wolf attacking a human being.
Oh, there you go then. There you go.
Yep.
I have a question.
Go for it. That's what it's all about.
Vampires.
That's what we're here for.
Do vampires have to be invited in?
Another good myth or movie trope.
Something to discuss.
Yeah, actually inviting somebody across
the threshold.
We've spoken about thresholds before. It holds the thresh in. It does. There's the threshings on the floor.
Okay.
Threshold. There you go. So
definitely in Bram Stoker they had to be invited in.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
And
about
in Fright Night.
And Lost Boys.
Lost Boys. Oh yeah, Lost Boys. Probably loads more.
I think it varies amongst the folklore. Like I say, most vampires used to go after their family first.
Right.
For some reason, they used to go after their nearest and dearest first. Usually, some of the folk mythology, the vampires didn't have any memories when they first rose from the grave, and they slaughtered their nearest and dearest and then get their memories back. And
oh no!
Who writes this mythology down?
Yeah, I want to consult someone.
yeah. Somebody was there saying, right, well, obviously the family's been slaughtered. Visitation of a vampire, yes. Uncle Dave, yeah. Uncle Jacob. That's more. Uncle Jacob died a week ago. All right, okay. Obviously he's forgotten who he was. Okay, he's come back to get his memories back. There you go. Let's solve that one. Sorted. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I suppose if you've just seen a member of your family come back from the dead, you'd be like, "Oh, nice to see you." You'd probably.
No, we kind of discussed that in the zombies one. Yeah, that was a bit bizarre because we had people that actually had been found alive 18 years after they supposedly died.
Yeah, that is hilarious.
It's like, how did that work?
Yeah, like I said, in some of the folklore, the vampires sort of went back to their families and just sort of carried on their normal lives and had half vampire children and.
Oh right.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Right. So, another aspect of vampires and vampirism, is it reflected in vampire mythology that vampires have a familiar who would watch over them during the day, or is that again just another movie thing?
That's just another movie thing.
Okay.
Honestly,
these
movies.
You're destroying.
Yeah, and vampires having to sleep in the soil native to their country, so their home earth.
That's one of those things that Bram Stoker had to put the soil in the coffins and have it transported to, was it Carfax Abbey? That was Dracula bought Carfax Abbey, didn't he? Or something like that.
Something like that.
And they all had these coffins with his soil.
Well, it was a load of crates.
Yeah, but they were filled with.
Sorry, I'm just going on my movie ideas.
He's sleeping.
It's definitely crates in the book as well.
Crates. He's sleeping in his crates of soil. There you go.
But which one?
Which crate? Exactly.
Actually, in the book, Dracula isn't staked. He's killed with a knife and beheaded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Well, that's. I'm gonna. We'll come on to how to kill vampires a bit later because that's something we want. We definitely
want to discuss that.
We need to know about that as well. One question, and it sort of came up with Frankenstein when we were talking about zombies. But when you talk about vampires, zombies are supposedly the living dead. But are vampires the living dead, or are they alive? I mean, we've kind of discussed spirit vampires, so I'm assuming dead. But when you get,
But also alive.
but then you said they've come back and carried on with their lives and had half vampire babies. So if you've got a corporeal vampire in full form, are they dead or are they living? How does it work?
Certainly, some of the folklore thought it was demon possession.
Okay. I mean, is a vampire actually a demon from the depths of hell
It's possessing
that's
a body.
possessing a person? Or
Like I say, it varies between the folklore. Some thought it was demon possession. Others that they came back as ghosts, like I said, and then sort of once they'd drunk enough blood, they then took on a sort of corporeal form. Then you've got like the succubi, which sort of suck on life energy out of people. So yeah, there's some sort of different.
You would have thought that the drinking of blood would. I mean, obviously, again, going to movies and books, it's the two puncture wounds. I mean, are there no kind of signs of vampirism that you could say this person has had their blood sucked?
No. As
I was just wondering because the movies they always go for the neck, but there's other things. It could be arm, leg, whatever. No.
No.
So just to clarify, vampires are also ghosts, demons, and kind of ish zombies.
Yes, kind of ish zombies, which can change shape
into wolves.
So which leads me on to say, okay, so there's these vampires around and about, haunting the place. How would you protect yourself from those vampires?
Certainly in the folklore, if you thought there was a vampire about, one of the checks to see which grave the vampire was buried in is you'd lead a white horse through the graveyard and it would refuse to step on the vampire's grave. You can go, ha-ha, vampires hide there, dig him up, put a stake through his heart, chop his head off.
Right. I heard a similar thing with witches, that if you suspect somebody of being a witch and you follow them and they leave a footprint anywhere, if you put an iron nail hammer it into the footprint, then they will start to limp if they're a witch, and it's a sure way of discovering that person's a witch.
Interesting thing. So, in a film called Captain Kronos, Vampire Hunter.
Yes, I know it well.
To see if there's a vampire around, they bury a toad in a box, and then they dig it up the morning after. And if it's alive or dead, that determines whether or not there's a vampire around.
So, if it's dead, is it a vampire, or if it's still alive, or is it a dead one they bury?
I think it's alive. Right, I really need to watch this film again.
Okay. Have you come across anything in the mythology to do with toads?
No.
No? Okay.
Honestly,
what
the movies are lying to us.
The movies are lying to us terribly. Okay, so, I mean, what about, hanging up bundles of garlic and rubbing them around your windowsill and all these sorts of things that you hear?
Like I say, garlic was supposed to have protective properties for diseases and things, so I can see why that would probably keep vampires away.
We've talked, obviously, you've mentioned about staking the bodies.
Yeah.
So was that to stake them through the heart?
Yeah.
And were there any specific choices of wood to do that?
Hawthorn was the favourite.
Hawthorn.
Again, that's got protective properties, which is one of the reasons you find it in hedgerows a lot. Cause,
boundary.
Yeah, protecting the boundary, yeah.
Okay.
Interesting, because I know there's a film that involves Hawthorn killing a vampire.
This is with Christopher Lee, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
Satanic Rites of Dracula.
Yeah, and one of the other ones, you mentioned Running Water earlier. And yes, poor old Dracula ends up going under the ice.
That's Dracula, Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, that's the running water again.
Yep.
So
another stake one, staked with iron.
Yes, so iron. Is that a thing, Sarah? Because I think iron does come up an awful lot in folklore,
but
to
it's
ward
got
off.
it's got to stay there.
Yeah.
If you take the iron out, it'll come back to life.
Yeah. So there is a lot to do with warding off witches, demons, etc. with iron.
I certainly know because there's actually two books about Dracula. You've got Bram Stoker's Dracula, which, and then you've got another one. I can't remember who was originally supposed to have written it, but it's Bram Stoker writing under his friend's name, and it's called The Guest of Dracula.
Right.
And he goes into an empty village, which the coach driver was like, don't go there.
They always say
it's coming up for sunset. You really don't want to be in the village.
You don't want to be going there, sir.
And
No, nobody goes there after sunset.
And he finds a sarcophagus with a great big iron stake driven through it, because obviously the person in the coffin was thought to be a vampire. So
he didn't pull it out, did he?
No.
Oh, that's all right then. Well, you had me worried then.
Nice happy ending to that then.
Yeah.
There were wolves in that
There were
one.
wolves.
It was all a ruse.
I love the way Sarah's face lights up.
I like wolves.
I know, we know. She's listeners. She's standing here with wolves all over her chest because she's got a wolf T-shirt and a wolf fetish. I'm going to have to say she loves wolves.
I much prefer wolves and werewolves over vampires.
Well, you'll have to save that for the werewolf one, won't you?
So I'm just checking my notes about running
check your
water.
notes. That's fine. We want to know about running water.
Yes. In Dracula, which mimics the folklore, vampires could only cross running water at sunrise and sunset. At turning tide.
Turning tide.
Yeah,
How do
so
they know that?
high tide and low tide.
So is this specifically if they are like sort of like Brixham vampires? They live in Skegness or something. But if you're inland, would you know? It's got to be a tidal river.
I don't think it needs to be tidal. Certainly, people were thought to die at sort of either dawn or dusk, and also at the change of the tide.
Right.
So I think it sort of ties into that belief.
Right, their passing of their spirit.
Could they go over bridges?
Could they use a bridge?
Yeah. This is a very valid concern.
Technically, that would still be going over the running water, wouldn't it?
Interesting.
Or can they actually walk on the running water or float across the running water?
Certainly in the Dracula books as well, Dracula wasn't affected. He could go out in daylight, but he couldn't change shape. He could only change shape at sunrise or sunset, and then whatever shape he was in, he was stuck in that for the duration.
Right.
So,
which is kind of reminds me of the Norse folklore of when you have people skin changers in Norse mythology. That a lot of the time that they rather than just transforming into an animal, they'd have cloaks or skins and things, and if that...
They're kind of like the berserkers.
Yeah, like the berserkers. I think there's three ladies, literally I'm just pulling this out of my memory. I think there's three young girls who had coats of swan feathers, and they flew as swans, and they landed at a lake, took their cloaks off, but then a villager saw them and stole the cloaks, and then they were trapped in human form after that.
I believe it's Freya that had a cloak of hawk feathers.
Yes,
that used to
Loki stole it, didn't he?
Yeah. There's lots of shape-shifting.
Yeah,
always check where you leave your coat.
Yes, yes. So that's what suddenly sprung to my mind when you mentioned it, because you suddenly then have that issue of being stuck in a certain form if you lose that, which is very interesting.
Hmm.
Yes.
Back onto water.
Yes.
Holy water.
Holy water. Good point. Holy. I've forgotten all about holy water. So if you've got
ordained water.
Yeah.
I think that's more along the lines of vampires are bodies possessed by demons with the whole holy objects and the holy water.
Well, that would bring. So that's what kind of brings it up with me, Sarah, when it comes to perhaps other cultures that may have vampirism in them. Are vampires solely affected by Christianity? In that instance,
you bring up crucifixes and stuff.
Yeah, because by the power of Christ I compel thee, and all this, or is it is it
just belief,
or is it belief?
I believe it's certainly in the Dresden Files. It's belief.
Because
completely swapping from folklore to modern books. Yes, I think there's a bit in there where Dresden was saying, against vampires, there's nothing sadder than watching a non-believer waving a cross at a vampire.
Right.
Now, I do have an example of this.
Okay. Oh, you've actually met a vampire?
No, I've seen a film.
No, well, we're meant to be vampires from what sense, anyway.
Okay, I was watching a documentary.
Oh, yes. All vampires.
Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires.
I know that with Don't Tell Me, Peter Cushing.
Yes.
That's it.
It was kind of like a hammer horror,
When-
martial arts crossover.
Where Van Helsing goes to China. Or is it Japan? It's China, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
China.
Yeah.
Chinese vampires.
Yes. And he explains about this that it's not specifically a cross, it's the power of belief. Because they say crosses won't work here because
They're Chinese vampires.
they're Chinese vampires. You have to use a little Buddha.
A little Buddha. Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
Although if it's to do with belief, if you still believe in your cross, surely it would still work.
But not if the vampire doesn't know what it is. I suppose the thing is, the symbol that they are being affronted with has got to be something that would
Strike
fear into them. But it would need the person behind it to have the belief in that item. Perhaps. I don't know. Oh, this is throwing a lot up in the air. This discussion. So, Sarah, why do you think so many people are attracted to the idea of vampires when subjects like cannibalism are so offensive? You know, in human, we would say, oh, cannibalism, that's terrible. But people have become very attracted to the idea of vampires and drinking blood. Isn't it because I think consuming of human blood is kind of like, when you boil it down, it is a form of cannibalism. But vampires are seen by many these days to be kind of a more sexy and seductive creature of the night, if you like.
Yeah.
So why do you think vampires over other creatures, if you want horror creatures, have ended up having that kind of general appeal to people?
I think it's partly to do with sort of the development of like romance, sort of novels and things.
Mills and Boon.
Well, so the gothic horror sort of then sort of gave way to sort of gothic romances.
Mm-hmm.
So your vampires moved from your gothic horror into your gothic romance.
Mm-hmm. We always kind of see, it's repeated again and again and again. I mean, obviously with vampires, you kind of, in the early vampire movies, the vampire would have that kind of mesmerising stare which would hypnotise the young ladies, etc., etc. And then as we come forward with this kind of trope, vampires and vampirism has become a very kind of sexy thing, with the vampires being a sexy creature. I mean, I don't know what year Interview with the Vampire came out, but that was with Tom Cruise and what's his name? Brad Pitt, that's it, And of course, lots of ladies are like, they're really vampires. We love vampires, So I wonder what it is about vampires that have kind of, people don't necessarily see them as being evil creatures. Like, you don't want to really necessarily have a romance with a zombie, do you?
No.
Or a troll. But vampires, wow, they're all sexy and seductive, even though they're like 500 years old.
Or older.
Yeah, I think so. The sexiness comes from sort of the more succubus side of things, which were thought, they were thought to seduce people while they were sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine sort of some of that's been carried over into the modern vampirism.
Right. So it's really the TV and film studios have moulded it into that kind of thing. Apart from sparkly vampires.
Twilight.
No.
Steaks.
Come on, you can't say you like the werewolves in Twilight. She's laughing.
Yeah, I don't like the Twilight books at all.
Oh.
Apologies to anybody who's a fan, but
apologies to the author as well. Sparkly vampires, yes. So anyway, vampires. But they have become this kind of sexy thing.
Yes. Well, again, that's probably due to Hollywood, because sex sells. So, back in the day, sort of the actors were sort of more sort of normal looking, and they're getting pretty.
Bela Lugosi. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you go back to probably, as you said, you mentioned Christopher Lee playing Dracula.
Yeah.
I mean, even through his progressive movies, they got quite kind of that sexy vampire.
Yeah, they got introduced.
Well. Yeah. But it's strange how this particular creature, if you want to refer to a vampire as this particular horror genre, has progressed into that area.
Yeah.
But it's all about basically, drinking blood and being very cannibalistic, if you like, in a way, and controlling people.
Well,
is that under the influence
is that bringing
of somebody?
up the question: is a vampire still a human, or is a vampire something else and not a human?
Right, so you're going back to is a vampire. Is a resurrected form that looks like a human actually the form of a human that's been taken over by a demonic spirit? Is that what you're saying?
Does it still count as being a human, or is it just a vampire?
Right, so you're saying a vampire is a different entity to the human form?
Yes.
Right, okay.
But is it? That's what I'm trying to bring up.
I don't know. What do you think, Sarah?
Certainly with modern books, I think it's sort of more sort of, they lean toward more sort of the sort of demonic side.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly the few I read anyway. Like I say, not big a fan of vampires.
You're writing a book about vampires. You're writing a book to put it all right, aren't you?
Yeah.
I am basing it more on the folklore, but like I say, I much prefer werewolves.
Well, we'll let you loose on the next podcast on that one. Let's stick with the vampires.
Yes,
as we go.
Yes,
vampires.
All right.
Try not to get distracted.
Another question.
Yep.
We haven't brought it up yet. Silver. How does that affect vampires?
Yeah, because you think I think I've come across movie tropes which
some films silver affects vampires.
In other ones,
and other films,
no,
it doesn't.
All.
I can't find anything at all in the folklore about vampires and silver.
Honestly, those films.
Nothing in it at all.
Okay, so we've been talking about the origins of vampirism, the mythology of vampirism, and obviously we've dipped in and out of the movie and TV genre books of vampires. But are there any, recorded incidents where people actually do believe that vampires exist? And I'm talking about in modern day, because you do, just as much as people these days might go and have sightings of Bigfoot or such like, or what about vampires?
I know there is a disease. I can't remember the name of it. But it does mimic a lot of the symptoms of vampirism.
What, somebody would hide from the sunlight? That's just being ginger.
I think it does cause sort of photosensitivity.
It's like vitamin D deficiency or something.
My Wi-Fi doesn't work in here. I have to look it up.
That doesn't work. Damn, the Wi-Fi's out.
Yes. But yeah, it's a very rare blood condition that's I think they struggle to produce their own sort of red blood cells.
Or do you think that perhaps there are cases where normal human beings, actually believe that they are vampires?
Well, it'd be kind of creepy to think about.
Well, I'm just thinking because obviously you get in Bram Stoker's Dracula, you have who's his familiar in that? I'm just trying to think of the character's name.
Renfield?
Yes, Renfield, who ends up in the a lunatic asylum.
I can tell you the
Hammer
horror version.
He was. There you go.
In the book.
He was in the. It's been years since I've actually read the book. So the trouble is, your mind gets full up of all the movie stuff.
Scars of Dracula. It's Patrick Troughton playing Clove.
Oh yes, I remember that, with a very good realistic bat in it as well.
We saw that at the cinema.
We did. We saw that at the cinema.
Special
apart
screening.
from us, everybody else laughed. I was like,
that was actually really good. It got me into ham horror films.
Yeah, it was a really good movie. But anyway, so but what I'm thinking is it's kind of like that's a human who is assuming if he keeps eating insects and things, it's gonna and eating and consuming blood, that they are therefore going to have special powers, become immortal. Do you think that gets into the psyche of some people?
Certainly there's a growing gothic movement of people being vampires and drinking each other's blood.
Isn't that kind of sounds almost sort of sadomasochistic in a way?
Possibly. I don't know a lot about it. I just concentrated on the folklore.
Now she's glad her Wi-Fi doesn't work because she can't Google it and then have that on her history.
Yeah, sorry, we're not part of a cult like that.
No, I was just wondering because again, you can see that going with the whole image of vampirism and vampires, which I can't see that anybody else is going to have a zombie club. You know what I mean? Because as you say, people do love to dress up in gothic clothes and to dress as things. And you see loads of people that put the old false fangs in and
dark steampunk.
Yeah, dark steampunk. Yeah, they go off to Whitby up at the Whitby Goth weekend or whatever they have there, which I've been to once, which was really great seeing everybody dressed up there. But of course, that is associated with Dracula because of the ruins of.
I think they're having like a big celebration up there this year.
Are they?
They have every year.
They've got the ruins of the abbey up on the cliff top, which is supposedly where doesn't Dracula the ship come in at Whitby, and then he escapes. He's seen running up the hill to the abbey. So that's probably why they go there. But they. Again, the whole concept of vampirism, Gothic, has become very, very popular and very sexy, away from the whole concept of it being a creature or an evil spirit that actually is very dark and malevolent and dangerous. It's just interesting to discuss why that should be.
Because we've got so many different types of creatures. Something had to take that slot, didn't it?
something had to have the sexy slot, did it?
Yeah.
Suave dressed Brad Pitt, in his clothes.
Default sexy monster.
Sexy monster. We need a sexy monster.
Well, there's plenty of werewolf romances.
Well, we're going to save that one.
Spoilers.
Yeah, we want to know about that.
It's one thing that drives me mad. You can't find a decent story with werewolves in that isn't a romance, and I hate romances.
Right, well, we're going to have to bring that one up in our next
podcast,
the follow-on for the Halloween season. So far, what have we found out about vampires? We found out that, they can, in mythology, change form. Mm-hmm. They do drink blood. They can suck your life energy as a succubus, that you do need to stake them, behead them,
burn them.
Can't
go over running
garlic
water.
Stuffed in their mouths.
Yep, garlic.
Can't go over running water when it's tidal.
Silver doesn't really work.
Not sure about the iron.
Yeah.
Okay. What other interesting facts can you tell us about vampires? Hit us with it, Sarah. Go on.
Not really, but
yeah. You must have some factoids. Interesting factoids on vampirism.
Oh, that was another one.
Oh, please.
It was thought that if you dreamt about a dead person, you could bring them back as a vampire. So anyone that went to see an execution used to have special rites done over them afterwards to make sure they didn't dream of the dead person.
Now, would this be specifically dead people, or could it be like Pet Sematary where you bring a cat back to life?
Zombie cat.
That's
vampire cat.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's a money making scheme, surely. I mean, you've gone to I suppose if you've gone to an execution, that's an execution. But if you're in a battlefield and you see people dying around you and you're having post-traumatic stress syndrome and you're thinking about
that's where all the vampires come from.
But it's like, no, we'll get them into the town square. There's only 4 ways in. We'll make sure when they come out, they've got to give us a groat and get blessed on the way out. Stop them bringing vampires back. No, that's an interesting fact. So where did that spring up? Is that a kind of a European mythology or?
Yeah, I believe it is European. And other interesting facts: the Greek word for vampire and werewolf is the same.
Right. So
there is.
We are kind of with Greece, we are kind of talking European, aren't we? I mean, we're on the borders there, heading to the east. So, obviously, you're saying now the Greeks obviously must have had a familiar idea of vampirism then.
Yeah, there's a lot of trading between various European countries, so it's not hard to imagine that stories got.
Well, vampires
carried.
Would vampires have been around in, say, Norse mythology? Because I know, and we will discuss this in the forthcoming werewolf one, but obviously werewolves and were-creatures were part of Norse mythology. So the reason I bring this up, if vampires were also in that mythology, we know for a fact that Vikings traded all the way across and were at places like Constantinople, so those kind of interactions and storytelling would have...
I'm not sure if there's exactly vampires, but I do have a memory. I think it was Norse mythology. Somebody wanted to speak to a dead ancestor about something, and they spilt blood on the grave.
Right.
So I can sort of.
The blood is kind of.
Blood is a common theme.
Blood, giving blood to commune with the deceased.
Yeah.
I mean, in the films, that's pretty much all the ways they always bring back Dracula.
He actually gets some blood accidentally splashed on his ashes.
Yep. Dracula, Prince of Darkness, Scars of Dracula.
Which one was the one with Johnny Alucard where they were drinking his blood?
Dracula AD.
That was Dracula AD, and they had a bottle of Dracula's blood, didn't they?
Or there was one. I think it was Taste the Blood of Dracula. Funnily enough.
Or maybe was that the one I'm thinking of?
The one where the guy has a vial of Dracula's blood, drinks it, and becomes Dracula.
Right.
He kind of gets possessed by him in that.
Okay.
That's interesting.
So that's a possession.
That explores that idea, doesn't it?
So, like, a demon is bound to the blood, and then because the blood has been consumed, the demon then be able to possess the person.
I'm going to have to watch that film again.
Interesting. Right, so, any more facts and figures you can give us on vampires?
No, not really. Just to say that there is a lot of carryover between werewolf, zombies and vampires, saying that witches as well.
Well, I would have thought with most mythological creatures, you are going to get them crossing over at many different junctures, aren't you?
No, well, that's the thing, because if you remember our Hertfordshire Folklore podcast, we had a lot of crossovers within the myths and legends in that.
Yeah.
And we'd picked random stories.
Yes, but in that one, we had quite a lot that came up about firing of arrows to end up in a grave, and also there was a lot that was reflective of the legend of Robin Hood in stories in that.
Very much so.
Interesting. So that leads us on to our final little segment on this particular podcast about vampires and vampirism and succubuses. Say it again.
Succubi.
Say it again.
Succubus is the singular, succubi is plural.
Succubi. Right. I identify as a succubi. No, I can't. That's two people. Right. Anyway, let's crack on. So we've got to that point in our podcast, Sarah. I think you might have been subjected to this once before. It's our 6 quickfire questions.
Okay.
You forgot about this, didn't you?
I had.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So, are you prepared?
I better be, because I can't get out past Zak. I'm trapped.
He's blocking the doorway. He's protecting the threshold.
There's a vampiric look in his eye.
I can't escape, so you might as well ask me questions.
Right, let's go for it. Right, question number 1. What is your favourite vampire character from film, TV or books?
I must admit, I know it's a children's film, I did like the Listless Vampire, just because there's vampire cows in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the farmer comes out and
know what you're talking about.
Eventually the entire herd's hanging
You've
up
got
in
to
the
tell
barn.
me about this, because I've never seen it.
The vampires, rather than feeding on human, feed on the local cattle.
Right.
And they do little sort of segments where the farmer comes out and he's counting his cows and there's one missing. And he goes to the barn and it's hung up from the rafters with fangs and glowing red eyes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, the Littlest Vampire. Question number 2. Would you like to be a vampire?
No.
Oh, that's a quick answer. That one.
Werewolves every time.
Okay. Damn, I'm going to ask her the same question on that one. She's already preempted it. Right, okay, question number 3. Do you think that vampires actually exist?
No.
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 Question 4. In your opinion, what's the best part of being a vampire if you had to be one?
Probably the immortality. There's just so much to learn.
Yeah.
To have eternity to learn everything or whatever you fancy.
I could go with that. Yeah, definitely the immortality side of being a vampire.
Yeah, I could go with
really appeal to me, because I lust for life. I love life. And although technically would you be the undead? I don't know. But to be able to continue experience everything.
Well, saying that, I've heard that through some films, werewolves are also immortal.
Are they? Oh, we'll discuss that one then. And Zak would love being a vampire because he hates getting up in the morning.
Yep.
You see?
I must admit, I don't do days.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe you are a vampire.
yeah. Maybe we're all vampires and we're just not telling the listeners. Shh, don't count this.
We didn't talk about reflections.
Ah, yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that just as an add-on
Yeah.
after my 6 questions, all right?
There you go.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, question number 5. What's your favourite vampire movie or TV show? Oh, she's thinking on this one.
Yeah, because I don't read a lot of vampire stuff.
This is a vampire specialist, and she doesn't like vampires. That's
It's
crazy.
got to be Dracula because it's the originals.
Dracula.
Which
The original by
Okay.
Bram Stoker.
Right,
Okay.
out of the book, Dracula.
Yes.
What's your favourite? Just as an add-on, what's your favourite kind of, in that case, depiction of Bram Stoker's Dracula? You got a lot to choose from.
I know.
Lots of films called Dracula.
Lots of films called Dracula. Lots of actors who've played Dracula, both TV and films.
I must admit, I don't.
There's
I haven't
there's
seen.
none-
I haven't seen a lot.
They're not sticking in your head then.
No. Huh?
Well, it's not the guy from Blade 3.
No, not the guy from Blade 3. That's Disco Drac. Yeah, have you ever seen Blade 3?
It's Drake.
Drake, yeah, he's got his open chest shirt with a big medallion, and he actually calls himself Drake, and he looks like John Travolta as a vampire. You can't take it seriously, can you? I am Drake. Okay,
Well, my favourite depiction of Dracula, Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I like Christopher Lee as Dracula.
He's great in everything.
Yeah, he is great, and absolutely fantastic actor. So yeah, I'll go with that. You know, but there have been some good. There's that TV show that recently came out.
Yeah, he was good as Dracula.
What's that called? Dracula.
That was called
It
Dracula.
was Dracula. So it was a recent TV show. It was probably 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was before COVID.
It was 3 episodes.
It was 3 episodes. The first 2 episodes absolutely rocked, and he really did portray Dracula really well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Third
third
episode.
episode, waste of time. Don't watch it. Okay, it wasn't his fault. Anyway, question 6. Dracula. I think I know the answer to this. Dracula or Nosferatu?
What? As the names?
Your
or...
choice.
I must admit, Nosferatu just sounds cool.
Okay, so
There you go, then.
Nosferatu takes it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a choice, vampire or Nosferatu, come on, Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Interesting. You got an interesting thing about some factoids about the film Nosferatu, haven't you?
I've seen Nosferatu.
Yeah, but wasn't it about that the studios tried to get it banned or something?
Oh, yeah, apparently, because it was like they had a big row over the rights between the Universal Studios Dracula and Nosferatu. They kind of came out at the same kind of point, and they got really kind of.
In fact, if I
they thought it was a
recall,
rip-off.
if I recall that because of the legal wranglings, every single copy of Nosferatu the movie was destroyed, apart from one that survived, and that's the one we all get to see now. Because
Wow.
just by luck, one copy survived.
Actually, I remember reading that there was a Dracula movie based on the Bram Stoker book that came out 2 years before Nosferatu, and it was Russian.
Oh, right.
So actually,
Rushferatu.
Nosferatu.
so actually, the Nosferatu, the 1922 one, isn't the
Yeah,
first
isn't the
ever
original.
Dracula movie.
Right.
Wow, that's.
We
I can see
gotta-
Zach going, I've got to find a copy now.
We're going to find a copy of that one.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many lost films.
But it was, I'm sure, you can check it if I'm wrong, the listeners can tell me, but I'm sure the Nosferatu movie that we have was taken from one and one only existing
I
copy
believe
of the
you're
film.
right on that one.
Another freaky fact about it. Apparently, that set was cursed.
Oh, it's one of those ones. Isn't
One
it?
of those ones where loads of people kind of died
Had
during the
accidents and
production.
things.
Yeah, it was very cursed.
Do you know that happens with an awful lot of movies? You know, I've heard, I know we're going a slightly off tangent, but we are talking about vampires and it's Halloween, horror movies. But yeah, you have things where they always have, like with Poltergeist, so many different things were meant to happen on set with Poltergeist. And even with Wizard of Oz, there are mythologies about the Wizard of Oz that Munchkin could be seen in the background. He'd hung himself in the
right.
background and things like this.
I know the
Yeah,
Tin Man changed in that because the first actor got lead poisoning from the
Oh
makeup
no, for the
paint.
makeup.
Yeah, so they actually had to replace him with someone else.
Wow.
Oh dear. So anyway, yeah. So
Back onto Nosferatu.
back onto Nosferatu.
So,
they made a film called Shadow of the Vampire, starring Willem Dafoe as Nosferatu, playing Count Orlok, who is Nosferatu, as Count Orlok, who is actually a vampire, who then gets hired to star in the film Nosferatu.
Right.
To explain how all the people died and went and disappeared during it.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that.
They make out at the end that they kind of organise him being shown sunlight and he then actually evaporates because he is actually a vampire.
Fascinating, isn't that?
I really enjoyed that film. I watched it with Jack.
So
that sounds like a cool movie.
So going back to you, Sarah, the word Nosferatu means
plague carrier.
And in the film Nosferatu, the character was Count Orlok. So actually the title of the movie isn't necessarily referring to the character's name as the character with his fangs is Nosferatu. It's just basically meaning...
Well, that's a thing, in it, because
he's not.
I'm sure it may have been in that, or
is he referred to as a Nosferatu?
But there is a plague of rats that suddenly appear.
Right. So
I think because we watched about 3 different Nosferatus. We watched the original, a remake, and Shadow of the Vampire, which was kind of the one that kind of tried to explain it all. Mm-hmm. So it's very interesting to see each one.
Okay. Well, we'll have to look into that. So to just before we round things off, you did mention
Reflections.
Reflections.
Again, I think that was a Bram Stoker creation. I haven't found anything about lack of reflections from vampires in the folklore.
Carrying a small mirror with you to flash at somebody. No, it's not going to help.
No.
Look, I can't see you, vampire. I just wanted. We got to know these things because I mean it could be that we just got things mixed up with again gothic horror, modern day, steampunk even. But you see these people that these ancient oddities of like vampire hunting kits, like in a case, maybe even ones that from the Victorian period that have all the bits and pieces in there. And have a mirror. Do you think all these people have designed all this simply based on Bram Stoker's book?
If you've got a bit of everything, surely you're definitely covered.
Okay. Back, vampire. Oh, that's not working. Right, let's go for that one. Back. No, that was not working. Let's go for mirror. Right. No, that's not working. Okay.
It's like in the Mummy movie where he pulls out all these religious necklaces.
Oh, yes. He keeps speaking in different languages. And then eventually, you speak the language of the slaves. It's like, yes, got the right one. Good memory.
No, we're going to have to do one about mummies now.
Yeah, we have mummies. Anyway, right, so there we have it. We've learnt loads about vampires and vampirism and the myth behind it, and that these days the myth has become sexy vampires.
Don't trust the movies.
Don't trust the movies.
That's what we've learned.
Trust Sarah. She knows.
There you go. You just need to keep Sarah in like a box or something. Yeah. Deploy vampire
the
specialist.
Sarah. That's it. You think I've got a cross in here? No, I've got my own deployable Sarah. Attack! Wah! Well, she goes. No good against werewolves because she'll just go and cuddle them. And with that,
if you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
It is a counting Dracula goodbye from Buzz.
And that's a big succubus from Zak.
Suck goodbye. I like that one.
Yeah.
That's well done.
I'll tell you what, I'll leave you a joke.
Okay, leave us with a joke.
Have you heard the one about the nuns that are driving along the road, vampire leaps on the hood of the car?
Okay, no.
No. Anyway, the nun driving puts the windscreen wipers on, vampire still clinging to the car. She goes, turns to the nun next to her, and she's like, what do I do? And the other nun goes, show me your cross. So she winds down the window, sticks her head out and shouts, will you get off the bloody car?
And that's a perfect ending to yet another podcast from the Now We Know show.
It's been fun, as always.
Brilliant one, Sarah. Love you coming in.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Whoa. Now we know show.
Is that more ghosty?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to sound like a Dracula. Can you sound like a vampire, Sarah?
No. No, I'm not even going to try.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz. And in this episode we're having a howling good time.
Oh, I like that.
See, topical. It's because it's October and this episode is all about werewolves.
Oh! If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more.
So last time we had a special guest in the studio, we were talking all about vampires. But this time we've got our special guest, Sarah Downing's back in the studio yet again.
Third time.
Hiya, Sarah.
Hi, you guys can't get rid of me.
No. and she is going to tell us all about her favourite subject. Forget the vampires.
Forget the bats.
Forget the mirrored images and the holy water. Chuck that out. Get it out across the boundary line, across the threshold. We don't want that because now we're talking about werewolves. Right, let's go straight from the top. The mythology of werewolves. What are we talking about? Where does it start? Where is it from, Sarah?
Okay, again, it's mostly European.
That's European. Is that a good thing, or are we completely mental in Europe?
Well,
debatable.
Yes, although I think Englishmen are supposed to be the craziest of the lot, but there we go.
That's ours, huh? What? Stiff upper lip.
On to werewolves.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So last time I was saying that there were vampire trials in sort of Eastern Europe. There were werewolf trials in sort of France and sort of Germany and sort of around that area.
A lot more werewolf activity. Yes. Far more popular.
Probably the best place to start is with the most common thought cause of
lycanthropy? Do we call it lycanthropy at this point?
You can, I'm not sure. I can say that without getting completely messing it up.
Go on, say it.
Lycanthropy. I don't.
Come on, lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy.
All together, lycanthropy.
Yes. Named.
I like that. Oh, yes, right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yes, it's one of those words I can't say when I'm thinking.
What word's that?
Yeah, I'm not going there. So the term comes from the Greek king Lycon, who apparently tried to serve Zeus. Well, the king killed his son, and then tried to feed Zeus human body parts.
Right.
And Zeus was not impressed and cursed him and turned him into a wolf.
Okay. Could have been worse. Could have been a sparkly vampire. A spankly one, even. I don't know what a spankly vampire. They turned him into a wolf.
Yes. Which is sort of probably the first sort of werewolf.
Kind of like Greek mythology, isn't it?
Yeah,
Greek
sort of
mythology.
Greek mythology. And then you get a lot of werewolves in sort of Norse mythology, which
we touched upon that in the previous podcast, didn't we?
Yes. With the Norse mythology, they turned into wolves by wearing coats made out of wolf
skins.
Fur. Yeah, wolf skins.
Yep.
sort of similar along the lines of where the term berserker comes from. It's sort of translated as bear shirt, so they're wearing
bear skins.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah. So, but basically, they are becoming the bear. If you remember, I know we keep going about the Northmen, but there's a bit in there
A
where
really good scene. Yeah.
a good scene in there where they're basically really
They're becoming the
bear. And they put the skins on and they go through this kind of ceremony of becoming the berserker.
Yeah. With the werewolf in sort of the Norse mythology, they attack travellers and things, which if you look at the Anglo-Saxon law term wolf's head.
Well, that's where the name werewolf comes from. Were being man, wolf, man-wolf.
Yes, but yeah, under Anglo-Saxon law, it was Edward the First, I believe.
Edward the First.
Anyway, it was before the Norman conquest. In English law, the term wolf's head came into use,
right,
to represent an outlaw.
Okay.
And the idea was that anyone could kill a wolf's head.
Right, so it's an outlaw if you, ergo a wolf's head.
Yeah, because anyone could kill a wolf.
Right.
So anyone could kill a wolf's head as outlaw.
Back when we actually did have wolves in England.
Yeah, the last wolf was killed in Scotland in about the 16th century.
Right, quite a long time ago then.
Yeah.
Poor last wolf. I have heard, we're going a little bit off topic, but I have heard about people talking about reintroducing wolves.
They've been on about it for a long while, certainly when I was back at uni, sort of. Yeah. So decades ago.
I don't think you don't know that. I don't think that will happen though.
No, a wolf conference I went to with UK Wolf Conservation Group, which is no longer running. They were on about maybe instead of introducing wolves, which will cause problems if they get habitualised to humans. Once wolves don't see humans as a threat,
they see them as food. Are you
great
food or a threat?
Yes, and also in England we have bad habit of feeding wildlife. You get people feeding foxes and then wondering why they get bitten.
Hey, wolfie, wolfie.
Yeah. Anyway,
would you like a chicken? It's like a chicken leg.
Someone was suggesting that rather than wolves, we introduce lynx, which are smaller.
Yes, I had heard that.
And they don't go after livestock.
No, they do tend to also shy very much away from humans. They just keep themselves to themselves.
The only issue I could see with that is the problems it would cause with the Scottish wildcat.
Yeah, that would be interbreeding.
Well, interbreeding and
they have that problem
and
with,
probably territorial, but house cats and
house cats already.
Yes.
Slightly
off topic completely.
Okay. So last wolf killed in Scotland back in the 16th century.
Yes, I've probably got the exact date somewhere.
Gosh, you were there.
Just go back on the calendar.
She's going through her mobile calendar on her phone. What date was that? I do remember. I was down at the tavern.
I think it was a Thursday.
That's it. We just had a touch of the plague in the village at the time.
No, I haven't got the date written down, but it was definitely the 16th century. Anyway.
Okay. So we had our outlaws, and they were referred to as wolves' heads, so they could legally be shot without any anything coming back on the people that have killed them.
Yes, where I suppose normal outlaws, it was only sort of like the nobility, it wasn't serfs that were allowed to kill them. So, but yeah, you can imagine outlaws running around wolfskin coats, and that's sort of...
Well, you've also got to, I suppose, this is one of the things that if you look, I find this very sad, but if you look at Google Maps and you look at the satellite image of the UK from above, you can zoom in, you can zoom out, but literally the whole landscape is just, if it's not urban sprawl, it's patchwork fields.
Yes.
And we don't have what we would conceivably call a forest in the UK. I mean, I know people would argue that you've got things like the Killer Forest up in Scotland, and there's ancient forest in Scotland, but as concerning the size of these plots of forest, they're relatively small.
Yes.
And if you look at that Google image above the UK, as far as our woodland habitat, it's tiny these days. I don't know what the percentage is overall, but going back to your earlier period, yes, then you suddenly had far more forests. I mean, originally the whole of the island, the British Isles, were from coast to coast was the Great Wild Wood,
Yes,
and that
right
would
back
have
in the day.
that would have been full of wolves and aurochs and bears and everything. And slowly that forest would have been chipped away when people decided to start doing farming and clearing land clearance and using the timber for obviously making buildings and then shipbuilding and all the things that timberers need to use for. But there was a period where, yes, we had a density of woodland, and this is what we're talking about, where you could, they always kind of reflect this in films as well, you don't go into the woods. Probably very much like European folklore, where a lot of the fairy tales are really dark. The Grimm's fairy tales, the original. You will look at the Disney kind of Grimm's fairy tales, and it's all like princesses and all the rest of it. But an awful lot of the folk tales, including tales of wolves, even Little Red Riding Hood, was super dark, and the whole thing was you do not break the tree line. Do not go out from where.
Stick to the path.
Because if you go into those woods,
be safe and responsible. Otherwise, you're going to get eaten by a wolf.
You're going to get eaten by a wolf. You're going to get eaten by a bear, or any number of mythological type of creatures that might inhabit that wood
beasties
are going to have you as well, because the woodland, the forest existed.
Theirs.
It was there. That's what we've got to get into our minds. That dense, thick forest that. These days, if you go to a forest, and kind of you feel, in the UK, I feel a little bit detached these days, because you can go into a lot of forests and they have like forest paths you stick to, and you experience
barriers.
Yeah, and barriers. You experience the woodland by looking at it from the path.
Look at nature from nice
but
human ground.
But you don't really get the opportunity to try and traverse through a very dense, overgrown piece of woodland where it would be full of brambles and also, obviously different woodland can have different duff underneath the trees. Some of it can be quite open in broadleafed hardwoods and things can be quite open, and then
that's mostly due to the deer grazing.
Yeah. So the animals again would have an effect on the environment. And getting that balance, and then other forests are very dense, or if you get the pine forests, they can be really dark and dense because there's not a lot of light that comes into them. So you've got all these kind of things, and that's what it would have been like, but you don't really get to experience that in the UK now.
No.
Which you could do in there's large pieces of forest still in Europe, obviously. And
America.
And America is thousands of millions of square miles worth of dense forest.
Well, possibly Bigfoot.
Bigfoot could be.
Or werewolves.
Or vampires. Or goodness, all sorts of other things they've got over there. But anyway, talking about the werewolves, that's what we've got to think about, as you're saying. Dense woodland still existed.
Yes.
You don't go in there because of the wolves.
But interestingly, there is no werewolves in British mythology.
Really?
Yes.
I know we've had devil dogs. Big dogs and things like that.
Yeah.
Demon dogs. But no wolves.
No werewolves, which is interesting because a lot of people think that the werewolf myth stems
But
from
why would
rabies.
So why would we have the word in Anglo-Saxon, werewolf?
Probably because it came in with the Saxons, with the Viking invasion.
Right, bringing it in from a European influence.
Yeah.
Because if their mythology, if they've come from Scandinavia, Denmark, Saxony, places like that where they've got their thick forests and they've got that mythology with them, they're going to come to the British Isles with its thick forests at the time and probably assume that there
are those things.
Those wee beasties are just as prevalent or going to exist in there as anywhere else.
Yeah. But traditional English mythology, there's no werewolves, which is interesting because, like I was going to say, there's people think the werewolf tale stems from rabies.
Right, yeah.
Because you've got the foaming at the mouth and.
So wolves themselves, just like a dog can catch rabies, wolves can they catch rabies?
Wolves can catch rabies.
So if you've got a rabid wolf
will attack humans. A healthy wolf will not go anywhere near a human unless cornered or, like I say, habitualised, so they don't.
Right, they're not scared.
They're not scared. Well, interestingly, we do. Well, up until sort of early 19th century, we had rabies in this country.
Mm-hmm.
So if rabies was the reason for the werewolf mythology, you'd expect us to have werewolf in our folklore.
Yes.
We don't.
where people have been bitten and then suddenly taken on that foaming at the mouth kind of. They've been bitten by a wolf. We saw them get bitten by a wolf on that hunting trip or something, and then how long it takes. I don't know how long it takes for rabies to take hold of somebody. But that fear of water and the thirst and the foaming at the mouth and everything else. Then they think, oh my God, they've been taken over by that wolf spirit type of thing.
Yes. But like I was saying in the vampire one, at the time when we had all these epidemics sweeping across Europe, we had vampire and werewolf trials over in Europe, and we had witch trials here. The only folklore tale that kind of, it's not wolves, but there's a story from Devonshire of two black dogs that used to go to the tavern every night and drink all the cider.
Sounds like another one of Sarah's jokes, this one. Right, there was these two black dogs, and they just come in the tavern and say, can we have a cider each?
Yes.
And the barman said,
anyway, so...
God damn, there's no...
So anyway, the tavern keeper or whatever got fed up, and he fired a silver button over the heads of the dogs, and they turned into two old women. So obviously witches.
Witches. So witches can transform into dogs.
Yeah, there are tales of witches turning into wolves.
Right.
In fact, one of the folklore, certainly from Poland area, is of witches cursing people into the shape of a wolf. Mm-hmm. This was done with a sort of a belt made of human skin.
Right.
And one story I came across, this witch casting a wedding party put this strip of human skin down on the step, and as the wedding party crossed the strip of skin, they turned into wolves, but she hadn't made it quite wide enough, and the bridegroom went over, and he turned into a wolf, but the skin wasn't wide enough to cover his tail, so he turned back into human form but kept his tail.
Oh, right. Do you know that's
freaky.
That kind of I'm getting a memory of what was that film? Oh,
which one are you talking about?
It's a werewolf film. Which was
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I know there was. I know there is. It's a Red Riding Hood.
Company of Wolves.
Company of Wolves. That's it. And that's got a wedding scene in it.
Yeah, it does.
Where all the guests start turning into wolves.
Yeah.
And what you just I'm wondering if they based that on that.
There you
mythology.
Go. We've come under a thing now.
Are you familiar with the movie?
No, I haven't.
You've never seen a Company of Wolves?
We've got the Steelbook version.
Yeah, it's a kind of it's great, and it's got a real great transformation in it. It's kind of a bit freaky at times, a bit odd, but I think it's become a classic.
Definitely recommended.
Yeah, Company of Wolves. But it's only because you mentioned about the wedding party all turning into wolves, and there is a scene. Really does make
definitely. I wonder where that came from.
Yeah. So you mentioned a silver button. Why would that be relevant? Why don't they say, he find an iron button or a brass button, or why the silver?
I certainly know silver is supposed to sort of, I believe it's supposed to break fairy glamour. So it could be
so
that
if you
link
got
with magical beings and magic.
Because you get the mythology of changelings, where they steal babies and put a changeling in its place, but the changeling looks like the child.
Yes.
But it acts differently.
And that would be a description of that glamour. The parents only see the child, but actually it's a changeling.
Yes.
And so that's when you say you break the glamour. Boom. Ooh, it's a changeling. Which reminds me of one of my favourite...
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
One of my favourite Christmas films.
What is it?
Are
you going to remember the title?
There are so many. There are so many titles that we watch. I don't, because it's got William Shatner in it.
It does have William
Shatner in it, and he's brilliant in it. I love him. Lots of eggnog. He drinks a lot of egg. But I can't... Oh, is it Christmas Horror Story?
Correct.
Got it! Yes! He nailed it. Christmas Horror Story. Got to watch it. Great Christmas movie. But that has got Changeling in it.
Krampus.
Krampus got good Krampus.
Santa.
Elves, yeah.
Of a somewhat rabid disposition.
I think it's got a werewolf in it, though, has it? No, because it's not that kind of Christmas.
No.
But anyway, sorry, we diversify, but that has got a change.
Save it for Christmas.
Yeah. We have a weird choice of Christmas movies. Not really, though, because they are Christmas movies.
Yes.
Anybody who says Die Hard's not a Christmas movie, you're wrong. Sorry, I had to say that. Anyway, carrying on. So you've got the silver that might break the glamour.
Yeah.
And that's why the witches transfer. Do you think, is that, from your research, is that kind of like the only or one of the early references to silver associated with werewolves?
That's the only one I came across in the books I was reading.
So, have you got any thoughts on why we associate silver bullets with werewolves? Because that's the let's just jump straight in there.
Yeah.
Silver bullets, werewolves, or werewolves touching silver.
I think it's a Hollywood.
I think because
creation.
that's the thing. I've seen a lot of the werewolf films that kind of introduce a lot of this kind of mythology. Now, I think silver came in a bit later. It used to be, what's the stuff? It's not mistletoe. It's the wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane, yeah.
That used to be the thing that warded off werewolves.
So what was
silver, I think, came in Curse of the Werewolf.
Right. Is that the one where it's based in London, or is that the one with
Spain?
Ah, that's the one with.
What's his name?
Yes. Everybody's screaming.
Oliver Reed.
Oliver Reed. Thank you very much. You know, we're kind of coming in here, and we're like
very good, underrated werewolf movie.
Yeah, Oliver Reed.
Curse of the Werewolf, Hammer horror film.
Yeah. So werewolves, silver bullets. It's a thing, but with the wolfsbane. Yeah, that was right there with Long Chaney Jr., wasn't it?
Yes.
So what was it? Even a man that's pure at heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms
and the moon is shining bright. Which doesn't
mention
necessarily mean it's a full moon.
Yeah, there is a little argument over that because it doesn't say a full moon, but when it says the moon is shining bright, you kind of imagine that it has to be a full moon.
The full moon was again introduced later on.
Yeah, well... That's
in the movies. In the movies.
We need to ask Sarah about these things as we go down the line.
I don't think I found any definitive links between werewolves and full moons in the mythology.
Right, because I know, again, I have a knowledge of Norse mythology, and of course people can transform anytime they want in Norse mythology. I can't think of any reference where only being a full moon or a certain time has got any bearing on the ability of a person to transform into the body of a creature that they are transforming into. Yeah.
Yeah. Certainly in French mythology, werewolves would leave their beds at night, sort of sneak out the window, and then they'd either bathe in a spring or a well, and then that would start the transformation into the werewolf.
Oh, right.
And then they would bathe again before going back to bed.
Interesting.
So
something in the back of my mind is that sounds familiar to me, which it does lead me on to my next question actually, and that is, how does a person become a werewolf? You know, is this something that they?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously with Norse mythology, it can be something which can be a choice, but it can also be cursed upon the person. But in general, what kind of things or reasons why somebody becomes a werewolf?
Like you say, curses. I can't remember what the person did. It's Greek mythology again, but he had to spend 7 years as a werewolf.
Yep.
Again, he swam across a lake and came out the other side as a wolf. Mm-hmm. So that's that water theme again. And he could change back after, I think it was 7 years, as long as he hadn't eaten human flesh.
Right. Did he?
I believe he turned back into human, so he managed that. So
lucky.
He was obviously a vegan. An early vegan. Oh no, that was human flesh. He could have been eating rabbits.
Yeah, Norse mythology, there's stories about people putting on wolfskin coats and again being stuck in the shape for sort of 7 to 10 days. It sort of varies between myths. I think it was Poland again with the sort of the belts that made people
that's something I've come across.
There's the story of a child who finds his dad's belt, puts it on, and starts to turn into a werewolf. And the dad comes home and cuts the belt off him and saves him.
So why, when you talk about the werewolves climbing out the windows, and which are obviously in human form, and then bathing in water to start the transformation, what can you remember why they're initially a werewolf, or what's the motivation for them to change into a werewolf? Because it sounds like that is quite kind of premeditated, that I'm going to sneak out, become a werewolf, go about my werewolf business.
Is it a choice, or
sneak back in again? That kind of goes against the I've got no control of it. The full moon's just broken through the clouds, and I'm I'm turning into a werewolf behind the city.
Yeah.
You know.
That particular myth, it didn't say anything, but a lot of the mythology with the people, certainly in Europe, of people putting on the wolf coats, it was thought that the devil had given them the wolf coats,
right,
so that they could go about on his business.
Now, I wouldn't have thought in Norse. I was just thinking in Norse mythology. Of course, that would predate Christianity.
Yes, so there's
they probably. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and revisit some of the Norse mythology to.
Interestingly, in a lot of European mythology.
Although I didn't mean to interrupt you. Some of them, it started to think. Some of the times, I'm sure it had to do with giants and things like that, because they did have giants.
Werewolves.
Well, they did have giants, which were also kind of like witches, and they used to curse people and things, or.
Giant werewolves, no. Giant witches, that's fine.
Yeah, witches that are giants who used to curse people and things. So yeah.
Interesting.
Sorry,
I'd be interested to learn more about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the reasons for turning into werewolves, mostly curses, and then like people going out on devil's business.
The devil's business.
It's like
from the devil's wine cellar.
Also, in Europe, the werewolves, it was thought they didn't have a tail.
Okay.
So they'd run around on 3 legs and hold one of their back legs out behind them to fake a tail.
Right. So they looked like to try and convince people they were an actual real wolf.
Yes.
I've never heard of that before.
Yes.
That's a bit of a weird one. So the other way you could.
I am a wolf, really. Look, it's my tail. I'm wagging it. Look. Woo.
Yeah, that does. Yeah, I don't get that with mythology myself, but there we go. So the other ways you could turn into a werewolf was by drinking water out of a wolf's footprint.
Okay, as you often do.
Yes.
I'm often out bushcrafting, and I was like, oh yes, there's a footprint there.
Yeah, I imagine there wouldn't be enough water in there to actually.
I was going to
I'm gonna
say.
try that now.
Yeah, no. If you do that in the UK now, you're more likely to turn it into a badger, because there are no wolves. There's a footprint.
Honestly, why did nobody tell me this before? I should have learned the footprint.
Turning into a badger. Damn.
I wouldn't be surprised.
You're saying that there is one mythology about somebody. It was a lady. She turned into, I think it was an owl by rubbing an ointment all over her body.
Okay, sounds a bit kinky.
Yes.
You said yes very quickly.
Well, considering there was a guy sort of peeking through the door and seeing what happened, he then stole the ointment and nicked it.
I did start rubbing it on himself.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Expecting to turn into an owl.
I don't know what
he turned into a donkey. So go careful with your magic potions.
Yeah, I was going to say, size of a donkey.
What?
Sorry, you've never seen the Arabian Nights?
No.
All right, okay. Size of a plank. No?
No.
All right then. Somebody out there listening will understand what I'm babbling on about. Actually, no, they had a donkey that you pulled its tail and it used to turn into a whirlwind and knock all the bad people away. No?
Onto werewolves.
It was donkeys.
Yeah, because one of the other things with the werewolf coats is sometimes they applied magic ointments to their bodies beforehand, which again ties in with the witchcraft, because that's how they thought the witches flew. They used ointments which they rubbed onto their bodies. Okay. So, yes, like I said, there's a lot of overlap between the werewolf, vampire, and witches mythology.
So where do we get things like, where somebody, the old... maybe I'll say movie trope, but the old tales that if you get bitten by a werewolf, have an interaction with a werewolf, or scratched by a werewolf, but then you become a werewolf, you almost infected by that curse.
I believe that was a Hollywood creation carried over from sort of the vampires.
Okay.
Sort of biting people and
making vampires the mark that way. Of the werewolf.
Because I think of the Universal horror movie monsters, I think the werewolf was kind of the later one.
Mm-hmm. So how is there any tie-in with obviously you talk about witchcraft and you think about things like Wicca and the use of pentagrams, and pentagrams are always associated these days with werewolves and lycanthropy, opposed to you don't really pay that much attention to them with the mythology of vampires, but it almost like werewolves and pentagrams go together from a witchcraft perspective.
I think that goes back to the folklore where sort of witches turned themselves into wolves.
Right.
I think there's sort of been a confusion with the folklore as to that, and sort of.
So can somebody become a werewolf if they interact with another werewolf? Well, not another werewolf, with a werewolf, and then become a werewolf.
I don't believe I came across anything in the.
So what would be like the werewolf's purpose? We talk about vampires in the last podcast, where obviously they were for their own needs drinking blood of humans, sucking away life energy of humans. So what's kind of you kind of imagine a human being that transforms into a werewolf. You get the idea that a werewolf is more animalistic, more vicious, more uncontrollable, more, but what's its need? Because a vampire's need seems to be quite fixed in mythology, the drinking of blood and things. But once you turn into a werewolf, what's kind of your purpose?
That really isn't covered in the folklore. There's certainly lots of tales of werewolves attacking travellers and eating women and children and other travellers.
Well, obviously, if you talk about Red Riding Hood, the wolf there disguises itself as grandma. The wolf is kind of
that would kind of imply it knows what it's doing.
Yes, it's like
it's
laying a
base
trap.
Animalistic instincts.
Don't trust the wolf, because the wolf. Yeah, they say a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah. Don't. Maybe that's it, because a wolf can't be trusted.
I can't remember where I read it, because we were looking at folklore back when I was at uni, and me and a friend looked at the Red Riding Hood mythology. It was a fairy tale, and actually it was written sort of quite later on, and it was actually a warning to young girls to be wary of men that are trying to get them into bed. So it's not actually got anything.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we can sort of see how that would work.
Yes. So it doesn't really tie into the werewolf thing. It's
okay. It's that be mindful of the wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yes.
The man with the sweet tongue and the words.
The hairy wolf wearing a dress.
The hairy wolf wearing a dress. Yeah, I don't think that. Oh, what big teeth you've got! What a wet nose you have! Oh my goodness me. Okay, so we're coming out. We've gone from ancient Norse mythology and Scandinavian and Greek and Saxon, and we come into the Middle Ages, and you mentioned about these werewolf trials in France, and I recall I mentioned it in the vampire podcast briefly about where there were reports of people being werewolves. I think there's a very famous depiction of a very dishevelled man with a baby in his mouth on all fours.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
And I believe, I might be wrong, somebody can tell me, but I always associate that one with the belief that there was a lot of that ergot fungi on the wheat that they were,
yes,
and then they were getting poisoning, and then basically because they were having that poisoning from that. Is it hallucinogenic at all? I don't know.
Ergot is.
Yeah, so yes. So people were accusing people of being werewolves because of that, and that was quite prevalent in France, wasn't it?
Yes. Again, because like I said last time, werewolf and vampire, certainly in the Greek, so the word for the two terms are the same, and Nosferatu, plague carrier, and like I said, there's a lot of plagues and things going around. So yeah, I mean, it could be sort of ergot poisoning, or it could just be an explanation for sort of disease and things. I can't remember exactly where in Europe it was, but werewolves were thought to be dead people that come back to life. They'd wake up in their graves, eat the shroud covering them, and then howling burst out of their graves as a werewolf. So so that sort of ties in very
cool
closely
to think about. Yeah.
with the vampire and
zombie
werewolves. Yeah, like I said last time, it was thought if a werewolf was killed, he'd come back as a vampire. Yeah. So yeah, like I said,
I think Jack mentioned that in the zombie podcast.
Yeah, there's a huge overlap between zombies, werewolves, vampires, which is
well with the mythology of vampires, where we kind of finished off, if I recall. on that last podcast, because you asked about reflections. And things.
Yes.
And you kind of, I'm sure we're delving into the movie mythology of vampires, but you kind of think of vampires being quite an elusive creature that may not even show up on sort of CCTV and things like that, and you can't be seen. But there have been recorded sightings of what would seem to be like Bigfoot sightings. There have been sightings of what would seem to be wolf-like creatures on two legs. Have you come across any of these? I mean, there's even been ones I remember, I think it was back in the 70s, where some Anglo-Saxon heads, stone heads, were dug up in a garden, and then the people reported hearing noises in the house. I think the lady of the house, I might not be getting this word for word because I was a youngster in the 70s, but they had this urge literally to get out of bed and to follow, and they followed this figure, and it was like a human wolf, in human form on two legs, and they followed it all the way out into the garden until it bounded off, and then they suddenly sort of came out of their, if you want, glamour or whatever, and suddenly the terror took them, and it was reported that
oh wow,
people had this kind of interaction with werewolves. And then recently, I don't know if you heard of that one in Texas, Sarah.
No,
it was a reported werewolf which was let me see, because I've got something. It was caught on CCTV camera at a zoo in Amarillo, Texas. I think it was last year, and
wow,
it was outside the boundary fence of the zoo, and they got the CCTV on to basically make sure that. I think the CCTV was more there to make sure that they could spot anybody if they were trying to break into the zoo or not. So you didn't see that?
no.
Ah, right. Well, in that case, if you bear with me for a fraction of a moment, I know I downloaded the photographs of this. So
I'm really intrigued because that sounds like really.
So this was actual
recent
CCTV footage. I think because it was in Texas, they were referring to it as a chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
Was that
Chupacabra.
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 Chupacabra. Chupacabra?
Chupacabra.
Say it, Sarah.
Chupacabra.
There you go.
There you go. You can't say it.
Chupacabra.
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 Kind of.
I don't know. Anyway, so they were reporting that they were using that terminology, but when it went,
goat sucker.
Yeah, the goat sucker. But when it went global on the internet, then people were saying it's a werewolf. Okay, so I've got the CCTV image on my phone, which listeners you're not going to get to see, but you can look it up if you Google it. So that if you guys look at it, this is the figure that was picked up.
Wow.
You got the CCTV details of the camera underneath, and there's a close-up image of it.
That's freaky.
As it went past. This is outside the perimeter fence of the zoo.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the werewolves from Dog Soldiers.
Yep. But that was actual CCTV footage that was picked up in Amarillo, Texas.
Creepy.
And that was about a year ago, which leads me on. Are werewolves actually a real thing? Can people change? And if they do change, are they doing it out of choice? Or is this out of, like, you get the
uncontrollable urge
to become
transform?
Nobody on that, all the reports I looked into on that one, cross-referencing it, nobody mentioned anything about the weather conditions regarding whether it was a full moon or not, just to point that out.
Right.
But that was an actual CCTV camera footage, and as far as I can find, I cannot find any reason that it was falsified or, made up. So there you go. So that's an interesting thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what do you think about? What's your feedback on that, Sarah?
I don't know. I mean, I'd love to think werewolves were real because that'd be so cool. But I mean, it could just as easily be someone in a costume. So I mean, you can buy werewolf masks. So.
You can do.
Yeah,
you can do.
Like Bigfoot.
Like Bigfoot, yeah. People dress up as things. You'd kind of think that if people could do that, they kind of do it more often. I just wondered why.
Yeah.
What would bring somebody to go out and just hope that the CCTV camera picks them up roaming around the outside of a zoo.
Unless it's like somebody
I was
who's
gonna
like a
say,
security guard having a laugh or something.
Yeah, it could be.
Although the zoo, there's probably a good chance they've got security cameras pointing outwards to make sure nothing escapes. The last thing you want is a lion sort of getting out and
That's it. It was actually a new exhibit for the zoo.
Standing up on its back legs. So we discussed how the idea of what would have terrified people as a creature last time as a vampire, being this undead, malevolent demon spirit, family member reanimated, sucking people's blood, straining their energy and terrifying people, had become a very popular gothic horror kind of almost sexy creature these days. Doesn't seem to be the same with werewolves.
There's certainly a very growing market of sort of paranormal romances based around werewolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't read a lot of romances. But
I'm just wondering why that is. Is it because of the animalistic,
primal
kind of? Is that what's so scary about the idea of a werewolf? Is because of that primal, teeth, ripping kind of claws.
I think it goes back to what you said last time with cannibalism being so taboo. Sort of werewolf would certainly tie into that because you've got.
It's literally
it's eating human flesh. Yeah.
Whereas the vampire is
nibbling
nibbling in a yes.
It doesn't sound as bad now if you say nibbling.
Yes, I've just come for a little nibble. There's Tom Cruise sort of like standing at the window going, "Let me in." You have seen Tom Cruise as a vampire, I take it.
Have I?
Just what I'm asking you.
Is this
interview with the vampire?
No, not really.
Oh, well, there you go.
I've seen a bit.
Okay.
Something with a scythe and decapitation. That's about it.
Okay, fair enough. Right, so what else have we got on werewolves? Come on, it's Halloween month. We need to know about werewolves. Do they actually knock at the door and ask for candy? What should you give a werewolf if it knocks on the door?
Is this a joke?
No, it wasn't.
Should be.
There was actually a folklore story I came across. Woman, her husband had disappeared. She thought he was dead, and he been turned into a werewolf. And she went to get some meat out the storehouse, and there's a wolf sort of begging at the step. And she said, "Oh, I'd give you some meat if I was sure you were my husband." And at which point he turned back into a human.
Right.
Because certainly in folklore, that's one of the ways to break sort of a werewolf curse is by calling them by their Christian name 3 times, sticking a pin or a knife, sort of pricking them in the forehead. I would stick with a pin rather than a knife.
I was going to test to see if you're a werewolf or not. Jab. How do you know if they are or they aren't? Is it if they go ow, that really,
or if they
that
die,
really hurt, or if they get really angry?
He's a werewolf.
It's a werewolf. He's getting angry. You just stuck me with a bloody knife in the head.
Well, it's more than turning somebody back into human, so I really wouldn't recommend trying to stick
a pin into a werewolf's
or
head.
into a wolf. Generally,
yeah, a wolfie.
Turn into a person.
Turn into a person. Yeah, I think he's going to get slightly annoyed at you, isn't it?
Yes.
What was that you were going about? That don't attack humans? Humans with pins.
Well, if you get close enough to stick it with a pin, you expect to get bitten.
Yeah, I was going to say. Then you become a werewolf. There you go. Well, actually, you did preempt a question that I was going to ask you. If somebody actually becomes a werewolf or is a werewolf, is there a cure for lycanthropy? What are the cures? And obviously you just told us one, or two. You told about the Christian name, and what was the other one?
Pricking them with a
yes. Poke. Ow! Why are you poking me, Zach? That's my tum-tum.
I believe it was a Dutch folklore. You threw an article of clothing in the
threw a clog at them.
There's the story of a lady who threw her apron in front of the werewolf and it tore it to pieces and then turned into human.
Would you like to have a clog here? Stop. Don't throw your clog at me.
But yeah, the popular one seemed to be calling them by name, which it's kind of easy to break.
When it comes to movies,
you
have to kill the werewolf that bit you.
Right, okay.
Or eat the heart of the werewolf that bit you, but that's also killing it. So, yeah.
Hang on. So if you ate the heart of the werewolf that bit you, then that goes, in my mind, it means that the werewolf that bit you is still alive.
Yeah.
Whereas,
But if it isn't,
then what you're saying, in order to break the curse of the werewolf, then how does it work?
Sorry, is this if the werewolf is still alive or dead?
If I was a werewolf and I bit you,
Yeah.
you could cure your lycanthropy
Yes.
by eating my heart. But if I'm dead and I've bitten you before I died, then how do you cure yourself?
I'm a bit buggered. My only frame of reference with the eating of the heart was an American werewolf in Paris.
Oh, actually, yeah, that's a movie. And
With the killing of the werewolf that bit you, my only
Mhm.
frame of reference is, I think the original they mention it, the original Wolfman, and
the Long Chaney Jr.
yes,
Wolfman,
and I'm sure it's the same in a couple of other. It's
Okay.
Ginger Snaps.
Oh yeah, that was a good series of movies.
Yes, they go after Ginger gets bitten by the werewolf. The werewolf thing proceeds to get hit by
Car.
a van.
Yeah, that's it.
So she's like, "Oh no!"
No, that's right. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry.
The way you told if a werewolf was a werewolf in human form, you cut them and the fur would be on the inside of the wound.
Oh right.
Which is
So
interesting.
that's interesting. So the fur would then sprout out through the flesh, or their skin turns around.
Kind of reminds me
Yeah.
like Van Helsing.
Well, that's it. Where he sort of stripped his human skin off and becomes the hairy wolf.
Well,
and then-
there's a werewolf cure in that.
and then strips his furry skin off to become back to a human.
The other
Although
side,
CGI, you can't. I've got to say this at this point: you cannot CGI a werewolf.
Practical effects all the way.
Practical effects all the way. If you have a man or a lady in a wolf outfit, if that outfit's good, if the costume is good, you've nailed it. Sorry, that's me just banging things. If they're in a werewolf costume, it looks so much better. But you try and CGI a werewolf.
Could you give us some prime examples of that?
Prime examples, right? Well, if you go back to American Werewolf in London,
Oh yes.
practical effects all the way.
Mhm.
Okay, no CGI there. Probably the most iconic werewolf transformation.
Freaky werewolf.
Yeah, and we've got that in 4K.
Oh,
Got to be 4K. And then you got from the opposite end of the scale. That's what you just mentioned, Van Helsing, where all the werewolves and that are CGI. Just look
Yeah.
CGI. In fact, some CGI kind of can, depend on the movie, can still look good. But that's looking dated now. And then one that springs to mind that mixes the two would be the Underworld movies.
Yeah, they were pretty
where
good.
you get the werewolves that are in practical
I
costume.
will say that the earlier films of the Underworld
Yep.
series are better when it comes to practical effects. Than
Yeah,
the
forget the
later ones.
storylines. We're just talking about the way they've done the effects. But
Yeah.
the practical effects, as far as the suits are concerned, are great. But then as soon as they do switch to CGI, it notices.
Yeah, kind of after the third one, it kind of gets a bit annoying.
Yeah, a bit annoying. Are you familiar with what we're talking about, Sarah?
yeah, I've seen a couple of the Underworld, but yeah, I agree with you totally. CGI werewolves.
I mean, you get
Nah.
Other instances of really good practical effects werewolves.
practical effects werewolf. I will go straight for Dog Soldiers.
Very good.
Dog Soldiers is
That's a good
excellent. And you know, one that I don't think that many people have seen, but I actually think was really quite good. Another little English werewolf movie, and that was Howl.
Yeah, that was a blend.
That was a twist on werewolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had. See, another thing I like about werewolves is they give them the dog leg. Yeah, where the leg,
Yes.
the knee goes backwards, and that looks really good. And I know that in Howl they did that using what they put. They literally had them on. You know, you can get those kangaroo
Legs.
that
Yeah.
people bounce about on. They used a similar contraption like that, and then put green cloth round it to get that, and then CGI'd the bottom of the leg in. But it looked really good.
Another freaky werewolf.
Okay, freaky werewolf. Only we're not talking Ginger Snaps werewolf.
The Howling.
Oh gosh, that is a
The first.
the first one.
The first one.
Got to be the first one. Again, practical effects.
It's a freaky werewolf.
I'm just trying to think of the character's name in that one. Oh, he starts off in the Peep Show place,
Yeah.
doesn't he? And I can't,
It's
something Grist, Johnny Grist, something like that.
Something like that, but it's the guy who plays the hologram Doctor.
Oh yeah, that's right.
From Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah, that's it. So the Howling, and he is the Doctor from Voyager. He's been in loads of other things as well. But yeah, you just it's Christ, something Christ. I think it's Johnny Christ or something. But yeah, the way he transforms as well, really good. And of course, we mentioned
Ginger Snaps.
No, mentioned Ginger Snaps, but the other one would be Company of Wolves. The transformation in that practical effects.
Another one, Bad Moon.
Bad Moon. Now that is a movie I've seen 90% of.
Yes.
Because we didn't see the ending of it. And in the UK, we cannot get
It's very hard
Bad Moon
to acquire.
It's a really good movie.
Really good.
But there is another one that springs to mind. We're talking about. You can join in, Sarah, by the way.
We like werewolf movies, if you couldn't tell.
If you couldn't tell. And it is Halloween, so we can talk about Halloween month. And that's Silver Bullet.
Ooh,
Silver Bullet.
Now that's funny, because that werewolf...
Have you seen Silver Bullet, Sarah?
I haven't.
That werewolf looks like a mix...
We're going to have a werewolf movie now.
It looks like a mix between our cat Teddy and Godzilla 1984.
There you go. Yeah.
Pretty weird combination. It just works.
I'm not necessarily going to say that is the best werewolf outfit in
I
that
liked
one.
it. It kind of looks more like a bear.
But the story in that one is good. It does have its jump scares in that.
Yeah, it's Stephen King.
Yeah. Silver Bullet. That was a good movie.
Definitely prefer that to it.
Yes. Anyway, carrying on. Back to our. So
Well,
we've got
where
our
were we?
mythology. Well, we're going. Let's be honest. We're just like with the zombies. We're going through the mythology, and we're looking at. I suppose can we split this into three categories? It's the actual mythology of kind of where the idea of werewolves come from, the movie and TV werewolf, modern mythology, if you like, and then as I showed you earlier, that little sighting on CCTV of something that maybe could be a werewolf. Kind of that drops into the Bigfoot sightings, if you like. So, cryptozoology. Is it an actual real thing?
We're going to have to do a follow-up podcast on cryptozoology.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to get Glenn back in. Glenn, if you're listening, we want you back in, my friend. So, Sarah, carry on. Facts that we don't know about werewolves.
You're on about modern cases.
Yes, modern cases.
There's clinical lycanthropy.
Say it again.
Lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy. Thank you. I told you.
Clinical lycanthropy.
Thank you. Which is thought to be sort of linked with schizophrenia and some of the other mental diseases. And there's been something like 58 cases since 1985 or something.
And how does that manifest itself as?
It's mostly sort of people sort of thinking they're turning into animals running around on four legs. But there was a case in Florida in 2019. Police were called to a house. They found the homeowners dead, and 19-year-old boy sort of laying on the bodies, growling at the police and chewing on one of the bodies.
Maybe that's the werewolf from the sighting you brought up earlier.
Where was that? Wasn't Amarillo in Texas, was it?
No, it was South Florida, I believe.
Right. He could have got a plane ticket.
Could have travelled.
Yes, but it doesn't cover just wolves.
Right.
There's people that thought they were boa constrictors, dogs.
I'm a snake.
Yes.
I'm a snake.
There was one person, well, certainly one of the animals listed was a bee.
Somebody thought they were a bee?
Yes. Not quite sure how that one works.
Yeah, that's not. If I had a condition, I don't think I'd choose a bee. Yeah, that's a bit odd.
That's if you get a choice.
That's if you get a choice. Yeah, I mean.
But you think werewolf would be the common
actually,
one?
you've spurred my memory again, because there is that other medical condition that, unless you Google it, I don't know the name of it, but it's where, because obviously, whether you believe in evolution or creation, or unless you're Jack, who thinks we might be coming from Mars, we obviously have traits in our genetics of our earlier evolutionary states, and that's why you have the coccyx, which is supposedly meant to be some people are actually born with a tail, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And that leads me on to where people, just general people in general, can be born that are very hairy. and then you get the ones that have the congenital hair that's all over the face.
Yes.
And so surely, I mean, we have that now, and I don't know the medical term for it, but if people in the 21st century can still be born and have that facial hair, then at any period, especially the further you go back, when people are far more folklore and far more, what's the word I'm looking for? Superstitious, thank you very much. They're far more superstitious. If you've got somebody like that, especially if they've kind of shunned from society and are having to live outside of their society and therefore live in the woods or whatever, then that would be a candidate most definitely for somebody being thought to be a werewolf, wouldn't it?
I'm not so
Do
sure about
you
werewolf.
know the medical condition I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like you. I can't think what the name is. But I know
I
know there was a count in Europe. I'm not sure which country who suffered from the condition, and he is thought to be the original inspiration for Beauty and the Beast.
Was that originally called The Red Rose or something like that story?
I'm not
aware.
Sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay. I do remember a very old film that wasn't in English. It was all about Beauty and the Beast, and there was a rose, something like that.
Right. So we're talking about hair.
Yep.
One thing I do know about werewolves, or how it's been presented to me through films and media and such like, monobrows.
Yes.
Yes,
that is in the folklore.
That is in the folklore.
Yes.
Oh,
was
nice one, Zak.
That was one of the signs of somebody being a werewolf, was a monobrow. It also was thought to be a sign of vampires as well.
Oh.
But short, wide hands.
Short, wide hands.
So.
Oh no! Oh no!
No, you haven't got short, wide hands.
You've got tiny fingers.
How do you work this one out?
Tiny fingers. Look at my.
Look, compare. Look, right. Look at my. I kid you not, listeners. My little finger is about as big as both of theirs together. You know. What about thumbs? Yeah, thumbs. Look at these tiny thumb people. What are these tiny thumb people?
Oh no! You might be a werewolf.
I've got big hands.
Like I say, as I said earlier, one of the signs was if you cut a werewolf, the hair was supposed to be on the inside. The other sign was hairs on the palm of the hand. I was going to say, in England, was first sign of madness, hairs on the palm of your hand. Second sign of madness, looking for them.
Oh no!
Yeah, you did it. No. You fell for that one.
No.
You fell for that. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this, but it's hypertrichosis. Is the excess hair on the face and body, and you can imagine
very much looks like the Wolfman.
Yeah, if people are suffering from that condition, they, at any period in time, they are going to be assumed to be. I've got a kind of a theory myself. If we're talking about mythology, I'm a great believer that mythology, a lot of the time, I mean, I would, like you, Sarah, I'd love to think that there is magic and mystery out there that we don't understand.
Myths and monsters.
You know, myths and monsters that we which would be fascinating to think that existed. But at the same time, I feel that we have an awful lot of people with a facial hair or body hair condition like that, other people with dwarfism, other people with giantism where they're huge. And if you have lots of people which have genetic I wouldn't call them defects as such. That'd be wrong for me to kind of use that. But differences from the norm, and if periods in time those people were shunned from society or had to live outside on the fringes of society, and we're talking about a society where most people, again, we're living into a deep forested European community. If they're living in the woods and surviving off the woods, and then tinkers and travellers are seeing these little people or a giant who's living by themselves up in the foothills of say the Alps or something like that, folklore is going to spread from that. Those people, and so you're going to think of all these different sort of creatures, and whether there are fairies in the woods or dwarves in the woods or giants or werewolves and
vampires and zombies and mummies.
I don't know if a vampire, because obviously we have people are born who are pink eyes. Albinos, thank you very much. I've met albinos myself when I was at school. There was a girl who was an albino, and you can just see how people in the past would take those traits, and if people are scared of them or don't want to be associated with them, and they're forced out of society, that they themselves, those perfectly normal human beings, can become the thing of myths and legends. Yeah.
I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah.
So actually, I do think that some of the things that we're discussing may well be the case, but that's different from it being a supernatural being.
Right.
I don't know. It's just a theory. I mean, because we know for a fact that in some of the Polynesian islands, isn't it, where they were very, very tiny human beings,
right,
that lived there, thousands and thousands of years ago, where they found the skeletons, and I think this is going even further back, but I can't remember where it was. What was was it Pangaea? When the dinosaurs were roaming the earth,
Yes.
wasn't the land?
Yeah.
The landmass was called Pangaea, and again there were islands that have got tiny dinosaurs on. So rather than having the sauropods that are gigantic, they were like tiny sauropods,
mini
versions. But they were mini because they had evolved in the environment that they were.
It's like the Galapagos tortoises.
So if you've got people that are having to live and make up their own little communities in the middle of nowhere, and because like in Africa, I think, don't they have tribes which are born with a genetic defect where they have 3 toes? It's a bit like a ostrich foot. No, you're not seeing that, Sarah?
Not seeing that one.
All right, but I think those things to a society which doesn't, like, we work off of science these days because we have all this science around us just in the studio, the tablets, the
well,
tech.
we said in the Apollo 11 podcast that there's more technology in a phone than there was on the first Apollo mission.
So when it comes to the mythology of vampires and werewolves, that can encompass medical conditions and all sorts of things, as we discussed. But it would still be, maybe the word fun is the wrong word to use, but it would still be very fascinating to know if there was actually a supernatural side to all this that we don't know about. What do you think, Sarah, as our specialist?
Well, there's got to be a reason for all the myths and folklore anyway, and certainly a lot of it where there's similarities across countries. If the stories weren't traded, why are they so similar?
Ooh.
It's certainly interesting.
I guess what we've got to discover. We've got to go on adventures and find the supernatural things, haven't we?
That's right. There we go. I've just googled up the tribe that have got the ostrich feet in Africa.
Can I see?
Yeah, it's they've all got these split toe.
That reminds
things,
me
ostrich
of
foot.
Sinbad and the Eye of the Tiger, where the person transforms into a seagull and then they transform back into a human because they're a witch.
But they haven't got enough magic potion.
Yeah, so
and it's not enough.
Yeah,
not enough, and they've still got a seagull foot. There you go.
I don't know why I brought that up.
Don't know why you brought that up, but there you go. You just reminded me of when we bumped into Gogglebox the other day, and they were talking about Frozen Planet, and they had the eagles that were picking up mountain goats and dropping them in order to, because the mountain goat, the kids, baby goat's kid, picking up the kid, not real children, picking up the kid, and then because the kid is the same body weight or more as the eagle would fly off the mountain and then drop the goat in order to kill it. And then, which in a way, when it comes to nature, it's like, I'm flying! But it's almost, it killed it instantaneously. So if you're going to go, that's not a bad way to go.
It's pretty brutal.
It was pretty brutal. But it had kind of like a bit of a skydiving thing. But, and then somebody on Gogglebox commented, didn't that happen in Scarborough or something, where a chihuahua was taken away by a seagull?
Yeah.
It's like, how does that work?
How do we get to this?
Well, you said about, so they had a gull's foot.
Yeah.
And I thought, how with webbed gull's feet do you pick up a chihuahua and fly off with it? I don't know.
Werewolf.
It's Halloween. It's Halloween month.
It's going to be scary.
It's going to be scary. We get attacked by giant chihuahua stealing seagulls, pecking you on the head.
For the coconut.
And the coconut. And they did.
And they did.
And they did.
That was a reference to a song.
Yes. Look it up. Anyway, right, back to the werewolves. We're having a fun time with the werewolves today. Don't eat maggoty corn or
Bread.
Bread, yes. As you're going to turn into a werewolf.
Or an orc.
Maggoty bread.
I think the only thing I haven't mentioned
Yes,
is
please
that
do.
one way to stop a werewolf that was chasing you was to jump into a rye field, because apparently werewolves would not go into a field full of rye.
Rye. Well, that's all right if you drink rye whiskey then, isn't it? You
Just breathe on it.
Just carry a couple of bottles of rye whiskey. You come near me, son. That's it. Yeah, have some of that. So, okay, let's look at the movie tropes. You said about the eyebrows. Monobrow. We've looked at the full moon. Doesn't seem to appear in the mythology. Silver bullet. Well, you mentioned a silver button, which basically showed the two witches up for glamouring themselves as cider drinking dogs, which is like, two dogs come into my bar, here, have some cider.
Oh yeah, but you pick issue with the seagull.
Yeah, I pick issue with the seagull. The two dogs drinking cider, that's perfectly normal. Have you never been to Cornwall? It was Cornwall, was it?
It was Devon.
It was Devon. Oh, well, even more. You know. So the Devonish cider drinking dogs. We've got to do a folklore one on Devon, haven't we?
Yeah.
The hairy hands of Dartmoor or something. Yeah. So anyway, they got some folklore down there. So yeah, maybe I'm going to look up these two cider drinking dogs. Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
That's going to be my job.
I reckon they couldn't afford their bar bill, which is why they were going in as dogs.
Going in as dogs.
How do they have? Do they have thumbs?
Opposable thumbs. Oh, maybe they poured the cider in a bowl and put it on the floor.
Did they sit on the stools?
Maybe we should invite them to us. We missed out a trick there, didn't we? We could have invited them to our cider tasting podcast.
Well, we didn't know about it then.
No, we didn't. Sarah, you're letting us down, no?
Next time.
Yeah.
Okay, so silver bullets supposedly kill werewolves. What else have we got with the werewolves?
Wolfsbane.
Wolfsbane, yeah. What other tropes do we have in?
Pentagrams.
Pentagram, I mentioned pentagrams. Come on, but I'm sure the listeners are probably screaming at us again. What about this? What about that? You can see a werewolf in a mirror, supposedly. See it on a CCTV camera.
I'm just trying to think of unconventional ways in which a werewolf has been killed in movies.
No,
Fireworks to the eye. No, I didn't kill it.
I didn't kill it. No, it's pretty much silver bullets. What about decapitation?
Tell you what, really obscure reference because it's a film that's very hard.
I hope you're making notes on this, Sarah.
Very hard to actually acquire in England.
Okay.
Monster Club.
Monster Club. That wasn't one with Vincent Price, was it?
No, I think.
No. All right.
It might be Monster Squad or Monster Club. I can't remember.
Okay.
But I watched it with Jack.
Okay.
And a famous quote from it is, "Wolfman's got nards."
Nards.
Yes.
Wolfman's got nards.
They kick the werewolf in the nuts. But they blow up the werewolf with a grenade.
Okay.
Completely obliterated.
Okay, so obliterating.
But because it wasn't with the silver bullet, it formed back together.
Oh.
After being blown up.
Oh, right. So have we heard anything of the mythology of a werewolf being able to reconstruct itself?
Not
Because
that
that's
I came
the
across.
only example of a werewolf forming back together.
Right.
Yeah, literally.
That reminds me of Bok off of the Daemons.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got hit by a bazooka and then reforms. Wow, that's crazy stuff going on there. And what was this, an English movie?
No, it's an American one.
So I think we've got to the point in the podcast where we come to your favourite section, Sarah, for the third time. Dun, dun, dun. It's our Halloween month. 6 quickfire questions.
Dun, dun,
Which
dun.
sometimes aren't as quick as we thought they would be, but that's the title. So tough. All right. Are you ready?
Yes.
This time it's werewolves. Woohoo! Okay. Question 1. What's your favourite werewolf character from film, TV, or book? Please don't say sparkly werewolves.
No, I did read a really interesting book. I brought it because I liked the sound of the concept.
Okay.
It was a romance. It was absolutely horrible.
A romance?
I can't remember the author, but it was a werewolf who went undercover as a police dog to solve his brother's murder. The concept was brilliant. The execution was horrible, but
Wow.
Wow. Yes. What on earth was it called?
I can't remember. I can't remember the author.
Wolf
I sort of
cop.
I read it once.
Wolf cop. That's a different type of wolf cop. That is. That's completely different from Wolf Cop the movie.
It's one I
They made a
read
sequel.
and actually charity shopped because, which is, for me is very rare. I don't get rid of books, but like I say, it was a great concept, really poorly executed.
Fido Wolf. Right, okay. So, but that's your favourite werewolf character?
It was, like I say, it was definitely a very cool concept.
Okay, and you can't remember the name of the book?
I can't remember.
It was
the
that
name of the
forgettable,
book.
was it?
Yes, but
Okay.
I loved the concept.
Okay. Werewolf becomes police dog.
Not the answer we expected.
No, definitely not. Okay. Question
I always
number...
like to surprise
you do like to surprise us. Question number 2. Would you like to be a werewolf?
Yes.
Yay! Yay, Sarah the werewolf.
And us the vampires.
Do her eyebrow? No, they don't. Her eyebrows don't meet in the middle. Okay. Well, unlike us, ginger blue-eyed people.
Vampires.
Vampires, yeah. See, vampires, werewolf. There we go. Who would have thought? Anyway, question number 3. Do you think werewolves actually exist? Especially after I showed you that CCTV footage.
I'll say I'm on the fence with that one.
He was behind the fence. Okay. Question number 4. In your opinion, what's the best part of being a werewolf if you had to be one? I asked you about vampires and you said it was being immortal. So I don't know if this comes into the werewolves.
Best part of being a werewolf.
Best part of being a werewolf. She's thinking, listeners.
The consuming of human flesh.
To be able to lick your own... No, we're not going there.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay.
Well, as long
To
as you
sweat through your tongue. Yeah.
well, I suppose as long as you weren't eating human flesh, the whole being a wolf is just going to be awesome.
Just going to be awesome. So you can go running through the woods, chasing deer,
Yes, howling at the moon.
howling at the moon, having a great old time. So, question 5. What's your favourite werewolf movie or TV show? Now, from all our gabbing, and I was saying, have you seen that, Sarah? No. Have you seen that, Sarah? No. Have you seen that, Sarah? No. I've seen a little bit of Underworld. Okay, fine. Seen that? No. This is going to stretch Sarah a little bit.
I really liked Dog Soldiers.
Dog Soldiers, yay! Is that your answer?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go, then.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. And finally, question number 6. Lon Chaney Jr. or Hugh Jackman?
Hugh Jackman.
Should we ask why?
Because I know who that is.
Nice one, nice one.
Oh, by the way, it was Monster Squad.
It was Monster Squad.
Yes,
Yeah.
not Monster Club. Monster
Okay.
Club does have Vincent Price in it.
I thought it did.
Yes.
That's a very odd movie, that one. You've
Yeah.
not seen it?
No.
Oh, right, you need to.
Okay.
Okay, so we conclude now our second podcast for the Halloween season, this time on werewolves.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
That's a howling goodbye from Buzz.
That's, oh! Goodbye from Zak.
It's a goodbye from Sarah, and I used to be a werewolf, but I'm all right now.
No! Yes, you had to do it.
Yes.
Yes, she nailed it. Oh, there you go. Now we know. Show. Now we know. Well, Halloween specials.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zak.
And I'm Buzz. And it's our spectacular, spooktacular Halloween special.
Yes. So in this episode, what are we discussing? We're kind of discussing Halloween traditions.
Well, obviously we're the Now We Know show and we want to know, and the listeners want to know, all about Halloween. So we're going to take a look at what is Halloween, where does Halloween come from, what kind of traditions revolve around Halloween, all the way up to the modern Halloween that we know today, and chuck in some of those modern day Halloween traditions that we ourselves have.
And at the end, we have a very special, extra, super deluxe Let's Get Quizzical quiz. All for you.
You didn't warn me about this. Where's Jack when I need him?
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. Okay then, where should we start?
Well, as we usually say on the Now We Know Show, we need to start at the very beginning. So, Halloween, what is it? Where is it from? Where does it originate? I suppose most people consider Halloween these days as being something where you dress up in, well, I would say scary costumes.
But nowadays they kind of they've become a lot less scary and more kind of fantasy.
Not just nowadays. I mean, you're in your 20s, but we used to take you trick-or-treating when you were a little kid.
Yeah, I have vague memories of that.
Right. And we'll discuss that later on, but... So 20 years ago, well, maybe not 20 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, and earlier than that, before you were born, people were still dressing up in costumes which really have very little to do with Halloween, which is interesting. So we'll talk about...
We're talking about costumes. Fun fact about this particular podcast.
We should have mentioned that earlier.
But there we go.
We're getting into the groove. We're getting into our Halloween spirit here.
We're dressed up.
Yeah, we're in our costumes, especially for you listeners, so we can feel the vibes. See,
the Halloween spirit.
As we get closer to the 31st of October and the veil between the worlds becomes thinner, we want to get in touch with those spirit beings.
So, Buzz,
Yep.
What are you dressed as?
Well, I'm dressed as my killer clown. I love the killer clown outfit.
Generic killer clown.
It's one of my favourite costumes.
Oh, is it Killer Clown from Outer Space?
Just pretty much a killer clown, really.
Okay,
It could have been from outer space.
Maybe.
I'm game.
Oh, needs a backstory.
It needs a backstory.
Good film, by the way.
But I do like my killer clown. We'll talk about the costumes because we did do a Halloween where we went out in our costumes, didn't we?
That is true.
I think that was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, possibly.
We'll get to that later on. And anyway, what about you, sir?
What am I? I am dressed in a green and red sweater.
There's a clue there, listeners.
I have knives on my hand. Well, my right hand.
Edward Scissorhands.
No, just the one hand. And I do have a bespoke hat.
Ah, your floppy brown felt hat.
Yes. I haven't gone to the extremes of burning myself severely for this one.
Nope.
But I think it's quite obvious that I
you're
am...
a little bit of you're channeling...
Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Very good, very good. I'm loving it. So we'll have to take some photographs and pop them up for the listeners. So
that'd be good. That'd be good, yeah.
So anyway, Halloween. Really, where does it stem from? Do you know, Zach?
No, I really have not a clue.
So really, you're a man who's grown up just understanding Halloween.
With the commercial side of Halloween.
Halloween. Well, Halloween derives from a Celtic festival. Now, if you look this festival up, it's spelled Samhain. So most people, and I have heard people pronunciate it as Samhain.
Yeah.
But it should be Samhain.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, that's interesting because obviously we did a podcast about the Halloween movies, and I'm sure that Dr. Loomis in those films, I think it's the first one, he actually refers to it as Samhain.
Right. Well, Samhain. Or Samhain.
Samhain?
I'll call it Samhain.
Fair enough. That
Okay.
actually
But
sounds
Samhain,
a lot more
but-
creepy.
Yeah, well, Samhain is the M and H are pretty much silent. But it's if you, I think if you Google it, you can actually Google it and somebody will pronounce it for you and say it's Samhain. So
I prefer that.
I think
prefer
probably got to put a Celtic
twist
in your accent. So Samhain. I don't know. Maybe try and channel your Welsh or Irish or Scottish.
So it's pretty old then.
Yeah. So Samhain is the festival that it's at the end of the harvest for the Celtic people.
Right.
Now, people who are listening and might not know who the Celts were. The Celts were an indigenous population across Europe and across Britain, Ireland, Scotland, reaching out. And lots of different nominations of Celts, and they probably had their own local dialects, but one thing they had in common is a lot of their religious and ceremonial beliefs. This is a time of the Druids, etc. So what you've got is this festival, as I say. Samhain is a pagan religious festival which originates from an ancient Celtic spiritual tradition from those people all the way across Europe. In modern times, Samhain, a Gaelic word pronounced Samhain. Okay, so almost getting it right there. Samhain. Samhain. For those people, everybody listening, repeat. Zach, repeat.
Samhain.
Okay, so it's usually celebrated on the 31st of October to the 1st of November to welcome in the harvest and usher in the dark half of the year.
Right.
Okay, so you can look at these ancient folk, and they've got the spring and summer months. Spring, everything's starting to come to life. Summer, they've planted their crops, they're getting through to the harvest, and they've gotten through to the end of October. The harvest is in, and we're starting to see the winter months. Autumn is starting to take a grip. We're going to head into the dark half of the year, autumn and winter.
So when you're saying about paganism and these kind of ancient rituals, I kind of picture Stonehenge.
Yeah.
And
they would be in ancient Britons.
Yeah, but is it true that kind of rituals and things like that still occur at Stonehenge?
In modern druids do traditional. Well, I assume if anybody's listening and you're a druid, you can fill us in on this.
Oh, we'd love to have a druid on the podcast.
Modern druid religion. I also think that touches upon the modern religion of Wicca, which is both druidic and, I believe, also connected with white witchcraft.
Please excuse me, I'm just thinking of the Wicker Man.
Okay, but if you look at the film The Wicker Man, I mean, they were again doing a festival at end of harvest.
That is true.
To make sure that their harvest was bountiful the following year.
Eerily creepy film.
It is.
It's one of Jack's favourites.
And so there you have a good example, which is tied into basically a horror movie of an ancient pagan Celtic festival taking place. Possibly, and I'd need to research the Wicker Man film to see if that is part of Samhain or not.
So I take it, obviously, with the horror aspect of such a thing of the Wicker Man, I doubt that they have human sacrifices anymore.
Well, no. And I would imagine, seeing that most of the druidic lore back in the time of the ancient Celts would have all been handed down by word of mouth. I mean, this is a time, when the Romans came to Britain, came across Europe, in fact, and eventually ended up in Britain, for the best part, they were trying to stamp out these old religions, and I wouldn't assume that at that time, unless there are any perhaps runic carvings on stones that might record some of the things that were done, these were oral traditions handed down.
Okay. So when it comes to the movies, I think it's definite to say that they take a bit of dramatic license.
Well, I think we all know that, especially us. I mean, we work in the movies. It's about entertainment, isn't it, Zach?
True, very true.
Even though the researchers are meant to do, funnily enough, their research.
Making it more real kind of makes it that much more scary.
Yeah, if something has got realism behind it, then that does, add that little je ne sais quoi. As I say. So when it comes to the druidic traditions, the way that the festivals were undertaken, I don't kind of know, and I wouldn't have thought that there would be any writings, any because the texts from the time, for example, the Romans came to Britain and they had writing. They wrote in, obviously, Latin, and we know from evidence at Hadrian's Wall that where they actually found centurions' letters to their families back home.
Oh, wow.
Things. But whether the ancient Britons had any form of written
Well, it's probably
text,
mostly spoken.
I think it would have been
word.
oral traditions.
Yeah.
Although there may have been runic inscriptions, there may well be stones. I think there's one down in a place called Slaughter Bridge in Cornwall near Tintagel Castle that's called I think it's called Merlin Stone, I believe.
Isn't there one that's called Arthur's Stone around there as well?
Yeah, or maybe it is Arthur's Stone, which has runic inscriptions on it, but I don't know exactly from what period they would have come from. So,
okay.
But I would have thought most of the traditions and rituals that would have been performed these days by what I'm going to use the term modern druids.
Right.
I don't know how they actually represent what would have originally been done.
Well, I doubt it includes human sacrifice.
I don't think they've been sacrificing children, or let's be honest, I don't think they'll be sacrificing the odd bullock or whatever they
animals or anything nowadays.
So Celtic tradition is where Samhain stems from.
So this is where Halloween comes from.
Yeah, because
or has evolved from.
Yeah. So Samhain or Samhain is the Celtic tradition, which basically sees the end of the harvest and the forthcoming half of the year, or the dark half of the year. Okay.
Interesting.
So let's look at this.
I'm learning stuff.
Okay.
It's a very heavily learning stuff.
So with Samhain, after the harvest work was complete, celebrants joined with the druid priests to light a community fire using a wheel that would kind of cause friction and make what we call fire fairies, but sparking flames.
Oh, okay.
And the wheel was considered a representation of the sun and used along with druidic prayers. Yeah. Here we go, just as you mentioned. Cattle were sacrificed and participants took a flame from the communal bonfire back to their home to relight their own hearth fire.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So actually, from my research, it does state that early texts present Samhain as a mandatory celebration lasting 3 days and 3 nights, where the community was required to show themselves to local kings and chieftains. Failure to participate was believed to result in punishment from the gods, even illness or death.
Oh, geez, okay. Yeah. That's very different from nowadays. Because it's usually Halloween is one night.
Yeah, and we'll get to Halloween as we progress through the ages.
Right.
So with Samhain, supposedly there was also a military aspect to the Samhain celebrations in Ireland, and it's interesting to bring up the point of Ireland, because anybody can do this, you can Google the Celtic nations and you'll see how they were spread across Europe, down to the south of France, through Germany, up towards through the Netherlands, and across to Britain, the ancient Britons, the Welsh, Scots, Pictish, and Ireland. And it's funny because while doing the research on Halloween, one of the things I found that kept coming up was this reference that Halloween and Samhain began in Ireland, that it's an Irish tradition, if you like, invention. Right. And then I was reading quite a lot about it, and it was kind of, actually, after reading it, I think there's a little bit of a twist on tourism there to try and say that the Irish were the ones that instigated it all and it comes from Ireland. But it's part of the whole of the Celtic nation's culture, Samhain.
Interesting.
So, yes, it would have come from Ireland, but only in the fact that the Irish would have taken it with them when they went off over to America with the Pilgrims, and the same with any cultures that still celebrated.
I do have a question. Now, in America, I think they celebrate the Day of the Dead festival.
Certainly in South America,
is that
the Day of the Dead,
anything to do with Halloween?
I don't think it tends to be in Mexico, doesn't it?
Yeah, have I thrown a bit of a curveball with this question?
Mexico and South America, they celebrate the Day of the Dead. I'd have to look that up to find out if it has any relation to...
Well, maybe we can ask the listeners. If you know if the Day of the Dead festival has anything to do with Halloween, please get in contact, comment below, let us know.
Personally, I think it's a completely different festival. I don't even know. Maybe you can have a quick Google and find out whether or not what date that comes in on.
Yeah, maybe I can.
That would probably basically solve that one. So going back to the Irish connection, as I was mentioning earlier, there was also a military aspect to Samhain in Ireland, with holiday thrones prepared for commanders of soldiers. Anyone who committed a crime or used their weapons during the celebration faced the death sentence.
That is pretty harsh.
That is pretty harsh, really.
Fun fact, I found out when the Day of the Dead festival is.
And?
2nd of November.
Right.
So it's quite close to Halloween.
So again, but it's
Could it be within those supposed 3-day celebration?
Perhaps.
And spread across continents and throughout communities?
I don't know pretty much anything that much about the Day of the Dead. Well, obviously, as much as I know that the locals that celebrate the Day of the Dead, it's a time for them to, they even resurrect, if you like, their departed family members.
Well, they talk to them, don't they?
Well, they actually take them out of their tombs, out of their graves, and take them home and dress them and prepare them a meal and all sorts of things like that with their deceased relatives.
Honestly, why don't we do this
It's a celebration of their that veil when it's thinnest between the worlds. It's obviously very close to our European Halloween date of the 31st of October.
I can imagine less candies involved.
So I presume it's an ancient tradition in South America, Mexico, places like that. But what that's built on, because obviously I'm thinking the ancient Mayans, Aztecs and things, I would imagine it would sort of come through that way, just in the same way we were talking about the Celtic religions of Europe with Samhain.
Interesting.
We should have to have a podcast on the Day of the Dead, and then we can learn all about that for ourselves as well as the listeners.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, maybe next year. So anyway, back to Samhain. So with Samhain in the Celtic religion, it was expected that ancestors might cross over during this time as well, and Celts would dress as animals and monsters so that fairies were not tempted to kidnap them.
Right, this is kind of starting to sound a bit more Halloween-y.
Okay, yeah, and so going on, some of the specific monsters, you'll like this, were associated with the mythology surrounding Samhain, including a shape-shifting creature called the puka. Okay, the puka.
The puka.
The puka is spelled P-U-K-A-H.
Right.
Puka. That receives harvest offerings from the field. The Lady Gwyn is a headless woman dressed in white who chases night wanderers and was accompanied by a black pig.
Oh, wow, this sounds awesome.
But there was also the Dullahan, who sometimes appeared as impish creatures, sometimes headless men on horses who carried their heads, riding flame-eyed horses. Their appearance was a death omen to anyone who encountered them.
Ooh. So this is sounding way more scary than what we have Halloween now.
The Dullan, there you go. Watch out for those Dullan. So they could appear...
And the puka.
They could appear as impish creatures or headless horsemen.
Wow, I didn't expect this to tie in kind of into this kind of mythology folklore episode that we did.
And also, there's still more. A group of hunters known as the Fairy Host might also haunt Samhain and kidnap people. Similar are the Slough, S-L-U-A-G-H.
Right.
Slough.
So not Slough, but Slough.
Who would come from the west to enter houses and steal souls.
Lovely.
Now, one of the most popular Samhain stories told during the festival was of the Second Battle of Mag Tuired, which portrays the final conflict between the Celtic pantheon known as the Tuatha del Danann and evil oppressors known as the Fomor. The myths state that the battle unfolded over the period of Samhain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot going on during this Celtic festival.
It's a lot more eventful than I was really expecting.
Yes, and one of them, it would seem from my research, one of the most famous Samhain-related stories is the adventures of Nera.
Nera?
N-E-A-R. Nera.
Nera.
Okay, so the adventures of Nera, in which the hero Nera encounters a corpse of fairies and enters into the underworld.
Interesting. This is kind of sounding like Greek mythology now.
Well, yes, but that's because we are... Usually when you go to school, you learn about Romans, you learn about the Greek
ancient
mythology.
Greeks. We don't really tend to learn about the Celts.
We watch Jason and the Argonauts movies. We watch all these things, and you because they were great Harryhausen movies, and there was an opportunity to resurrect, the Gorgon and
Clash of the Titans,
and having all these different gods and things. And of course, we have in Europe a fantastic folklore of our own.
Well, just listen to the Werewolf, Vampire, and our Hertfordshire Folklore podcasts.
Yeah, and so we're talking about the Celtic nations. So this is well before, the Romans even came across and tried to take the whole of Europe, and enslave everybody as they did.
Wow.
During that period. So, way back, we had all these fantastic...
crazy times.
Monsters and creatures and fairies. Now, carrying on with the Celtic folklore of Samhain, Samhain figured into the adventures of the mythological Celtic hero Fionn Mac Cahil.
That's a mouthful.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Fionn Mac Cahil. When he faced the fire-breathing underworld dweller Alien.
That sounded like Alien.
It sounded like Alien, but it's spelled Aillen.
What an alien way of saying that.
Yeah, well, anyway. So he faced the fire-breathing underworld dweller Alien. Or Alien. Elon?
Elon?
Halloween. Who knows? Anyway, who would burn down the hall of Tara every Samhain.
Oh dear.
So Samhain also figures into other Fionn Mac Cahil legend, where the hero is sent to the land beneath the wave. As well as taking place on the Samhain, it features descriptions of the hero's holiday gatherings. There you go.
Crazy.
So we've got a lot of folklore there.
There's so much folklore. I had no idea that there was this much kind of backstory to Halloween.
Exactly, and we can go back if we wanted to and research these individual folklores.
For our folklore podcast.
Folklore podcast, yeah.
Well, that'd be really
because
cool.
I'm quite fascinated about the stuff. I mean, really, we're focusing on Halloween, so we can look back in more detail another time. So that's the Celtic celebration festival of Samhain, which is basically that juncture between the half of the year of light and half of the year of dark. End of the harvest, boom, we're going to light the fires and kindle the flame and take it into our homes, light our own fires in our hearths to start, seeing the dark half of the year in, and to communicate with the spirit world, because that's when the veil is so thin.
Oh, how mystical.
Yeah, so now we're going to move on to Samhain in the Middle Ages.
Oh, crikey, okay.
Because we've obviously done the ancient Britons,
yeah,
Celts.
Yeah.
So now we're coming up a little bit closer to home, to the Middle Ages. So as the Middle Ages progressed, so did the celebrations of the fire festivals. Bonfires known as shenanigans.
That is brilliant. That is 100% brilliant.
Yeah, so shenanigans, which were more personal Samhain fires. So they were nearer to farmsteads and became tradition, purportedly to protect families from fairies and witches.
It's kind of like a family get-together,
yeah,
really.
So now, instead of having maybe, if you can imagine, a Celtic village or community coming together to a Samhain fire, and then all returning to their dwellings, now it's sort of progressed on to being more of a family thing. So instead of the whole village coming together or the whole community coming together to witness and partake in that druidic ritual of Samhain, now it's kind of become more of an individual family thing.
So it's kind of like a Sunday barbecue.
Oh, well, I don't know if you could say that. Because still, I don't know. I don't normally have a barbecue and try and have it to keep the fairies and witches away.
Oh, well.
So anyway,
tastes nice.
But this is where it starts to become more towards the festival we know now as Halloween.
Right, okay, so there's been a big shift.
Yeah, well, it's become more of a family thing. The belief that the veil between the worlds is thin, the spirits abound, they can come into the world of the living at this time. So this is when, in the Middle Ages, carved turnips began.
Turnips?
Turnips, because it wasn't pumpkins. Back in the day, it was carved turnips, because we didn't have pumpkins.
How would that even
I know there was a great tradition in East Anglia of carving turnips, and if you ever try to carve a turnip, it's a bit hard to carve. That's where the original name of a jack-o'-lantern came from, is the carved turnips.
Oh wow! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought that was an American invention.
Well, no, the jack-o'-lantern went to America with the Pilgrims and all the people that followed and went to America. They took these European traditions with them.
Right.
So they would have gone over to America and taken the jack-o'-lanterns and the whole, it's Halloween itself when we need to ward off spirits using the jack-o'-lantern.
So how did the kind of pumpkins come into use?
Let's have a look at the jack-o'-lanterns as were. So the jack-o'-lanterns that were carved turnips were attached by strings to sticks and embedded with coal. So they shoved coal into the eyes, probably a bit like we associate with a
snowman.
Snowman, yeah. And later Irish traditions then switched to pumpkins.
Oh, so do they have pumpkins in Ireland?
No.
Right.
Okay, so pumpkins are native to North America and down to Mexico.
Oh, okay.
So
could it be said that the Pilgrims, when they went over there, did they take their turnips or did they find an alternative?
Well, certainly they would have taken both livestock and
provisions,
plants with seeds in order to grow their own crops over there. Because if you're going from Europe on this adventure to the Americas, you wouldn't necessarily know, especially if you're amongst the first people to go there, what you're going to come across.
Yeah.
So you're going to farm things that you are used to farming.
I mean, this was new territory, wasn't it?
Exactly, it's new territory. And you're going to find things in that territory that are edible, that you can eat and make use of. And obviously pumpkins are one of those things. And of course, if you've got a choice between carving a turnip or a pumpkin,
you're going to go for the pumpkin.
And funnily enough, you say about taking things over there. Listeners, you can Google this. Maybe something that you can put me right on, but something's telling me that earthworms that are in America now didn't exist in America.
Oh yeah, I think I know about that.
Until the Europeans went over there.
Yeah, because
they took obviously soil with them, with plants in, and then the earthworms basically spread.
Because the earthworms in North America, they died out, they're extinct.
Exactly. So the earthworms they have now are the descendants of Europeans.
Wow, you're really learning all about all about different things on this podcast.
Exactly. So anyway, so the jack-o'-lanterns were turnips, and the Irish tradition that went over to America then started to turn those jack-o'-lanterns from the turnips to the now we know as probably the most iconic Halloween image.
Well, that's pretty much it. Yeah. If you think of Halloween, what immediately springs to mind? It's a pumpkin, an orange carved pumpkin.
Exactly. So, again, going back to the research, in Wales, this is interesting. So we had the Irish, and they are carving the jack-o'-lanterns and then using eventually the pumpkins. Switching to the pumpkin, should I say. In Wales, men tossed burning wood at each other in violent games and set off fireworks.
Now that sounds like my type of thing.
And in Northern England, men paraded with noisemakers.
So, Buzz, what is a noisemaker?
Well, that's a good question, Zach. So I would imagine there are kind of things like rattles, like you would associate with Morris men and mummers.
Well, don't they have like a bladder or something?
Yeah, a bladder on a stick. That's what the Fall uses to hit people on the head with. But when I was a wee nipper at school, not traditional, I know, but they used to collect all the metal bottle tops off of
cans and things.
Well, not of cans, but because we didn't have cans when I was a kid. Well, we might have had cans, but predominantly we had glass bottles of.
Oh no, I see what you mean.
So just like have a bottle of beer. If we had something which my dear old father used to call a bottle of fizzy pop, you'd take the cap off, and then back at school, one of our teachers who used to teach us how to do the May Day Morris dancing and the
maypole
dancing, he used to nail lots of these bottle caps. So you get one nail with probably about 4 or 5 bottle caps. The nail will go through them and nail that into a stick, and that stick, the top of it would be covered in those. So you could rattle them.
I kind of want to make one of these noisemakers.
Yeah. But also, I would say, do you understand when I say the old noisemaker rattle that they used to have at football matches? It's the one you hold the handle and you swing it.
The big kind of
It goes clack, 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 clack. It's got like
like a big rattle.
a big rattle, yeah.
Yeah.
That may well be what they mean by a noise.
I'm sure there used to be old police versions of those.
I think you're thinking of that steampunk image of the policeman with one on his helmet, top of his helmet. He has to rotate his head round to.
Talking of steampunk, we will have to do a steampunk podcast.
So here we are. They've got the men from the north parading around with their noisemakers. And then we come on to the tradition. Now, this is a tradition that I wasn't aware of to do with Halloween or Samhain, because I'm believing that now, perhaps at this period we're talking about, was probably coming out of the Samhain and in towards what we now know as Halloween. But there was a thing called Dumb Supper.
This sounds intriguing.
Dumb Supper. That's D-U-M-B, as in dumb. Now, the tradition of Dumb Supper began during the Middle Ages, in which food was consumed by celebrants, but only after inviting ancestors to join in, giving the families a chance to interact with the spirits until they left following dinner.
Oh.
There we go. Children would play games to entertain the dead, while adults would update the dead on the past year's news. That night, doors and windows might be left open for the dead to come in and eat cakes that had been left out for them.
Why don't we do stuff like this nowadays?
So that's giving me the impression that actually people weren't afraid of the dead.
Yeah, it was a family thing.
What strikes me so far from what we've discussed is that people were more concerned about the Halloween monsters.
Yeah.
The fairy folk.
The demons and things.
They were and chose to try and ward off
and appease
them. But at the same time, were more than happy to invite their dead ancestors into their homes.
Yeah.
In a joyous way.
Yeah, I think that's really fantastic. Because nowadays, you kind of think ghosts and ghouls and things that are like a poltergeist, or for instance, are scary.
Yeah, something that is there to terrorise.
Yeah, to terrorise, to scare. But, I really like that idea that you kind of welcome in the spirits of the dead.
So people these days, they kind of, especially if you're watching these TV programmes about ghost hunting, they like to make a big thing about something that's just been slung across the room.
Like paranormal activity or something.
And they kind of make it out that these are disturbed spirits or spirits that... violent or something. But we're talking about a time when literally every house opened its doors and windows to invite those spirits in. And
what a brilliant idea.
To share their time with them. They weren't scary. They were their ancient family spirits.
It was more of a celebration.
Exactly. So,
I much prefer that. Why don't we do stuff like that nowadays?
Well, celebrate the dead. That takes us back to the Day of the Dead in South America.
How as a society have we become so boring?
Well, I'm not going to lay this particular one at the doorstep of Christianity, but moving on, Christian Samhain. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So as Christianity gained a foothold in the pagan communities, church leaders attempted to reframe Samhain as a Christian celebration.
Oh, so just like they moved Christmas.
I mean, Christmas, Saturnalia, Winterfest. The Christian religion is taking off, it's taking over, and I believe that a lot of the time when it came to Christian religion, they would enter a community, their missionaries would go into a community, and if that community is celebrating old ways, they would try not to immediately turn those old ways off, but to try and slowly
manipulate,
change it.
The subtle approach.
Subtly change it towards Christianity. Now, I've got down here on my research that the first attempt was by Pope Boniface in the 5th century.
Now that's a name.
Boniface, yes. He moved the celebration to May the 13th and specified it was a day celebrating saints and martyrs.
So instead of Halloween
and its fire festivals, it was moved to May the 13th to celebrate saints and martyrs.
Why?
Well, to try and get away from that ancient Celtic Samhain.
So that's even more interesting, because obviously it's moved back to where it kind of originally was, I assume in October.
Oh, now, yes. Yeah. Not when Boniface was in charge, no.
So that's interesting I wonder how that really developed.
Well, so let's look at it. So, although Pope Boniface of the 5th century tried moving it to May the 13th, the fire festivals of October and November, however, did not end because of his decree. People obviously were so, I'm not changing my fire festival to the 13th of May. Are you having a laugh?
It's outrageous.
It's outrageous.
It's absurd.
I want my fire
Festival.
Exactly. So that obviously didn't work. In the 9th century, Pope Gregory moved the celebration back to the time of the fire festivals. So obviously, Pope Boniface did do his best.
For a time.
People didn't take it up. And eventually, Pope Gregory just said...
he met consumer resistance.
Yes. It wasn't on brand. It wasn't on brand, as Jack would say. So Pope Gregory moved the celebration back to the time of the fire festivals, but declared it All Saints' Day.
Right.
And All Saints' Day is on November the 1st.
Okay, so Halloween on the 31st, November the 1st, All Saints' Day.
And followed by All Souls' Day, which would be on November the 2nd.
Which is also the Day of the Dead festival.
There you go. Whether that's...
If there's any connection, it just seems to be that they're set on the same day.
Well, there may well be. I mean, obviously, again, this is something we'll have to research in a different podcast, but obviously we know that the Spanish, which were Catholics, went over to South America, caused a huge amount of problems over there. Perhaps the religion sort of stuck.
Yeah, took over,
and that's where it comes from.
Interesting.
Sort of mixed.
Very interesting.
So anyway, this is when Samhain merges with Halloween. So neither new holiday did away with the pagan aspects of the celebration, you see. October the 31st became known as All Hallows Eve because it was the eve of All Saints' Day, or All Holy. It was the All Holy Eve, the eve of the Saints' Day. And All Hallows Eve became known as Halloween. So it comes from Hallows Eve.
Blimey.
Okay. And it contained much of the traditional pagan practices before being adopted in 19th century America through Irish immigrants bringing their traditions across the ocean. So that's really, the good old Irish did take their Celtic traditions of Halloween over to America.
And found pumpkins.
There you go, found pumpkins. And this is bringing us on to what we now know as trick-or-treating. At this point, I've got to say, my childhood, I mean, I was born in the 60s, but my main childhood I was growing up in the 70s, and I knew nothing of trick-or-treating. We didn't, in the UK, or certainly where I lived in England, we didn't do trick-or-treating. Never, ever.
Really?
Never heard of it.
Oh.
It just wasn't a thing that we did.
I would have thought that's something that's been around for a while.
Well, certainly it's something that has stemmed from America. So this is where the research is going, you see, because our good old Irish immigrants going over to America, taking their traditions with them, this is where trick-or-treating stems from. It's said to have been derived from an ancient Irish and Scottish, funnily enough, practice in the nights leading up to Samhain. In Ireland, mumming, as we mentioned the mummers, because they used to dress up.
Okay.
I think there's mummers that dress up all over the place throughout the UK. Some of them put wicker heads on. And
oh yeah, they look fantastic.
Have you seen those wicker heads?
Yeah, I have.
Where they're like horses' heads and all sorts. They're brilliant. So you get the mummers dressing up, and possibly, partially you mentioned about the bladder on a stick.
Well, anyway. my only reference for that was from the Doctor Who episode The Demons.
Oh right. Oh yeah, but that was something that we, when I was a kid, and we learnt from good old Mr. Hedger how to do all the country dancing, you know, and doing the maypole dancing and the.
So was that a teacher?
Yeah, Mr. Hedger was the deputy head teacher of my primary school.
Oh wow!
Green Hills School in Hemel Hempstead, places. He was a lovely old man. He used to teach us how to make lead soldiers. Oh,
That's really cool.
He used to do all
That's
sorts
really
of wonderful things.
We don't do anything like that nowadays.
Yeah, so we learnt the dances, and it's where I used to really enjoy doing the Morris dancing. Yeah, because the Morris dancing, where you clack the sticks together, it was quite an energetic,
A fun and therapeutic
kind of dance, smashing the sticks together. And of course, with Morris dancing, later on now, so many years later, having taught swordsmanship for over 20 years, doing martial arts for over 40 years, but actually being a martial arts instructor, qualified instructor for 20 years, and teaching swordsmanship, my research going back years, you suddenly realise, which not everybody realises, but the folk that were doing the Morris dancing were your country farmers, labourers, your blacksmiths, all these country folk, big burly blokes. And they were doing it at a time when people carried swords, and a lot of the time those dances are from sword dances where they were using the swords, and some of the Morris dancing still use swords, and they would make a star interweaving the swords.
Now that again, it takes me back to the Wicker Man. Isn't there a scene in the Wicker Man where they have the crossed swords?
Yes.
And then they end up cutting off one of the
spoilers.
wicker heads.
Yeah. So
somebody.
But they were based and all these people that were doing the dances knew how to use these weapons as actual fighting weapons.
Well, yeah,
and
it was just the standard thing.
And of course, we had the ancient country sport of backswording, which is
of course,
which we all know, but that takes its name from the English single-handed backsword.
Maybe.
We'll do another podcast about that. But the point
Yes.
I'm making is that from being a kid and clacking those sticks together, which would have been pseudo swords, if you like. Probably why I enjoyed it so much. Yeah, because you're dancing around and clacking swords. You know? But anyway,
that's where it comes from then. That's it's probably sword enthusiasm.
Yeah, sword enthusiasm. And hitting people with sticks, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or wooden wasters.
I think we can both associate to that.
Yeah, so trick-or-treating, getting that... I didn't know anything about trick-or-treating as a kid. It wasn't something we did here. But going back to where trick-or-treating kind of derives from, in Ireland, mumming, as we were just talking about, was the practice of putting on costumes and going door to door and singing songs to the dead, and cakes and treats were given as payment to the mummers.
Oh, wow.
But Halloween pranks also have a tradition in Samhain. Through the ancient celebrations, tricks were typically blamed on fairies, you see.
Oh, okay, so that's where the terminology, the trick-or-treat, comes from.
Possibly, yes, because it progressed into people playing tricks on people for fun.
Right.
You know, knocking over buckets, I don't know, doing things, and then people would blame it on the fairies. And also, obviously, they're handing out treats to the mummers. So the mummers were probably doing, if they didn't get their treats,
they'd play
tricks.
Oh, that's
on the
so
locals
cool.
as they were dancing around.
Nowadays, it's very much that trick or treat is just what you say, and then you get given sweets and candy.
Trick or treat.
Like, I wonder.
Either get candy or you get a toilet roll thrown in your house.
Or nobody appears to the door.
Yeah.
Now that's really interesting, because I wonder if there's any kind of comprehension in the kind of the public consciousness that they actually understand what that actually means.
No, I don't think it does. I think people just feel, especially these days, parents, the modern, we'll try and just brush over this and we'll come back to it, but most modern day parents of kids just think, right, dress them up as a spaceman. Well, that's got to do with Halloween, I don't know. And knock on people's doors and say trick or treat, and they'll get sweets.
Is it kind of like a social compulsion to kind of engage and do stuff like that?
I don't know, but the kids and the parents, obviously the parents, the guardians that are looking after the children to make sure they're safe, would have originally been bands of mummers dancing around to each house, getting treats from the house, singing songs, laughing, probably hitting the householders on the head with a bladder on a stick, playing naughty tricks on them, whatever those sorts of tricks would have been back in the day.
That's interesting, because you're talking about these mummers, and they're actually grown-ups.
Yeah, the grown-ups. Oh, I mean, I would have thought there were probably youngsters with them as well, but it would probably be, I'm imagining it would be the opposite way. The young children would have been standing at the door, watching them.
Yeah, kind of watching a performance.
And the youngsters would have, the people, the adults of the house would be giving the mummers some cakes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like this door-to-door kind of
very much,
performance.
Yeah, like Christmas carols, if you like.
Yeah.
Way, you have a Christmas choir go door to door.
I guess so.
But yeah, so they were doing around, and they were causing mayhem and chaos, as well as getting treats as well. So there you go. So trick or treating has started to develop in that kind of thing. Now, I did mention Wicca before. So Wicca and Samhain. A broad revival of Samhain, resembling its traditional pagan form, began in the 1980s. Not that long ago.
Okay.
With the growing popularity of Wicca. Wicca celebrations of Samhain take on many forms, from the traditional fire ceremonies to celebrations that embrace many aspects of modern Halloween, as well as activities related to honouring nature and the ancestors. So, like you mentioned about going to Stonehenge and having ceremonies.
Right, so is this the Druids again?
Yeah. So this is modern Wicca. I think a lot of people associate Wicca with witchcraft, but I've spoken to people about that, and a lot of them would classify themselves as white witches.
Oh, okay.
That really it's all a case of herbalism.
Well, we did say
nature.
We did say something about having a kind of a witch-based podcast, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, and we probably will.
Interview with a witch.
Yeah. So Wiccans look at Samhain as the passing of the year and incorporate common Wiccan traditions into their celebration. In the Druid tradition, Samhain celebrates the dead with a festival on October the 31st and usually features a bonfire and communion with the dead. Now, it says in, again, my research, that American pagans often hold music and dance celebrations called witches' balls in proximity to Samhain. But not being from America, I don't know if that's exactly how it works. So if you're listening and you're in America, can you tell us all about witches' balls?
Careful if you say that.
Well, as in dances, get-togethers.
I mean, there can be men witches nowadays.
Right, so this leads us on to fascinating information. Are you enjoying this, Zach?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go. So, fascinating stuff about Halloween brings on to Celtic Reconstructionists.
Okay.
Pagans who embrace Celtic traditions with the intent of reintroducing them faithfully into modern paganism are called Celtic Reconstructionists. In this tradition, Samhain is called Och Shamna.
That's a lot harder to say.
Or Oish Shamna.
I think it's better if you say it fast.
Oish Shamna. Okay. I could spell it out, but let's go for that. So anyway, that celebration celebrates the mating between Tautha di Danann, gods Dandar and river Unis.
I'll take your word for that.
Okay. Celtic Reconstructionists celebrate by placing juniper decorations around their homes and creating an altar for the dead, where a feast is held in honour of deceased loved ones.
So juniper's a type of flower, isn't it?
A juniper, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Juniper.
Is that a song?
It's a song.
Okay, I don't know that much about songs.
So there we are. We have now gone through all the ages, from the Celts celebrating Samhain,
The Middle Ages,
through the Middle Ages, introduction of Christianity, All Saints' Day. Obviously, we have All Hallows' Eve, becomes Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
It's a festival of fire, a festival of inviting the dead in, protecting yourselves from those naughty fairy folk, etc. And, well, basically trying to fend off the rampaging mummers that are going around kicking over your water button, nicking all your cakes, and where we get trick or treat from, pretty much. Now that brings us
to our modern day
celebration of Halloween. So here we have Halloween, and for me, probably the best place to start is talking about my experience from being a kid, because I'm in my late 50s, and as I said before, we'd never had trick or treat. It wasn't a thing, but we did celebrate Halloween. And I was talking to my dear mother, who's in her 80s, and about her recollections. Now, certainly through the Second World War, they had no celebrations, because she said, and it's quite obvious really, you weren't allowed to have any bonfires, etc., because obviously air raids
the war, yeah.
during the war. So her childhood, she has no recollection of any kind of Halloween celebrations at all. And then after the war, things were still rationed, etc., etc. And she feels that it was probably started to be introduced from the American soldiers that came over.
Right,
Because
okay.
they were coming over from America.
So is it kind of that
and
kind of almost Americanization of Halloween?
They brought sweets and things with them.
Okay, that's interesting.
As we get out of the 50s and into the 60s, and prosperity's coming back to things, then people started to celebrate far more indulgently in different traditional celebrations. And if you listen to this in the UK, of course, a very traditional celebration this time of the year in the UK is Guy Fawkes Night, which was a big one for me when I was a kid. I probably look forward to Guy Fawkes far more than Halloween, and that's when we have obviously the fireworks and everything else.
Yeah.
And it was, we didn't have back in the 70s. You kind of had I do have the recollection of the odd, maybe the local football club or something having a bonfire and having some fireworks, but you didn't really have public displays of fireworks.
Yeah.
And as a kid, we used to make a guy. So
Right.
that was the thing. It was called. Have you heard the term "a penny for the guy"?
Kind of, vaguely.
Yeah, but that was a tradition that we always did. Look forward to it. I'm skipping past Halloween briefly.
That's really interesting.
Because this is November the 5th, so it's very short.
From my memory, I'm inclined to kind of agree with you. I can far much more remember Guy Fawkes Night and all those celebrations that we used to go down the village, watch the fireworks, make guys. Does anyone do that anymore?
I don't really know.
Whereas Halloween was much more kiddified.
Yeah. Now that's the interesting thing, because when we did Guy Fawkes, it was a real family thing and community almost, because a lot of where we lived on this estate, all the gardens backed onto each other, so everybody was having like individual bonfires, but there were wire fences, so you could see everybody else. And my dad used to scrape together some money for the fireworks, and we had fireworks, and of course you enjoyed everybody else's fireworks, and everybody was having a bonfire, and you cooked baked potatoes in the embers of the fire as the fire died down after you've had all your fireworks celebrations. And they were really cold nights on the 5th, where it was always freezing cold. But magical. And the fireworks back then, you would have loved them, Zach, because back then you could have firecrackers like they have in places like South America still, where you get these big reams of firecrackers, you light them and they're bam, 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 bam.
Yeah, just explode on the floor in front of you. They've so toned down fireworks nowadays.
And you hear, again, it's referenced in not only American movies, but American TV shows. They always talk about cherry bombs.
Yeah, I mean, there's a song called Cherry Bomb, isn't there?
It's like a mini little grenade firecracker.
That sounds awesome.
And we used to have things called bangers, which literally, with a packet of 10 bangers, you lit them and threw it, and then it just exploded. Boom! It wasn't
brilliant.
There wasn't sparkles or anything. It was just a bang.
No, this
bangers.
is obviously.
Yeah, but let me finish on this, because you're gonna love it. They used to have these. Do you know what a Roman candle is? Well, Roman candle.
I've heard of it.
Roman candle is this thing that you light it and it puts out a coloured flame.
Oh, is that the one that go?
And then it fires a ball out, and then changes colour, and then it fires another ball out. Well, they used to have the same things, but they had a plastic handle on. So as kids, and I remember being a kid, probably about 6 years old, and you had this firework
rocket launcher
in your hand with a plastic handle on it. You held it, and you just literally held your arm up in the air, and you could just like. And they had ones called traffic lights, which it was almost like a flare gun, and it just had this 6-inch flame coming out of it that would change colour, called a traffic light.
Oh,
of course, all those things, because of people having accidents with fireworks, have all been banned. We don't have them. We don't have them anymore in the UK.
Honestly, where was I at this point?
In fact, we've got to a stage now where most people want to ban
fireworks.
Well, they want to ban people from buying fireworks for home celebrations, so you can only go to public displays, and they also want to ban noisy fireworks and only have no noise fireworks.
Oh, isn't that the new thing they want to do, like LED drones and things
instead of fireworks? Yeah, which they look fantastic, but kind of takes the fun out of it.
I like the bangs.
Yeah, that's a discussion for another day, because there's a lot of people that don't. Anyhow, so this big festival of fire comes just a few days after Halloween. We didn't have a Halloween bonfire. Now, we've discussed Samhain being a fire festival,
yeah.
But in the UK, I have never associated Halloween
with a fire.
With going out and getting a bonfire going. Perhaps it's because it became replaced
with the kind of American stuff.
Well, no, I'm just saying it probably got replaced with Guy Fawkes Night.
Yeah, that's understandable.
And people celebrating Guy Fawkes Night and the Gunpowder Plot more than Halloween. But as a child, my parents always used to have a Halloween party.
That sounds like cool.
So they probably introduced that probably in the early 70s. So talking about our own personal Halloween traditions, my dad used to put this garden netting over the ceilings in the lounge and in the dining room, and put plastic snakes and spiders and things hanging up in that netting.
Oh wow!
Changed the light bulbs to red light bulbs, as I've mentioned in other podcasts.
Oh, that's really cool.
And it'd invite friends round, and we always used to have this thing where all the lights were turned off in the house, and you used to dress up and try and be as secretive as you could to get into the lounge in the dark. And the guests would arrive and be ushered into the lounge in the dark.
Quietly.
Yeah, quietly, but you could hear all the scuffling going on and people laughing and sort of bumping into each other.
Okay.
And you'd all get ready, and then the light, which was obviously red, but the light would be switched on, and then suddenly everybody would be revealed in their Halloween costumes.
Party time.
Party time. And talking about party time, that's when all the foods we had in our previous podcast on Halloween, we were drinking bat's blood, which was cherryade basically, which we used to just call that bat's blood, and give names to all the party food. So you had like the cheesy stick things that you get from the bakers, which are like a crunchy cheese stick.
Yeah, a cheese twist.
Cheese twist, I think. Yeah, that'd be ogre's fingers. And I always remember
troll's toes.
So you could call things anything you like. My mother, bless her, she always used to get hard-boiled eggs, cut those in half, put half of it on a plate, and then put the other half on top of it, and put food colouring dots on it to make toadstools.
Now, we've done that before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have done that. So you have all these egg toadstools. I reckon the kids these days, they wouldn't even touch them. They'd probably just want to go for the
candy.
The candy and the cupcakes.
Well, that's the thing.
But we had these Halloween celebrations. But, and this is the but, being in the UK, no trick-or-treat.
So that became much later?
Much later. Trick-or-treat in the 70s, never heard of it.
So I wonder when that actually came in.
I reckon that trick-or-treat came in, and this is my own personal view of when trick-or-treat came in, and it may well have obviously come in throughout the UK in different areas at different times.
It obviously got popularised.
But I think that's what it was. It was probably popularised by, as we were going through the 70s, and you get colour television, more imported TV programmes, especially ones from America.
Yeah.
And those American ones start showing films or
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
Yeah, so 1978, Halloween, you got all the kids trick-or-treating.
Yeah, that is very true.
And so you're starting to see this and going,
we should do this. This looks quite fun.
There was another Halloween, not Halloween as in Michael Myers' Halloween movie, but another movie that was a staple to watch around Halloween, which was called Trick or Treat. Do you remember that one? I think we watched that not so long ago, which had the rock star.
Oh, yeah, because I think there's a more modern film called Trick or Treat, which has another guy in it.
Yeah, he's like a rock star who puts his spirit into a
record.
Into a vinyl record. Yeah,
yeah.
It's brilliant. But again, Trick or Treat is the name of the movie. So you're getting all these influences coming in from America. And, of course, as parents, you're grown up. This is now in the late 90s.
Yeah.
And all the other parents are getting involved in Trick or Treat. And you think, let's do this with, you want to do it.
Yeah, because that's when I got involved, basically as a young kid.
I'm going to hand it over to you for your memories of your Halloween traditions.
I mean, personally, I can really only remember the fact that I dressed up in different costumes.
Well, tell us about the costumes.
Costume-wise, I dressed up as an alien.
You did.
From a xenomorph.
Oh, I made that costume.
You made that costume.
I was very proud of that costume.
It's a really awesome costume.
I think I've still got it in the attic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate it doesn't really fit.
No, I think you were 6.
Yeah, I've tried to fit in it since. No, I don't think it'll work.
24 you're going to fit.
Maybe we'll have to do an updated version.
Yeah, so anyway, you were a xenomorph.
Xenomorph?
That was up in Lincolnshire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's the thing that we did. Normally you'd think that trick-or-treaters would go around the local area.
Yep.
I think what we did differently was the fact that we kind of jumped around a bit.
Yeah, we kept going to different areas. Cause
we've been to Lincolnshire.
Yeah, now, interestingly enough, while you're talking about the Lincolnshire one, when we went to Lincolnshire, they still weren't doing trick-or-treating.
No, they had kind of like a community party, didn't they?
Had a party, but they didn't have trick-or-treaters in the way... Yeah, the kids weren't going around the houses. Even at the late 90s, early 2000s, it wasn't something in that local village.
Well, I mean, they had a costume kind of competition at one point that I won.
Yes, that's right.
I was dressed as a Viking.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
I was so little that time.
Yeah, you were. So there you go.
I've also been a predator.
You've been a predator. That's it.
My specially adapted
Well,
costume.
that's the thing, because you used to do gymnastics, and obviously you ended up competing at national level in gymnastics. But while you were training, that meant we kept moving to different training places.
Yeah, very much so.
And when we were training and it happened to fall on Halloween, we'd take the costumes with us.
Yeah, I'd go to gymnastics, and then after gymnastics, we'd then go trick-or-treating in the local area.
And sometimes you used to get tons of candy.
Yeah.
Candy.
I can remember that one time, wasn't I dressed as the Predator?
You were dressed as a predator.
Oh, yeah.
I was so pleased to get that predator costume for you.
But that's the weird thing. I would always go for the kind of scary things that obviously no other kid has actually seen. Like Alien. I would have seen Alien by that point, and Predator, but nobody else would really know what it was.
Yeah, it's funny because they used to sell, was it Kenner toys?
Yeah, Aliens
so
and Predators.
You used to go into Toys R Us, and they had a whole bank of Alien toys from the Alien movies.
Well, don't you remember that time you got me that die-cast Sandcrawler from Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
You got me the laser shot Predator with missile launcher and the laser.
That's right.
The blue one.
It's a blue and gold one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, those creatures in Toys R Us, none of the kids at that age should have been seeing the movies because they were like 18-rated movies. So you kind of wonder, why are they selling these toys? Probably for the dads, but there you go. But yeah, you used to have great fun doing Trick or Treat.
Yeah, that does actually, because we were talking about how nobody ever really understood what I was dressed as. That takes me back to a Scouts party. There was a Halloween party at the local Scout hut. And I was dressed as a Predator, and nobody had any clue of what I was.
What the hell you were meant to be.
Yeah, I was like, I'm a Predator. I'm a Predator.
What is it?
How do you not know what Predator is? Have you not seen Predator?
Did you have people dressed up as fairies and cowboys?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's the part of Halloween I don't understand. The kids dress up as things like a pretty fairy or a spaceman or a cowboy.
Yeah, it's kind of lost that kind of meaning with the dressing up as trying to be scary.
Well, yeah, and I suppose that's the thing. Modern Halloween traditions have now gone to being, it's a costume party.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you dress up as. So, granted, a lot of people do like to keep the theme of horror, but also it's now become more of a tradition for most people to watch a Halloween movie at Halloween.
Now, that's what we do nowadays.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do, because, I mean, we don't really... I don't know the last time anybody had a Halloween party that we know.
Well, the last time we actually dressed up for Halloween was last year.
Well, we're dressed up at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're doing a podcast.
Yeah, so the last time we dressed up for Halloween was last year, and we went to see Nightmare on Elm Street at the cinema.
We went to the cinema, Nightmare on Elm Street. Again, my favourite killer clown outfit.
Again, I was dressed up as Freddy Krueger.
And Jack was dressed up as...
I think...
Jason Voorhees, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Jason Voorhees. And that's always good to dress up.
Year before, I was a werewolf.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Choice. Sweet. So, yeah, but that's the modern tradition now. So the kids, trick or treat. Adults, if they're not having a party, watch a horror movie.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of what horror movies have we watched. I remember...
That was probably you should say, what horror movies haven't we watched?
Well, in relation to Halloween, I'm sure that I've watched the Evil Dead films in like a marathon.
You've just brought back a memory.
Really?
You did, because I remember as probably about the same... I don't know the year the Evil Dead came out, but I must have been around your age or a little bit younger.
Mm-hmm.
And back in those days, those movies, when they came out in the UK, they didn't get a cinema release.
Oh, no.
They were video nasties, and most of them were banned.
Yeah.
But you could go to your local video store, and if you were lucky, under the counter, they'd have these movies. And I remember it was Halloween, and I managed to get The Evil Dead.
Oh, wow.
And it must have literally just come out on VHS. Didn't know anything about it. Took it to my friend's house. She lived in a 3-story Victorian house. And you went up these stone steps in through the front door and into her lounge. But because it was a Victorian house and you went up the steps, underneath the house was the cellar.
Right.
Now, you got to try and imagine this, because I kid you not, we put the old video cassette in the VCR, as it used to do, start playing. We're watching The Evil Dead, and of course it gets to the bit where they've chucked the person down the cellar.
Yeah.
And it's like, let me out, and the chain's on there. The cellar door was right in front of the television.
Oh, no way.
And you could just see everybody's legs were coming up onto their chairs and going, I'm not going near that.
Nope.
Nope.
No, thank you.
No, thank you at all. No,
Oh,
it
wow.
was classic. It couldn't have been a better way to watch The Evil Dead for the first time.
Oh.
Having this cellar door just sitting there in front of the television and just waiting for it to go. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, because personally, I really like to marathon the Evil Dead films. That's Evil Dead, the original, obviously, Evil Dead 2, Death by Dawn, and of course, Army of Darkness.
The extended version.
Is there an extended version?
Well, yeah, because I remember there's different endings.
Yeah, I know there's an alternate ending.
There's an ending in the shopping mall.
Yeah, and then there's the
an
ending
where he gets out the cave.
And he sleeps too long and he's in like in a post-apocalyptic
world, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously we've had the new remake.
The remake, which is kind of a blend of the first two, is it?
Yeah, but it also kind of works as a sequel. Ish.
I actually recall, I haven't seen it for a long time.
It's got a lot of references.
I don't think it was a bad movie.
They kind of go for that more...
The Ash character is a lady in that, isn't she? Yeah, they switched to
Yeah, but they don't have Ash in it.
No, Ash is not in it, but what I'm saying is the character of Ash who wins through, if you like.
Yeah, they kind of
switch
it about a bit, yeah.
That's a good movie. Anyhow, so now we've come all the way through the centuries, and our modern Samhain, there's no bonfires. The kids go around overdose on sweets, while all the adults are watching either the latest horror films or classic horror films. Behind closed doors, and nobody opens the windows to let the dead in.
So that brings us to our Halloween-themed quiz.
Ah, right. Okay.
Let's get quizzical, Halloween style.
Right. Okay, over to you, Jack. No, Jack's not here. Damn.
Yep.
I'm just by myself.
I'm going to be asking the questions.
You're the quiz master.
So let's see how much about Halloween you really remember.
Oh, dear.
So,
I'm going to make a complete arse of myself.
We've got a few questions here. That's 25 questions.
25. Okay, listeners, are you going to jump in here and give me a hand? I hope.
Please play along at home.
Yeah, do listen to this. Okay, 25 questions.
I will go through each question and then I will reveal the answer.
After each question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready.
Question 1.
Question 1.
Where is Transylvania?
In the Carpathian Mountains.
Be a bit broader. I'm looking for a country.
Transylvania is in... Oh, why am I... a lot of things over there. I used to think of Yugoslavia, but Yugoslavia changed.
I'm sure we covered this in the Vampire podcast.
Yeah. Oh, I can't think of which country Transylvania's in.
10-second warning. 10, 9.
I can hear
8,
the listeners are screaming.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Slovenia.
Nope.
Oh.
Okay. Romania.
Idiot.
Question 2.
I was close.
Question 2. What is a group of witches called?
Coven.
Ting!
Ta-da! Maybe I should give those people at home just a moment to answer before I do.
You'll have to keep score.
Okay, I've got 1.
That's 1. Okay. What does the Scottish word guising mean?
Guising? Okay, the Scottish word guising. Dressing up.
It comes from the word disguising, getting dressed up in costumes and going trick-or-treating.
I get a point.
Yep.
Ding!
Question 4. What do you call a fear of Halloween?
A fear of Halloween has got to be like a phobia. I don't know, halophobia?
Almost.
Wienerphobia.
No, go with your gut feeling. You've said it several times during this podcast.
Halloweenophobia. I've said it.
You've said the word.
I don't know.
No, give up.
I give up.
Samhainophobia.
Oh, was it that? Samhain? It's not Samhain, it's Samhain.
Well, I can remember. I read it as Samhain.
So I wasn't going to say that because I think most people wouldn't use that word.
Okay.
I think wienerphobia is much better.
Question 5. What vegetable was carved from before pumpkins were used?
Turnips.
Correct.
Yay.
Question 6. What does the Old English word hallow mean?
All Hallows Eve is holy.
Saint.
Saint's Eve. Okay, hello, Saint. Okay, fair enough.
Question 7.
No point for me there then.
Question 7. What do pumpkins grow on?
The ground. Vines.
Correct.
There you go. Well, it's on a vine, but it's on the ground. You see? It's unlike a tree. So I got that point, did
Yep, you got vines. Yep.
I? Okay.
Question 8. What is the day after Halloween called?
All Saints Day.
Nope. All Souls Day.
Not sure about that. We'll have to check that. But if that's what you got on your quiz.
That's what I got on the quiz. Question 9. In what country was the first written account of children using the phrase trick or treat on Halloween?
I'm going to say Ireland.
Incorrect.
Oh.
Canada in 1927.
Okay. Okay then.
Question 10. What was the most popular Halloween costume for adults as of 2015?
Scream.
A witch.
Oh. Okay. I'm not doing too well. I only got 4 points so far.
Question 11. Name the 3 witches in Hocus Pocus.
Oh, no.
We saw this the other day.
I watched it the other day.
This was I selected this question.
Oh, no.
Just to test you.
Oh, no. It was the What's It Sisters.
I'm looking for 3 names.
Oh,
Go on, you can get one. You can get one.
oh, no. I'm just trying to think what the sisters as a group collective are called. The What's It Sisters. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm let myself down here.
No.
No. What were they?
Maybe if I say one, then the other 2 might.
Okay.
Winifred.
Winifred. Nope.
Sarah.
Oh, okay.
And Mary.
No, and they were the What's It Sisters.
They were the 3 sisters.
Yeah, but what were their surnames?
I don't know. It's
You haven't got it down.
I haven't got it down, okay? I've only seen the film once.
You do realise right now the listeners are screaming at you. They were the sisters.
Question 12.
I've only got 4 points. What's going on?
How many pumpkins are estimated to be bought each year for Halloween in the UK? You've got an option on this one.
This is a choice.
17 million, 5 million, 48 million, or 25 million?
I reckon a lot. 48 million. No, that's too many. What were the answers again?
17 million.
That's too low.
5 million.
Too low.
48 million.
That's the one I went for.
Or 25
no, it's going to be
million.
25 million.
Final answer?
Yes.
17 million.
Really?
Yep.
I would have thought it would have been more.
Okay. Question 13. Unlucky for some. What is the best-selling horror movie?
The Omen.
Nope.
Oh, no. Hang on a minute. Exorcist.
Nope.
Oh.
It.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the best-selling of all time.
It would seem so. Question 14. Which of the following cannot be used to kill a vampire?
Okay. Was I paying attention to Sarah or not?
A wooden stake.
Mm-hmm.
Silver bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Sunlight. Or a golden axe?
Traditionally, or is this in movie tropes?
It's just a question.
Okay. Well, I reckon it's going to be silver bullet.
You sure?
No. Well, in the movies it's sunlight, but I was going to go for sunlight, but I don't know whether you're asking me movie questions or traditional questions.
It's just in general.
Okay. Sunlight.
Ready?
Well, what the hell's a golden axe got to do with anything?
What's your final answer?
A golden axe.
Correct.
Oh, who put that in there? Somebody's trick-or-treating me. I've got 5.
You got 5 out of 14.
Oh, dear.
Question 15.
Okay.
Who does apple bobbing originate from?
Who? Not what. It's who does apple bobbing. Okay. Who does apple bobbing? That was one thing we used to do, actually. Halloween. No, actually, to be fair, I don't think we did Halloween apple bobbing. We used to do apple bobbing on bonfire night. Or Guy Fawkes, as I prefer to call it. Apple bobbing.
They have been mentioned.
Mummers.
Final answer?
Yep.
The Romans.
The Romans. They invented apple bobbing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Question 16. What other name are carved pumpkins known as?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Correct.
6. Yay.
Question 17. What were Scottish people banned from eating on Halloween until 1950?
Scots were banned from eating.
Oh, this is an option.
Okay.
Sausage rolls,
Yeah.
sandwiches, sweets, or neeps
So they were banned
until 1950.
from eating sausage rolls.
Correct.
Hey, why?
I don't know.
You don't know. This is what I mean. These questions are mad. Okay. I got 7. 7.
Question 18.
Okay, 18.
In which country did Halloween originate?
Well, that's the things we've been discussing.
Yes,
really.
it is. Do you remember?
It's kind of like Halloween as
Originated from which country?
well. The Irish say it originated from Ireland, but Pope Dufrey Gregory introduced
Go with your gut feeling.
Pope Gregory reintroduced it.
Don't overthink it.
The Hallows Eve.
In which country did Halloween originate?
All right, I'll go for Ireland.
Correct.
Yay!
Question 19. Who famously died on October the 31st, 1926?
1926.
Yep.
Famously died 1926
This
October.
is a tough
30th.
one.
If you can hear, there's fireworks going off. I don't know. Lots of people.
Master magician Harry Houdini.
Oh, Harry Houdini.
Although his death was initially considered a hoax.
Oh, right.
Question 20. What are other names of Halloween?
Halloween? Samhain?
Yep.
Or All Hallows Eve?
Or the Feast of the Dead?
Oh, right, okay. All right.
Question 21.
So did I get a point there or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got 9.
Yeah, okay. Question 21.
21. We're rocking now.
Maybe a tough one. Do you know music?
No. Well, I do. Ish, kind of, sometimes.
Who
Well, if I
sang-
know it, I know it. And if I don't, I don't. There you go.
Who sang
Yep.
the 1962 song Monster Mash?
Oh. Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash.
We did the mash.
We did
the
the
Monster
Monster
Mash.
Mash. We did the mash. It was a graveyard smash. It sounded like Boris Karloff, but I don't know.
Bobby Pickett and the Crypt Kickers.
Oh, the Crypt Kickers. In fact, the song itself does. One of the lyrics says the Crypt Kicker 5 in it. So there you go.
Okay, last 4 questions.
I need to get around 10.
Question 22.
22.
The average kid consumes how many calories on Halloween night?
How many calories on Halloween night?
Mm-hmm.
1,500.
Do you want the answer?
Yep.
7,000.
7,000 calories.
Yep.
No wonder there's an epidemic of obesity, especially at the end of October,
I found that
followed by
a
Christmas.
crazy number.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Question 23.
Yep.
When is Halloween thought to have originated?
When?
Mm-hmm.
From the Celtic nations.
I need a date.
Oh gosh. Before the 5th century. I don't know. I don't know where to sort of shoot at.
Anything. Give us a number. AD, BC? What are you thinking?
AD, BC? No, BC. So it's going to be, I don't know, 500 BC.
4,000 BC.
4,000. Somebody had it written down somewhere then.
Question 24.
Okay.
This one was specifically designed by me. How many Michael Myers Halloween movies are there?
12. 12. He appears in 12, surely. 12! There's 13, and he doesn't appear in Season of the Witch. But all the rest have Michael Myers in.
I mean, do you take a TV appearance as an appearance?
Well, you mean that the TV appears in Season of the Witch on the television?
Well, I
That's
get
stretching it.
I get your reasoning. You're saying 12?
Yeah.
Correct.
Hey, that's...
I'm not going to count Season of the Witch.
Okay, 10 points.
Final question.
Final question of our Halloween special.
Final question.
Yeah, I've done really poorly.
Again, created by me.
I should have eaten more candy.
Maybe a bit tricky.
Okay.
How many of those has Jamie Lee Curtis appeared in?
Okay, 1, 2. Are you not taking the Season of the Witch into account? Because she does...
Season of the Witch is not in account.
Okay, because she does appear on the TV in that. So
Look at the
1,
wording.
2...
Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm doing. 1, 2... as Laurie Strode. 1, 2... 3, 4... 5, 6, 7.
Correct.
Yeah!
Well done. That was the final question.
I got 11 points, listeners.
Coincidentally, if you want to hear our opinions on the Halloween movies, go and visit our previous podcast where we review all 13 Halloween movies. And if you want to see how those stacked up in our rankings of the Halloween movies, go and visit our rankings video of all the Halloween movies.
There's a lot to enjoy there.
Speaking of which, for our Now We Know Show flashback, our every Halloween movie ranked video has done extraordinarily well.
Way!
And we have had a comment by Swordcat1 calling us to do a Friday the 13th, Terminator and Nightmare on Elm Street ranking.
Oh, I think we could do that.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. I look forward to that. And by saying that, it comes to the end of our Halloween special.
At the end of our Halloween celebration.
Our Season of the Witch, if you like. It's been a fantastic ride through the whole of October.
I have learnt a lot about Halloween in this episode.
I've learnt a lot about Halloween, Halloween movies, Halloween traditions, all sorts.
Werewolves, vampires.
Yeah, wow. Even cupcakes, dare I say it.
I've really enjoyed this season. It's been great.
It's been great. And we are going to wish you all a happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, every single one of you.
You just, whatever you're doing, whether it's a party, whether you're trick-or-treating, whether you're sitting down and watching a horror movie, have a spectacular, or should I say spooktacular time.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today. That's a Shocktober goodbye from Zak.
And that's a killer clown goodbye from Buzz.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zak.
And I'm Buzz, and in this episode we're talking about Krampus, the Christmas demon.
Ah! If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. So, before we get into Krampus, it's time for Word of the Week, 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 Word of the Week. So, Word of the Week is all about old English words we don't use anymore. All you have to do is write down what you think it means in the comments and we will then reveal what it means at the end of the episode so you can find out if you got it right. The Word of the Week this week is Circudry.
Circudry.
Spelt C-I-R-C-U-D-R-I-E. Circudry.
No Googling.
So comment below what you think Circudry means. Find out at the end of the episode.
Excellent. Right.
Krampus.
Krampus. Who is Krampus? What is Krampus? What is it all about? Anyway.
I've heard of Krampus.
Well, let's start from the beginning. You're standing here with your Christmas hat on.
That is telltale signs that it may be the Christmas season.
You're playing the part of St. Nicholas.
Ha!
Whereas I have my Krampus hat on. My horned hat.
The horned beast.
That's it. And I have my Krampus bell.
Yep. Yes, listeners, it does say Krampus on it.
Yes, but you're lucky because I didn't bring my sticks in with me to beat you with.
Oh dear.
Or my basket to put you in.
I dare say we're going to find out all about this during this podcast.
We certainly are. So, Zach, what have you heard about Krampus?
Well, I've heard about Krampus that it's kind of this horned demon that stalks children during the Christmas season. My knowledge really stems from a lot of movies that have recently come out based around Krampus.
Krampus has become kind of a popular figure in films in recent years, and we're going to look at that later on.
Yes, we are.
After we discuss where Krampus and the festival of Krampusnacht comes from.
Okay.
Because that's really what happens these days. It stems from the festival of Krampusnacht, which is Krampus night.
Oh.
And
is that German?
It's German and Austrian. It's sort of from the Germanic regions.
Right.
Basically, is where it comes from.
So there's obviously a lot of history surrounding it.
Yes, there certainly is. So let's take a look at that history, and hopefully I will be able to enlighten you and our wonderful listeners to what or who Krampus is exactly and where it stems from. When it comes to celebrating Yuletide or Christmas, people usually these days think of it, we've got to build up to Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Have Christmas Day, stuff your face with as much as you can, drink loads, feel like, I've consumed 10,000 calories and whatever. Keel over in an armchair and fall asleep, and then the following day, on Boxing Day is what we call it in the UK, then everybody goes, thank goodness that's over for another year. That's not what I do when it comes to celebrating the festive season.
Perchance, what do we do for Christmas?
Well, everybody does it different. People who are Christians obviously celebrate Christmas in a Christian fashion.
As the birth of Christ.
There's an awful lot of people these days that aren't Christians but celebrate Christmas of a time of, as it is, it's meant to be a time of celebration and goodwill to all, and spreading the milk of human kindness.
Yeah.
Let's say that. And then there's other people that are more into their paganism and they prefer to celebrate Yule, and being the Viking I am, I like to celebrate more of a Viking style Christmas.
I think you're leaving out a portion of the population, the bar humbugs, that don't celebrate Christmas.
Yes, we do know a few bar humbugs. And then I do it my way, which is a winter festival based on...
Yeah, what do you call it?
Well, it's a winter festival. It's called Winter Festival, but I call it Winterfest.
Winterfest. I like that. I like that.
Winterfest, which starts off with Beowulf Day.
Oh, yes.
On the 24th of December. However, if we're talking about the Christian style of Christmas, then an awful lot of people see that starts on the 6th of December.
Right, and why is that?
Well, it's St. Nicholas Day.
Okay.
And St. Nicholas Day is the 6th of September and goes through to the 6th of January, 12th night, if that's correct. And so you've got a big period. I mean, in the medieval period, when Christmas was celebrated, it went on for a long period of time. I think it was a good three-week celebration.
Right.
And it was a time
I would not say no to a 3-week celebration.
Well, it was a time of feasting and partying and seeing, relations and friends in your village or town. It was a time of abundance because you've gotten past harvest. You've got an awful lot of food that doesn't necessarily keep well over the winter period.
Right.
So there's an excess of fruits, vegetables, etc. And obviously people would have stored them, preserved them, smoked them, salted meats and everything else. But if you have an excess, this is a time to basically eat it as you're going in.
Party time!
As you're going into, the dark half of the year.
Right.
And then you've got winter to get through before spring starts. So we've got this festival that originally lasted for a period of time, and now for a lot of people, and especially commercial companies, they've kind of boiled it down to all happen on one day.
Yeah.
So there's so much pressure.
A Christmas blowout, if you will.
There's this huge build-up that usually starts in September, if not before these days.
Yeah, adverts all on the TV.
Where there's the pressure to buy goods and to make Christmas the perfect Christmas. And then you all the Christmas music that you hear continually in the shops and on the radio and everywhere else. And I don't mind Christmas music. I actually quite like it,
especially during December.
Yeah, and I like Christmas carols as well. So they always make me feel Christmassy, and because it reminds me of my childhood. I had fantastic Christmases when I was a kid, and I was from a very poor family, but that didn't matter. It wasn't about being given the most expensive presents. It was about the few little gifts that you got and the time you spent with your family and the playing of games and really enjoying it.
Oh, that's nice.
And back when I was a kid, we had an open fire, and I just had wonderful memories of a childhood that wasn't a rich childhood by any means, but it was rich in what I experienced. Yeah?
So you're saying that this celebration kind of starts around St. Nicholas Day, which is the 6th of December.
That's right. So, but to round off what I was saying, because of commercialism, everybody's crammed into it. Must make this one perfect down the 25th of December. And if it doesn't happen, if it's not perfect, it's so much pressure and it's ruined. Which is silly. If people could ease back and maybe spread it out, and Krampusnacht would be a good time to start.
Ooh.
So what we have is St. Nicholas Day on, as I say, the 6th of December. But the night before is Krampusnacht.
It's on the 5th.
On the 5th.
Ooh.
And we need to probably start with the origins of as you describe, this demonic creature, which has over the centuries changed form in certain ways, but mostly depicted as in a humanish type of form, but more of a goat-like human.
Is it kind of like a satyr? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, that's the thing. You have these characters like pan characters, which are not only in Eastern European country folklore, but also in folklore from across the world. The same kind of creatures come up again and again, where it's the legs of a goat, but
body of a man
and horns. Very Satan-looking, the way the Christian Church
made
Satan.
That's interesting. Is there kind of like a connection to the devil and stuff with this?
When we're talking about and focusing on the origins of Krampus, these stem from rituals which are very pagan. So these would have been Germanic pagan rituals.
These are quite like ancient.
Way before Christianity came in
and kind of adopted it. Well, adopt it, absorb it.
That's kind of thing with a lot of religions, and speaking solely on the aspect of Christianity. Christianity, when it starts to take over, whether it be in the Scandinavian countries with the Norse mythology, or in this case with Germanic pagan celebrations, you've already got entrenched traditions within communities
for lifetimes,
beyond people's memory. And so introducing a new religion, a religion such as Christianity, tried to quash these kind of...
That's a good word, quash.
Yeah, quash, and to get rid of these kind of very traditional pagan
ideas and celebrations. Yeah,
exactly. But the problem is the pagan celebrations are so popular and enjoyed so much that they end up, in a lot of cases, bowing to the local traditions and kind of end up, as you say, incorporating them in.
Right.
Watering them down.
That's sneaky. That's a sneaky move.
So that people can keep those traditions but still follow a new religion.
So you're saying these really enjoyable celebrations. What was it that made them so enjoyable?
Christians don't enjoy themselves, by the way. But I'm just saying, talking about the history...
Well, these pagan...
Yeah, talking about the history of Krampus is what we're talking about tonight.
So these pagan rituals and celebrations, what was it that really made them so enjoyable?
What
did they do?
I suppose you had to be there. I would imagine it would have been a lot of, again, feasting, drinking of, whatever the traditional drinks would have been back then. Probably mead, probably the oldest type of fermented alcoholic drink that I can think of in Europe would be mead, because that's fermented from honey. And there would be dancing and probably a lot of fertility rites. We're coming into we've now come into winter, so we've got the long dark nights. People have got to get through winter.
Well, that's it. The actual sunlight now, it's kind of getting dark around lunchtime, isn't it?
Oh, I think sunset today in the UK. Obviously that varies because you can be in Scotland, but I think for Middle England where we are, I think it was about 3 minutes to 4 in the afternoon.
And that's as of time of recording, by the way.
As of time of recording. We're recording this and it is Tuesday.
Yeah.
But Sunday, in Scandinavia, there is a town right in the north of Scandinavia known as Tromsø, which is now past the Arctic Circle. And the Arctic Circle being the line between where the sun rises and sets. So on Sunday was the last day they had of sunlight.
What? So it's just dark all the time?
Completely dark now.
Wow.
How
long does that last?
The sun won't come back above the horizon, I think, until about... I haven't got the dates in front of me, but I think it's about the 12th, 15th of January.
Okay, so in the new year.
Yeah,
wow.
The new year.
That's kind of creepy, but also cool.
So they've got this period of time when they're in complete darkness.
Wow.
No sunlight.
30 days of night all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I do believe it swings the other way. So, they'll, in the summertime, they have no night.
That's weird to think about.
Anyway, so you can imagine these old pagan folk living. I mean, obviously, we've got global warming that we always mentioned global warming. But back in the Victorian times in the UK, we used to have on the River Thames what were known as frost fairs.
Yeah, the frost fairs.
Where the Thames would completely freeze solid.
Was it true at one point they had elephants on it?
Yep. Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
But they used to put the booths up, which is an old-fashioned term for a tent. But the tents would be erected on the ice. There'd be ice skating. The River Thames would freeze so solid that the ice was that thick. It was probably a couple of feet thick minimum.
When was the last frost fair?
I believe the late 1800s.
Wow. Okay.
So we've had a period now of just over 100 years where.
No.
1963. We had a really, really bad winter in the UK.
Yeah.
But progressively, as we've noticed, we're getting warmer.
Warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer.
Less and less snow. And harking back to my childhood, it was just like a guarantee. I remember in the shed in the garden, we had the sleds hanging up.
Oh, cool.
My father built... I remember this lovely wooden sled that my father built me. And back then you could go to your blacksmith, because we still had...
Local blacksmith?
Yeah, wow. Blacksmiths are still around because they still do all the shodding of the shoes on horses, When a horse needs to be shod, you need a blacksmith. But there was probably more around. And so I remember he built this sled for me and then got some, where you had cartwheels, they had a metal band that ran round the wheel. They didn't have like a rubber tyre on them or a wooden wheel. You needed a metal...
To kind of hold it together?
Well, to hold it together, but also to wear.
To increase the kind of
durability.
Duration of how much it could be used.
So you got some of that metal and put the strips under the runners.
That's clever.
And then he painted it red. And I remember this red sled that we had.
Oh, nice.
I absolutely loved that as a kid. But the thing was, the reason I mention it was guaranteed every year that sled had come out of the shed and we'd go sledding.
Guaranteed. Oh,
guaranteed.
Honestly. What happened?
Building snowmen, even trying to make, rudimentary igloos as us kids did.
Snow now is just like wishful thinking.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
Like, the association between Christmas and snow is like every year. Advertising everywhere.
You mean the kids that go into McDonald's and they come out and look, it's suddenly snowing.
Yeah, and everything. All the advertisements on shop windows,
snow,
cakes,
snowmen,
whatever. Snow everywhere. Except actually the weather.
Yeah, the weather doesn't like us in the UK at the moment for that. Not to say we won't get snow. And obviously, again, we're in Middle England, but higher up, Sheffield and above, they
fingers and toes crossed.
But even when they do get snow in the UK, it doesn't seem to last that long.
No.
When you're talking about the Scandinavian countries, it's there for months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're living.
That'll be awesome.
Yeah, well, not everybody likes snow.
I
There's
do.
going to be people listening to this saying, "Stop your snow. You can keep your snow." But I think that's the other thing. People get used to living in that environment where if you don't have snow, you don't have to think about snow. You don't have to deal with snow. Then going to work and commuting and all those things, your trains are running on time. Nothing really gets disrupted, and you get kind of used to that in life. But then when the snow comes and you get the disruption, and you know what it's like, we get a flurry of snow on the road in the UK, and suddenly there's accidents left, right, and centre.
Well, that's it.
Everything goes to pot. The whole country shuts
I
down.
remember being a bit younger and having snow days at school where they'd call off school.
Yeah, but when I was a kid in the 70s, we would trudge to snow. So when I was a kid in the 70s, we would trudge to school in the deep snow, get to school. We'd sit at the desks with our coats on because the heating system had broken down, and that's what it was. And then we all went out in the playground, had mass snowball fights, which I don't think you kids are allowed to do anymore.
No, not allowed.
And go home again. It wasn't like snow days. To be fair, a lot of the teachers probably lived near to the schools back then. Nowadays, a lot of teachers commute in, and if they can't get the teachers into the schools, and the parents commute in, and because not everybody can live near the school, so there's other factors involved. Suffice to say that the last time I was in Finland, going from the UK, you came with us on that trip to Finland.
Yeah, when I was little.
And we flew out there, and we landed on the airstrip, and the whole airstrip was just thick ice. You literally went down the stairs onto the tarmac of the airstrip, and you were sliding all over the place. But getting in vehicles and driving to the hotel where we were staying, they're just driving like normal. Thick snow, they got the snow chains on, they're just going for it because they're used to living in those conditions. So we're going back to a time talking about Krampus where our pagan ancestors, our Germanic ancestors are enjoying these feasts and revelries, and Christianity comes along and kind of adopts them, tries to squash them.
Doesn't quite
really
work.
So we'll adopt it along the way, and get sort of like making the most of it. You see what I mean? So we kind of talked a little bit about what it's like to be in the UK and how the weather's changed and things, but ultimately, Krampusnacht is all about the Christmas demon, and let's find out what he is, and what their job is. Okay?
Right.
So Christmas is a wonderful time of the year when a nice man with a big white beard,
Ho, ho, ho!
Wearing red, it's you, Zak.
It's me!
Yeah, wearing red. He brings gifts to all the well-behaved children.
Are you well-behaved, Buzz?
I try my best. It's a time of joy and love, and when everybody is meant to stand around the piano singing Christmas carols, eating mince pies, warming themselves by the open
jolly
fire.
old time.
Jolly old time, and being nice to everybody.
Maybe a
a
cheese board.
Everybody being nice to
I'd like a cheese board.
Cheese board is a good idea. However, for those who haven't gotten over Halloween and want a little bit more horror in their festive season, Krampus, the Christmas demon, might make a surprise trip to visit them if they've been naughty this year.
Oh no!
So for all those people out there that are going, I know what it's like. We see it on social media. It's like, yeah, Halloween's coming. There's
Then everyone gets Halloween withdrawal symptoms.
So if you've got Halloween withdrawal symptoms, Krampus.
Extend it
with Krampus. Okay, so let's dive into the story of Krampus, the Christmas demon. The legend of Krampus, comes from, as I've already said, Central European folklore, primarily Germanic, if you like. The name Krampus comes from the German word Krampen, meaning claw. Okay, so when you see these images of Krampus, he's got like big clawed hands. Most of them are like big sharp fangs.
Ooh.
He's got his horns. Some of them have like double horns, don't they?
Yeah. It's great seeing some of the costumes people come up with.
We might call him Krampus now, but Krampus has also been known over the years by many different names which have been attached to him, such as Klaubath.
Klaubath? That sounds like somebody with a giant club.
Bartel.
Oh, that's cute.
Bartel, just with an extra E. Niglobartel.
That's a bit more complicated.
Woo Bartel.
Sounds like a surprise Bartel.
Pelzelblock,
Sorry?
Pelsnickel. You'll like this one. Grumpfennickel.
Oh yeah, that's my
and
favourite.
Krampuses with a Z on the end.
Now that reminds me of a pumpernickel.
A pumpernickel. Ah, pumpernickel.
Do you know what that is?
A pumpernickel. If I recall, if you don't know, if you've heard of pumpernickel is a bread. I think that's a German bread. Pumpernickel. But the word means fart goblin.
Yeah. Pumpernickel.
If you
fart
say
goblin.
if you know somebody who doesn't know that pumpernickel means fart goblin, then by all means go, you're my favourite little pumpernickel. And they'll have no idea. Anyway, so Krampus is this Christmas demon, and he's meant to come, and he's kind of he coming from pagan times. They used to do what's called a Krampus run, where they would dress up in skins, animal skins, sheep skins.
Kind of like ancient cosplay.
That's it. Put wooden masks representing
kind of like
Krampus.
mummers.
Yeah, like mummers. We've discussed mummers before. So put these masks, wooden masks on, put the fur on, and then on Krampusnacht they would run through the village or wherever they are with chains. Chains may have come later on with Christianity, but they certainly had bells. Okay, they had their bells, and they also carry. Krampus is known to either have a sack or a wicker basket on his back.
And what's that for?
Let's get to that.
Presents?
Not quite. It's the reverse. So they've got this basket here he carries, and a lot of birch twigs, like what we call you make a faggot of twigs to burn on the fire. So you'd have these birch twigs, and they're for beating the children. So Krampus would come on Krampusnacht, and he would be there to specifically teach the naughty children a lesson. And the naughty children would be beaten with the birch twigs.
Oh dear.
They'd be stuffed into his basket, and they would be carried off to the underworld.
Oh dear.
Where they would be tortured and eaten.
Lovely.
And Krampus isn't necessarily just Krampus by himself. There may be more Krampus, if you see.
So it's kind of like a species,
like a collective
of demons.
So they would do a Krampus run through the village, ringing the bells. And Krampus, I think, is meant to have these bells because, in kind of a dark way, we associate listening out for Santa and the reindeer with bells. So the bells are presumed to attract the children.
Oh, it's like a lure.
A lure. He uses the bells to lure the children.
I love it.
So you get this little look, it's Santa.
Come on, children. Let me sneak you into my basket.
And then suddenly you're off to the underworld.
You're whipped up and beaten with twigs.
That's it, exactly. And so...
Why are we smiling at this? This should be scary.
It should be scary, exactly. So as I say, Krampus is this Christmas demon, eats children, bless him, and said to be a companion of St. Nicholas, who is known to obviously give gifts to the poor and the well-behaved. Krampus, on the other hand, comes during the Christmas period to kidnap, as I've already said, to kidnap the children who misbehave as a form of punishment. The true origins of Krampus are unclear and undetermined, as I've already mentioned, and it's kind of suggested, as I say, that the whole celebration, if you like, of Krampus and Krampusnacht dates back as far as pre-Christian origins. Yeah. However, we're talking about Krampus and we're talking about pre-Christian pagan festivals.
Mm-hmm.
There was a pagan goddess known as Percha, which again was worshipped in the Germanic regions, and she was a kind of a goddess who was both good and evil.
Right. So kind of like a female Santa.
Yeah, if you like, that was meant to bestow gifts on the good people.
Mrs. Claus, almost.
Almost. And punish the bad people, you see.
Oh, that's going a bit dark.
So she was worshipped in the Alpine regions. It's kind of upper Germany, the Austrian regions of the Alps. And her name, Percha, meant the bright one. And even the brothers Grimm mention Percha in their stories and mention that she was from the upper German regions. Okay.
So is she kind of like this
Yeah, she
half malevolent spirit that's kind of almost like Krampus, or is Krampus?
No, she's not Krampus. Not at this pre-Christian era. So we're talking early paganism, as far back as we can find any kind of information about Percha. But she was a deity that was celebrated and worshipped, but she was that, if you like, good, with also the shadow, her opposite flip side of evil.
Right.
Okay. So she was a deity that was both good and bad, and over time Percha changed from being a goddess figure to actually being two separate Percha.
Huh.
And at that point they start to become described as what we see Krampus as now, these kind of pan-like goat demons. However, one of the Percha was good and one was evil. Okay, so you've got the kind of good and bad tradition of, you better behave yourself, you'll get the blessings of the good one, and if you don't, then you're going to have to face the bad one.
Or get given coal, is that something to do with Krampus?
I don't know exactly whether that was... It's certainly associated with Krampus, and it's certainly associated with, if you're a bad child... when I was a kid,
it's a saying, isn't it?
I was associated that Santa or Father Christmas or St. Nicholas or Sinterklaas would leave a lump of coal for bad children.
Or Thor.
Sinterklaas, there you go. That's just for another day, that is.
For another day.
For another day. Anyway, so I believe that, yes, coal is also associated with Krampus.
You'll get coal in a stocking. But the thing about being given coal in a stocking is that it's actually quite useful. Mm-hmm. Unless it's just one lump. Is it one lump or like a load?
I just think it's just a lump. If it was loads, I'd be happy because you can put it on the fire and it stay warm. So, way. Anyway, so Christianity starts to come in. You've got these people that are still doing, celebrating these old Alpine Germanic pagan rituals and enjoying themselves. And as we've already said, it gets melded into the Christian belief because the Christians aren't able to completely exorcise it from the locals' traditions, you see. So St. Nicholas appears, who is the all-malevolent character who rewards people and blesses people. But he needs his dark side. So Krampus is... The tradition of Krampus at this point has now been tagged on to St. Nicholas as his helper. So Krampus is like the opposite to St. Nicholas, but helps St. Nicholas. But
they're a double act.
They're a double act. St. Nicholas kind of allows him to deal with all the naughty children on Krampusnacht, you see. And as I say, that's this is where I did mention about chains. From my research, I don't believe the chains were associated pre-Christian. From what I found, it is that associating Krampus with having chains as well as his bells to lure the children in is an introduction possibly from the Christian church to mark the binding of the devil in chains.
Well, that would make sense given it's Krampus and that's association with devil.
Yeah, exactly. So Krampus, when we're talking about the being associated with the devil and his look, because he's like that demonic goat, again, he's shown at times to actually have one human leg and then one goat leg.
Ooh, I don't like that at all. That's weird.
That's weird. But in most depictions, having both being goat legs, and it's very popular. And back in the 1800s, when it became popular to send Christmas cards, images of Krampus were often sent out, and they were both kind of saucy as well as terrifying.
Maybe one for Hellraiser fans.
Perhaps. Anyway, so Krampus, as I say, his appearance has changed, and of course now his appearance, except in movies, where they've started to take more of a demonised approach to him.
Well, if you're moving into the kind of movie territory, then That's kind of where I came into the idea of
Krampus.
knowing Krampus.
Yeah, we'll cover that in a moment. But in fact, Krampus was originally depicted, as I said, as a half goat, half demon with a mangled, deranged face, bloodshot eyes, hairy black body, a long pointed. Oh, I forgot about the long pointed tongue and sharp fangs and horns that curl up from his head. And Krampus is often pictured, as I've already mentioned, with one human foot and one cloven foot. And that's how it kind of sat for many years. Although the modern depictions of Krampus, the Christmas demon, are still terrifying in appearance, he has kind of been made more wholesome in terms of how he takes his victims, but he keeps some original aspects that made him terrifying to begin with. Krampus is known to have some important appearance details that relate back to Christian and pagan traditions, such as I say, the chains and the bells and the birch twigs to beat people with. And even today, they still have Krampus runs where
they're festivals. Do they hold them in England at all?
I don't believe so.
Because looking into it, I think there was something up at Whitby.
Do you know, there may well have been. Now you mention it.
I think there's a Krampus run up at Whitby.
It could be. If there is, it's a recent introduction in the recent year or years. Maybe because we had COVID, it's probably maybe it just started before COVID, and then there's no chance to do anything. But certainly, in Austria and Germany, they have Krampus runs where again people.
They're embedded into
they dress up
the annual celebrations.
Yeah,
so.
And they're part of the Christmas celebration, and people will come to watch all the Krampus run through the streets, and they will. They will give you a clout.
That's the thing.
I think they're meant to. They're allowed to hit you on the back of the leg.
I came across a TripAdvisor advert for a Krampus runs occurring,
really? Did you?
And what they said was, "Hold on to your valuables."
Righty ho. Interesting enough, the bundles of birch twigs that they carry, that you often see Krampus carrying to strike people with.
Yeah.
The bundle is actually a traditional symbol of Alpine pagan origin, known as a rutan.
A rutan?
A rutan. Spelled R-U-T-E-N. Or rutan.
Rutan, okay.
Rutan. I'll pronounce it rutan.
Rutan, that's kind of like your Doctor Who kind of green blobby monster. But we're not talking about Doctor Who. We're talking about Krampus.
So anyway, these were made up by binding up twigs of fresh cut birch branches and used for whipping, basically.
How lovely.
That's it. And so some people use gold-painted rutan steel to hang on their walls in their homes to remind the children of Krampus and to behave themselves.
I think I heard something about that, yeah.
So they're still using these bundles of rutan, these birch twigs.
Be good, children!
They're spraying them with gold paint. They've become a traditional Christmas decoration.
I tell you what, we should do that. That would be really cool.
We'll go and get a bundle of birch twigs.
Yeah, spray them gold and put them on the mantelpiece.
Well, I'm a traditionalist. I wouldn't spray them gold. I'd just
birch.
Bind them up, hang them up as naturally.
There we go.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like that. We should start a bit more, add to our Krampus celebrations.
Well, we've got the bell.
That's it. You have to. You see that's you do it like this. I'm Krampus.
Yeah, you're Krampus. I'm St. Nicholas. I don't know how to operate your bell.
Stop fiddling with my bells. Anyway, so as I say, Krampus has been known to carry these rutan, which he will occasionally swat children with. So even on the traditional Krampus runs now, they'll still carry these bundles of rutan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, or rutan maybe. But they'll still carry them, and they'll still whack people on the back of the legs with them if you're not careful.
Don't wear skirts.
Don't wear skirts. I don't want to wear skirts. I might wear a kilt. It depends.
But don't go to a Krampus run whilst wearing a kilt.
So Krampus, actually, Zach, Krampus has various ways of attacking and kidnapping victims, and sometimes he appears with a sack, as I've already mentioned, or a basket on his back to cart away naughty children for drowning and eating. Ooh.
Drowning and eating,
and transporting them to the underworld. Oh. In some of the earlier versions of Krampus, some depict naughty children being put in a bag and taken away. Other way he attacks is by poking the children with sticks and scaring some with the realisation of them being naughty, although the main depiction of Krampus is him kidnapping children.
Oh joy.
So in Germany and Austria and the places that still celebrate these traditional Krampusnacht, these Krampus nights, it's celebrated, as I say, on the 5th of December, the day before the feast of St. Nicholas, which is on the 6th.
Remember, everyone, Krampusnacht is on the 5th of December.
That's it. That's when he's going to come. If you've been naughty, you go straight in the sack. Anyway, Krampusnacht is when the wicked devil appears in the streets, sometimes with St. Nicholas. As I say, St. Nicholas's helper is depicted as. So he visits homes and businesses of those that have misbehaved, while the saint often appears in vestments of a bishop and carries a golden ceremonial staff. St. Nicholas only concerns himself with the good children, while Krampus only concerns himself with the bad children. And these both differ from America's Santa Claus, with his black Wellington boots and Coca-Cola.
Is that actually where it came from, that whole association with bread?
I believe... No. Because obviously St. Nicholas is depicted in red. I believe in Holland, in the Netherlands, I believe that's Cinder Claus, or St. Nicholas there wears green. It was also traditional for him to have a helper known as Black Peter. But I don't know if they still do that in recent years because of racial issues, having somebody blacked up as Black Peter. I don't know if that still goes on. But of course, when we're talking about American Father Christmas or Santa Claus, I believe I'm right in saying that stems from a Coca-Cola ad campaign with the big fat.
We all know which one it is. We've all seen the advert.
Yeah, with the big jolly fat Father Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
With the black boots and the big beard advertising campaign.
Enjoying Coca-Cola.
Which is different from the traditional St. Nicholas Father Christmas, if you like. To answer your earlier question, though, Zach, St. Nicholas will give candy and nice presents to children, while Krampus gives coal and hits them with his written sticks.
Love it.
Yeah, there we go. So anyway, again, Europeans have been sending and receiving greeting cards with Krampus on since the 1800s, which is what I mentioned earlier. Usually on those cards, it reads Gruß von Krampus. I'll say that again. On those cards, it reads Gruß vom Krampus, which translates to greetings from Krampus. And they usually depict the menacing figure of Krampus looking over children, and there might be funny rhymes or poems in the card, and him sticking children in his basket or hitting them with sticks and them crying and all sorts of things like that. But even now, those sort of cards have been toned down over the years, and the representation of Krampus has changed. Older styles of the cards were very much scarier compared to modern cards that depict him. And he's now being depicted as a more of a Cupid-like creature, which has also been featured on postcards and candy packing. So they've really sort of toned him down. But I do remember seeing a news broadcast with, I think it was in a shopping centre in Germany, where they had this fantastic display. And in the UK, when we have you go into a shopping centre, they have animated reindeer, don't they?
Yeah.
Little heads that bob up and down, or a penguin that's
polar bear. Christmas tree.
Why? I don't know. Penguins live in the South Pole. I don't understand.
It doesn't make geographical sense.
It doesn't make geographical sense. Santa's from the North Pole. They have penguins. But anyway, maybe somebody can write in the comments and explain why they have penguins in the North Pole at Christmas. But anyway, so we have these displays of all these lovely little animals doing things. Whereas in Germany, in the shopping centre, there's this fantastic thing where there's this giant Krampus who's got this child by the ankle, and he's lifting the screaming child, and the child's screaming, and then he's being dunked in his sack. And all the kids are there going, wow, that's brilliant.
That's brilliant. Why can't we have decorations like this?
It's traumatisingly terrifying, but it was really good.
It teaches to keep your kids in line.
Ooh, remember the Krampus spell. So yeah, so that is kind of my...
Remember the 5th of December.
Yeah, Krampusnacht and bells. Anyway, so that's
that was good, actually. I quite like that.
So that's kind of where, from its early origins of Krampus coming from this goddess, perhaps this goddess Pectu, all the way through to being blended in with Christianity and having to accept that the locals like their pagan traditions, and making him the darker side of St. Nicholas. There you go. And that's why we have Krampusnacht, and they still have Krampus runs. But you said, quite rightly so, you were kind of introduced to Krampus, although
Via the movies.
I've been familiar with Krampus
for a while.
For many years, but the characters become more popular
through the movies.
And to use as a movie character. So that's where you come in, because you've obviously learned about Krampus.
I've seen a few of the movies.
We've
got a few of them with us here today.
Yeah, and I think probably what we're going to do now that all our listeners know what Krampusnacht is about, what Krampus is, what he looks like, that he comes and punishes and steals away the naughty children, perhaps if the listeners haven't indulged in watching any Krampus movies,
definitely do.
This is the opportunity for you listeners to learn maybe what's good and what's not so good. Overall, you've made a list of the movies.
I've made a list. Now, this list does include films we haven't yet seen. Or have.
Right,
obviously.
So you've basically accumulated a list of as many Krampus movies as you have been able to find.
They have whether or not they're actually Krampus movies is debatable by some of them.
Right.
But they have Krampus in the title.
Okay.
At least to some extent, or include Krampus.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I know a movie that we watched recently, which, we'll get to that. So you've got a list of these Krampus associated.
Yeah, it's
movies.
about 10.
About 10. So do you want to read out the list of
some
movies?
Of which we have seen?
Okay, and we're gonna review for you listeners the ones we've seen, but let's have the whole list, Zach.
Okay, Krampus.
Okay.
The Devil Returns.
That's one.
Which is a sequel to Krampus, the Christmas Devil.
Okay, that's 2.
Krampus Unleashed.
3.
Krampus the Reckoning.
4.
Krampus Origins.
5.
Mother Krampus 2 Sleigh Ride.
6.
Mother Krampus.
7.
A Christmas Horror Story.
8.
Krampus.
9.
Rare Exports.
Ah, yes. Rare Exports. 10.
There we go.
So there's our 10.
So of those, we have seen 5.
So let's look at those 5 now, and let's review them for the listeners, because actually some of these are gems and some of them stink. I like both a good Christmas movie, Die Hard. I like a good Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas
movie. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I don't care if you say it isn't. It is. Anyway, so I like a good Christmas movie. I like a good horror movie. And blending the two at this festive time of the year, call me weird, but it's really quite fun. And when I get it right, they get it right. And when I get it wrong,
they get it so
wrong.
So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be ranking some of the Krampus films that we've actually seen.
That we've seen. Okay.
So
what have we got first?
First up, Mother Krampus.
Mother Krampus.
Or Mother Krampus 2 Sleigh Ride.
Right.
Which is what we discovered when we actually put it in the DVD player.
Right. Because the actual cover actually just says Mother Krampus. Whereas, as you say, it's a sequel. But it didn't have any obvious thing. And on the cover, it depicts a lady who looks like she's come out of a TV screen.
Yeah, she kind of looks a bit Christmassy, I guess.
She's in like a Christmas outfit, like a Santa Claus outfit.
Misleading front cover, this
one. She also looks, she's in a forest, and she also looks like the thing, what's the one, the Ring, which comes out the TV screen.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine that character with a red dress on and a hood, like Red Riding Hood, has nothing to do with the movie at all.
Has nothing to do
with the movie. In fact, Krampus, I believe, was never even mentioned in the movie.
No. It's just called Mother Krampus. There is no connection to Krampus whatsoever. It's really mind-boggling.
It was it was Christmas in the movie.
Yeah.
But that's it.
It's just about an escaped lunatic that kills some people. And the weird thing about it was that if you're a fan of the Halloween franchise, it looked like a Captain Kirk Halloween mask.
Yeah, it looked like they'd done
They put a wig on it.
It was basically female Michael Myers.
Yeah, but really bad.
Really bad.
So bad.
So it's okay. This is in the number 1 position at the moment because we haven't looked at any other movies.
We're gonna have to change that pronto.
Because that is a real. How did you say it? It was a big pile of crapmas. Yes. Anyway, what have we got next?
Next up, Krampus, the Christmas Devil.
Okay.
Now, notice the cover on this one. We're going to see another one in a minute.
Okay.
But the cover is somewhat looks like that.
Okay, now I can't remember watching this one, but I don't think I've seen it for...
Now this, as opposed to Mother Krampus, actually has Krampus in it.
Okay.
And I thought this was going to be the super bad one, but then I saw Mother Krampus.
Hang on a second. Is this the one where Krampus has got somebody in a cage?
Yes.
Oh dear.
In a somewhat
yes, in a kind of
unclothed fashion.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
It was weird because then it had Santa in it as well, but he was effing and blinded.
Yeah, he was a bad Santa.
Bad Santa.
It's bad Santa. Bad Santa's a good movie.
Good movie.
This one isn't.
No.
Okay, so this one is now going. This seems really mad. This one's getting first place because it was actually better than Mother Krampus.
And I didn't even think that was possible.
No, Krampus the Christmas Devil is so bad, you kind of like thought it couldn't get any worse.
Yeah.
Until we watched Mother Krampus. Yeah, we'll never get that time back.
Oh dear.
Okay, so now Krampus the Christmas Devil is in first position.
Oof.
Mother Krampus is at number 2.
We're going to have to change this pronto.
Okay, so what have we got?
A classic. A Christmas horror story.
Ah, yes.
I hear you cry out with joy.
Oh, A Christmas Horror Story. If you haven't seen A Christmas Horror Story, that is one of my favourite Christmas gems. It has actually got William Shatner in it.
Yeah, he's playing like a DJ, and it kind of revolves around his DJ radio station.
Yeah.
It kind of acts almost as an anthology movie. It's got a couple of different things going on.
I like it because it's all set at Christmas Eve, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Christmas Eve in Bailey Downs.
Bailey Downs actually comes up in another movie.
Yeah, do you remember?
Let me think. Listeners are going to be screaming at me right now. See, that's it. It's like when you have things like Nightmare on Elm Street, which are in what's Nightmare on Elm Street? Which town's that in? Oh, I can't think. What about Halloween?
Halloween. That's Haddonfield.
So you have these horror franchises that have a town that keeps recurring.
Yeah.
And Bailey Downs has come to me now.
Yeah.
I had to keep talking.
Good. I was
drag it out there.
I was gonna. Yeah.
Ginger Snaps.
Correct.
Ginger Snaps werewolf movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was
a very good trilogy of werewolf movies.
Yeah. I did enjoy them as a werewolf movie. The two actresses that played Ginger and her sister.
Bridget.
Bridget, that's it. And I liked the third movie on that one because that one was
a prequel.
And that
Ginger Snaps Back at the beginning.
Yeah, it was Ginger Snaps.
Ginger Snaps Unleashed.
And then Ginger
Snaps Back at the beginning.
But they are in Bailey Downs.
Yes.
And this is based in
Bailey Downs. I think it was made by the same people.
It's great. But William Shatner's really good in it.
Yeah.
It's really good. And the thing is, it's is it three different stories?
3 or 4 stories.
One. Okay, yeah, because you
got the Changeling one.
Some people in a school.
Locked in a school, yeah.
You've got
the Santa.
Is there a...
Yes, it's the Krampus one where they kind of get possessed by Krampus. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah, that's where Krampus comes into this movie.
Yeah. But he's in kind of 2 of the stories.
Yeah, and I like the Krampus as the Krampus that is presented.
The creature design is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. They've spent the money on the Krampus creature.
Unlike Krampus the Christmas Devil.
If you actually see...
He's just a guy in a hood.
If you actually watch a Christmas Horror Story, the Krampus in that... is great. It's white. It makes a change because it's a white Krampus.
Yeah.
And I do believe after watching, I think it was behind the scenes.
He's muscular.
He's a really big muscle bodybuilder. And and as you say, the design was great.
I think this movie has pretty much anything you could want.
Yeah.
It's got action, horror,
and a really good twist.
Oh, that twist!
And I am not spoiling the twist for anything, but it has got a brilliant twist that not only is like. It just makes you laugh, but it's just like, oh man.
It tops it off. It tops it off.
Yeah, so I'm going to, without a shadow of a doubt, Christmas Horror Story goes into number 1. There it is.
Okay, we're getting in.
What have we got next?
Next up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Krampus.
Now this was a big budget one, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the kind of mainstream big budget Krampus movie. Okay. Now if you look at the front cover, compared to Christmas Devil.
They've just literally almost copied the artwork.
Because I think we got Krampus the Christmas Devil first. And you thought it was that one.
Yeah.
We then later got Krampus the big budget version the next year.
Mm-hmm.
So we were really disappointed with the Christmas Devil.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Krampus
takes it up a notch. I mean, it was a good fun movie.
I like it.
And I've watched it a couple of times.
Because Krampus in it's big.
Yeah.
He's kind of like wearing a big red hood.
Yeah,
and he kind of has like a Santa face, but the big tongue.
But he doesn't. He's not giving away too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's kind of silhouetted because he's jumping across roofs and stuff. Because they've got loads of CGI and stuff.
It's a difficult one to place now because having that one against a Christmas Horror Story. I mean, this episode is about Krampus.
Yeah.
And that film is about Krampus, whereas Christmas Horror Story has Krampus in it.
But he's on the front cover.
Yeah,
Look, the bauble.
Yes. He's in it, but he's not the main character.
That is true.
Ooh, this is a hard one.
That is tough.
Yeah.
It's definitely above Mother Krampus and A Christmas Devil.
Well, there is a huge chasm, the chasm of Gunnan Gap between Krampus, A Christmas Devil, and A Christmas Horror Story. But where were we going to put Krampus compared to The Christmas Horror Story?
I think, personally, if we're going for the horror factor, the scarier Krampus is in Krampus 2015.
Yep.
But I really do like the depiction of Krampus in A Christmas Horror Story.
But I think it's only fair to say that the whole focus of this podcast is about Krampus, and the movie Krampus is all about Krampus. Christmas Horror Story, as beloved as it is as a fantastic...
As a festive horror film...
Yeah, but it is not...
That is, like, top-notch.
But it's not solely Krampus. So, because simply we're discussing Krampus, I'm going to have to put Krampus in front of Christmas Horror Story. But...
It feels so wrong to do that, but I feel your justification is very valid on that point.
Yeah, I kind of feel A Christmas Horror Story is better in a lot of ways than to Krampus.
Mm-hmm.
But Krampus is a total Krampus
What I
movie.
really like about Christmas Horror Story is kind of that anthology style, because it's very different. You don't usually get films like that now.
Yep.
Whereas everything's more kind of the single story.
Yep. But what I do recall about Krampus, the movie, is that there's a lot of physical effects in it.
Yeah, it's got like, I think Krampus actually got like all these little minions.
Yeah, he's got like these clown type
toys and things.
There's
an evil gingerbread man at one point.
Yeah, it's not so much. Was there any CGI in it? Perhaps a little.
A bit when he's jumping across the roofs.
Right, but the rest of it is all physical effects.
Yeah.
And actually, I quite like that. That's very 80s, and it was very well done.
Yeah, because it's kind of almost...
And very creepy.
Yeah, because in that, it's kind of like a base under siege, but it's the family house.
Yeah, the family house. Yeah.
And they get snowed in, and it turns out that...
But the family themselves aren't a very nice family.
No, you kind of... Most of them have it coming.
That's why Krampus is coming to visit, you know? Remember, Krampus, if you hear the bells...
Remember the 5th of December.
It might not be Santa. Okay, so we're going to leave it. Because this is a Krampus episode, Krampus is going in front of Christmas Horror Story. If I could, anyway, it's going to stay there. What have we got next?
Our final one.
Okay, out of the 10 that you found, and the 5 that we've watched...
Yeah, we're going to have to do another one next year when we've seen the other
5. Yeah.
Final one. Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale.
Oh. Suit you, sir.
Creme de la creme.
Suit you, sir.
This is really good.
Now, this one is actually... it's Scandinavian, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a Scandinavian movie. So, along the same sort of lines as Troll Hunter.
Similar.
Dead Snow?
Yeah, it's subtitled, so it does have that.
But it does have some English speakers in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there are people that speak English. So as long as you don't mind reading the subtitles and you don't find that detracts from the movie...
Which I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. But it's really, really good.
Yeah.
Really good. You said that the Krampus in the movie, all the listeners are getting, I'm saying Krampus so much. The last movie, which is called Krampus, had a gigantic Krampus in it.
Yeah.
Rare Exports
has a
kaiju Krampus. It's ridiculous.
Because it kind of revolves around the fact that they kind of discover this kind of ancient burial mound.
Yeah, it's like Krampus has become... You know, the December the 5th Krampus Runs Festival kind of thing. That it's a thing which is become a tradition, but everybody actually has forgotten the reality behind it.
Yeah.
And then they accidentally discover the reality behind it.
Well, that's the thing. They think they have captured Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They do. Now, that might sound comical in a way, but they think they have, but they haven't.
It's the way it's presented is so creepy.
Yeah, it's, for me, what gets me is the elves.
Yeah. Yeah,
elves.
Because that's it. They think it's Santa, but they're actually the elves.
The elves are old men.
Yeah.
And they think that that's Santa.
Yeah.
Because people have this preconception of that Santa is
a bearded old man.
Bearded old man. And it's not, they are old, naked men, actually.
Yeah.
But they are so creepy.
So creepy. They just kind of stare at you.
And then they find Krampus.
They can smell the blood of children.
They can smell children, you see. That's what kind of reanimates
because they kind of kidnap the children and everything.
Oh, man, it's a good movie, that one.
Makes you want to watch it, doesn't it?
But the thing is, it's the star of the movies, the little boy.
Yeah.
And he has been in, what was that Samuel L. Jackson movie?
Big Game.
Big Game. And I think he's been in several movies, that little lad.
Since this, yeah.
Yeah, and he does a fantastic job. And I love he's got his little toy.
It looks like kind of like a furry bag
on a string
that he drags across the floor. It's so cute. It's so cute.
Come with me, Whoopie. I want a Whoopie.
Yeah, there you go.
I should have a Christmas Whoopie.
We talked about budget Christmas this year.
Yeah. Well, budget Christmas. We're having Imagination Christmas.
I've got a pogo stick.
I've got a Hulu.
Woohoo! Imagination Christmas.
Yay!
That was a Simpsons reference.
That's right. It's because everybody's got no money this year. Got to think about paying the bills. So anyway, Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Totally a Krampus movie.
Totally a Krampus movie. Definitely recommended. Definitely recommended. So I think for the kind of lead position, it's the difference between the mainstream Krampus movie and Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale, which is kind of almost our preferred go-to when it comes to Krampus.
Yeah, when you're talking Krampus, if it would be Rare Exports for me.
Yeah, I personally Rare Exports, but I think if you're new to Krampus, you want to see what Krampus is all about,
go to Krampus.
Go to Krampus 2015, the mainstream version.
And if you're familiar with Krampus, then definitely go for A Christmas Horror Story.
Definitely recommended. Mother Krampus and Krampus the Christmas Devil. Yeah, you can pass on those.
Yeah,
unless
you are a complete film nut who is happy to give up that time to watching them just so that you know you've watched them. Yeah, watch them, but don't spend any money on them.
Yeah, get them free if you can.
Get them free if you can, or if somebody
if anyone wants them free on DVD, comment below.
Comment below.
Postage charges may apply.
Yeah, postage charges may apply. Yeah, unless you can come pick them up. Anyway, so we're going to put Rare Exports top of the list.
I think so.
Okay, so let's have a rundown.
Okie dokie. In 5th place we have
Mother Krampus.
In 4th place we have
Krampus the Christmas Devil.
In 3rd place we have
A Christmas Horror Story.
In 2nd place
Krampus.
In 1st place
Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Oh, that's so choice.
What a fine selection. The top three. The top three are fine selection. The other two
we won't talk about.
We'll chuck them in the bin.
Bargain bucket bin.
Bargain bucket, yeah. See if we can give them all.
Anyway, and so that's all about Krampus. Krampusnacht. Now it's time, if I'm not mistaken, to reveal Word of the Week.
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 There we go.
Okay, so the word of the week was Sakudry.
I don't know what Sakudry is, Zach.
So, would you like to know what Sakudry is?
I would like to know what Sakudry is so that I can use Sakudry in a conversation.
So, Sakudry means arrogance or conceit in Anglo-Norman.
So if I think somebody's being arrogant or conceited, I can say, this person is very Sakudry.
That sounded very Scottish.
Sakudry.
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 If you say it, then your pronunciation doesn't need to be exact.
Okay. Sakudry.
Sakudry.
Oh, what a Sakudry type of person.
Honestly, I don't know how to use that in a sentence, actually.
That person is very Sakudry.
So, we've learned all about Krampusnacht! Well, I've certainly learned a lot more about Krampus than I ever thought I really could, because all I thought was, he's just a goat man dude who whips children.
And they stick him in movies.
Yeah.
No, it's a real long-lived.
Lots of mythology there, folklore,
paganism, and it's great. And if you've never heard of Krampusnacht, you've never heard of Krampus, I think you should. I think you should add it into your
festive season. If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today. That's a big Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Zak.
And that's listen out for the bells on Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Buzz. Goodbye.
Good Krampusnacht. Ow!